Chapter 811. Every interval inside the city wall is decorated with a huge skull. Lightning and thunder rush under the skull. Storms formed by lava and fire that emerge from time to time erupt or roar. This gap is like a road that cuts off the inside of the fortress from the outside world. Those troops who want to intercept the approaching black stone obelisk cannot go out, and they dare not even approach the exit, because once they get close, they may be affected by thunder and fire. Chin Mo focuses on dealing with the real universe enemies at the level of bloodthirsty demons, while the guards and Heat Death focus on dealing with bloodletting vampires. Although the guards and Heat Death are powerful, they cannot compete with such a powerful opponent as the bloodthirsty demon without psychic power. However, they don't need to deal with a bloodthirsty demon. Soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals are the rules of war that must be followed. The bloodthirsty demons have a strong neck to resist when they chop down with an axe. The battle between Chin Mo and the bloodthirsty demons is not even something that others can intervene in. Every move and every style of the two sides has a terrifying power. The residual power of the attack effect is enough to evaporate the Astartes and the new Thunder Warriors within a few kilometers. The tremor caused by the collision of swords can make Thaddeus on the other side of Bloom feel the tremor. But even so, for the servants of the Blood God, for these foolish believers who know that the gods they believe in are eager to see courage, they dare to approach the battlefield that even the Astartes of both sides dare not approach. A mortal army belonging to Abonlak quickly gathered in the fortress, and then rushed to the huge wall located at the 8 o'clock direction of the skull with the skull as the center point. This mortal army is equipped with a large number of anti-armor weapons, whether they are based on scientific laws or psychic weapons, whether they are those explosive hot molten plasma weapons or weapons that shoot skulls to blast through armor. This mortal army has a lot. At the same time, they also have the high hopes of Abonlak that other mortal legions do not have. The mortal legion is mobilizing, and people outside the fortress cannot see any signs of mobilization. The mortal soldiers in the legion shuttled through the bloody sewers, using the most concealed route to approach the place they were assigned to, and the final destination was the city wall with a gap blown out in the 8 o'clock direction. The soldiers shouted in a low voice for the Blood God, thinking about setting up positions in the ruins of the damaged wall, so that they can directly shoot the powerful enemies who are slaughtering the demons. When Typhons, Basher and several other leaders of the Chaos Forces on Broom found excuses to hide in the corner, Abondrak bravely stood up. It didn't think it could kill the powerful enemy, but it thought it should at least do something to help the mortal troops who obeyed its orders. So, the Demon Prince of Khorne appeared directly on the battlefield. The huge red wings spread out to both sides, and the bloody rain hit the Demon Prince's wings and bleeding horns. When Abonlak appeared on the battlefield, Chin Mo's eyes were immediately attracted by it. "Come and fight!" Abonlak let out a terrifying roar, and his huge body fell from the sky. The axe bestowed by Khorne chopped towards Chin Mo's neck with a bloody storm. Chin Mo's chainsaw sword had just pierced the neck of a bloodthirsty demon, and the sword was still inserted in the demon's wound to absorb its soul. The scepter held in his left hand had just released 5 lightning bolts, splitting the 5 bloodthirsty demons into ashes. The gap between the big demons was so huge that some of them could withstand a lightning strike from a strong enemy, but just flew away. Some could fight with a strong enemy, and then be killed by the chainsaw sword, and some could not even withstand the lightning, and were killed like cannon fodder on the battlefield. But at the moment, the death of these 6 big demons inadvertently created an opportunity for Abonlak. An opportunity that Chin Mo could not immediately block or counterattack. The axe hit Chin Mo's neck firmly. Abondrak had already started laughing a nanosecond ago. It wanted to laugh at the stupidity and underestimation of this powerful enemy, and at the same time laugh at its own bravery and correct choice of fighting time. It was such a coincidence that it caught up with the moment when Chin Mo had no time to make a move, and an axe hit at his neck. But Abondrak cried out again a nanosecond later, because it found from the clues shown by the powerful enemy in front of it that this powerful enemy did not seem to intend to block. The axe hit the neck of the power armor, and the axe blade did not embed at all. Then the Demon Prince suddenly had a strange feeling. Inertia. The axe in his hand was no longer as handy as before. It was half the size of his body after ascending to the demon, but it was as easy and agile as a knife in his hand. For a Demon Prince, this inertia was still very small, just like his descent into the real universe would be restricted. Normally, it was not a big deal. But in a war of this intensity, even the slightest inertia and being caught off guard would affect the outcome of the battle. Abondrak was about to exclaim, but the next words were interrupted by the powerful enemy in front of him, who suddenly stood up and swung his scepter. When the Demon Prince retracted the force of swinging the axe, he was knocked away by the scepter swung from below, and his huge body flew far away and embedded in the brass wall of the city wall. This was the result of it actively unloading the force during the process of being knocked away. You are a different lackey of Korn. Chi-Nemo repelled the demons that rushed over, took 2 steps forward on the broken rock ground where magma was surging, and then raised his sword to point at the demon prince embedded in the brass wall a few hundred meters away. Abandrak responded with a roar, and at the same time pulled his left arm out of the wall with great effort. He immediately felt the hair on his body suddenly stand up. Then a thunderbolt that dispersed the blood rain within a radius of 2 kilometers fell from the sky and hit the chainsaw sword pointed at Abandrak, and lightning immediately spurted out from the sword tip. The demon prince suddenly broke free from the wall and fell to the ground, and his attack missed. But when Abandrak landed steadily on the ground, just as he was about to laugh at his quick reaction and the enemy's missed attack, he saw countless blood rain mixed with fragments falling from the sky. That was not a rain of blood created out of thin air and falling under the influence of psychic energy, but real blood that really emerged from the bodies of carbon-based organisms, even mixed with fragments. No. No. Abandrak turned his head back with difficulty and looked at the city wall. Another big hole opened in the city wall, and an Ultramarines Thunderhawk gunship carrying a team of Terminators passed through the hole, whizzing over Abandrak's head and flying in the direction of the fortress's void shield. But Abandrak had no time to notice the new big gap. What it saw was that the entire army it had just arranged to sneak attack the powerful enemies was blown up. You? The demon prince turned back with difficulty. You know how well the people in that army performed in the arena. You killed them all. Chi-Nemo looked around, his eyes swept over the big demons, who were about to continue the siege, and finally fell back on Abandrak. The Lord of Tyrone swung his sword and continued to slaughter all the enemies present. He knew that his ultimate goal as a participant was to break through the fortress, but the real thing to do was to kill demons. As the number of bloodthirsty demons decreased, the blood rain at the fortress was obviously much less. Chapter 812. The wall of the Skull Fortress has been penetrated. Lord Tyrone has personally led his elite troops into the fortress, and is fighting the demon army. The crew members in the bridge loudly reported the progress of the ground war. Every piece of news was exciting enough. The originally extremely difficult siege became much easier because of one person's participation. Perhaps from a strategic point of view, an extremely powerful warrior is not enough to attract the attention and admiration of the commander, because as a combat unit, the role of a powerful warrior is difficult to compete with the role of a group of ordinary warriors. But if a warrior is strong enough to completely turn the tide of the war, then he is a strategic combat unit. I should have gone down with him to fight side by side. Gilliman suddenly sighed. Are you going down to die? Lion glanced at Gilliman. This kind of war is much more intense than when the plague pigs ravaged Ultramar. What can you do if you go down? Gilliman frowned and looked at his brother. A Primarch can do a lot of things. Even if he can't directly intervene in the battle with so many bloodthirsty demons and demon princes, he can still make plans and deploy troops, and take on the responsibility of command. The Primarch can do these things, and the Primarch with the Emperor's sword can do even more. But Gilliman only thought so in his heart, but did not express it, but silently observed Lion. At this time, Lion looked a little nervous, sitting next to the tactical table with his head down without saying a word. His expression was extremely solemn, which was exactly the expression of worrying about something. Feeling his brother's gaze, Lion took the initiative to speak. I am worried about what will happen if an opponent more terrible than the Skull Fortress appears, and the Lord of Talon cannot return to help in time. Nothing will happen. Gilliman shook his head slowly. Our father is watching. If there is something more terrible, something that you and I cannot match, even if he cannot suppress it, he can delay it for a while. Lion's mouth opened and closed quickly. But just such a small movement made Gilliman aware of Lion's mentality, and realized that his brother doubted whether the Emperors while possessing Danessa could play the role he said. Knowing that Lion was worried and had just assumed the Imperial Warmaster's position, and was under great psychological pressure to perform his greatest duties, Gilliman did not persuade him, but just watched the battle silently. However, watching the battle was not what the Regent had to do at this time. Just like Lion had to make plans while watching the battle, Gilliman also needed to do something. This thing was identification. Gilliman occasionally lowered his head to look at the documents on the table. Those documents were not related to the war, but a list of all suspicious items in the fleet. Recently, some strange items have appeared on the Macridge's Glory, or the Invincible Truth. Tigurius, the think tank chief of the Ultramarines, will inspect these 2 flagships belonging to the Ultramarines and the Dark Angels respectively, and then report those suspicious items. Gilliman will review these suspicious items and make a decision to destroy or keep them. And the reason why Gilliman did this was not because of someone else's arrangement or inspiration, but because he felt that he should do this. I think it should be done. This kind of induction ability appeared when Gilliman first entered the Eye of Terror. Gilliman, who resisted the nature of the warp, always felt that there was something in the Eye of Terror that attracted him, made him feel close, and also helped him. At the same time, inside the Skull Fortress, the safest place, the commanders of the Chaos forces on Broom gathered together, except for Abondrak, who had already gone out to fight. Although Abondrak did not say much when Typhons and others rejected the request of Typhons to fight together, Vashtor could guess that this demon prince must have scolded himself and Typhons as cowards in his heart. If Abondrak really said it to his face, Vashtor would definitely refute it, because it and Typhons hid. Not because they were afraid of the monster that could chew up souls and eat them, but because they were really doing something very useful. This time, Vashtor took out a glass ball-sized thing with a demon printed on it, and handed it to Typhons. Send this out. Send it to the invincible truth. Or this thing that can teleport an entire battleship into the demon world when it explodes? Typhons was obviously dissatisfied, but he still took what Vashtor gave him. Then a grand ceremony was launched under the command of the Plague Vanguard. Vashtor watched the dark ceremony shrouded in green mist with interest. Typhons held up the glass ball-sized thing and prayed loudly. At first, he praised the Almighty Father, and there was no reaction. But when he began to talk about the difficulties he encountered and the possibility that the entire Eye of Terror would be closed due to the failure of the war on Bloom, the ceremony officially began. Typhons has performed this ritual many times, and Vashtor, who is his accomplice, also knows the effect of this ritual. In short, it is to send something to the enemy's fleet. It is not as simple and crude as teleporting directly in, because Vashtor found that even he could not create a creation that could simply and directly teleport an item to a warship in the enemy's fleet. The fleet was shrouded by something strange. The ritual performed by Typhons can implant items into the hands of the enemy. For example, this glass ball-sized creation. It will appear directly in the past, in the hands of the ancestors of a high-ranking crew member in the fleet, and then be passed down from generation to generation as an heirloom or something, until that crew member brings such a thing into the Eye of Terror to participate in the battle, and then this item, that will bring disaster to the entire warship, will appear in the hands of the enemy and fulfill its inherent duty. Failed. Typhons raised his empty hands. The thing you gave was found by Tigurius. Found again? Has this psychic been strengthened? It's so hard to fool him. Vashtolton felt helpless. At this time, both Plague Vanguard and Forge Master realized one thing at the same time, that is, something is protecting the human fleet, and the psychics in the fleet have even been strengthened, and can find items in the past and future that should not appear in the present. And if you want to get away with it, there is a way. That is to take out an item made by humans themselves, rather than an item born in the subspace. Although it is impossible to get away with it 100%, at least it will not be so easy to be discovered. The Box of Mourning. Vashtor flipped his hand, and a new evil object appeared in his hand. Typhons observed the thing. It was a brass box with strange patterns on it, and a circular mark on the front, which looked very strange. The Blood God stuff? Typhons asked. Not everything that has anything to do with brass is the stuff of that crazy Blood God. Vashtor handed the creation called the Box of Mourning to Typhons. I got this from a keeper of secrets. It was forged by the deceived among humans. Typhons took the brass box and looked at it with some surprise. Where do we send it? The expedition fleet. Vashtor raised his head, on the flagship. Chapter 813. Send it directly to the flagship? After hearing Vashtor's request, Typhons, who was originally very excited, became indifferent at this moment, obviously disagreeing with such a decision. The purpose of sending these sacred creations is to cause some trouble to the enemy, so that they can't calm down and slaughter us. Typhons held the creation called the Mourning Box, and paced back and forth in the green mist. Instead of sending these things to the enemy's most heavily guarded place, and then let the enemy have fun, and then end it, Typhons lifted up the box that Vashtor had given him, and handed it back. If you are sure that what you gave me is a good thing, then we should not let it go to the enemy's flagship, lest it be noticed there at the first time. So my suggestion is to send it to the honor of Macridge, while Gilliman is away. As he spoke, the nurgling extending from the tumor on Typhon's neck showed an evil and obscene smile. A vicious conspiracy has been brewing in the pus-filled skull of the Plague Vanguard. We are going to give the enemy a surprise, Typhon. Vashtor walked to Typhon with his forge hammer and looked down at it. We have considered the current situation. Do you remember the plan we made before? Typhon thought about it and nodded, indicating that he remembered. The Drakasi noble, who was good at commanding operations, called on everyone to make many plans together. Not to mention the situation where the man who could kill the demon came down to fight in person. Even the situation where the two Primarchs followed him down to join the battle was considered and planned. The plan was to create a diversionary disaster in the enemy's fleet, which would be enough to destroy the entire fleet. Even if the Skull Fortress was destroyed, the enemy would still lose if they lost their fleet. So, the box you gave me is enough to destroy the entire fleet? Typhon picked up the morning box, his tone full of joking. I don't think it can even be used to smash you to death. This box, and what it can summon, are just the prelude to a plan, Vashtor said. Typhon wanted to ask more questions, but was stopped by Vashtor's words. Do your Death Guard still want to share an arsenal with the Black Legion in the fortress? If not, do whatever you want. Faced with this threatening statement, Typhon hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to do it. Although he felt that Vashtor was not reliable at all, and that the Golden Expedition fleet was not afraid of the attack of psychic weapons under the protection of Black Stone. But the current situation is not for the Death Guard to fight alone. Finally, Typhon performed the ritual, and sent away the item called the Morning Box. Quick! Even though Typhon had done so, Vashtor still had to spur Typhon on like the demonic machinery in the area it controlled. Don't waste this opportunity. Before the Birdman Primarch, who can predict the future, is not on Broom, and before the Primarch, who resists his own nature and can only teleport everywhere, gets the warning of the prophecy. While the Battle of Broom was going on, in the other direction of the Eye of Terror, the Golden Expedition branch fleet, the Angel fleet, is located. The huge fleet has completely dispersed the weak defense fleet of the demon world below. The mortal army of this demon world that believes in Cinch is still struggling in the ever-changing fortresses. For these abominable evil god believers. Unfortunately, 99% of the surface of the demon world has been occupied. Fortunately, almost all the believers in the demon world have gathered in a place called a fortress, but in fact it is as huge and magnificent as a city. If the Blood Angels choose to attack, they will still have to face a huge number of evil believers. This is the current situation, Father. Dante stood in the Blood Angels' flagship Red Tier and reported the current battle situation to the Gene Father, who had just awakened. It took Sanguinius only a short time to control the situation on the battlefield with the information he saw and heard, and also came up with a countermeasure. I noticed that you have deployed a large number of Blackstone creations in this world. Sanguinius looked at Dante. This decisive move shows that you already have a strategy in mind. You just need to wake me up to get my authorization. So what is your strategy? Seeing that the father of Gene saw through his thoughts almost instantly, Dante no longer concealed it, and said directly, this demon world is not enough for us to waste a lot of manpower and resources on it. I suggest that the star god who came with us in the battle on this demon world. As one of the participants in the Golden Expedition, the Angel fleet also has star gods to assist in the battle. The burner is the helper. The conditions for dispatching the star god are also very harsh. That is, multiple Blackstone creations must be deployed on the planet to ensure that even if the Blackstone creations in a certain area are evaporated in an instant, the entire planet will not instantly return to the subspace state. Only in this case can the star god be dispatched. And this is the purpose of Dante deploying so many Blackstone creations. But dispatching the star god is not a decision that a war captain can make, which is why Dante wants to awaken the father of Genes in this war. Do as you wish. Sanguinius agreed without hesitation. Dante nodded. But just as he was about to execute his strategy, Sanguinius added another order. I will go down and fight in person. Dante steadied his steps, and immediately dissuaded him. There is a world below that is almost filled with Blackstone creations. That world has become unfavorable to all creatures with souls. No matter how strong the suppression effect of Blackstone is, can it be stronger than the curtain that directly isolates the subspace? Sanguinius asked. Back then in the Tyrant sector, I could also possess this body and participate in the battle. Dante did not answer, but he thought that if Mephiston, who was extremely good at psychic powers, was present, then Mephiston would definitely give the Gene Father a sufficient reason not to go down to fight. The burner is a crazy star god. Sanguinius spoke again. However, it was this sentence that seemed irrelevant at first glance that made Dante give up persuading. The burner also participated in the Battle of Baal that year. Anyone could see that it wanted to throw the Tyranid Zerd and the entire Baal into the burning hell it created, but it compromised with the people on Baal because of some things that had to be compromised. If that mad god goes crazy, I can at least help you for a while, Sanguinius said. Dante nodded and made arrangements immediately. Chapter 8:14. After a while. Sanguinius, shining with golden light, descended from the sky. The demon world, which had been gradually returning to normal due to the suppression of the black stone, now seemed a little more sacred due to the arrival of the Archangel. The pre-march landed directly on the front line, about 500 kilometers away from the city-like fortress. When the 2 feet made of living metal slowly stepped on the ground, all the Astartes, blood-slave mortal auxiliary soldiers, and even prisoners of war on the position, all gathered towards the place where the pre-march landed, kneeling on one knee to pay homage to the sacred pre-march. "Sir!" A blood-slave mortal auxiliary general, who was too excited to see Sanguinius, asked loudly, "Now that you are here, is this war about to end?" "Not about to end, but it will end soon." Sanguinius did not rebuke the mortal's rudeness, but responded very kindly. The Primarch's words sparked a discussion, and both the Astartes and the mortals were surprised. What ended everyone's discussion, and made everyone silent, was a tornado of fire that suddenly fell from the sky. It was the first time for everyone present to see such a strange and terrifying phenomenon. A flaming tornado formed by flames extended directly from the planet's orbit to the surface of the planet, which was the side of the position where the pre-march was located. When the tornado formed by the gathering of flames dissipated, a tall, human-like transcendent being appeared in the firelight. Only those who had the honor of participating in the defense of Baal could recognize that this was the burner who had helped them fight against the Tyranids on Baal. "He's right." The voice full of oppression and anger echoed directly in everyone's ears. Although the symbol of the burner is fire, its voice is like thunder because of anger. Among all the people present, even the Astartes could not help but lower their heads to avoid looking directly at the burner, and the mortals also lowered their heads and remained kneeling. Compared with the burner on Baal back then, the current burner is more complete, more powerful, and more terrifying. The people present can still hold on only because they clearly know that this transcendent existence is their ally rather than a powerful enemy. The war will end soon. Another voice exploded in everyone's ears. The burner, floating in the air, looked at the fortress in the distance and gently raised his hand. The material on the ground was extracted, transformed, and shaped, and finally turned into a red spear in front of the burner's raised hand. After a moment, the spear slowly floated up. Sanguinius watched the burner's every move. He was wary of the burner, and couldn't help but feel curious about the burner's next behavior. The spear floated into the burner's hand, and was thrown out. The spear was not big, and it disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. The burner also slowly lowered his arm. About 2 minutes later, it seemed that the spear flew into the fortress. A dazzling flash appeared in the direction of the fortress. There was no fortress in sight, only a ball of light rising from the ground, occupying the entire continental plate of the planet's surface. The first wave of shockwaves permanently changed the terrain nearby, but the shockwaves did not shatter the people present, but only passed through their bodies. After the flash and shock, there was an explosion that could almost pierce people's ears. When everything calmed down, the fleet outside the orbit found a huge pit on the surface of this demon world. As for the city-like fortress, there was no fortress anymore. It's scary enough for both the enemy and us. Dante heard the psychic words of the Gene Father. Sanguinius knew very well that the reason why the Burning One was so powerful was that the Black Stone almost filled this demon world, and even turned a blue planet originally full of feathers and eyes into a real universe planet. Otherwise, the Burning One would not only be unable to show such terrifying power, but would also refuse to come down to join the battle. But being able to burst out such a powerful force in reality is also terrifying enough, even for the pre-march. And the burner left 2 words, turned into a tornado of flames that went straight beyond the planet's orbit and disappeared. The Angel fleet has conquered an entire star system, and left behind black stone artifacts to make the star system a part of the real universe. When all the army boarded the ship and the fleet was waiting to set sail, Sanguinius did not leave his living metal body, but locked himself in the room where Mephiston, the head of the Blood Angels think tank, used to meditate. The angel wanted to use his prophetic ability to bring some enlightenment to his offspring before he hibernated again. For example, is the burner reliable? From a macro perspective, it is undoubtedly reliable. After all, it has been fighting alongside the fleet. But from a micro perspective, does this reliability come at a price? What if one day the burner gets tired of war and wants the war band to sacrifice mortal souls, or it just kills for fun in battle? With such questions, Sanguinius entered a meditative state and began to predict. Scenes flashed by one after another. The perspective kept changing. The burner was killing. Worlds were shrouded in its flames. In a scene almost covered by flames, the burner raised his hands to release flames, and the first company of the blood angels opened fire on mortal believers around it. As the prophecy progressed, Sanguinius could almost rest assured that the burner would at least not kill its own people, even though it was obviously a bloodthirsty and crazy arsonist. Even his own descendants were used to fighting side by side with the burner. Sanguinius was relieved. But when he tried to stop the prophecy, an image of a cold sun appeared in front of him. The image flashed by, and then there was darkness. Father. Sanguinius realized that the emperor had invaded his consciousness, which was usually a sign that he wanted to tell him something and give him some revelation. So the Primarch did not stop the prophecy, gave up all resistance, and chose to bear everything. Then a new prophecy emerged in Sanguinius's mind. Since the prophecy was made by a person with strong psychic power, it was no longer a series of discontinuous images or sounds, and the perspective was no longer like a camera floating around. Sanguinius came directly to the flagship of the Golden Expedition's main fleet from the perspective of a bystander. Father, what do you want to reveal to me? Sanguinius muttered to himself. Chapter 8:15. The Primarch watched. At the bottom of the flagship, an inquisitor named Eisenhorn stood with his hands behind his back, interrogating prisoners captured in the war. A veteran of the Black Legion. Eisenhorn turned and left after roughly helping the veteran recall some things in the past, but he left something in the interrogation room. It was a strange brass box. The first time Sanguinius saw the thing, he suddenly realized that the box was called the Mourning Box. The Box of Mourning was created in the primitive era of mankind, when the shamans of several human tribes on Earth united together to create an item that would allow humans to never lack food, clothing, and happiness. Then the item was created, but lost. Sanguinius had never seen this thing, but he knew what it was, and the reason why it was carried by Eisenhorn was because it had the ability to seal demons and souls. When Eisenhorn was young, he obtained the Box of Mourning during a rebellion against a planetary governor who had fallen to Nurgle. At that time, his follower named Bikun used this box to seal the governor of the ascended demon, and then Eisenhorn carried the box with him. Danger! Sanguinius muttered to himself. It realized that the Mourning Box was not actually used to seal demons. It can seal demons if held by a person with a pure soul, yes. But if held by an ordinary person, it will only release horror. But since this was a prophecy, Sanguinius had no way to intervene immediately. Eisenhorn did not notice that the box was lost and walked away. Another inquisitor from the demonic tribunal noticed the Mourning Box, picked it up, and after using psychic power to detect that this thing was made by human ancestors and had no malicious intent, he treated it as a treasure and played with it. Since the interrogation was not going well, and Eisenhorn had gone out to do something and had not returned yet, the judge set his sights on the Mourning Box. He noticed that there was a circular structure on the surface of the Mourning Box, so the judge raised his finger and drew a circle on the circular structure. The Mourning Box suddenly changed. The surface structure rose and extended. A strange atmosphere filled the interrogation room. Suddenly, a hook connected to a chain appeared out of thin air and pierced the judge's shoulder blade, and another hook quickly appeared and pierced his other shoulder blade. More and more hooks appeared out of thin air in the interrogation room, hooking the Inquisitor's skin, flesh, and facial features while he was at a loss, and stretched outward. Under the gaze of Sanguinius, the Inquisitor died permanently in an extremely horrible way, and his soul was sent to the demonic domain of Slaanesh to become a toy that could neither live nor die. After the captured veteran of the Eternal War died in the same way, as if he had completed a sacrifice, a damage appeared on the flagship. This damage is like the curtain that wraps the real universe. Even if the flagship is in the range of the Black Stone is not enough to completely isolate the influence of the subspace. This reminds Sanguinius of what he said to Dante before. No matter how strong the suppression effect of the Black Stone is, can it be stronger than the curtain that directly isolates the subspace? Just like the emotional resonance in the real universe, someone performed a ritual or used other means to cause the curtain to be damaged. The protective shell protecting the flagship was also damaged. Evil things can invade it. For abominable evil beings appeared in the interrogation room. The moment they appeared, Sanguinius realized that they were all demon princes. They were all human beings before, but for some reason, they were favored by the dark gods in the warp, and were promoted to demons. The leader was a tall and strong demon prince with nails on his head. To his left was a guy with a distorted face, exposed teeth, and his upper and lower teeth kept colliding and trembling. To his right was a bald woman with her throat cut open. There was another demon prince, a disgusting guy who was so fat that oil kept flowing all over his body. These 4 demon princes were originally human. Sanguinius could sense it, and he could also sense that these 4 demon princes all served a keeper named Leviathan, the great demon of Slaanesh. Then the prophecy went a little faster. A more terrifying scene appeared directly in front of Sanguinius. The bottom of the entire flagship turned into a punishment hell, and the 4 demon princes, who called themselves monks, spread pain among the crew, and called this pain the ultimate pleasure. The suffering of mortals triggered emotional resonance, which further undermined the effectiveness of the Black Stone. An entire army of demons emerged directly in the flagship, but this army was composed of great demons, almost all of whom were keepers of Slaanish's secrets. A catastrophe of the fleet was taking place. But this catastrophe was only part of a greater catastrophe. A ritual was being performed on Broom, and the followers of the 2 dark gods, Nurgle and Khorne, were manipulating the ritual, allowing more and more demons to descend on the fleet. Enough! Sanguinius shouted away the illusion in front of him. He could hardly suppress the compassion and anger in his heart. He almost wanted to rush to the main fleet to kill those abominations that were about to emerge. But Sanguinius immediately realized that he might not be able to catch up. Then he began to think again. Why did the Emperor reveal this prophecy to him? The Father can tell his humanity, can tell Guilliman. No. Guilliman should forget it. Sanguinius reasoned to himself. The Primarch recalled that there was a point in this prophecy that could not be ignored, a strange point. That was the scene in the interrogation room that he saw. There was a vague blank from beginning to end. What did that vague blank represent? In the end, Sanguinius did not think of the reason why the Emperor revealed the prophecy to himself instead of to Lion or his humanity. After returning to reality, Sanguinius quickly stood up and called Mephiston. Mephiston was already waiting in front of Sanguinius. I predicted that you would have something to order me. Mephiston bowed respectfully to the Gene Father. Sanguinius then told the heir everything he had predicted, and then gave him an order. Tell the main fleet, Guilliman, Lion, or anyone else about this as soon as possible, just let them know. Yes, Father. Mephiston bowed and turned to leave. Wait. Sanguinius extended his hand and saw his son turn around and look at him, asking, What's the situation with the main fleet? According to the latest astropathic communication between me and Ezekiel, Mephiston recalled, the ground forces sent by the main fleet to attack the Skull Fortress ran into the enemy forces that suddenly appeared, and the siege turned into an encounter. This is the latest situation. Sanguinius frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Chapter 8:16. The Blood Angel's librarian Mephiston immediately executed the order from the Gene Father. A ray of psychic energy was projected from this powerful psychic, directly crossing time and the chaotic astronomical scale in the warp that could stretch for trillions of light years, or only a few meters. The psychic projection even caused waves in the warp, and some evil creatures that coveted the soul of this powerful human psychic were repelled by the psychic waves. In terms of the use of psychic energy, Mephiston can even use psychic energy without interference in the shadow of the hive, and even use his own psychic energy to fight against a Zerg army. He is one of the most powerful human psychics, far more powerful than the Tigurius librarian of the Ultramarines. So Mephiston deliberately guided his powerful psychic energy, avoiding Tigurius' soul projection, and went directly to find the most psychic offspring of Caliban Lion King, that is, Ezekiel. But during the psychic transmission process, Mephiston suddenly felt that something was invading his brain. Although it was an invasion, it made Mephiston feel kind, and he did not immediately take countermeasures, because he suspected that the psychic projection with good intentions came from Ezekiel. Then, in the vast black and white space that appeared out of thin air in front of him, Mephiston saw the figure of an Eldar. The Eldar held a scepter in his hand, and held his helmet in his free hand, with a confident and graceful smile on his face. It was the former Eldar Great Prophet of the Usvi Ark world, Eldred Uslan. What do you want to do by throwing such a powerful spiritual energy at the main fleet? Uslan did not seem to speak, and his voice echoed directly in the entire space and Mephiston's mind. Mephiston remained silent. He knew that the Eldar had also joined the war, and stood on the side of humans. He also knew that Uslan, as a psychic expert in the main fleet, had assumed the responsibility of a psychic advisor. However, Mephiston just couldn't trust this Eldar alien, so he chose not to tell Uslan anything, and there was no need to tell him, because if Uslan hadn't jumped out and intervened, he would have been able to contact Ezekiel by now. Answer me. Uslan repeated. Mephiston raised his hand to dispel the illusion created by Uslan in front of him, and continued everything just now. Consciousness and psychic energy hit the Black Stone. This is what Mephiston took into account, because not only every ship in the main fleet is under the protection of the Black Stone, but also the branch fleet led by the Angel and Congress Eagle. The effectiveness of the Black Stone has not been turned to the maximum, so as not to turn the entire fleet crew into zombies before the enemy, so the psychic energy can still take effect within its range. Mephiston stepped over the black stone and approached the main fleet. He glanced at the planet below the main fleet. He found that a terrible war was going on there. Humans were fighting against the demon prince of Khorne, many great demons, and countless bloodletting vampires. Without investigating or asking, Mephiston could guess who was leading the ground forces to fight on Broom. With such a battle, even if Guilliman and Lion went down, they would have to temporarily avoid the sharp edge when encountering so many great demons. It seems that the time of the main fleet and the branch fleet is not synchronized. Mephiston took his eyes off Bloom and focused on the business. When he had crossed the range of the black stone and thought that nothing would hinder him, he suddenly found that his consciousness and psychic power could not penetrate the main fleet. Psychics can see things that ordinary people cannot see. If ordinary people were to see the scene, they would not see anything at all, but in Mephiston's eyes, the situation on the main fleet side was not something that could be described as weird. A blue storm covered the area where the main fleet was located. Every minute and every second, countless malicious entities from the subspace invaded the main fleet, but they were all blocked by the blue storm. Although there were black stone artifacts, those weak malicious entities could not get close to the main fleet at all. But the strange blue storm of unknown origin played the same role as the black stone. It not only blocked the malicious entities in the subspace, but also reduced the probability of supernatural events. Mephiston could not move forward any further. Everything in front of him was like a bucket of cold water poured on him, chilling him to the bone. The catastrophe of the main fleet predicted by the Gene Father, the catastrophe that might destroy the main fleet, might happen soon, or it might have already happened in the chaotic timeline of the Eye of Terror. He had clearly seen the existence of the main fleet, but he could not get close enough to notify it. This feeling of despair and powerlessness was the most tormenting. Mephiston racked his brains at this time, and finally came to a conclusion helplessly. If he wanted to let his consciousness and psychic energy continue to get closer to the main fleet, then someone in the fleet must hold an item that can be used as a psychic medium, and bypass the blue storm that almost expanded to cover the planet and the main fleet when the psychic energy was greatly weakened by the black stone. After finally making the decision to send someone to the main fleet to report in person, Mephiston observed this strange storm of unknown origin again, and then he found that he was not the only one blocked by this storm. At the edge of the storm, a golden torrent was sometimes rushing towards the storm, sometimes wrestling with the strong wind, looking for the weak point of the storm. Inside the flagship. Outside the medical cabin. Ryan personally came to the cabin where Vanessa was, checking the condition of this female psychic and the father who possessed her. Every second, a needle of medicine was inserted into Vanessa's body, and then her body, that was on the verge of destruction, was completely restored together with the needle whole, and then it was on the verge of destruction again, and then it was restored again, and so on. But if you ignore Vanessa, just look at Vanessa's closed eyes and slow breathing, she looks quite peaceful. Has the Emperor not made any revelations so far? Ryan turned around and looked at the director of the think tank of the Ultramarines, who was guarding here. Tigurius was responsible for guarding here, not going down to fight, because as a psychic, he needed to check the situation of the Emperor guarding the fleet in real time. If the Emperor made any revelations or gave any warnings, then Tigurius must report it immediately. No revelation, Warlord. Tigurius saluted respectfully. All I can feel from the weak wills of the Lord of Humanity is peace and tranquility. Keep a close eye on it, there is no room for error here. Ryan pointed to the cabin, then turned around and left. He just took the time to come and take a look at this extremely important place. There are still things that he, the Warlord, needs to do. But before leaving, Ryan thought of another person. Where's Guilliman? Lion stopped. We were discussing strategy before, and he found an excuse to leave, and then disappeared? Sleeping. Tigurius answered. Sleeping? At this time? Lion's fists hardened. But Lion thought again, Guilliman has not rested since he woke up, and he has already planned everything he needs to plan in advance. It's okay to take a rest. But Tigurius didn't know what the Lion King was thinking. He defended his father. He always said that he could feel that there was something close nearby. This closeness made him feel peaceful and tired, so he went to rest, wanting to clear his mind and get rid of that strange feeling. Don't disturb him. Lion turned and left. Don't go wake him up, wake up Guilliman. The roar sounded behind the lion, but neither the lion nor Tigurius responded, because they couldn't hear the sound at all. In the cabin, the Emperor's will was trapped in the past and the future, and his voice, and everything he did could not reach the present. It was like being isolated by glass. Chapter 8:17. On the other side. Gilliman lay on a bed made of accumulated official business in the deepest part of the archives. In front of him were the tasks he needed to complete in the fleet. From time to time, someone would enter the archives to take away the completed documents. These people tiptoed carefully, fearing to disturb the regent who was sleeping on the official business. But for Gilliman himself, this sleep was not peaceful at all. In a dream world that was so real that even Gilliman himself was surprised, he was soaking in the marble bathtub of the Macridge's glory. Across the bath, there was another Gilliman. Gilliman rarely rested attentively even when he was resting. He was good at, and used to doing many things at the same time. His brain was still active, helping him to conduct a philosophical debate on himself and think about many philosophical problems that had troubled him recently. For example, the most common thing in the Eye of Terror was psionic energy. Gilliman himself tended to interpret psionic energy as a kind of witchcraft, but the other him that his brain helped him to conjure up did not think so. Psionic power is psionic power. It is neither witchcraft nor evil. You think it is evil only because your enemies always use it. Psionic power is not evil either. It is like a weapon. It is only the person who uses it that is evil, not the weapon itself. If psionic power is used for the right purpose, it will be the salvation of a race and a powerful force to turn the tide. Gilliman listened to another self imagined by his brain talking about psionic power, and felt very strange. This philosophical debate in his dream was not the first time. Every time he did it, Gilliman would imagine another self who was on the opposite side of himself. It was like a mirror. But since the other self also came from himself, no matter how it stood on the opposite side, there would not be much difference in the view of a certain thing. For example, Gilliman himself would say that psionic energy was a kind of vicious witchcraft energy, and then the other self he imagined would think about it as rationally as possible, and then answer, indeed. But today was completely different. Gilliman had a feeling that the other self he imagined was completely different from himself, just like another real guy named Gilliman, but the thoughts in his head were completely different. If it were normal, Gilliman would suspect that someone had invaded his brain with psychic power, but now, he could only feel closeness, peace, and tranquility from the other self he imagined, and he really couldn't have any malicious suspicion. The brain of the Primarch could function normally even in sleep, so even if Gilliman thought a lot, he could still stay awake in his spiritual world while his energy was quickly restored. As soon as I approached the Eye of Terror, I could feel that something was attracting me. Gilliman suddenly sighed. Of course, because you are a creature with psychic power. Coming to this place you hate is like returning home. How can you not feel that there is something familiar here? The imaginary Gilliman sneered and replied. Psychic power? No, I am the product of advanced genetic engineering. Really? Then how can you use psychic power? Using psychic power? When did I use psychic power? You use psychic power all the time, and you didn't even notice it? After talking to the other self he imagined for a few sentences, Gilliman heard a strange word. He didn't think he used psychic power all the time. The other Gilliman didn't explain, but just said, if you can't use psychic power, how can the Emperor's sword ignite in your hand? Enough. Gilliman looked unhappy, his patience worn to the limit by this unpleasant self-philosophical speculation. His powerful brain at the level of a Primarch could directly create another simulated self in the spiritual world, and could also dispel the other self from the spiritual world in an instant. This was originally his dream, and he was the master here. But when Gilliman was about to end this rest and wake up, he found that he could not dispel the other self in front of him. I am you. The other Gilliman stood up from the bath and shouted. I understand you too well. Your biggest problem is that you like to deceive yourself. You think that the creature on the golden throne now is not a god, but you know in your heart that no matter who your creator was 10,000 years ago, he is undoubtedly a god now. You resist psychic power, but you use psychic power. If you don't have psychic power, how can you banish even half a demon with the sword of your creator? But it doesn't matter. You are Gilliman. You have the privilege to make your innate power serve you, whether you accept it or not, whether you like it or not, and this power can come and go at will. Gilliman couldn't believe what he saw and heard. The other self he imagined to entertain himself, when there was no one around to talk to, seemed to have self-awareness at this time. It was like another Robu Gilliman who advocated psychic power. Stop your heresy. Gilliman shouted impatiently, get out of my head. You asked me what you think is close to the Eye of Terror? The person Gilliman imagined was still chattering. What do you think it is? What is it that makes you feel close, and is also a thing in the Eye of Terror? Of course, it is the essence of you as a psychic creature. Hearing the word psychic creature, Gilliman even attacked the other self in his mind. For the Primarch's brain, controlling dreams is the easiest thing. When Gilliman was eager to make the other self disappear and wake up, he woke up immediately. I've been in this damn place for too long. Gilliman looked at the guards, who rushed into the archives after hearing the roar, and looked at their Gene father in amazement, and rubbed his forehead helplessly. The uncontrolled dream, and the only deviation in the dream philosophy, made Gilliman's prejudice and disgust for psychic power even more serious. But this wise Primarch had to think over and over again about what he had just thought. The nature of psychic creatures. Even though this sentence sounded ridiculous and crazy, it did not seem to be groundless. In any case, he felt that something in the Eye of Terror was attracting him. This was a feeling that Gilliman had never stopped after the Golden Crusade officially started. After thinking for a long time, Gilliman suddenly stopped struggling and classified everything he had just seen and heard as the influence of a strong psychic environment on a person's mind, and then put it behind his mind. Chapter 818. In the flagship interrogation room. The famous Inquisitor Eisenhorn sat with a colleague from the Demon Tribunal, interrogating the Dark Legion's Eternal War veteran, who was captured in the previous encounter. The veteran wore a mutated Terminator armor. The characteristic feature of this armor was that two fangs extending outwards grew on the head, which looked very strange. Eisenhorn tried to take off his armor, but found that he couldn't do it. The armor had mutated, perhaps it had mutated into a part of this traitor, and couldn't be taken off. Stop standing on tiptoe, old man. Another Inquisitor looked at Eisenhorn and reached out to hold his leg. But Eisenhorn had already developed a habit. He took his colleague's hand off his leg and continued to stand on tiptoe. The strange brass box hanging on his waist kept hitting the table in the interrogation room as his body trembled, making crisp collisions and scraping sounds. You are old, I won't argue with you. The Inquisitor of the Demon Tribunal couldn't stand it anymore and stared at Eisenhorn. You can stand on tiptoe, but can you put your balls back where they should be, instead of letting them always be in close contact with the table legs? You either sit here and wait with me, or get out. Eisenhorn never liked people who were nosy. But he was not a tough person, so even though he was very tough verbally, he still took the brass box off his waist and hung it on the support frame under the table. The veteran of the Eternal War looked at the two judges without saying a word. The interrogation had not yet begun. The judge of the Demon Tribunal glanced at Eisenhorn, then looked down and saw the brass box. This box can exile demons. Eisenhorn said coldly, if the traitor in front of us is a demon in disguise, we can use this box to exile it later. This is a frank statement, and also an indirect expression of friendship. The Inquisitor realized that Eisenhorn regarded him as his own, although the two did not belong to the same Inquisition subordinate agency or the same faction. Such a box can exile demons? The judge asked curiously. Yes. Eisenhorn nodded. He clearly remembered that his deputy named Bacon had used a box to exile a great demon hundreds of years ago. Although the specific principle was unknown, as long as the box was useful, it would be fine. The judge of the Demon Tribunal looked at the box. He directly sensed that it was an ancient item made by humans, so he didn't think much about it, and moved his eyes away from the brass box, and looked at the old soldier in front of him. The old soldier still looked at the two in silence. Both sides were silent. A moment later, the sound of the gate opening reached everyone's ears. The two judges and the veterans of the Black Legion looked at the sound, and saw a man in fleet uniform. I'm sorry I'm late. You are the fleet admiral, and you are naturally busy. We too came too early. The visitor was Adam, the Tyrone admiral. Since the beginning of the Golden Crusade, the Imperial Regent has issued a rule that any important occasion must have personnel from both the Empire and the Tyrone sector. This interrogation of the only prisoner was also an important occasion. After all, apart from the Black Legion, there was no one among the enemies who could be interrogated after being captured. They were either a group of rotten pigs or crazy lunatics. The traitors of the Black Legion were relatively normal among the many traitors. However, even if it was to interrogate a veteran, it would not be necessary to let the fleet marshal like Adam participate. There was only one reason why Adam was invited by Eisenhorn. He was a person without a past and a future. Because fate is twisted, even the Eldar prophet can only see the disconnected thread of fate in such people. Such people can be used to deal with many accidents because they are unobservable. Let's start the interrogation. Adam sat down at another interrogation table and signaled that everyone could start. Yes, Marshal. The judge of the Demon Tribunal nodded immediately, and then took out the items used to torture demons and prepared to use them on this veteran of the Eternal War. Eisenhorn looked at his colleague with confusion. He didn't know why this guy was so enthusiastic about Adam. The Inquisitor didn't know what Eisenhorn was thinking. He walked up to the Black Legion veteran with a pocket watch and hung it on the fangs of the mutant Terminator armor. The pocket watch didn't seem to have anything special, But the veteran felt severe pain when the pocket watch approached him, and he groaned under his armor. Although the sound was soft, the fact that a veteran of the long war could cry out in pain showed what kind of torture he was suffering. I just tried it, but I didn't expect this pocket watch to work on this traitor. The Demon Inquisitor smiled and clapped his hands, then returned to his seat and waited. Adam said nothing. Eisenhorn wanted to say something, but held it back. When the process of this interrogation was formulated, everyone thought that the people of the Demonic Inquisition should lead the interrogation, because they felt that the party being interrogated was also a creature of the subspace. Anyway, the people who took advantage of the chaos to arrest people were also people of the Demonic Inquisition, so Eisenhorn had nothing to say. This pocket watch came from a loyal planetary governor, who ordered the destruction of the entire planet during the 8th Black Crusade to prevent it from falling into the hands of traitors. After the war, we only found this pocket watch at the location of that planet. This thing is effective against traitors. The demon judge explained to Adam with a smile while waiting. Yeah. Adam nodded and said nothing. The interrogation room fell silent again. The old soldier of the Black Legion endured for a long time and said nothing, while the judge seemed to torture for the sake of torture, and Eisenhorn looked like he was just going through the motions. Until suddenly a member of Gilliman's guard wearing an eagle-faced helmet opened the gate of the interrogation room. His eyes fell on Eisenhorn, and a dull and firm command came from under the armor. The Premarch hopes that you can go to the archives to report on your work. Yes. Eisenhorn agreed without hesitation. But he changed his mind at this time. What can he report to Gilliman? Is it possible that the reason why the Premarch came to him was to clear up his doubts? There had been two similar things before, because Eisenhorn was the one who knew the most among the Inquisitors, so the Premarch would communicate with him when he was not on a mission. In the previous two conversations, the Premarch asked something strange. When you came to the Eye of Terror, did you feel that something was calling you here? Eisenhorn still remembered that the Premarch asked him this question last time, and he was puzzled. Go, the Regent's favorite. The Inquisitor of the Demon Tribunal said sarcastically. Eisenhorn rolled his eyes at him, and turned away. At this moment, the bronze box called the Morning Box was pulled by Eisenhorn's action, and slid from the support frame to the ground. Eisenhorn was in a hurry, and didn't notice. Another Inquisitor, who had been sitting next to him, heard the noise, and lowered his head. After seeing the Morning Box, he reached out his hand. The box was picked up, but it was not taken by the Inquisitor, but by Adam. The Inquisitor of the Demon Tribunal watched Adam take the box and walked outside, and said to the guard, "This thing belongs to Eisenhorn, you go and give it back to him." The guard looked at the Marshal with a blank face, as if saying, "The battleship is so big, I haven't been to a place called Archives since I joined the army, how can I know where the Inquisitor went? Put it in the static position of the C-12 deck warehouse." Adam said, "This is the Inquisitor's thing, who knows these monsters? Anyway, put it away." Chapter 819. The legendary Inquisitor Eisenhorn was led to the flagship archive by the champion guard of the Lord of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar. At this time, the Premarch was sitting in a specially made adamantine wheelchair, his huge body sliding on the bookshelf on the huge chair, and was filing a lot of information that had just been sorted out. Gilliman had his back to Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn looked at the Primarch's broad back, but said nothing. His mind was obviously not on this conversation. Eisenhorn. The Primarch's body and the chair turned together towards the Inquisitor. Gilliman stood up deliberately with a friendly smile on his face. "Thank you for coming to me so promptly, even though my matter is not urgent." Hearing this, the Astartes who brought the Inquisitor here began to think whether he had misunderstood the order of the Gene Father, and should not have brought Eisenhorn directly, but should have waited for him outside the interrogation room. But in any case, the person is here, and this is a mistake that cannot be made up. Eisenhorn only said him indifferently to Gilliman's greeting. Eisenhorn's eyes were even looking at nothing when he spoke. His eyes were slanted, which was obviously rude. And Eisenhorn didn't have any prejudice against Gilliman, or he belonged to the anti-regency faction in the Empire, whose existence was taboo. He was just distracted and his thoughts were not here. That old soldier prisoner of the Eternal War, I have to go back and interrogate him. Eisenhorn thought so. Although anyone could see that most people in the interrogation room had no interest in the veteran, such as Adam, and the Inquisitor of the Demonic Inquisition. They were just there to deal with things, because they didn't think that a veteran of the Black Legion could be interrogated. But Eisenhorn was very serious. All the experiences in his career told him not to ignore any details. "Are all your Inquisitors psychers?" Gilliman asked with a smile. "No." Eisenhorn shook his head. "Are you a psyker?" "Yes." "Do you psychers have any special senses?" For example, Do you feel? There is something in the warp that attracts you? No. This question and answer conversation ended here, and then Eisenhorn focused on the present, looking at Gilliman with a puzzled look on his face. Why do you ask this? The warp is also dangerous for psychers, because if a psyker uses his psychic power a little too much, a giant wasp may appear out of nowhere and sting him to death. I'm just asking. Gilliman smiled and fell into deep thought. Eisenhorn's attention was drawn to the present moment by Gilliman's question. He keenly realized that the reason why the Primarch asked this question might be because the Primarch felt that there was something in the warp that attracted him. But what would attract the Primarch? The Inquisitor fell into deep thought just like the Primarch. If Chinemo was here at this moment, instead of beating the big demon down there, he would definitely praise Gilliman for finding the right person to ask. Eisenhorn is not the oldest in the Inquisition, nor is he the most senior, nor is he the most famous. He suffers from prejudice and hostility. If the term rat crossing the street does not involve personal insult, then it is relatively appropriate to describe Eisenhorn. But Eisenhorn has one advantage. He is a legend in Qin Mo's eyes. This Inquisitor has experienced a lot of things and his career is wonderful. He has experienced everything from street gunfights in the Nest City to demons everywhere, and traitors as numerous as dogs. Therefore, he has learned many secrets that ordinary Inquisitors, and even senior Inquisitors cannot know. This included a piece of gossip that was heard from others. Gossip about a Primarch. There was once a crazy witch who spoke nonsense in front of Eisenhorn, saying that the Emperor only wanted to use the warp creatures of humans to ascend to God, and that the Primarchs he created were all warp creatures that were put into human bodies. Such blasphemous words are not uncommon among the enemies of mankind, but the problem is, some of the evidence that the witch produced was barely convincing. The evidence was a black raven feather, and Eisenhorn used his psychic power to see into the past of this feather. After recalling it, Eisenhorn thought about the present again. He felt that if the news about the Primarch was true, then what Gilliman felt attracted to was probably a part of him in the warp, or a source of power, a soul projection or something. Maybe it's a part of you, just like the soul projection of ordinary people like us. Eisenhorn said, I hope I can help you, but you are overestimating us by asking us mortals this kind of question. Soul part of it. Gilliman muttered to himself thoughtfully. Eisenhorn's patience ran out. He looked around and asked, why don't you ask the Lord of Talon, who knows a lot? Because he's fighting down there. Gilliman said. Well, since he's fighting in such a fierce war down there, then I, a non-military person, must find a way to help him and others on the ground from somewhere else. What do you think? Eisenhorn asked. He beat around the bush, but the Primarch could still instantly realize what Eisenhorn wanted to say. Gilliman could even interpret that Eisenhorn's words were about 4% sarcastic. If the number of those bloodthirsty demons was not so large that I could not cause any trouble to Lord Talon, I would have gone down long ago. Gilliman looked helpless. Eisenhorn had just checked the situation on the surface, and he agreed. This is the Eye of Terror, not the normal real universe. It would be very difficult for the great demon to pass through the veil and enter the real universe to kill everyone, but it would be easy to enter the Eye of Terror. In essence, the plan to attack the Eye of Terror was too bold. After thinking for a while, Eisenhorn asked, do you have any more questions about psychers? No more. Gilliman shook his head. Actually, if it's about psychers, you don't need to ask anyone. Eisenhorn suddenly said, because you are also a psycher. Gilliman's pupils dilated, and he gradually became less friendly. Even if you are not a psychic, you have psychic talent. After all, if there is no psychic power at all, how can the Emperor's sword ignite the flame? Eisenhorn speculated. Gilliman pondered for a moment, then smiled at Eisenhorn. Whenever he heard Chinemo complain about the Inquisition, Gilliman would think that he still liked the Inquisitors. The reason was not that he could agree with what the Inquisitors did, but that the Inquisitors were particularly bold in thinking and guessing. An Inquisitor either becomes radical, or is already radical but still pretends to be conservative, or is radical to the point where he can't be more radical. Eisenhorn is a radical among radicals. He not only dares to think, but also dares to speak when he has absolute trust in the listener. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you for your understanding. I have to go back to the interrogation room. Eisenhorn saluted respectfully, then turned and left. Gilliman lowered his head, picked up the quill, put it in his mouth, sipped it, and then wrote quickly, and said without raising his head, you don't have to think about interrogating the prisoner, because I guess he has committed suicide now. Eisenhorn thought the Primarch was joking. He had known the little humor of the 13th Primarch for a long time, and they could even joke with each other occasionally. But when the Inquisitor pushed open the door of the archive, he saw several Tyrone Navy crew members using a stand to carry the shattered limbs on the ground. Judging from their clothes, it was the veteran, and his cause of death was from the inside out, not caused by external forces. How did you guess it? Eisenhorn asked in surprise. I didn't guess it. Gilliman shook his head. I just had a feeling that he was dead, so I said it casually. Chapter 820. The facts prove it. Although it was the first time for Lion to be a war master, he would never fail at the critical moment, provided that his wish had been fulfilled. Lion thought that Gilliman should not run down to help Qin Mo with an emperor's sword, and he was absolutely right. Because the battle on the ground had reached an extreme point. The 72nd one. When the bloodthirsty demon rushed forward, Qin Mo raised his hand and chopped off the bloodthirsty demon's head with a sword. This attack that did not pay attention to defense at all also caused his armor to be chopped by the bloodthirsty demon's axe. The neck guard structure at the neck of the armor has cracks. It's not that the people of the Talon Star region are not firm in their faith, but that the neck guard has been ravaged and can no longer support itself. Every time Qin Mo kills a big demon, he complains about why these damn corn lackeys like to chop heads so much. As the 5 corpses of the bloodthirsty demons kneel on the ground, the unreal power that constitutes them is gradually crushed and absorbed, and Qin Mo feels excited and comfortable at this moment. The fatigue from the previous battle is completely dissipated at this moment, and the energy that could not be absorbed in the Eye of Terror is also restored. After repelling the numerous demons with an impact that tore a mountain off Bloom, Qin Mo stepped on the giant rock that was tumbling upwards due to the impact and observed the battle situation. The battle inside the Skull Fortress was still the same, and the two sides engaged in a tug-of-war inside the fortress. The guards, scholars, and other Thunder Warriors who followed down were already far away from their leader, but fortunately Qin Mo had already smashed the front wall of the Skull Fortress, allowing these people to directly kill into the Skull Fortress and occupy half of the territory, instead of being bombed stupidly outside the wall. After taking a look at the situation of his own people, Qin Mo focused his attention on the current situation he was facing. The Endless Demon Army. The bloodthirsty demon-level demons were mixed in this demon army. From a visual perspective, it looked like a bunch of super soldiers mixed in with cannon fodder, but to be honest, even Qin Mo himself had to admit that these big demons were really not weak. It's just that the gap between them was too big. The strongest fighting force of the human side was surrounded in this way, and Ryan's most worried thing still happened, that is, although Qin Mo's going down to fight can greatly advance the progress of the war, the enemy may have a way to entangle him. Fortunately, the fleet has the Emperor in charge. The 3 Emperor's wills, the Trinity, have been in charge until now without any problems. They are very powerful. With such a sigh in his heart, Qin Mo raised his head and looked up at the outline of the flagship, with a smile on his face. Ah! A continuous roar shook Qin Mo's ears, and before he could react, something suddenly fell from the sky and smashed him into the demon army. Many bloodthirsty demons fought their way out of the bloodletting ghosts, all unwilling to give up this good opportunity, but when they began to besiege, a flame shot up into the sky, followed by a shock wave that tore the ground within hundreds of kilometers, and sent it into the sky. The surroundings were cleared, but some bloodthirsty demons remained motionless with only their physical strength. After the impact dissipated, they rushed forward and chopped at Qin Mo's neck. Qin Mo could only use his scepter and chainsaw sword to block continuously. After seeing the right opportunity, he pierced the throat of a demon with a sword and absorbed it into his body as a tonic. But the sword he stabbed out directly to kill a demon instantly also caused him to be attacked before he could stop. Among the many demons nearby, one of them rushed forward and blasted Qin Mo dozens of meters away with an axe. They are all big demons. Why is there such a big difference? Qin Mo wiped the dust from his eyes, muttered to himself, and raised his hand to the big demon that knocked him away without making any noise. The big demon tried to pursue the victory, but the lightning that rushed randomly trapped it in place, and then the lava that gushed out from the ground almost completely wrapped it up. However, this series of attacks did not end the big demon's fighting career. This demon, who Qin Mo could not name and looked like an ordinary person, attacked again with its body charred and wrapped in lava. After beheading another big demon, Qin Mo waved his scepter, and the lightning from the sky blasted a huge pit with a diameter of 44 kilometers at the location of the big demon wrapped in lava, which completely wiped it out. And under the coverage of the lightning that blasted out the huge pit, countless bloodletting vampires and dozens of bloodthirsty demons were turned into dust. The demon army did not give Qin Mo any breathing space. They rushed in like a flood, surrounded and swept. As servants of corn, they showed their courage. Even though they knew that they might be turned into nutrients if they were affected by lightning, fire or swords, they were not afraid at all. The first one died, and the next one took over, and the meat grinder-like hunting continued. While parrying back and forth, Qin Imo thought that if this was Jianqi's demon army, it would have been killed by him long ago. At this moment, no one could even come to help Qin Imo, because anyone who dared to set foot here would be injured by the roars of the demons in the hunt. Ah! The familiar roar filled Qin Mo's ears again. He learned a lesson from his failure. This time he dodged, but saw that the red figure that rushed towards him for the second time also dodged, changing from a direct attack to a jump slash. There was a tremor with a bang. The scepter and the axe met, and sparks and blood rushed out from the close contact. Qin Mo's armor was splashed with blood, but the red figure was only sprayed with sparks. He subconsciously dodged the thing coming out of the scepter, and after realizing that it was just sparks, he turned around and roared. The demon who was fighting with Qin Imo was the demon who fell from the sky and threw him into the group of demons just now. It was Skarbrand, the great demon under Korn. Skarbrand's roar even shattered the radio on Qin Mo's helmet. The tinnitus caused by it made Qin Imo angrily withdraw his scepter, then he swung it back and hit the chin, smashing the second half of Skarbrand's roar back with one stick, and his body was also knocked out more than 10 meters away, smashing a group of bloodletters. Lightning opened a path among the demons. Qin Imo jumped up, fell from the sky, and slashed Skarbrand's neck with a sword, intending to completely wipe out this Korn demon. Skarbrand had experienced many battles, and at this time he was at home, so he quickly stood up and swung an axe back. The two sides fought hand to hand again, and sparks and blood splashed from the place where the weapons collided. Who? The great demon of Korn panted heavily twice, and then burst into a more terrifying and powerful roar, which even shocked back the other demons, who were about to intervene in the fight between the two. And Qin Imo roared at Skarbrand's open, smelly mouth. The human demons roared at each other. Qin Mo's saliva stuck between his open teeth, his eyes wide open, and he swung his scepter and chainsaw sword together, smashing and slashing. Skarbrand blocked and chopped continuously. The two sides fought hand-to-hand several times, and the collision between the weapons caused the bloodletters within hundreds of meters to explode into blood mist. Qin Imo suddenly realized that this Skarbrand was much stronger than before. Chapter 821. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Skarbrand suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Mo's impression of this bloodthirsty demon was that he was ruthless and didn't talk much, but at this time, Skarbrand burst into laughter. This shows that Skarbrand is not only more powerful than usual, but also has its intelligence improved to the point where it can communicate with psychic muggles verbally. The big demon suddenly raised his weapon, his eyes wide open. Just by using his movements and eyes, he made the nearby demon army retreat several steps and make a large open space. You bastard, you think you are invincible just because you killed some servants of the dark gods? Maybe you are, for demons like us. Skarbrand's hands were hanging down, holding the strange axe that was dripping blood and wailing, and his strong demon body was pacing to the left, his eyes always staring fiercely at Qin Imo. But you are still no threat to the gods. You are not even qualified to participate in the great game. Qin Imo stood there with a scepter and a chainsaw sword in his hand, glaring at Skarbrand, and scanning the surroundings with the corner of his eyes, looking for the weak points of the demon army. And he was listening to what Skarbrand said. The so-called great game is an endless war between the gods. To put it bluntly, it is the internal fighting between Korn and Sinch. Just like now, the internal fighting has reached the point where they help each other's enemies in the warp. Do you think you are on the chessboard, No, you are just a chess piece like us, but you are a damn stinky chess piece with no one behind you. A self-aware stinky chess piece. This is you. Skarbrand stopped, paused, and then paced to the right. Every time a word came out of his mouth, his upper body would shake. Do you think you, a demon butcher, are incredibly strong? Caldo Diego did so many things in the high heaven, all of which were meaningless, all meaningless. What do you think killing a few demons will do? Do you think you are a tough guy, The bloodthirsty demon didn't seem to want to say these words that sounded like they were used to disrupt his will, so he looked anxious and crazy. He kept shaking his body while speaking, making a protest movement that seemed to pounce forward, breathing heavily, and baring his teeth. Shut your stinky mouth. Qin Imo pointed his sword at Skarbrand. Kaldor is invincible in the subspace with his psychic power. Those he destroyed and killed will be resurrected, but I am different. The demons I killed can be reshaped, but the reshaped ones are not the original ones. Part of your master's power is lost forever. I wiped it out completely, even though the power I wiped out may be very rare and weak. I have made 2 gods be marked with memorable marks. What qualifications do you, a lackey, have to judge me? Chi Nemo put down his sword and stared at Skarbrand. Skarbrand looked away impatiently, then put his eyes back, breathing heavily, rubbing anxiously and frantically. You cowardly lackey, challenged your master and got scared, a coward who swung his sword at the weaker one. What I despise most is a coward like you who dares not swing his sword at the strong, but only vents his anger and hatred on the weak. While speaking passionately, Chi Nemo raised his sword and struck his breastplate vigorously, then pointed the sword at Skarbrand again, and then the sword tip was inserted vertically into the ground again, like an inverted thumb. The best of the best. Chi Nemo shouted again. Skarbrand did become more tactically minded after receiving the new blessing. In short, smarter. It tried to provoke the demon butcher so that he would be speechless in front of all the demons. But think about it carefully. Skarbrand suddenly felt that when Chi Nemo was drawn into the warp, he rushed into the Dark Prince's magic domain, and then into Nurgle's magic domain, as if he was looking for death. Although he was a brave but foolish guy who only wanted to die and do something big before he died before finding a way out, his courage to swing a knife against the strong in desperation seemed to be a little bit enviable, maybe. What was he thinking at that time? With such doubts in his heart, Skarbrand lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then decided to give up thinking, roared and jumped up. The two sides fought again. All the sacrifices in the whole battle, the blood shed by the participating parties gathered together at this time, forming a circular fan far away from the Skull Fortress. The space is constantly changing. It has been changing since the Demon Army hunting war. Otherwise Chi Nemo would not have been able to cut all the way from the inside of the fortress to the outside of the fortress. Vampires and bloodthirsty demons were cheering. The weapon in Skarbrand's hand had changed. The souls of countless dead gathered in this weapon, and at the same time, they uttered tortured wails and unwilling hatred. No one could end this battle. No one could intervene in this battle. The illusion of the brass throne hung high above the blood arena. Every time Skarbrand and Chi Nemo fought, every time the weapons of both sides touched, the vibrations were enough to make the weak psychics in the Imperial world around the Eye of Terror explode and die. The teeth of the chainsaw sword roared, and the wronged souls in the blood axe roared. In the blood and sparks produced by the countless collisions between the two weapons in just a few seconds, all the wars in the universe from ancient times to the present were being performed in drops of splashing blood. Skarbrand was strengthened too much. It was like a gladiator carefully crafted by the blood god to satisfy his desire to watch a hearty fight. In the end, Chi Nemo's scepter was knocked away by the increasingly huge and furious blood axe. Skarbrand quickly adjusted his posture and swung the axe again. The axe blade easily cut through the breastplate of the power armor, leaving a deep bloody scar on it. Then the roar of the chainsaw sword sounded, and when the blood was left on Chi Nemo's chest, the chainsaw sword also pierced through Skarbrand's chest. Ah! A roar that sounded like pain and rage sounded. Chi Nemo let go of the hilt of the chainsaw sword, flew into the air, and grabbed Skarbrand's head with his free hands, and then the lightning and flames that gushed out at the same time blocked Skarbrand's remaining roar forever. It's useless for you to kill me. As long as my master is willing, it can divide its power into countless Skarbrands. Weak words came out of the big demon's mouth, and then a flame mixed with lightning came out. Chi Nemo pulled the big demon's head towards him, and said softly, "Then tell it to divide." Flames and lightning rushed in Skarbrand's body again, and the big demon's huge body trembled a few times, and then fell forward powerlessly. Before that, the unreal matter that constituted Skarbrand, something like a soul or essence, had been swallowed. Chi Nemo exerted force with both hands, and the body of the big demon was torn from the middle, and finally turned into scattered ashes. I really don't have enough power to make your master end up like this. But you can still kill as many of you lackeys as you want. Chi Nemo's passionate words were followed by a plain notice. He spread his arms, and the scepter and the chainsaw sword fell into his hands at the same time. The bloody fight was about to begin, and the winner was decided in the brief flaws of either side, and the demon army gathered again. Even if only 1/10 of these demons turned back to look at the battle in the Skull Fortress at this time and rushed over, they could slaughter the attacking ground forces until their morale collapsed, but they all yearned for a more intense battle. Chi Nemo looked at these demons, and suddenly understood why Guilliman always rushed to duel with the enemy. Because just like now, if the strongest did not go forward, even the champion warriors would not be enough for the enemy to chop. After thinking for a while, Chi Nemo raised his sword. You all have death to take, no need to rush. Chapter 822. The siege is still going on. The Lord of Talon is slaughtering demons one by one, and the army of mortals, Astartes and Thunder warriors has rushed into the fortress. The siege has now reached its most boring point, that is, fighting for areas in the fortress one by one, a simple war that can be expected to end quickly. This is the whole progress of the war. On the ground, the commander of the Calgar War, who personally led the Ultramarines to participate in the war, used the communication to report the progress of the war to the father of Jeans. Gilliman stood in front of the porthole of the private bedroom and listened to Calgar's report in silence. Then Gilliman picked up the Emperor's sword and put on the helmet of the armor of destiny. Give me 20 Terminator combat teams, both the daughter and the mother regiments. Father. Lien is right. It is difficult for me to get involved in the battle below, but it is better for me to go down and help him than to do nothing. Gilliman raised the Emperor's sword. At least I can cut a path. Hearing the he from the mouth of the father of Jeans, Calgar instantly realized this he. The one who was surrounded by the demon army. Gilliman was able to chat with Eisenhorn calmly just now, but that was because he had never expected that the battle on the ground would gradually escalate to what it is now. If Calgar hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't even know that there were a bunch of demons besieging a person. But, Calgar persuaded, there are signs that the enemy is performing a strange ritual again, many rituals. In case the fleet is attacked, only you can help the War Master defend the fleet. This sentence calmed Gilliman down. But he thought again, the Emperor was guarding the rear. There shouldn't be any problem. A Talon guard named Yon is organizing the Solus to fight against the demons. Excuse me, but even the weakest Solus among them has more advantages than any of us when fighting against demons, Calgar added. Gilliman thought about it, and agreed with Calgar's opinion. Send the elite to cover those Solus, the elite of the first company of the Mother Regiment, and the Daughter Regiment. As you command. The communication ended. Gilliman forced himself to calm down, and looked out the porthole. However, unlike before, he did not cast his deep gaze towards Broom, a relatively normal planet that was rare in the Eye of Terror, but cast his gaze far away, to the deepest part of the Eye of Terror. Eager. Angry. This was Gilliman's current emotion, but if he felt it carefully, he would find that he could still feel a kind of attraction. A kind of attraction that has continued since entering the Eye of Terror. Gilliman recalled that when he passed by the Eye of Terror on his way to Holy Terra to meet the Emperor, after visiting the Talon sector more than a century ago, he could feel something in the Eye of Terror calling him. Just like the feeling he felt in the war in the Eye of Terror now. He still didn't know what that thing was, but he could sense that it was the same existence. Gilliman also tried to sense what that thing was. He guessed it was his father, but Gilliman took the initiative to dispel this idea the second he had this thought. Gilliman could only feel the coldness from his father on the golden throne, but he was not close at all. That thing was very, very close to him on the sensory level, just like the closeness of brothers and sisters, just like the closeness between the body and the soul. When he was in the Eye of Terror, Gilliman could feel the existence of that thing every moment, just like now, but he didn't know why he resisted exploring and thinking about that thing from the bottom of his heart. This feeling is strange. Gilliman, standing in front of the porthole, sensed and resisted at the same time, and recalled a conversation between the two before Chin Mo went down to fight in person. The conversation before Chin Mo went down to join the battle. I feel like it's like my adoptive mother, Lady Yuden, waved to me in the Eye of Terror, calling my name. Luo Bao, Luo Bao, Luo Bao. But I know very well that thing is not my adoptive mother. It's just close to me on the sensory level. Let me give you an analogy. Close. But I resist that thing from the bottom of my heart. During the conversation at that time, Gilliman said this to his best friend. I think the thing might be your essence, the essence of the warp. Chin Mo's response was as simple and direct as usual. He said what he guessed. Warp essence? I am a human being. To be more precise, I am a creation of genetic science and technology. I can walk in the real universe without rituals and sacrifices. How can I be a warp creature? Gilliman argued like this. Chin Mo's reaction was intriguing. After careful thinking and a long silence, Chin Mo said only one sentence. I respect your choice. The memory of that conversation ended here. Gilliman looked into the depths of the Eye of Terror, suppressing the feeling of closeness. If there is any way for me to improve the current war situation, I will not hesitate, not hesitate. Absolutely. Gilliman thought so. He still stood by the porthole, still looking at the battlefield below. Orders from Lion were conveyed to the ground troops one by one, and Gilliman could even hear the shouts from the bridge. But gradually, everything froze. Gilliman entered a state similar to meditation. He could better feel his emotions and everything around him. If someone entered the room at this time, he would be surprised to find that the Primarch's room was freezing rapidly. Abominable witchcraft. Just a ritual performed with vicious psychic power is enough to instantly take the lives of thousands of soldiers and reverse the course of a war. The wizards have become the key to victory in this war. Gilliman looked at Bloom. His eyes seemed to be able to see the evil rituals being carried out in the Skull Fortress on the surface of the planet. He could even see where the demon army came from. They were summoned from the summoning rituals being carried out by a noble, who was good at performing rituals. Stop all the rituals on the planet. I've had enough. Gilliman thought so and ordered so. No one accepted his order, and the Astartes were not in the room. But as Gilliman spoke this order, something strange happened on Broom. The flagship's constantly operating detectors monitored Broom's various information and showed that a storm suddenly gathered in the southern hemisphere of the planet. The howling wind swept across the entire land plate, and the call of psychic energy became chaotic. All psychics in the ground forces of both sides felt uncomfortable. The auspicious instrument was beeping, and the results were extremely chaotic. The most simple directional instrument was working normally at this time, inside the Eye of Terror. Chapter 823. Pull all the Solus out of the battle sequence. I don't care what the friendly forces say. I have the right to command the Solus soldiers in the Talon sector. At the entrance of the Skull Fortress, Yao-En roared and dispatched his own armed forces. Every guard can be allowed to have command authority, and the highest level of command authority can even exceed that of the commander of an army corps or the captain of a warship. But among all the guards, only Yao-En has his own standing military force, which is the Solus Corps that accompanied him in the Battle of Cadia several centuries ago. Although the source of soldiers in this Solus Corps has changed and retired and re-enlisted several times, the corps number has always been retained, just like Yao-En's command is unbreakable. But as a guard, Yao-En still has to polish his words, not to prove whether the command belongs to him, but to make the military communication personnel convey the order as soon as possible, so that the Solus Corps soldiers, who are fighting in various places in the Skull Fortress, can withdraw from the battle and regroup into a whole corps. After the corps is assembled, Yao-En will mobilize a large number of weapons, equipment, vehicles, ammunition, etc. that belong exclusively to the Solus Corps. But the premise is that he can assemble the corps in time. But Mr. Guard, your Solus soldiers are supporting friendly forces everywhere on the battlefield, using their talents to help friendly forces fight those demons. If they are withdrawn and reassembled, what will happen to the friendly forces? This question made Yao-En stop his anxious pacing. He stopped and looked around. The powerful modified artificial eyes of the guards allowed Yao-En to see very far away. The Skull Fortress was full of battlefields. Inside this huge military project, the walls, tunnels, water pipelines, and even the holes stolen by unknown rat-like creatures became battlefields. It was far more intense than the battle for Tianwei I in the Battle of Cartier. Every victory report transmitted into the command and communication system, even if it was only a 10-meter area, was gained by the sacrifice of thousands of people. Mortals died like ants, and Astartes died like mortals. The famous new Thunder Warrior died like Astartes in this fierce war. Look up at the 8 o'clock direction. Yao-En responded after a moment of silence. The Lord of Talon is fighting the demons there. He can blow a big hole in the wall of this fortress with just a raise of his hand. Whether we are Talonians or friendly forces, we have to thank him for being able to enter the fortress, otherwise we would still be hit by shells under the wall. I have to help him out. If something happens to him. No, if he is restrained, like now, it will be the biggest danger to us and our friendly forces. Yao-En's words were transmitted to the other side. Then the people in the communication department silently conveyed orders to Yao-En, mobilizing the communication technology based on real matter or psychic energy and black stone technology. The person on the other side of the communication channel was not an ordinary switchboard. There had never been a switchboard profession. The fact that he could raise questions in accordance with the procedures to Yao-En, a guard, was enough to prove that he was of high status. He was the commander of several corps. However, in a war of this level, such a commander was just a runner in the command vehicle. The order was conveyed. The Solus people came one after another. But just as Yao-En was about to preach to his soldiers that these people who were born with talents had to do a great thing, that is, to save the leader they were born to be loyal to, a gust of wind came and interrupted his speech. The speech was interrupted. If it was a pure shouting conversation, it would be normal, but Yao-En was preaching to his subordinates, using a communication device. The reliable communication method based on Blackstone application technology, and a little bit of psychic technology that worked very well in the Eye of Terror, was completely ineffective at this time. What the hell? Yao-En turned around. In front of him, outside the entrance and exit of the Skull Fortress, an overwhelming storm was sweeping in. That was the storm. The wind was as terrifying as the wrath of the blood god's servants, colliding with unstoppable power. Although it was just a storm, the battle was not small. Yao An had only seen such a scene sweeping in from the surface of the planet, when the Iron Man's Nanobi colony ate half of the planet's resources for reproduction and expansion. The rain has stopped. Yao An was stunned and bewildered. He raised his hand gently, and no more blood dripped from the sky. Although there was no sign that the continuous blood rain in the Skull Fortress had anything to do with the storm, Yao An's intuition told him that it was related. The storm continued to approach. The fleet outside the orbit saw the storm sweeping across the planet like a prairie fire. As the storm got closer, people on the ground could see its full picture more clearly. The howling wind was filled with anger and hatred. The turbulent storm was filled with dense lightning. There was a touch of blue in all of this. Ezekiel, who was leading the first company of the Dark Angels, also witnessed the storm. He looked at the storm in astonishment, wondering why it came. Searching his entire brain, Ezekiel could only remember a meeting with the regent of the Empire. If Ezekiel was asked to use certain words to describe his feelings about Gilliman on a psychic level, he would say that he felt that Gilliman was a storm. As the storm got closer, psychics like Ezekiel felt the pain deep into their bones. Yao En and the soulless people who had just gathered also felt the pain. It was just that one was the pain on the spiritual level, and the other was the pain on the physical level. Pain is not necessarily a bad thing. At least the slaves of the Dark Gods in the Skull Fortress also felt the pain with them. Typhons, who was using the Book of Plague and preparing the sacrificial materials, suddenly knelt on the ground. The brains of the nobles on Drakasi, who were good at using rituals, exploded. Everything that was originally chaotic and disordered outside the range of the Black Stone has now become traceable. The primary and secondary relationships of events have been sorted out, and physical rules have appeared in places that the Black Stone cannot cover. Even though it is still very simple, it does exist in the form of physical rules of the real universe. On Qin Mo's side, he suddenly found that those big demons and bloodletters could not move as fast as before. The bloodthirsty demons felt the burden of their huge bodies, and could no longer grow like tanks, but they moved faster than fighter planes. Qin Mo stepped on the piles of corpses, and looked up at the fleet outside the orbit that kept setting off fireworks in the sky of bloom. It seems that even if the Emperor is a collection of 3 fragile wills, he is also a super psychic boss. He can not only sit in the fleet, but also divide some psychic power to help. He really lives up to expectations. Chapter 824. Inside the flagship. The Ultramarines think tank Tigurius entered the location of the Gene Father, and reported to him an urgent matter transmitted by psychic energy. The 4th company of the chapter, and the traitors of the Death Guard had a fierce battle for the wall section. They suffered heavy losses. The captain requested to retreat. Tigurius came to report to the Gene Father instead of looking for Ryan, because it would be faster if the Gene Father gave orders, even though his main responsibilities in the fleet were not to formulate strategies and tactics and issue orders, and make corresponding decisions about battles. Transfer the remaining personnel of the 4th company to the strategic node number 211. That is the defense node in the middle of the southern wall of the fortress. They will be needed there. Gilliman looked out the porthole, his back to Tigurius, and spoke in a very cold tone. It was not the coldness of anger or other emotions, but like. Tigurius thought for 2 seconds, and suddenly thought of the hateful intelligence used by the Talons. Although they and the Empire tacitly said that those intelligences were made with human brains, and were the product of the pinnacle of biological science and technology, they were obviously hateful intelligence. The think tank felt that the way Gene Father spoke now was like the hateful intelligence used by the Talons, cold and numb, without any emotion, only considering pure mathematical results and optimal strategies, and solving trolley problems more smoothly than the Emperor. There are only 12 people left in the 4th company. Tigurius spoke with difficulty, thinking that he had not made it clear to Gene Father 12 people even if there are only 2 people, they can be useful. Gilliman interrupted Tigurius, paused, and added, "As my subordinate, you should answer me and do what I ordered, instead of saying what you shouldn't say and doing what you shouldn't do here." Hearing this, Tigurius felt that there was something wrong with his ears. Or maybe he was crazy. Or maybe he had stayed in the room where the Lord of Humanity was using psychic energy for too long and entered the illusion created by psychic energy. Tigurius couldn't believe that this was what the father of Gene said. "You are not right." Tigurius looked around. The room was freezing. The Primarch was emitting psychic energy at this time, and the Emperor's sword in the room was burning almost like a lighthouse, floating strangely in the air. "Who gave you the role and responsibility to question me?" Gilliman turned his head and stared at his offspring. "Each of us must perform our duties, and play our roles, to achieve the best results, and your duties do not include questioning me. You do not have the qualifications and role to do so." Tigurius noticed that the Primarch's expression was not as cold as his tone. The anger in the Primarch's eyes, and the impatience and restlessness he inadvertently revealed made the think tank feel suffocated. "Yes, father." Tigurius saluted in fear. "Call me regent or Primarch, meaningless personal emotions are just shackles that bind us," Gilliman scolded. Just as Tigurius was about to leave, the broadcast in the corridor reached the room. The Martian Witch Titan and its crew have returned to the flagship for repairs. All teams in the 1123rd Engineering Department have assembled on the Titan deck to ensure that a series of work processes are completed within 10 minutes, so that the Titan can return to the battlefield. The crew of the Mars Witch has arrived. As long as this anti-psychic Titan and its most powerful soulless master in the Tyrone sector come to the fleet, they will bring pain to all those who have anything to do with psychic power in the fleet. And now, perhaps because the Mars Witch came back urgently for repairs, and is about to be put into battle again, the psychic black hole inhibitor has not taken effect, and the pain it brings is particularly strong at this time. Tigurius knelt on the ground in pain, and he saw that his genetic father was also feeling the pain. 10 minutes seemed as long as 10 centuries. Until the Mars Witch was directly transported from the ship to the surface, Tigurius felt like he was reborn. Let the remaining people of the fourth company withdraw quickly. Tigurius suddenly heard the father of Jean say. He noticed that the Primarch's expression now seemed to be awakened from a dream, and the familiar emotions in his eyes returned, the kind of humanity that all the descendants of the 13th Primarch saw in their father of Jeans compared to other Primarchs also returned at this time. "What happened to you just now?" Tigurius asked. Gilliman touched his head and recalled, "Looking back now, I feel that I was just dwelling on something, just like I have to figure it out when I encounter something I can't figure out." Tigurius wanted to ask more, but then he thought, who hasn't had strange things happen to them in the Eye of Terror? The librarian immediately left the Primarch's room and transmitted the Primarch's orders to the apprentices, who were fighting with the fourth company on the ground with psychic energy, and then the apprentices conveyed the orders to the fourth company. The survivors of the fourth company were already resting. This was Calgar's order. Calgar believed that the father of Jeans would definitely choose to let the fourth company withdraw, so he ordered it first. Tigurius did not tell Calgar about the first order of the father of Jeans, so as to prevent Calgar from thinking too much when he should not think too much. Thinking too much is a problem of every Ultramarines, and Tigurius is also aware of this. On the giant wall like a mountain, the first company of Ultramarines, which had fought a tug-of-war, had just won a small victory. They occupied one of the many defense nodes covered by the Void Shield. The Ultramarines Chapter Master Calgar was inspecting the situation at the defense node, and of course he brought along the commanders of the Mortal Legions, who were fighting with the Ultramarines. While everyone was resting at the defense node, a roar that broke the sound barrier came from the sky. Then a black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang, smashing bricks and stones, and stirring up dust that was blown away by the impact. Calgar stared over, and found that it was the Lord of Talon, who had been fighting far away before. "The demons have retreated. The scales of victory are tilting towards us." Chin Imo walked towards Calgar, and raised his hand. Some of the equipment on the defense nodes were decomposed into the smallest substances, and when they were gathered together, they looked like iron-colored running water. As the running water flowed through all the first company Ultramarines present, their weapons and equipment were all restored to a spotless state, the bullet marks and dust on the armor disappeared, and the empty magazines were filled. "I hope you can speed up and completely capture this wall," Chin Imo said to Calgar, then turned around and pointed to the final section of the wall in front. "The biggest skull is there. I need the end of this section of the wall as a springboard." Calgar nodded, turned around and raised his hand to all his subordinates, and then the Astartes who were still repairing gathered together, and followed their warband leader to the next battlefield immediately. Other companies of the Ultramarines were also gathering towards Calgar. "I wish you all the best." Chin Imo bit his leg slightly, then jumped up and jumped to the other side of the Skull Fortress. He has notified many Astartes companies and army corps in succession. The sudden storm affected many things. Even Chin Imo could not expect the sudden retreat of the demons. At this time, someone at the forefront of the battlefield had to stand up and change the tactics. Chapter 825. The storm on the planet suddenly dissipated. The Skull Fortress, which had been ravaged by the storm, also underwent a huge change. The brass that originally made up the fortress has now turned into soil, sand, and stone. The skull cannons that can fire skulls have completely misfired and turned into landform structures similar to skulls. As for the core of the Skull Fortress, the largest skull used as a building, it began to gradually collapse due to structural problems. The Skull Fortress is collapsing, but this is a long process. If you wait for it to collapse, then the attackers will have to wait. So even though the Skull Fortress had become seemingly fragile, the attacking side's artillery fire continued to fall on all places inside the fortress where there were enemies, or where enemies appeared. After a round of bombing, the ground forces quickly attacked and occupied, covering the engineering troops to build the Blackstone obelisk. There were no wonderful tactics or strategies, and Ryan's War Master talents could not be fully exerted. The location of the war restricted the formulation of tactics and strategies. In the Eye of Terror, the core of the war was no longer attack or defense, but the construction of the Blackstone obelisk. Qin Mo shuttled across the battlefield, specifically looking for the most intense places to intervene, while hunting down any enemy high-ranking officials he could find. Just like now. A sound barrier-breaking explosion in the sky reached the ground, and that was the sound of Qin Mo slowing down. Then the people of Cadia who were fiercely fighting with the Death Guard on the ground saw the reinforcements falling from the sky. The Lord of Tyrone smashed directly into the Plague Warriors, like a cannonball, and at the same time changed the nature of the air to block the pus splashed out by the Plague Warriors. The terrifying flame swept through the army of Plague Warriors, and then the Cadian assault soldiers, and the Astartes of the Dark Angels, who were fighting hard in the trenches came out, and celebrated their victory amid the loud cheers of mortals. Qin Mo didn't know which regiment of the Cadian assault army he was helping, but he found that Creed's deputy Kyle was commanding the battle on this battlefield. They built and protected the Blackstone obelisk, and resisted waves of plague zombies and plague warriors. Lord Tyrone. Kyle, covered in dust, got up from the ground and looked at the helper who came from the sky in astonishment. I thought you had to fight with those demons for a while. The demons have left. Qin Mo repeated what he had said to Calgar before, and then looked at the military rank on Kyle's shoulder. You have been promoted to general? Kane touched the back of his head and smiled, without saying much about his own affairs. Qin Mo only remembered that this guy was the deputy of Lord Creed, and he shouted orders for Creed every day. Qin Mo was convinced by Creed's ability to select people. Kyle had a long neck and a larger chest than an average person. When he shouted, his voice was so loud that he could be used as a loudspeaker. Creed's short neck was really inferior to Kyle in terms of shouting. By the way, Kyle suddenly remembered something and patted his head. I found that the Plague Warriors were retreating. They had much more people before, but they retreated. I saw it. Qin Mo nodded. Of course, he saw it more clearly than Kyle. Not only the Death Guard, the Black Legion, those Drakasi, but also some new human armies, they are all gradually withdrawing. Hearing this news, Kyle was ecstatic. Not only the Death Guard was retreating, but other hostile forces were also retreating, which meant that the war had entered a period of inertia. That is, the entire war had ended in fact, but it was still being fought, just because of the inertia of the war itself. We have dealt a heavy blow to the enemies of humanity on this planet. Qin Mo looked around. Brum has become the burial place of most of the enemies of humanity. This is not only the glory and martial arts achievements of all of us who participated in the war, but also the proof that a great idea can be realized. This idea is that we can repair the damage caused by the subspace to the real universe and drive out the enemies of humanity forever. As soon as the words fell, cheers rang out. Qin Mo's words were not very exciting, but in the eyes of ordinary mortals, it was indeed an honor to be recognized and appreciated by such a person for his efforts in this war. When the Blackstone obelisks cover the entire planet, we will meet again at the celebration banquet. Qin Mo waved to everyone, then jumped up, and instantly crossed most of the land plate to reach the next area. Qin Mo shuttled back and forth between thousands of war zones in the Skull Fortress, destroying the enemy, supporting friendly forces, hunting down exposed Chaos Lords and their adjutants, and comforting the troops after the war. In the fierce battle zone, Qin Mo ended the battle and raised his hand to repair everyone's weapons and equipment in an instant. Every soldier can get a laser rifle or carapace that can never be destroyed. These weapons and equipment have become treasures passed down for thousands of years in many military families. Qin Mo personally covered the deployment of more Blackstone obelisks and expressed gratitude for the hard work of the engineering troops and other non-frontline combatants. Qin Mo did a lot. The only thing that made Lord Tyrone feel that he had hit a wall was that the Chaos Lords, Chaos Lieutenants, and those fools who were exposed to the intelligence system of the main fleet that he went to hunt had all died before they received the due judgment. Those corpses had only one thing in common. The first thing in common was that their deaths were extremely horrific. The second thing in common was that their corpses were all pierced with black feathers. It seemed that in order to attract Qin Mo to find the initiator, who had hunted down many powerful enemies before him, the number of feathers he found would increase each time. Bang! The roar resounded throughout the sky in the southern part of the fortress. Then a person broke away from the sonic boom cloud and gradually slowed down, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Gravel flew and dust filled the air. Qin Emo slowly stood up in the dust and smashed the scepter in his hand to the ground. The shock wave dispersed the gravel and dust flying into the sky, allowing Qin Emo to see the situation nearby. This is not a battlefield. There are no friendly troops here. Qin Emo does not need to help solve the battle or comfort the soldiers. But this place was obviously a battlefield before. There are not many corpses lying here, but they are definitely elite. Veterans of the Eternal War, Death Shrouds, Typhon's adjutant team. And there is another feature here, that is, there are black feathers everywhere, and the number of feathers is much more than what Qin Emo found before. Quack, quack, quack. A crow attracted Qin Mo's attention. When he looked over, he found it was just a crow and looked away. Suddenly, he found something in front of him. It was a monster with black feathers all over its body and huge wings, which looked like a demon. At the feet of this demon, there was a head that it had taken away. The mouth of the head opened and closed, speaking on behalf of the person who took off the head, Demon Butcher, Liberator. This is the first time we meet. Hearing this, Qin Emo took a look at the devil-like monster in front of him, then realized something, put down the scepter and chainsaw sword that had been raised, and breathed a sigh of relief. Korix. Qin Emo called the name softly. His eyes moved down to Korix's folded wings, and raised his hand to give Korix something. The gift that the Lord of Tyrone gave to the real Korix was a pile of black feathers, which he collected on the way here. If you plucked out a part of your wings because you used feathers to lure me here, then I will return the feathers to you now, and you can put them back when you go back. Chapter 826. Ha, ha, ha. The head controlled by Korix to speak for it uttered a dry, vicissitudes, emotionless and cold laugh. That was the sound made by a corpse, and it sounded lifeless. Ha, ha. Interesting. The mouth of the head continued to make sounds. Qin Emo turned his eyes to the side, and then turned back to Korix. He felt that Korix could have stopped flattering him like this. He really couldn't help but complain about Korix's feathers, instead of saying a humorous remark to liven up the atmosphere. However, what Qin Emo didn't know was that Korix really thought his words were very interesting. Because this true lord of the Raven Guard had not come into contact with normal humans for a long, long time. Of course, he himself was no longer normal. Many of the habits and feelings when he was Korix were gone. He accepted his subspace nature, and became a real subspace creature. You remind me of Robot. Qin Emo didn't know whether Korix was not good at controlling a head to speak for himself, or because Korix no longer had human thinking, and no longer communicated in human language patterns, so he was very unfamiliar. In short, Korix spoke intermittently, sometimes fluently, and sometimes stuck. Robot is a man with a sense of humor. But only a sense of humor. If he were here, Korix controlled the human head and looked around, looking very strange. He can't use his little sense of humor among so many miserable corpses. Hearing this, Qin Emo nodded. Korix continued to talk, talking about the means he used to turn the people lying on the ground into corpses. Mentioned that he failed to catch up with Typhons. Mentioned the process of the subspace creature holding the hammer running away. Qin Emo was caught off guard by all this. He racked his brains, but never expected that Typhons and Vashtor and the others had already run away. This is not scientific at all. The war is still continuing due to inertia. During the defense of Tyrone, the Necromancer dynasty, which abused time technology, opened a psychic hole in the middle of the star zone. Even in that case, when the defense war was in the later stage, Huron would not be able to withdraw immediately due to the inertia of the war. But Typhons and Vashtor ran so fast. But on second thought, fighting against the enemy of humanity in the Eye of Terror is a difficult task in itself. Not to mention that Typhons ran away, it would not be surprising if the four gods gave him Martian soldiers to let them continue to drag on in bloom. Thank you. Qin Emo thanked Korix. My goal is to kill as many Plague Warriors, Death Shrouds, and Eternal War veterans of the Black Legion as possible to reduce the resistance of the expedition. Korix controlled the head in his hand to shake slowly. Although the Eternal War veterans and Death Shrouds are the elite of the elite, they always refresh regularly like the soldiers in the VR game you played with Robot. But I know very well that they are not really refreshed regularly. It is really not easy to replace one death. Typhons has died once, but Nurgle still resurrected him, just like the ship of Theseus. Although I can really kill a demon, I have also seen demons that were resurrected twice. I know that these sinful villains are part of the gods. They can create them at will if they want, so it doesn't matter. Typhons is not dead. While Chin Mo was talking, Korix recalled. He suddenly remembered that a long time ago, he and the man named Robud Gilliman played a strategy VR game together. He won. It was hard for Korix not to wonder why Chin Mo knew such a private matter. You. Korix condensed all his questions into one question. Why are you not surprised to see me, as if you knew I would find you? Chin Mo shook his head. He felt that he was not surprised because he had been surprised before. When he heard the Emperor say that Korix, the real Korix, not the clone Korix, was using guerrilla warfare to help humans on Bloom, Chin Mo was already surprised. The child has no mother. It's a long story. Chin Mo shook his head and asked, then how did you think of using this method to communicate with me? Have you become strange after accepting your own nature, and can no longer use human communication methods? Korix didn't explain too much, it just answered the first half of the sentence. Because I followed you for 2 days. When you showed your great and glorious image in front of various people, I kept communicating with you using psychic energy. Using psychic energy to communicate with me, smart. Chin Mo seemed to be sarcastic, but in fact, he heard a message from Korix's words. That is, Korix was not monitoring him, or he was being watched by Korix before entering the Eye of Terror. It can be seen that Korix suddenly appeared on Bloom just to help in this expedition. You haven't answered me. Korix stood still like a statue. Why do you know so much? Chin Mo didn't answer immediately, but threw the scepter and chains word into the dimension. Since Blackstone was being deployed in large numbers in the remains of the Skull Fortress, he could open the dimensional space again. After putting away the weapon to show that he had no hostility, Chin Mo extended his hand and invited Korix. Come back, go to Robud's flagship, we can take a bath and chat together, and then I will tell you everything you are confused about, no matter what you ask me. Take a bath. The head controlled by Korix turned and looked at Korix, as if it was not a dead thing, but a living human head. Then the head said, do you think this damn dirty demon bastard, whose body is not much smaller than the Dreadnought, can still take a bath? Yes, because I am not as big as your Primarch, which means I can save the space of a Primarch. Not to mention you and us, even if you add your War Master brother named Ryan, it is more than enough. Chin Mo nodded. Lionel Johnson, he became the War Master? The ferocious eyes on Korix's face were full of doubts. How could it be? Well, Chin Mo took a deep breath. A nervous but polite smile appeared on his face, shrugged, exhaled, and began to explain. We played a game, and the punishment was that the loser would get something he hated the most. Lion lost the game in less than a minute, and then he said that the thing he hated the most was a position called War Master, and then, as you can see. Chapter 827. Korix was very calm about Chin Mo's joke. He was too lazy to even show his perfunctory attitude at the beginning. This was Chin Mo's perspective. But from Korix's perspective, he didn't think there was anything good about this joke, and he didn't care. However, he really wanted to listen to the person in front of him continue to talk, because this involved one of his purposes for coming here. That was to find out what the difference was between the Liberator, the Star Zone Lord, and the great man mentioned by those soldiers and his father. Will this person be nicer to humans before they face the end of destruction? Just like on the Salvation Star, whenever a worker is about to die and is dying, other workers will gather to comfort the family of the dying person, and take out the food they have saved so that the deceased can eat more before dying. If Chin Mo knew what Korix was thinking at this time, he would be very surprised and immediately give up the test. He was also testing whether Korix still remembered the past, and whether Korix, as he showed by what he did, really retained a trace of humanity after accepting the nature of the subspace, even if it was just the enemy of the oppressor in the mouth of Sakono. Because this means that Korix still has hope to stand on the side of humans, and contribute his powerful strength. This conversation, which looks like a casual chat, is actually a fight at the psychological reconnaissance level, full of temptations. Chin Mo cannot help but try, because he does not know what the current situation of Korix is. This is Chin Mo's thoughts and motivations at this moment. Looking back at Korix, his motivation for testing Chin Mo is, I don't know what the motivation is. Korix has even analyzed his own psychology. He feels that his help to the Golden Expedition fleet, his help and concern for humanity, all stem from the inertia of his habits before he completely liberated his essence. Just like a walking corpse, it survived from hell, crawled out of the grave, and continued to exist according to its habits before death. This walking corpse fought for humanity before death, so he will habitually continue his duties. The reason why Korix knows himself so clearly is because he knows that he is no longer human, and can never become human again. If he does not communicate with the human head in his hand in a way similar to speaking, and does not recall the language in the ancient memory while recalling the way of speaking, he will not be able to say even a word to the person in front of him. He has completely changed. Don't show off your humanity to me anymore. After a long silence, Korix suddenly spoke. Then came a question. It's really surprising that someone as humane as you can work with my father. Just like my clone of Korix said, you actually worked with my creator, you actually compromised with the Empire. From your perspective, it's incredible. You are actually helping the Empire. I thought people like you would eventually become traitors in the eyes of the Supreme Lord. Listening to Korix's question, Chi Nemo pondered for a while, and then remembered something. The second major expansion of the Talon sector, which was when the Talon Gate Defense Circle was established. At that time, the sector made a deal with the Empire. The sector helped the Empire to quell a rebellion in a galaxy, and then the Ministry of Internal Affairs sealed the galaxy to the sector and provided legal support in subsequent work, as long as that remote damn galaxy would not cause trouble for people again. The galaxy was occupied by the rebels, who believed in Slaanesh. The leader of the rebels was a planetary governor named the Benevolent Emperor. He decided to rebel because the Empire collected tithes on his planet, and the people were living in misery. What is outrageous is that the rebellion process was that the governor of this planet initiated the call, and then the entire galaxy followed suit. During the rebellion, he gradually believed in Slaanesh. The people of this governor always had a smile on their faces. They laughed while mining, laughed while making weapons, laughed while going to the battlefield, laughed while dying under the artillery fire of the Astra Militarum, or laughed while killing the last Astra Militarum on the battlefield. As for why this happened, the Andrada guards, who were responsible for handling all this afterwards, came to a conclusion after investigation that the governor of this planet valued and cared for his people so much that it became an obsession and desire, and was eventually corrupted by this overly strong emotion. This is the ending of a good ruler. The reason why Chi Nemo thought of this old story is that he believes that Korix's curiosity comes from the fact that he is a humane Star Zone Lord and has not rebelled against the Empire. I am not working with your father to save the human empire. Chi Nemo responded to Korix, never. Korix was silent. Chi Nemo spread his hands and continued. If the current situation of the human empire is described in a metaphorical way, it is a dead giant rolling downhill due to inertia. Every hyena and lion that passes by will be bitten hard. However, because this giant is so huge and rolls so fast, no predator can finish eating it. It may even be crushed to death by its corpse. I am not saving the empire because I know it is hopeless. I will not destroy the empire because I know it is dead. No matter how big it is only a matter of time before it turns into dry bones. Chi Nemo finished saying all this, waiting for Korix to understand his words. After thinking, Korix manipulated the human head and said in the calmest tone, "You are a wise man. It's not just you who thinks so." Chi Nemo smiled calmly and nodded. But at this time, a drop of sweat was quietly sliding down the back of the neck of the Lord of Tyrone. Korix obviously didn't know that the Tyrone Star region didn't pay tithes. Chi Nemo thought so. The Tyrone Star region can pay 3 times the tax of the highest tax-paying star region in the Empire, or 10 times. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's very cost-effective to buy superficial friendship. But it can never accept a tithe of 1 in 10. If the Ministry of Internal Affairs dares to draw 1 out of 10, the Tyrone Navy will immediately bring the human emperor on Vanessa's body to Terra to meet with the Supreme Lords and present their interests under the Golden Throne. The reason why they can present their interests under the Golden Throne is not because the Tyrone Navy is strong, or because the Tyrone Army, which is equipped with fully wrapped power armor and has a high price for individual soldiers, is strong. It is because the Lord of this star zone only needs to disguise himself a little, and can sneak into Terra alone under the Empire's possible but unlikely warning system, and then make a brilliant appearance at the Supreme Lord's Council to show this forging general, the Star Language Hall Master, the Navy Marshal, the Pope of the State Religion, and so on a little color. Although he didn't say this to Korix in person, Chi Nemo already knew it in his heart. If there is another person who learns from the Tyrone sector, they have to thank the 4 gods for their blessing to survive for 2 years. Come back, not to the Empire, but to your father's humanity, to the human species. Chi Nemo reached out to Korix again. You are indeed abnormal, but your father should be able to help you. Sorry, no. Korix controlled the head to shake slowly. I don't hate the Empire and the Emperor, and I understand his difficulties, otherwise I would not have led the Legion back to the Savior Star. Why did you refuse? Do you really think that you are still helping humans just because of the habit you left when you were Korix? Chi Nemo lowered his head, and the disappeared scepter and chainsaw sword appeared in his hands at the same time. Yes, but habit is habit. I will not return, but I will still help you in secret. The last response was the last sentence spoken by the head that was freed from Korix's control. When the words entered Qin Mo's head, Korix had disappeared without a trace and could no longer be found. It's a stealth talent that Kurz is jealous of. Qin Mo put away his weapon, thinking that Korix was really stubborn now, and thinking that Gilliman and Lion should not find fault with him, because he really tried his best. The words that could make the inhuman emperors will angry and embarrassed could not move Korix. Qin Mo couldn't even figure out whether the communication with Korix was because Korix could still think normally and have rationality, or it was another disguise of a warped creature that was good at disguise. No way. It's not that I didn't try my best, it's really that Korix couldn't be persuaded. Luo Bao Lion, don't blame me. Qin Mo thought so. Chapter 828. Why didn't you persuade Korix to come back? Robot, Lion and I all have high hopes for you. In the ruins of an ammunition depot, Qin Mo sat in the corner. In front of the Lord of Talon was the projected holographic image of the Emperor, Gilliman, and Lion. To be precise, it was the human Emperor, Gilliman, and Lion possessed by Vanessa. You must have only one human will now, right? If you had merged with an ordinary rational will, you wouldn't have questioned me so excitedly. Qin Mo reluctantly changed the subject. You came out of the medical cabin? Yes. The Emperor of Humanity nodded, and then said excitedly, why doesn't your eloquence work on Korix? As I said just now, Gilliman, Lion and I have high hopes for you. Only him. Gilliman lowered his head and whispered, I only have a lot of praise for you. I don't have a lot of praise, but only him. Lion glanced at the Emperor, stroking his white beard and muttering. The Emperor looked to the left, and Lion shrugged. The Emperor looked to the right, and Gilliman was facing to the side, pinching his chin and thinking, like a standard thinker. Building. The Emperor's gaze fell back on Qin Mo. Okay, only me. I understand your feelings, but I'm sorry. Qin Mo shook his head. In addition, I must thank you. Thank you for sitting in the rear when I came down to fight, and was entangled by the demon army, and also set off a storm to help the ground troops, and speed up the war process. I didn't start that storm. The Emperor shook his head. I was blocked out by the storm. It's not that I was blocked out, but my consciousness, you know. Qin Mo immediately stood up. So you didn't do anything? Yeah. The Emperor nodded. Qin Mo was struck by lightning at first, then confused, and finally thought of the Emperor's self-righteous look as if he had made a contribution, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. You dare to blame me for not being able to persuade Korix with my words? You still dare to question me? You blame me for not being able to keep Korix. If the guy who recorded the story was present when I met Korix, he would have left me 5,000 words on his body. You blame me for not being able to convince you? Qin Mo stood up and pointed at the Emperor, pacing back and forth. You blamed me, and then you did nothing, and you stayed in the cabin until now. You don't want to open your eyes, and push the injection equipment aside, and tell Tigulius outside that I don't need these things anymore, so that your container can be injected less. It doesn't matter. But you don't even want to come down and look at Korix, saying how much Dad loves you. Come back, son. Or when he clearly said he would not come back, you didn't cry and beg him, saying Dad was wrong. Please, I shouldn't have let you save the Star Change Forge world. Come back. You just hide behind and wait for others to help you express your emotions and psychological feelings. You love you, but you don't say it. You are so awkward. Fortunately, not all the Primarchs follow you, otherwise they would be Patux, Petal Johnson, Petulaman, or Petuls. Qin Mo finished speaking. The Emperor of Humanity listened to it, and finally took a deep breath with trembling, turned around and left angrily, disappearing in the holographic image. He was angry and left. Gilliman whispered. Thank you for your reminder. Ryan smiled at Gilliman. If I hadn't listened to the whole conversation, I would have thought he was stabbed a few times when I saw him leave just now. I said it too harshly. Qin Mo took a deep breath and calmed down, but I really didn't expect that he had clearly dismissed his other wills and turned back to pure humanity, but he actually stayed in the cabin. He didn't come down, and he blamed me? Gilliman wanted to remind Qin Mo that the order of events in the Eye of Terror was not synchronized. But after thinking about it, forget it. We are the winners on Bloom. Ryan looked around, because of that storm. How are you going to deal with Bloom? My opinion is to keep Bloom. The existence of celestial bodies within the range of the Black Stone is beneficial, Qin Mo said. Ryan nodded and raised his eyebrows. Obviously, Qin Mo's idea was not consistent with his. But Qin Mo looked at the sun in the sky and said, but this is just my thought. If the corrosion suffered by this galaxy is too serious to the point of astronomical disaster, then I will destroy this place first, spend more energy and materials to build more black stone obelisks to fill the vacant celestial bodies. which is better than being caught off guard by a surprise afterwards. Lion and Gilliman turned their heads to the left at the same time. There was a porthole next to the tactical table, and outside was the star in the system where Broom was located. There were 2 stars. They looked like a pair of conjoined twins, glued together by the state of being connected by flesh whiskers. That star was not like this. There should have been only 1 star in the position of that star. But the war on Broom was too intense, and there were too many demons. I am in favor of simply destroying this system. Gilliman raised his hand. This is the front line, and a huge amount of black stone creations must be built. I don't want these 2 ghost stars to be bound by the rules of the real universe one day and cause a disaster. I personally don't dare to keep the 2 stars born in a strong psychic environment, and I believe that the star gods don't want to eat them, so just destroy them directly. It depends on the situation. Ryan nodded. The 3 of them were silent for a while. Finally, the Lion King raised another question. So far, there has been no report on the traces of Typhons or Vashtor, and those Drakasi people are almost killed by us. They must have run away, but how could they have run so fast? This is beyond imagination. Gilliman exclaimed. Chi Nemo pondered for a moment, and suddenly had an ominous guess. At the same time, on the other side, in a black warship, Vashtor stood quietly in front of the porthole, looking at the stars in the galaxy where Bloom was. The Death Guards have arrived. A servant saluted and reported to Vashtor. Then a sound of footsteps came into the bridge. Typhons, 770 plague warriors of the Death Guard and Death Shrouds. The entire huge bridge accommodated so many people, but Typhons didn't think there were too many people here. Did we lose too suddenly? The Nurgling on Typhon's tumor asked Vashtor. Did we retreat too suddenly? The last second I gave the order to retreat, and the next second you took me here. Don't hurry up. Do you want to be taken over by the 3rd thing called Typhons under the power of your merciful father? Vashtor asked. But is the price too high? Typhon spread his hands. 777 people. I lost almost all of my company, and now there are only a few people left. I'm still a few hundred short of a regiment. Blame the storm for coming too suddenly. As for our quick retreat, Vashtor's eyes slowly moved down, looking at the bottom of where he was. In the eyes of others, there was a floor. In the eyes of Vashtor, there was an engine under the floor. Tachucha engine. In the Horus Heresy, Lion could even use this engine to cross the warp storm. Take your men and station on the lower deck. Vashtor ordered Typhons as if he were giving an order to his subordinates. Typhons was indifferent. When the Black Legion soldiers were about to step forward, Typhon said, I decided to listen to you. But there is one thing, did we forget to bring someone? Vashtor glanced over. Fabius Bear. I care about Bear more than you do, but he didn't catch up. It's not my fault. Do as I say, Typhons. Chapter 829. I told you not to give them the clone Abaddon, or they will abandon us. I know, Father, but what can I do? If I don't give it to them, they won't abandon us, but will kill us. Fabius Bear, and the new human Natalia he created complained to each other. The explosions from the surface did not stop for even a millisecond, and the terrible thing was that the explosions were getting closer and closer. Soon Fabius realized that complaining was meaningless, and they had to find a way to leave Bloom. With the things that Vashtor helped him get. Thinking of this, Fabius looked at the backpack behind a new human warrior, which contained a box. The box contained his life's work. Get on the plane, Father. Natalia pointed to the transport plane parked indoors. Wait a while, the ground will extend to both sides, and then we will protect the transport plane at all costs until it takes off. Put this on first. Fabius took off the backpack and handed it to Natalia. Then Natalia took the backpack, walked into the cabin of the transport plane, and placed the backpack in a new container. This container will ensure that even if the transport plane is blown up, the contents inside can be preserved. Although they cannot be transferred to another clone like Fabius himself, at least they can be preserved. If they can be preserved, there is still hope. I don't care. Anyway, I can be transferred to the clone after I die, but you. Fabius glanced at the people present, and then said, you can figure it out by yourselves. I'm sorry, what happened on Bloom exceeded my expectations. I really have no way to deal with the current situation. Natalia nodded, picked up her weapon, and turned to go outside. Many new humans also left with Fabius. Fabius started the automatic control program of the transport plane, then took out a bomb and swallowed it, then walked to the console and quickly entered various program commands. Every time a command was executed, a large number of biochemical technology products would be released onto the surface of the planet. Those twisted creations based on pure biochemical technology are different from demons. They are not afraid of things like the black stone obelisk, because they are also material creatures in the real universe. After releasing all the creations, Fabius began to release the virus again, activating the vicious creations in the deepest part of Bloom. These were originally used to negotiate with Vashtor. But Fabius could never have imagined that many forces, including the Death Guard, would be defeated in an instant. The strange storm directly reversed the course of the entire war, and Vashtor and his men didn't know why they ran so fast. Fabius could only complain secretly, and then put his previous fall at Bloom. All the vicious ideas and plans of Broom were put into use, so that even if Brom was occupied by the enemy, it could not be included in the human territory. The sound of artillery continued unabated. Footsteps were heard in the corridor. Then, there was manic heavy metal music and strange sounds mixed with screams. Soon, when Fabius completed the last step, holding the bomb detonator in his hand, and turning to face the gate, the uninvited guests arrived. They were 10 purple armored Astartes. The color of the armor, plus the sonic weapons in the hands of 2 of the Astartes, Fabius could immediately associate his old employer, the descendants of Fulgrim, former members of the Emperor's Children Legion. The Skull Fortress has fallen. Come with us, Fabius. The leading Astartes stretched out his hand, and his facial muscles, which were cut by nails, twisted and made a sound. Come here, unless you don't want to save your things. Another warrior raised his anti-armor weapon, and aimed it at the transport plane that was about to fly away. Fabius spread his hands helplessly. Okay, I go with you. The Slainish servants, who appeared out of nowhere, were satisfied and turned around to take Fabius with them. When the gate opened, Fabius saw his killed creations, among which Natalia's head was chopped off and inserted into a twisted microphone to sing. At the end of the corridor, a black ring-shaped object was shining, and the inside of the ring-shaped object showed another world. A word-bearer stood at the entrance of that world, looking outside. Obsidian Crown. Fabius raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was no wonder that these guys could still open a portal in an environment like Bloom with black stone obelisks everywhere. But something strange happened soon. Fabius suddenly saw the word-bearers inside the Obsidian Crown being killed, and then an Astartes wearing black Terminator armor came out. The guy held a strange and evil sword in his hand. Attack! The servants of Slainish attacked the uninvited guests, but the Astartes wearing black armor dodged the incoming firepower with a few flashes, and then swung 3 swords. One sword cut off 4 enemies in half. One sword cut off the heads of 2 enemies. The sword pierced through the remaining enemies. This happened in an instant. Fabius couldn't believe what he saw. That guy killed so many people in an instant. I like to slaughter you Fulgrim bastards. Because you are too crazy or something, you don't know how to run away. The black armored Astartes took off the Terminator armor helmet with fangs, revealing his pale face. Strange energy flowed through his body, transmitting from the sword into his body. That strange magic sword seemed to be able to turn the life of the dead into nutrients to supply its owner. As the energy was transmitted, the magic sword became more active, and the evil face on the hilt smiled at Fabius. Who are you? Fabius asked. Horus Luperci. Horus. Luperci. The magic sword answered the question for its owner, and simulated an echo-like voice, making its owner's name very shocking. Black Legion? Fabius stepped back, tightly gripping the bomb detonator. No, the real War Master's men. Luperci raised his sword, a crazy smile on his face. Fabius immediately pressed the detonator. He saw endless darkness. Then a ray of light. Every time he was resurrected and his consciousness was transferred, he would have such an illusion. Then, he woke up. Fabius woke up from the darkness, took a breath suddenly, and subconsciously opened his eyes to look around. The familiar feeling of falling out of the cloning chamber did not appear. Fabius looked down. His eyes became extremely shocked. He found that he had no body. No, to be precise, all his limbs below the neck were amputated, leaving only a head. This head was soaked in a box-shaped container that was previously placed in the transporter for research materials. As for the materials in the box, God knows where they went. My brother can help me extract a little bit of power from my soul. Luperci stroked the magic sword in his hand, and looked down at Fabius' head in the box. It can also bind the soul. You will be in this box from now on. Maybe I will show mercy, and let you go after I complete my mission. Finally, someone is more miserable than me. The face on the hilt of the magic sword showed an exaggerated evil smile. Living in a box is worse than living in a scabbard. Good luck to you, man. No. Fabius wanted to scream in pain and hysteria, but he could only make a hoarse sound when he opened his mouth. Chapter 830. According to the information provided by both parties in the second judgment process, and the reconstruction of the scene by scientific equipment. On behalf of the legal department of the 1242nd District of Tailong No. 1, I declare you the winner, Mr. Hicho. In the White Room, a woman holding a scale stood in front of the two men and announced the result to them respectfully. Then the White Room disappeared. Instead, there was a cold narrow corridor, a cold seat under the buttocks, and cold cables on the brain-computer interface. The woman also disappeared, and only He Chao's opponent remained. He Chou took off the cable, blew a breath on his hands, stood up and looked down at the opponent in the White Room just now. Just wait and see, you good for nothing from the Star Zone. The opponent stood up and showed an extremely cold smile. Under He Chao's eyes, he opened the door and left the corridor, got on a hovercraft with the Tyrone Navy logo outside and left. Navy, damn. He Chou touched the back of his head, a little dazed, but soon he didn't care. He waited on the roadside and squeezed onto the teleportation platform leading to the first zone of the world of Tailong No. 1. Everyone lined up and waited. For people like He Chou, the commuting time is not long, but the time spent squeezing on the teleportation platform is long. The powerful people all sit in the floating car. The old thing is not as fast as teleportation commuting, but fortunately it is enjoyable. If there is a choice, who would like to squeeze on the teleportation platform? Besides, time is really so tight that you have to teleport there, but complaining is useless. He Chou clearly understands his level, so he just thinks about it and squeezes on the platform honestly. After who knows how long, it was finally He Chao's turn. He walked to the teleportation point, closed his eyes, and instantly arrived at the No. 1 zone. In this zone nicknamed Ducato stood the core of the entire Star Zone, the Navy Department, the Army Department. These super-departmental giant buildings stood here in a circle, and in the center of the circle formed by the giant buildings was a giant statue. The statue of Lord Talon. Classic skin, holding a scepter chain sword, stepping on the head of the Genestealer chieftain, the chain sword pointing forward, and behind it was a relief of a large group of soldiers. In theory, those who can enter and leave New Cato are all big shots, but there are always exceptions. He Chou has been here countless times. He walked to the bottom of the Navy Department building with ease, and found an isolated archive room in the corner of the lobby on the first floor, and then found a small dark room filled with smoke in the archive room. On the doorplate of the small dark room that was about to fall off was a sign that read Diplomatic Group. After pushing the door open, a warm greeting came from the small dark room. There were more than 10 male and female colleagues in total. There was also a former retired commander of the Tailong Army, who sat in the boss chair at the head of the long table. He looked like a tough guy, and he was indeed a tough guy. Team leader. He Chou saluted his boss, like a soldier in the Legion, and then sat back in his seat. He also wanted to call his superior by name or surname like others did, but he really couldn't, because this old guy didn't reveal his name at all. He was simply a psychopath, thinking he was fighting on the front line of the defense of Tyrone. After greeting his colleagues, he lowered his head and busied himself with his own affairs. But the diplomatic team had nothing to do, unless everyone was looking for trouble and had to do diplomacy with green skins and undeads, or go find those crazy proud pointy ears. Otherwise, the daily routine was to stay there. Even the exchanges between the Empire and the 500 worlds were not handled by the diplomatic team, but by the department directly under the Lord of Tyrone. If I were still on Bison No. 4, I would have been sitting in a hovercraft and following the beautiful stone female assistant around. Or I would be making great plans. When he had nothing to do, He Chou always thought so. Just like his unchanging life routine, he would sigh like this every day when he went to work. And every time at this time, He Chou would think of his old grandfather. He Chou. What is there to worry about? Nothing to worry about. Everything will go smoothly. This is the meaning of this name. He Chou felt that his name was not very domineering, and could not compare with his old grandfather He Chijing, but he had no choice. In addition to the name, the deepest impression He Chou had of his grandfather was that the old man was too strict. When He Chou was admitted to the capital school of the Star region one day, he tactfully expressed to his grandfather that he wanted to stay in Baisu, but when the grandfather, who did not look old, clenched his fist and asked the grandson to repeat a sentence to his old ears with a smile, He Chou compromised. The temporary compromise brought him to the current situation. It is true that he has no worries about food and clothing, and everything goes smoothly, but how can the descendants of a planetary governor, and the descendants of a war hero decades ago, only want to work in an idle position to make a living? If only he could be like the old man. He Chou thought. At the critical moment of the survival of the Star Zone, in the defense of Talon, He made the right decision and led the vast majority of the world's population to avoid being slaughtered by chaos. He led the war and fought hard against the powerful invaders, even if the invaders were legion-sized red pirates. At the end of the war, he fought side by side with the returning Lord of Talon. Recalling the legendary stories that his grandfather told him when he was a child, He-Cho felt his blood boiling every time, as if he was in that turbulent era. We have won this war. Because I will personally lead you to tear a gap in the enemy's front line on the southern continent of the planet. For me? No, for the Star Zone, for every world in the Star Zone, and for the 12.1 billion people in the North Hive. Praise all the brave people in the intelligent race of human beings. He-Cho simply couldn't imagine that if he existed at that time, and stood there, listening to those inspiring words, and then teleported out with Lord Tyrone, killing the enemy's position. Don't daydream. The female colleague next to him raised her hand, and slid it in the air. Credit points +1, He-Cho saw the prompt in his vision and looked puzzled. I won't run errands to buy drinks for all of you. Unless you tell me how you know I'm daydreaming? Last time you secretly looked at your psychological test results, I saw a comment on it. You like fantasy, so... Okay, I go right away, everyone wait. He-Cho rushed out of the diplomatic office like he was escaping, but he didn't run far, but went to get a free drink from the Navy department on the second floor. He has done this many times, and is already familiar with it. Chapter 831. When he brought back a logistics machine holding a drink, He-Cho pushed the door open again. He was ready to call out to everyone who wanted a drink, come and get it, and then he wanted to tell his colleague that he would take the remaining credit points as errand fees. But this time, an unexpected situation made He-Cho swallow the words in his throat. We must set off immediately to the galaxy that will be included in the new Tylon Gate Defense Zone. That galaxy is called Orlando. You have never heard of it, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know what is there. He-Cho didn't listen to a word of what was said afterwards, because he found that the person who was talking was actually a guard. Guards don't appear often, but every time they appear, it means that an important order is directly bypassed by the normal process and sent to the department in the Star Zone that is good at handling such orders. The Navy Department has sent guards twice, but how could the diplomatic group, a department that is parasitic on the Navy Department, have guards? He-Cho wondered. It was not until the guards turned into a stream of light and disappeared that He-Cho realized that it was a holographic image. Is everything clear? The boss, who was the team leader, but insisted that his subordinates call him the team leader, asked loudly. What? He-Cho was confused. I heard it clearly. The colleagues responded loudly. The team leader waved his hand. Respond to the order immediately, and take the ship to Orlando 3 in a while. Don't bring any personal belongings. When you get on the ship, all the food and drinks will be paid by the Navy. Yes. He-Cho heard his colleagues respond again, and then everyone packed up happily. Great, we finally have something to do. Does anyone care about subsidies and bonuses after we return from this very accidental business trip? 3 cruiser formations and 1 battleship formation, they will escort us to Elandor for a long face. It's really a turn of events, guys. Wait, doesn't anyone care about the bonus issue? I see that the crew of the Eye of Terror's transport ship has subsidies and bonuses. What subsidies and bonuses? The roar from the team leader made the diplomatic office quiet instantly. This is our first job, and the order was conveyed by the projection of the guards, and the guards represented the Star Zone lords. The team leader paced in front of each subordinate, looking at the first batch of young people who had just formed this department. Then the veteran soldier stopped, put his legs together, and faced the Star Zone logo on the wall. For the 600 worlds of Tyrone. For the Lord of Tyrone. For the Lord of Tyrone. Everyone stood at attention and saluted, responding loudly. Everyone was silent for a while. Until He-Cho couldn't wait to speak. So, are we going to continue to talk here, or do something for the Lord of Tyrone? The team leader looked back at He-Cho and nodded. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. The diplomatic team lined up, and walked out of the small black room. They will be directly teleported to the Tyrone Starport on the Navy's dedicated teleportation platform, and then board the battleships of the Navy fleet that have been assembled there, and then go to the star system called Elandor. This is a journey. Before boarding the ship, many people, including He-Cho, were so excited about doing their first real work that they forgot to tell their families, causing their families to think that their small department was parasitic on the Navy department and was bored every day. After a while, Chiofeng battleship bridge. The sound of the gate opening was heard. The captain of the new battleship turned around and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the diplomatic team members, who were already dressed neatly and standing at attention. For Tyrone. For Tyrone. The captain and the head of the diplomatic team greeted each other. The other naval officers in the bridge stood aside, just like Cho and his team stood beside their own team leader. This was originally to listen to the two bosses exchange a few words, chat a few words, and then everyone went to do what they should do together. Or if this naval captain is impatient, he will now tell everyone where to go and what to do next. But what Cho didn't expect was that the person standing behind the captain of the battleship Chilfing, the one closest to the captain, was actually the bastard who lost to him in the morning. The other party also saw Cho, but said nothing. Deputy Captain, let the fleet set sail. Yes, Captain. Cho saw the person he had met in the morning leave to organize the fleet to set sail, while the captain stayed to tell everyone about the matter. This time, Cho was not distracted at all. The Orlando Galaxy is the target galaxy for the expansion of the Gate of Tyrone. The captain raised his hand, and a holographic image was generated out of thin air in the bridge, directly showing the diagram of the entire star zone. Everyone knows that the Gate of Tyrone is an expanding defense circle. In the Orlando system, we were obstructed by an unknown alien civilization. Some scientific consultants, who were investigating the colony base in the Orlando system, and the entire colony ship, all lost contact with us. Hearing this, the team leader shouted, "If that's the case, why don't you attack directly? If you attack directly, will the Navy Department still apply for you to come?" The captain smiled awkwardly. If it is clear that the captives will die, then what awaits this alien civilization will be a punishment. Even if the Star Zone is now participating in a large-scale expedition, we can't just sit back and watch. But nearly 100 million people in the entire colony ship have only lost contact. There are some signs that they are still alive, and what we have to do is to ensure that they must be alive while they are alive. After the captain finished speaking, everyone was silent and thinking. At this time, everyone complained in their hearts. The colony ship can really run away. The colony ship is like a child, and the patrol fleet is like an adult. You have to keep an eye on it from beginning to end, otherwise you don't know where it will run away if you are not careful. That? Cho saw a timid female colleague raise her hand. Do you mean that in extreme cases we can decide whether those people are alive or dead? No. I mean, we must make sure they are alive. No matter what, they must be alive. The captain shook his head. I don't want to report to Lord Talon that while he was out leading the coalition forces to fight the Primarchs, a fucking 100 million young and middle-aged pioneers who went out to colonize the Star Zone died at the hands of the damn aliens. As they were talking, the fleet had already set sail. The huge star gate in the galaxy had been opened. The fleet revolved around the sword blade of the giant statue of Lord Tyrone in the galaxy and gradually entered the star gate. What is the name of that alien civilization? Cho asked. The autumn wind crossed the star gate, and after a wave of waves penetrated everyone's body, the front half of the warship arrived in a galaxy. The people in the bridge could see through the portholes their own fleet outside, which was confronting the alien civilization fleet. Titanium. They are called Titanium, a caste-based alien civilization. The captain looked out the window at the many warships, whose design styles were not much different from those of the Tyrone Navy. Caste-based civilization? Cho frowned slightly. It sounds a little easier to get along with an alien civilization such as the Greenskin Necromancer and the Eldar, and of course better than the Empire. What are we going to do next? You wanted to say the Empire just now, right? The captain asked with a smile, and then said, I won't interfere with what you do next. Cho's expression became strange, and he wanted to say, you'd better intervene. At this time, the others were still confused until the team leader shouted, contact those bastards first and ask them to negotiate on our ship. I suggest that we, or they provide an unarmed ship for negotiation. Cho suggested in a low voice. Why don't you suggest negotiating on their battleship? The team leader pointed loudly at his feet. Let's talk on this battleship. Chapter 832. The transport plane slowly landed on the battleship's landing pad. It was towed here, so it landed very steadily. Then the hatch opened. A blue-skinned, gorgeously dressed alien slowly walked out of the transport plane. Following him was a follower wearing the battle uniform of the Fire Clan of the Tau civilization. This follower didn't have a weapon, which was nothing. The key point was that he was actually a male human. In addition to this male human follower, the Tau man didn't bring anything with him, not even a servant to serve him. The two men got off the transport plane in a dignified manner, and then the anti-jump team in the battleship stepped forward and made way. At this time, Cho, who was sent by the team leader to greet the alien diplomats because of his objection, was standing here. Hello. Cho greeted them. He had done his homework before coming, and knew that the Titanium people were a caste system civilization with strict clan divisions. Similar to the Fire clan as warriors, there was also a clan responsible for diplomacy. The Tau people in front of him were obviously the Water clan responsible for diplomacy. As for the human beside him, the information that the Tau people took the initiative to communicate with the Tyrone Navy recently did not explain the origins of these humans. But the Empire had already had intersections with the Tau people. Based on the intelligence that the Ultramar people quickly coordinated in a short period of time, He-Cho was able to know the identity of this human. Govisa. The name of the human who surrendered to the Tau civilization. They were still decent, not captured slaves, at least not in terms of treatment. Go-Wisa can even use the equipment of the Tau people, eat the food of the Tau people, and believe in the Emperor of Mankind. He looked very friendly, but He-Cho thought there were things and reasons that others could not perceive. But he was not here to deal with Go-Wisa. Ambassador Roshue pays respect to you, and every one of your compatriots present. The Shui clan member bowed to He-Cho, and said something, and then Go-Wisa beside him helped translate it to He-Cho. I also pay my respects to him. Please help me pass it on. He-Cho bowed slightly. Please come this way. Just seeing this scene through the surveillance, the head of the diplomatic team in the bridge was furious, and regretted throwing He-Cho to receive the alien. The Water clan ambassador saluted in a decent human way, and then followed He-Cho and others to the large conference room of the battleship. The two talked and laughed along the way. Please ask the ambassador for me, why the Titanium clan detained my compatriots. The ambassador said that the Titanium clan has never detained your compatriots, but the Titanium clan fleet has just prepared to open up a colony. After the colony was established, another colony ship came here. After some verbal conflicts broke out between the two sides, the general of the Fire clan decided to let your compatriots have a good rest in a safe environment. So may I ask, when can we pick up our compatriots? The ambassador said that if you could come earlier, your compatriots would have returned to you a long time ago. Haha, I hope they are satisfied with the meals designed specifically for humans during their stay. I am sorry for the poor hospitality. Talking to each other, He-Cho and the ambassador of the Water clan entered the conference room. While waiting for others to arrive, the two were still talking. I don't think that the detention is a treat. I think my compatriots were detained because they were slightly inferior to the Titanium clan in terms of military strength at that time. He-Cho said calmly, if they were bullied, including but not limited to beatings, abuse, and involuntary transformation. I can only say that we are a branch of humans that was established and survived because of unity. You and the Empire have already had contact, and you know what humans will do when they are angry and vigilant. The Water clan ambassador nodded, smiled slightly, and said something. Then Go-Wisa on the side helped the ambassador explain to He-Cho how the Tau people arranged those human guests. On the planet's Tau colony, 100 million humans were arranged in batches into quickly built residential areas. Each residential area was divided into groups of 1,000 people, and each group of humans was assigned a Water clan member responsible for liaison, and a Fire clan warrior assistant. If these 1,000 people had any problems or needs, the Water clan would help them solve them. If conflicts broke out between them, the Fire clan would resolve the dispute between the two humans in the most gentle way possible. That's how humans are. Humans fight, hate, and despise each other. We don't really have the ability to unite and empathize like the Tau. Govisa smiled and said lightly. To be honest, I think we humans are more like the Zerg. Although everyone has self-awareness, they just like to blindly follow the crowd. It's easy for us to immerse ourselves in the illusory dream woven by a tyrant and endure things that we shouldn't endure. Go-Wisa's words reached He-Cho's ears. The latter's smile disappeared, and he asked coldly, is this what the ambassador wants to say, or what you want to say? Just talking to myself, ha-ha. Go-Wisa smiled and shook his head. Then, he was scolded by the ambassador and shut up. Then the ambassador said a lot of words to liven up the atmosphere, praising the might of the Tyrone Navy fleet and expressing his goodwill. The words implied that He-Cho had a guard team, but did not bring it here, so he brought one of your compatriots to your ship to talk to you. Is this very sincere? In addition, he said that he would send the captured humans away, and even said that if any of these humans died of unnatural causes, even if any of them were sick, he could be held accountable. He-Cho, who was waiting for his colleagues and team leader to arrive, agreed. He had a feeling. At this moment, he was like studying the process of contact and diplomacy between two different human forces in ancient human history in school. He couldn't believe that one day, he would be able to sit down and talk with those alien civilizations, and solve problems through communication and exchange. This is an ability that almost all races in the galaxy lack today. This is not about intelligence. The Eldar are intelligent enough, but they are too proud and look at humans like animals. How can they sit down and have a good talk? Even the Empire and the Death Army are not very sincere. However, He-Cho was not blinded by the friendliness of the Water Clan ambassador. He always had a feeling that the Tau people were not exactly the same as they actually were. Even He-Cho himself could not explain where this feeling came from. He just had such a vague feeling. However, exploring the truth is not what the diplomatic team is doing now. It is just that a new department, with a small group size, is not qualified. Take the captives out, and it would be best if they can also take the colonies together, so that the Gate of Tyrone can seize this galaxy without going to war. Chapter 833. This timid bastard. He has brought shame to Lord Tyrone. The team leader shouted, and was about to rush out of the bridge, but the captain signaled the guards to stop him. Not only the team leader, but also other colleagues of He-Cho were stopped. Stay here and watch. The captain turned around and continued to watch the situation in the conference room. You are a Navy man. The team leader said coldly, are you here to watch the show? Autumn Wind, a new battleship, is 42 kilometers long and carries enough weapons to destroy a planet and a world with conventional anti-ship firepower. Then you, the captain, stand here and watch the show, leaving the decision-making power to such a person? Shut up. The captain rolled his eyes at the team leader. He watched in silence for a while. Seeing that his colleagues had not come for a long time, He-Cho had a more in-depth communication with the ambassador. Both sides tried to find out the bottom line and real demands of the other side. On the surface, they were still talking and laughing, and even looked like good friends for many years. He is much better than you. The captain turned around and looked at the team leader. You are as stupid as the superior of the protagonist in the animation at 8 o'clock in the evening on Terra time in the Star Zone. You are useless except for making things difficult for the protagonist. Hearing this comment, the team leader stared at the captain in silence. The captain continued to speak. I think Lord Tyrone has definitely noticed this matter, even if it is mixed in his piles of war reports. Otherwise, why would the guards conduct projection communications in my office and yours at the same time? I think Lord Tyrone asked you to talk, and his purpose may be to solve this problem through communication, at least temporarily. The Star Zone is already trying its best to maintain the progress of the Golden Crusade. It is not time to add a new war to the Star Zone. At this point, seeing that the team leader seemed to be about to refute, the captain added 2 more sentences. I don't think your subordinate is servile or submissive. You have to understand one thing, that is, they came to our battleship to negotiate, and they only brought a Govisa. This means that they handed over the dominant power, and the ambassador is definitely a high-level existence in the Tau civilization. His behavior is not only not rude, but can be described as flattering. After saying this, the captain signaled to the guards in the bridge with his eyes. The guards closed the gates of the bridge. The captain stopped talking and watched quietly. So you are afraid of war? The team leader asked. No, I just try to avoid the Star Zone from being involved in a new round of war, even if this war may end soon, because the opponent is very weak. The captain turned around and walked in front of the team leader. Although he was very young, he stared at the senior in front of him, who was older than him, and had a more powerful and vicissitudes of life. Don't act like a veteran in front of me, Lao Ding. My parents were the breeding champions of the Star Zone back then. They gave birth to 2 infantry squads for Lord Tyrone. Then, of my brothers and sisters from those 2 infantry squads, only my sister is left. I am a Marine, and she is an army soldier. I know what you want to say. You want to say that I am afraid of sacrifice. But I am not afraid. I just think that the warriors of Lord Tyrone should not have sacrificed in a war that should not have happened. The story of my parents and brothers and sisters is my honor and pride, because they sacrificed their lives in a war that had to be fought, instead of fighting against an alien that was so weak that it had to write the word peace on its face, and accidentally died at the hands of aliens whose full body equipment combined could not afford half a set of power armor. The captain said everything. He said it because things like this still need to be discussed. At least after the matter is over, everyone can reach a consensus. After being lectured by the captain, the head of the diplomatic team did not get angry, but calmed down. The middle-aged man leaned against the control console of the bridge, silently took out a cigar, put it in his mouth, and lit it. Huh? Why do you all think there is a possibility that they will go to war with us? The team leader asked. After the young man who commanded the entire warship turned around, the team leader continued. If you think those aliens dared to go to war with us, they had planned such a possible outcome before and accepted it, then why would they lower their posture to the point of writing peace on their faces as you said? They opened up the colonies. To put it bluntly, Didn't our people just go to rob them? Then they relied on the support of the Star Fleet behind them, and probably killed a few Tau people on the spot. But they still don't dare to start a war. Let me speculate for you what they might have done, and what they might have thought. Hearing this, the young captain tilted his head, and looked at the guy he regarded as the stupid boss of the 8 o'clock animation protagonist. He listened attentively. The team leader continued, among the 100 million people, there must be people who killed the Tau people on the spot, and they may even have killed a lot of them, because there are weapons in the colony ship. The Tau people detained the pioneers in anger. The person who issued this order may think that the Empire had fought with them in the past, so what is a branch of human forces? Then, to be on the safe side, they investigated and found that our star region was indeed not simple, so they changed their strategy. That's why they clearly captured our people, but acted as if they were careless, as if they were inviting those people to visit. Use your brain that can do questions in the naval school to think about it. 100 million people, can they just capture them? Didn't they have the determination at that time? After listening to the team leader's words, the captain frowned and thought for a while. In the end, he found that whether it was Icho or the team leader, their attitudes were different, but their ultimate goals were the same. That is, to solve the problem through communication, rather than letting the Tyrone Star Zone fight another extra war. Icho may not like them very much, but he showed a kind attitude because he did not think that those aliens would become enemies of the Star Zone in the future. Maybe the Star Zone will cooperate with these aliens in the future. It is indeed a good thing to gain benefits without fighting. It is hard to say whether this is too optimistic or too naive. Because even I agree with him 80%. The team leader said again. But my idea is to show a tough attitude from the beginning, so that if there is a quarrel in the future, the Tau people will not look down on humans in their hearts, and think that we humans are moody. These words shook the captain's determination to stop people except Icho from going to the meeting room. But he thought again, in fact, it doesn't matter whether Icho or this team leader goes, but only one can go, otherwise the two will easily fight if they disagree. As long as we can avoid opening another front for the Star Zone this time, until one day the guards come again, it means that the Golden Expedition has now reached a relatively easy stage, and then we have to fight. Chapter 834. The colony ships of your compatriots have already left our fleet. Thank you, Ambassador. We are all intelligent races that can communicate with each other. We should thank each other for not letting a small friction escalate into a war. Thank you too. Go Wysa helped the Water Clan ambassador to exchange pleasantries with Icho. Icho found out that his boss and colleagues were really not coming, so he guessed a lot and then negotiated with the Water Clan as a representative. Since the other party was so cooperative, the discussion went very smoothly. The colony ship had been discussed, and the two talked about the ownership of the galaxy. Icho said that the Star Zone needed this galaxy, and the ambassador of the Water Clan said that they had accidentally entered the human reserve colony area, and now they were evacuating the civilians on the surface colony. This ambassador seemed to be very easy to deal with, but Icho did not relax his vigilance against him, because he felt that this ambassador was actually very experienced, but he was just good at disguising himself as a representative of a weak and kind race, so that it would be convenient to give some surprises in the future. But the future is not involved at the moment. In less than 20 minutes, the fleet of the Tau people began to release the colony ships. In order to avoid further misunderstandings, all ships of the Tau Navy fleet shut down their shields, turned their guns around, and aimed at each other between the Tau warships that were closer. The ships of the Tyrone Navy also deflected the aiming direction of their weapons. However, two cruisers that entered a quasi-combat state left the fleet and approached the returning colony ship. The colony ship and the cruiser stopped at the same time, and then the Marines inside the cruiser boarded the colony ship, cooperating with various artificial intelligence technology products to check the number of personnel, their physical health, and their recent diet. This is a stage of finding faults in the eyes of the Tau people. The fleet commander from the Wind Clan, a clan that is good at managing and manipulating warships, stood in the bridge of the flagship, nervously watching the three warships floating in the deep starry sky ahead, and the numerous huge warships that covered the sky in front of him. Fortunately, the inspection was over quickly. Everything is normal. The voice of the Water Clan came from the console. It is because we abide by the teachings of the greater good and treat those upright apes fairly and kindly that we can avoid a war. A cheer broke out in the bridge. Only the fleet commander of the Wind Clan still had a worried look on his face. So, this galaxy belongs to humans, right? Yes, what else? Our new expansion plan has just begun. Is it going to be terminated now? When did you hand over this planet we have already colonized? When? There was a silence on the other side of the communication device. Then the fleet commander heard the angry shout of the Water Clan ambassador. "From the moment I heard you say that our fleet could not compete with the other side, you either take the people on the ground and evacuate them, or you fire at the colony ship." The commander was silent for a moment, then trembled and gave the order. "The transport ship will pick up the people on the ground, and then we will evacuate." The commander from the Wind Clan had a good personal relationship with the ambassador from the Water Clan. Perhaps he was worried about his old friend, or perhaps he regretted his previous shouting. "Don't be discouraged. This is just our first contact with them, and we still need their information and intelligence. The great expansion cannot end just like this, but we still need some time to prepare. Everything is for the greater good." After listening to his friend's consolation, the fleet commander stared at the colony ship in front of him with a cold look. For the greater good. Seeing the Water Clan ambassador ending the communication that he couldn't understand, He-Cho stood up from his seat and stretched out his hand. The ambassador also stood up and stretched out his hand. "It seems that when I go back this time, I have to study the language and culture of humans well," Go-Waisa said, the ambassador said. "It's not necessary." He-Cho smiled and shook his head. "We all know what the other party is thinking. It's good enough that your words can be expressed through this Go-Waisa. There is no need to learn it specially." "Huh?" Go-Waisa sneered. The Water Clan ambassador on the side said 2 more words, but his words were obviously not translated. Go-Waisa looked at He-Cho and said calmly, "If you want to condemn people like us on a moral level, I will look down on you. No, I hate you, but I don't condemn you, because I can roughly guess what you have been through." He-Cho patted Go-Waisa's shoulder. A classic oppressed person with deep hatred and deep suffering, he has his own reasons and stories for turning to the aliens. Go-Waisa looked at He-Cho in astonishment. "Your tragedy is the tragedy of the entire race. This cannot be simply attributed to your personality problem. Judging from the facts, I understand your choice. I hope the Tao people can always give you dignity, instead of taking it back one day." "Give dignity? No, if it's for dignity, I won't be a Govisa." The Govisa said with a smile, "I know very well that my dignity is the most useless. If the Tao give it, it won't be able to exchange for my loyalty. What they gave me is a medicine that can save babies in the hive from having to change iron lungs. This is useful." Govisa. The Water Clan ambassador talked for a long time before he realized that his translator was bickering with He-Cho, and he was very dissatisfied and scolded in a low voice. Then his words were honestly translated. "Is it possible for us to go to war in the future?" he asked you. Go-Waisa said. This question made He-Cho fall into a brief silence, because he did not think he was qualified to answer this question. But after thinking for a while, He-Cho still answered, "I don't know. If the people in the entire star region are shouting for a fight, then the war will start, otherwise, it will not. I am not the ether of the titanium race, and I have no way to control my compatriots and make them all have the same idea and the same purpose. As your Govisa said, humans are very unpredictable." After hearing this, the smile on the face of the Water Clan ambassador froze. He looked at the earphones on He-Cho's ears, and immediately understood how this guy knew the existence of the ether. This is not the first time that the titanium race has come into contact with humans. After so many years, they still have some understanding of each other. The only contact with the Talon sector was the first time. He thanks you for giving him a wonderful first contact. He will remember you as a human friend." Govisa turned around and left after saying this. "Send them away." He-Cho walked out of the meeting room and ordered the guards outside. Then after the guards took the Water Clan ambassador away, He-Cho ran towards the bridge. Chapter 835. On a dead wasteland. The storm howled, and acid rain filled with extremely dangerous chemicals washed the surface, completely erasing the traces of human civilization on this dead wasteland planet, along with the creatures on it. The dead silence and tranquility that lasted for nearly 10,000 years were suddenly broken at this moment. A black circular building appeared out of thin air on the surface, and then a roar was heard. The surging energy spread to the surroundings. The energy beam that looked like a spark exploded and opened a black plane in the center of the building. Then, a leg stepped out. As the heavy stomping sound spread out, the person who passed through the black plane also completely entered the real universe. It was an Astartes wearing Terminator armor, but the armor helmet had 2 fangs and an eye mark engraved on his body. Master Horus Luperzi has come to the wasteland world. The heavy magic sword in the hand of the Astartes opened its mouth on the physical level and loudly announced to all the creatures in the area where its owner was, and even simulated an echo. But it was obvious that no one was listening to it, and it was impossible for any living being to appear in this long-forgotten world. "Fabius." Luperzi took out the box from his backpack, opened it, took out the head of Fabius Bayer that bound his soul, and looked at it in front of him. Fabius was awakened. Although it was not the first time that he could sense everything in the outside world in this state, he would scream every time. His soul was bound in his own rotting brain, and all the parts below the neck were amputated by Luperzi's magic sword. Fabius sometimes felt that he must have been guilty, but he had thought of 10,000 possible endings, and never thought that one day he would be bound in his own brain, unable to do anything except being a decoration for others. Because everything below the neck was cut off. Welcome to your new laboratory. Luperzi lifted Fabius's head and asked him to look around. Fabius saw nothing except the terrible and desolate surface environment of this dead planet. What do you want to do with me? The bound mad doctor let out a vicissitudes of life wailing sound, which was not emitted from the vocal organs, but from the sound of the broken throat and some residual bones in the neck. Those sounds gathered together due to some special power, and organized into a complete syllable of a word, which was transmitted into Luperzi's head. Are you curious about my origins and identity? Luperzi asked back, you bastard of Fulgrim. Fabius couldn't help but be curious. So when he heard Luperzi's question, the mad doctor's eyes shrank and slowly turned to the side as much as possible. Is it okay? No problem. People who cooperate with each other should be honest. Luperzi said something that made Fabius feel very strange, and then began to explain. As you can see, I am a member of the Sons of Horus, but I am not the same as Abaddon. I have left the Black Legion for a long time. I have my own purpose. After saying this, Luperzi raised the magic sword and said solemnly to Fabius's head, Okay, that's all I want to introduce myself to. You don't need to introduce yourself to me, because I know very well what kind of person you are. Okay, now that the two of us collaborators know each other's details, the next step is smooth and sincere cooperation. Fabius instantly realized that this guy must want him to help do something, so he said, cooperation. Then Fabius realized two more things. First, although this Horus kid didn't look like he wanted to cooperate at all, his existence must be very important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to suppress his hatred for him, while constantly saying that he was a collaborator and lowered his posture. Second, considering his own abilities, Fabius realized that what this Horus kid wanted him to do was likely related to biochemistry. Maybe it's to help make clone warriors. More than one person has such a request and need. After realizing these 2 points, Fabius was no longer nervous and calmly asked Luperzi, Since you said we are cooperating, I need a body and limbs to work normally, so I suggest you help me find a clone of me first. After I transfer my consciousness, I can help you. While speaking, Fabius recalled his research materials that were thrown away by Luperzi. He wanted to grit his teeth, but the broken facial muscles and nerve bundles prevented him from doing so. Enduring his hatred, Fabius' throat and the remaining bones in his neck rubbed against each other and made a sound. Since you saved me from the ruined place of Bloom, I will certainly help you. After hearing this, Luperzi was silent for a few seconds. Until Fabius tried to ask whether his request could be accepted, Luperzi raised the magic sword. For a moment, Fabius felt like he was in hell. His soul was pulled towards a black vortex composed of psychic energy, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the bondage of the black vortex. Fabius was not very afraid of death. What he really feared was that he would die quietly, and never be able to conduct those great researches again, and even the cause of human evolution would be stopped halfway. This real fear of something crushed Fabius's rationality. He realized that his guess was right, that is, his existence was indeed important to the bastard holding the magic sword next to him, so he said that the two sides were cooperating. But how to say and how to do are two different things, and Luperzi is really not a patient person. Pay attention to your current situation. Luperzi pinched Fabius's head. When I say collaborator, I don't mean that you can make requests to me, but that I will meet your material needs during the cooperation process. For example, if you want a warship, a huge laboratory, tens of thousands of experimental materials, I can get them for you. As he said, Luperzi glanced back at the black ring. Just like the portal built by the word-bearers with black stone, if I want to get it, I can still kill the word-bearers and snatch it from their lair. Of course, just like you, I want your abilities, so I can take you away after I steal the portal. What do you want me to do? Fabius asked. I want you to clone a person. Luperzi said, my gene father, Horus Lupercal. Fabius' pupils suddenly contracted, and in an instant, he had countless doubts and questions to ask Luperzi, but he held back and agreed. Then Luperzi took Fabius' head and walked forward. The two men penetrated a curtain, like fish entering water, causing some waves in the dead wasteland, and then they came to a huge research facility from the originally empty dead wasteland. The library alone has a huge research facility. The largest building in the research facility is engraved with the symbol of the Son of Magnus, that is, the Thousand Sons Legion. However, the entire research facility has been abandoned, and there is no one here, except Luperzi. Either he killed everyone here, or he took over the secret laboratory. At this time, the two people in this giant research facility did not realize that after they entered the secret forbidden area, the black ring-shaped building started again and sent another person out. It was the clone Korix, who had been looking for an opportunity to completely kill Fabius. Chapter 836. The main fleet of the Golden Expedition continued to conduct in-depth scans of Bloom. The scan results were reported to the bridge, allowing those who could make decisions to roughly understand the current situation of this abominable planet. The Blackstone creations have formed a node network on Bloom, which enhances each other's effectiveness, and eventually the entire star system where Bloom is located gradually returns to reality. There are a large number of hostile creatures left on Bloom, and those transformed and irrational monsters can be seen almost everywhere. In addition, there are many new human guerrilla forces fighting on Bloom. There are also some remaining Black Legion personnel, who were left on Bloom for unknown reasons, and did not disappear inexplicably. In addition, there are some things about the star system. The two conjoined stars in this star system have undergone abnormal changes after being realized. They have triggered a series of astronomical disasters, and it can be predicted that they will completely destroy the star system after a period of time. As the AI that collected information spoke out the information that had been sorted and confirmed, everyone in the bridge roughly understood the current situation of Bloom. It seems that Typhons and his kind really escaped. Ryan was confused. If I remember correctly, psychic means were not very effective as early as when the strange storm started. How could they escape so smoothly? That storm is equivalent to a subspace storm. Who knows? Gilliman had no idea about this. The two Primarchs didn't know the specific situation and couldn't infer it. But Sheen Emo remembered something in his heart. Tachucha Engine. Together with Plague Heart and Ouroboros, they are called the three artifacts. The destruction of Caliban is also related to these three artifacts. During the Horus Heresy, Lion used the Tachucha engine. That thing was not ordinary powerful, and it could even cross the warp storm. But Sheen Emo glanced at Lion. It seemed that Lion had no idea that the enemy might use the Tachucha engine, but Sheen Emo didn't think he really didn't know. Ryan deliberately concealed the existence of the three artifacts from his brothers. However, Sheen Emo could not conclude that Ryan was 100% keeping his word, because he also knew that he could guess that the reason why Typhon's Vasher and others could quickly leave Bloom was because they used the Tachucha engine, and the reason why he guessed so was because he knew Vasher's original fate. The three artifacts were bound to be collected by Vasher, and it would use the three artifacts to form an artifact called the Dissonance Engine. The ultimate function of the Dissonance Engine is not very clear, but it originated from the old saints, and can open the web way. Anyway, we won. Lien smiled and pointed to Bloom, outside the window. We almost wiped out the Death Guard and half of the Black Legion, and those minions of the Drakasi demon world were just wiped out. Lien put his hand on Gilliman's shoulder again and smiled. Although they don't have a boss who is good at writing books, but if they want to rebuild in the future, they can only rebuild into a war group. Gilliman held Lion's hand and moved the lion's claw away. I know you have always had an opinion on splitting the Legion, but the Codex was necessary at the time. I just never dreamed that the Empire would keep this thing for 10,000 years. Don't take it personally, Robot. Lien smiled and shook his head, ending the topic. Then the three commanders of the main fleet began to think about the same thing at the same time. That is about the planet Bloom. I propose to completely destroy Bloom and the galaxy where Bloom is located. Sheen Emo raised his hand to vote. This galaxy was doomed because of the two stars that were derived from the war. But considering the current situation, I propose to destroy the entire galaxy, which is more convenient and faster. Hearing this, Gilliman and Lion looked at each other. The two Primarchs did not raise their hands to vote, nor did they express clear opposition. Gilliman just asked, "You have always advocated the protection of celestial bodies, and you have always believed that celestial bodies have a role in consolidating the space of the real universe. If we destroy the entire star system, will it? This star system is going to be destroyed. It has two conjoined suns." Sheen Emo responded calmly, "The celestial bodies that interfere with each other and cannot exist stably for a long time will only be cracks in the real universe, not to mention the celestial system that is about to be destroyed." Gilliman nodded. Ryan then asked, "Since it is going to be destroyed anyway, why do we waste time destroying it? Just wait." After saying that, Ryan glanced out the porthole again. The two conjoined suns have reacted violently, and a star system catastrophe is about to come. It won't be too late. I hope it can be destroyed in the way I want. Qin Mo said, such pure mutual interference and explosion are far worse than turning them into black holes. I estimate that after they are transformed into black holes, their huge gravity and mass will weaken the subspace influence in a large area. After a pause and observing the reactions of the two original bodies, Qin Mo added, as for the principle, just like the subspace engine cannot go out near the celestial body, otherwise there is a high probability that there will be a big problem. Because this involves the influence of the gravity of the celestial body and its own mass. So that's it. Gilliman suddenly realized. Qin Mo looked at Ryan again. The latter had been distracted. Sensing Qin Mo's gaze, Ryan deliberately showed a thoughtful expression and then asked a question. Then, wouldn't the black stone creations we laid in this galaxy and on the planet Bloom be in vain? What if they are all destroyed by the black hole? Qin Mo showed an awkward but polite smile. We can break them down into raw materials and take them away. That's great, let's do it. Ryan didn't care whether the black stone artifacts would be wasted. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about logistics, so he just asked a question. I will find a way to catalyze the two stars in this galaxy into black holes, so that the fleet won't have to evacuate. Qin Mo said, then we can celebrate the phased victory of this expedition while watching the astronomical phenomena in the real universe. Hearing this, Ryan nodded, pondered and looked up at the huge floor-to-ceiling porthole in front of him, which was as big as a high-rise building. After a moment, the Lion King lowered his voice and said, I'm not saying anything discouraging. But I'm wondering if our expedition ended in victory. If this place called the Eye of Terror ended up being shut down, then it should have been shut down in the past and in the future, but Lian's concerns were also what Qin Mo had worried about. Some scholars, who study the subspace in the star region believe that humans cannot defeat the subspace, and humans should work towards completely closing the real universe and the subspace, rather than setting the ultimate goal of eliminating chaos. If the end of the dark gods is destruction, then they will not exist in the past, present and future at the same time. But they exist now. I don't know if we will win. Qin Mo confessed that he was not sure, but no matter what the end is, we have to try and do our best. The dark gods are fighting the craziest civil war, and this may be our only chance. If a winner emerges from the civil war between them, it will be hard to say. Ryan pondered and nodded slowly. Do your best. Chapter 837. The star system where Bloom is located has two suns, and they are connected to each other. These two suns are connected together like conjoined twins, and the reason for their birth is simply because a large number of failed or successful rituals were performed on Bloom. The bloody omen before Angren's arrival was even a reason for the birth of these conjoined suns. Before the black stone spread throughout the galaxy, the conjoined suns could still function normally. Even this weird deformity, the mutation on the astronomical level, is nothing in the Eye of Terror. There are many things weirder than it. Now that the star system has begun to become a reality, the conjoined suns have become extremely dangerous. Astronomical disasters may break out at any moment. The entire galaxy, and everything in it, are in danger. The Void Dragon following the main fleet deployed some of its inventions around the main fleet to create a chaotic area where the physical rules are blurred, in order to prevent the astronomical disasters that may occur at any time from destroying the entire fleet in an instant. At the same time, a battleship carrying a divine artifact called the Star God Forge approached the conjoined stars. The Star God Forge is a tool invented by Qin Mo to find food for the star gods. It is like the breath of the gods invented by the necromancers. It can simultaneously release energy from the stars at any time point in the past, present and future. When the Star God Forge is activated, the energy of the stars in the star system where Bloom is located is quickly extracted. The surging energy waves are visible to the naked eye, like a red storm with fangs and claws, spreading to the edge of the entire star system. While the Star God Forge extracts and releases the energy of the stars, the Void Dragon uses the overflowing energy to catalyze the conjoined stars, causing the stars to undergo drastic changes. The changes that might have taken tens of thousands, or even tens of millions of years, to complete were completed in a short time. The people in the main fleet were observing the changes. The Navy crew crowded in the bridges of their respective warships, standing in front of the virtual portholes. Other personnel on the ship crowded in front of the portholes in the corridors, and even the Kriegs on the transport ship were curious about this process. Under the gaze of the mortals, the Void Dragon was in front of the star, slowly transforming. Its body is clearly magnified several times, because even those who observe from a great distance can see its dark silhouette in the starlight. Some people have speculated that humans and the star gods must have some kind of relationship, because these creatures look so anthropomorphic. Others think that this appearance is just a coincidence, because the Necronter are also two-handed and two-legged humanoid creatures, and the bodies they build for the star gods are all shaped according to the appearance of their own gods. But no matter what the reason is, the aesthetics of the Necronter are definitely good. The Void Dragon's muscular body shone brightly under the light of the stars, and the two stars were rapidly catalyzed by it. The two stars turned into dazzling blue. They were separated, entangled with each other, and rotated around each other at a very fast speed. Inside the flagship, Chi-Nemo stood in front of the porthole, holding a wine glass. His eyes were not on the Void Dragon, but always on Bloom. What he thought in his head was not to witness a grand astronomical miracle, but to think about the Bloom battle that had ended. He thought of the report he had received about Fabius Bayer, and of the trip he had made to Fabius's laboratory before the war officially began. After thinking about many things, Chi-Nemo could not help but make a judgment, that is, the outbreak of this war was inseparable from Fabius. Perhaps everyone was defeated by him, even if the subsequent situation was completely beyond Fabius' control. This bastard. Chi-Nemo squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Then the roar that suddenly appeared and disappeared attracted Chi-Nemo's attention. Under his gaze, the two stars that were rotating around each other had destroyed each other. The two stars had already been catalyzed to the point of a supernova explosion, and their entanglement and mutual destruction caused an even more terrifying kilonova explosion. After the indescribable and magnificent destruction, only a small point of light remained from the two stars. Although the volume was not as big as a human body, the density and mass were infinite. Then it began to collapse, and finally formed a black hole that gradually covered the star system. Bloom, a rotten planet that was still full of various biochemically modified monsters, was directly dragged and extended. The remaining new human guerrilla fighters on it were horrified to find that they were stretched to the point of breaking through the atmosphere, provided that the atmosphere still existed. Everything in the star system was absorbed by the black hole, except for the main fleet that was watching the scene. The black hole, a real cosmic astronomical wonder and interstellar disaster, dispelled the subspace storm around the Eye of Terror and shrouded the Bellis Corona star zone the moment it appeared. This subspace storm was formed by Angren's last roar before being exiled. The birth of this astronomical wonder depends on the Void Dragon's distorted rules of reality. It changes so quickly that the human fleet is not affected and can see the black hole, all because of the distorted rules of reality. And the moment the black hole appears, it restores part of the distorted rules of reality. What a powerful force. Ryan clapped his hands and walked into the bridge. Gilliman followed him. Just a fragment of a star god can achieve this. Chi-Nemo nodded. Just a fragment of a star god can compress a star to this extent. Of course, this is also because the Void Dragon is good at changing the rules of reality, and it can use the power of black stone to achieve its goals. If it were to let the unconscious mimicry do it, it would not be able to catalyze the star into a supernova and then create a black hole. But any complete star god can indeed create a black hole. Just like the Recorder, who used water droplets to pinch black holes, and threw them everywhere in the Battle of Comoros. Chi-Nemo was unable to do it before because he was unable to fully control the power of the star god, but times have changed. It seems that the only weakness of the star god is psychic power. Gilliman rubbed his chin and speculated, in a strong psychic environment, it is even dangerous for them to move, but if it is in a completely real universe environment, it is not difficult to create a black hole. Indeed? Chi-Nemo nodded. Although the soulless among humans is the result of the fraudster's intervention in human evolution, it is obvious that the star god himself does not have the ability of the soulless. Both Call and the Ultramarines had records of banishing star gods, and they all use simple psychic weapons such as vortex grenades. However, the fragments of star gods, who probably don't even know who they are, will not have time to resist the vortex grenades, while the relatively complete star gods can think of ways to reduce the range of the vortex grenades through spatial coordinates, so that they can be held in their hands without any problems. Chapter 838. Your offspring have exiled a fragment of a star god. Lion looked at Gilliman. You Ultramarines have experience in this kind of thing. Gilliman didn't know what to say. He didn't want to answer, after all, it was in front of Chi-Nemo. Although Chi-Nemo didn't stand on the side of the star god, the problem was that the star god was helping humans now. If it weren't for the black stone obelisk created by the Void Dragon, one of the star gods, the entire war would have been impossible to carry out, and the expedition to the Eye of Terror would be tantamount to seeking death. After hesitating for a moment, Gilliman just looked at Chi-Nemo and said, I have learned about this matter in detail. I can only say that the star gods are really not a species that is easy to communicate with. If they were not so manic and extreme, perhaps we could have established contact with them long ago. Don't even think about establishing contact with the star gods. Chin Mo stared at Gilliman. The star gods devour each other, bully and betray each other. This species does not know what cooperation is at all. It is like animals that prey on the weak. This is the biggest problem of the star gods. So direct? I thought you would defend them. Lian said. Chin Mo turned and looked at Ryan. I will indeed defend them, defend the mimic, the void dragon, the burner, and all the star gods who are doing great things with me. But I will also face their shortcomings, and only by facing them can we solve them. Then Chin Mo said something about the star gods. He said that a long time ago, the relationship and mode of getting along between the star gods were like animals. Gilliman was thinking about Chin Mo's thoughts on the star gods, and realized that he might want to let the star gods learn a way of getting along with each other in a truly intelligent species. At least let the mimics learn it, and now they have almost learned it. At least they will not bully each other, the strong will eat the weak, and they will abide by the rules of not contacting mortals, and not letting humans in the star zone believe in themselves. For the star god, he is a good ruler. Gilliman thought so in his heart. He felt that although Chin Mo pointed out many problems of the star gods, and was so blunt that he insulted them, he was indeed very responsible for those star gods. At least before the Blackstone creatures were fully deployed, he would not allow any star god to be deployed to the battlefield where the influence of the subspace could surge at any time. So if Chin Mo was the ruler of the star gods, he must be a good ruler. Brum is destroyed. Ryan glanced at the star system with only a black hole left, turned around and walked back to the tactical table, leaning over to check the bird's-eye view of the entire Eye of Terror. The branch fleet is advancing triumphantly. Sanguinius and his descendants have conquered dozens of demon worlds, deployed a large number of obelisks on them, and even found 2 worlds that produce black stone. Shagatai's progress is similar to that of Sanguinius. On the other hand, the main fleet has only conquered a world called Bloom to this day. I have a guess that the reason why this war broke out is because of Fabius's conspiracy. Chin Mo told the 2 Primarchs his guess. Fabius may want to create a quagmire of war, and let us get stuck in it, so that he can do something secretly. This should be a plan he has thought of a long time ago. And after this plan is implemented, it will inevitably be out of Fabius' control. Gilliman had the same speculation as Chin Mo earlier. Their Primarchs are not stupid. That bastard may have died on Bloom. I hope he died miserably, and was pulled into a new man that can extend from the ground to outside the orbit by the gravity of the black hole. Ryan said angrily. Chin Mo did not respond. He knew that Clonecrax was chasing Fabius, but no news had been sent back yet. If the clone Corax fails, Fabius is safe and sound. Thinking of this, Chin Mo decided to give the clone Corax some confidence. Besides, the Battle of Bloom is over, Corax himself can stop being active on this planet, and he can go hunt down Fabius Bayer. Maybe he has already got what he wanted, and is sitting happily in the battleship, thinking about which planet to go to next to build a laboratory, and what mutant genes to use to pollute the human gene pool. Gilliman said, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. At the same time. No! After a heart-wrenching scream, Fabius Bayer fell to his knees, his body twitching constantly, his eyes rolling back and foaming at the mouth. On the side, Luperci leaned on the magic sword, looked at Fabius with a very cold expression, and issued an extremely cold threat. I know it's not pleasant to be ravaged by the magic sword, but... Luperci raised his hand covered with heavy armor. 3 seconds. Luperci didn't say what the consequences would be after 3 seconds, he just said 3 seconds. But Fabius was already trembling with fear, imagining the horrible consequences that might come, and immediately got up. Fabius Bayer was still bound in that head, but the head was roughly inserted into the headless body of an unknown person. Luperci used his psychic power to force Fabius's head and the headless body together. Occasionally, he would torture Fabius with his magic sword. It was a torture that penetrated deep into the soul, directly imposed on the soul and the essence of life. The strength of the body was irrelevant, and the weakness of the soul was infinitely magnified. All the things that intelligent life cared about, cherished, and feared became the parts that could be used in this horrible torture. Okay. Luperci raised the magic sword. The horrible torture invaded Fabius' soul again. The latter screamed miserably, almost collapsing because of all the pain and sorrow he felt in an instant. I'm already up. Fabius stared at Luperci weakly. I know, but I just want to torture you. Luperci turned and walked to the culture tank in front of the 2 of them, looking at the pool of flesh with eyes and tentacles inside. This is definitely not your limit, Fabius. Your cloning technology can't be so bad. The only thing I can think of is that you are deceiving me. Fabius also looked at the rotten meat in the culture tank. The rotten meat was shaking and struggling. It obviously had self-awareness, but it was in a mess. "This is the original body I cloned, your genetic father," Fabius suddenly said. "I don't know what happened. Maybe you don't believe it, but I have succeeded before." Hearing this, Luperci turned his head and looked at Fabius. Then he slowly raised the magic sword. Chapter 839. Another painful torture. Fabius was almost dying this time, lying on the ground and unable to stand up. He looked at Luperci with a grim expression and realized that he had become a slave. A scientific slave. His purpose was to clone Luperci's genetic father Horus Lupercal, just like a slave working non-stop. As for the purpose of this son of Horus, God knows what he thinks. "Of course I know you succeeded." Luperci leaned over and looked at Fabius. "You once cloned my Primarch, and then Abaddon brutally killed the clone Primarch." As soon as the words fell, Fabius's hair was lifted up by the blade of the magic sword. The Mad Doctor knew that Luperci did not use psychic power, or the special ability of the magic sword. He just used the blade to lift up his hair. This is the ultimate skill of using the sword. It is so exquisite that it is amazing. Fabius couldn't help but think of a guy named Shuriken. Shuriken, a Raven Guard, killed Lucius like throwing away a piece of garbage, and he didn't feel any pleasure about it. "You succeeded, but you gave me something like this." Luperci looked back at the culture tank. "Am I a person who is easy to talk to and patient in your eyes?" Fabius didn't say anything, but he felt that Luperci was obviously not. There was no point in saying more. Fabius struggled to get up, and continued to replicate the steps of making his own clone Primarch. Although the scientific research data collected during the evacuation from Bloom was destroyed by Luperci, all the information about the technology of cloning the original body was stored in the safest place, his head. So Fabius could reproduce the whole process without any mistakes or accidents. But what puzzled him was that no matter how he reproduced step by step according to the previous method, no matter what he did, the cloned original body he finally created was not alive and kicking, but turned into a pile of worthless rotten meat. This mass of rotten meat is almost the same as the original body from a genetic perspective, but it is still a mass of rotten meat. Believe it or not. Fabius sat helplessly on the chair and took a few breaths. "Anyway, I tried my best. I am like a painter who has created a perfect work of art that he himself cannot replicate. Clones are just copy and paste. How can they be perfect?" Luperci said coldly. This sentence attracted Fabius' attention, but the Mad Doctor did not speak, and thought about the meaning implied in Luperci's words calmly. If cloning the Primarch was not perfect for him, then he wanted to pursue something and achieve a certain goal through cloning the Primarch. In the end, Fabius had to guess that Luperci wanted to revive his genetic father. But on second thought, the Eye of Terror is full of human spirits, and Luperci's words may have been said to mislead him. Thinking of this, Fabius gave up the idea and stood up to continue working. "Although being forced to work is indeed unsatisfactory, my interest has been aroused by the current situation. As long as you are willing to help me, I may be able to find out why I can't replicate a Primarch again." Luperci also understood what Fabius meant by help, which was to help him get some experimental materials and equipment. This was not difficult, especially because he was in this environment. Luperci glanced at the vast and endless wasteland of death outside the research facility and turned to threaten Fabius. "I don't care whether you can do it or not, but I ask you to try your best, otherwise I will torture you forever." Fabius ignored this threat, and he was completely immersed in the experiment. Luperci did not interfere too much and stood up and left. Clone Coryx had been waiting on the dead wasteland. The clone original was lying on a weathered black boulder, his body covered by a special camouflage equipment, which was the invisible camouflage device carried in the Thunder Warrior's armor. Coryx had no chance to experiment with invisible camouflage, but he heard that this thing could fool many people. "I heard that it could fool many people, but I don't know the details." The clone master was watching the two enemies in the research facility from beginning to end, looking for a way to kill them completely. Although the research facility was hidden in an illusion, the armor was also equipped with equipment to see through the illusion. Coryx just watched. Not long after, Luperci walked to the edge of the research facility, raised his hand, used his psychic power to open a door on the virtual curtain covering the entire research facility, and walked out, looking like he had directly traveled to a new world. Coryx quickly put on the power claws, lowered his body, and moved to the position behind Luperci at an amazing speed. While moving forward quickly, Coryx found that Luperci was walking towards the Black Ring building in the wasteland. That Black Ring building was definitely a portal, and it was the kind that anyone could use, and it would not refuse anyone. Coryx didn't even have to work hard to come to this wasteland world with Luperci, which didn't even arouse Luperci's vigilance. Hey! Luperci walked to the portal and shouted to the sky, "Get me out." Hearing the roar, the clone Primarch, who was approaching Luperci, was secretly happy, because Luperci was obviously not alert in the current environment. But just when Korix wanted to rush over and launch an attack, a sudden abnormality made him lie on the ground quickly. An eye appeared in the sky. It was like an eye carved directly on the sky, so big that it almost covered half of the surface of the wasteland world. Then the eye shrank. It was like the lens was shrinking. Not only an eye appeared on the sky, but also a pale face of a person. Have you achieved your goal? The pale face was as huge as a god, looking down at everything on the ground. Not yet, almost. Luperci leaned on the magic sword and looked up at the sky without showing any weakness. Can you get me out first, and then let me talk to you properly? I'm not interested in your affairs, nor am I interested in your goals. I'm only interested in your power. Come out and help me, said the face. As soon as the words fell, a stream of energy was injected into the black circular building, and then a light of a completely different color from the previously open portal flashed. Luperci stepped into the portal, and the light immediately dissipated. On the other side of the portal was the command deck of a very small frigate. The Navy personnel trained by the Red Pirates were controlling the entire warship to travel in the turbulent subspace. In order to prevent the detection means for subspace submarines from discovering this ship, the powerful psychic standing on the command deck was using psychic power to cover the entire ship. From the size and armor, it can be seen that the Psyker is an Astartes. What do we do next? Luperci asked the Psyker. The 3 artifacts are in the hands of the Black Legion. Let's go and grab them. The ship moved quickly in the warp, and the terrifying Psyker pushed the ship forward. Under Luperci's gaze, his true partner, the temporary master of the entire ship, the powerful Psyker, slowly put the helmet on his head. It was a blue helmet with 6 horns, and the strange shape and color represented that he was once a member of the Thousand Suns Legion. There is usually only one person who wears this strange horn helmet, and that is the chief wizard, the champion of the Lord of Change, the rebel Azak Ahriman, who personally sowed the fruit of destruction of the Thousand Suns. Keep it safe. Ahriman raised his hand, and a black sphere floated up from his palm and fell into Luperci's hand. Luperci lowered his head and carefully observed the black sphere that looked like a wasteland planet. At the same time, Korix saw Luperci's face suddenly appearing in the sky. Good stuff. Luperci stuffed the sphere into the storage compartment, walked to Ahriman's side, and stood in front of the porthole with Ahriman, looking at some dense black spots in front of them. That was the fleet of the Black Legion. Chapter 840. So, you plan to continue to cooperate with me now? When the warship approached the Black Legion fleet, Ahriman tilted his head slightly, and a dull voice came from under his horn helmet. Because the blue eyes under the slits of the horn helmet fell on Luperci, the latter knew clearly that even though there were so many people on the command deck, Ahriman was talking to himself. My condition is to kidnap Fabius and clone my father. It's that simple. Luperci said, you helped me achieve this goal. You helped me kill the word-bearer's pigsty, allowing me to grab the Blackstone portal in Fabius. My goal has been achieved. After that, Luperci paused for 2 seconds. But your goal has not been achieved yet. I can't cancel the cooperation yet. Ahriman was silent, and his head just turned a little just now, not looking at Luperci. The latter certainly couldn't guess what Ahriman was thinking or what. Anyway, after a moment of silence, Luperci stroked the magic sword and asked, what do we do next? I mean, we go directly into the warship of those damned Abaddon lackeys, and snatch the artifact you mentioned, and then what do we do? What use is the artifact to you? Useful. Faced with Luperci's question, Ahriman only gave a 2-word response. Luperci didn't know what Ahriman's wish was. If he knew, he would be shocked. Ahriman's wish is to enter the Eldar's library, the Black Library, which stores many cosmic truths, past history, and countless psychic knowledge. He believes that as long as he enters the Black Library, he can find a way to restore the Thousand Suns to normal, instead of being forever bound in armor and being manipulated like a puppet. In addition, Ahriman also has a greater ambition. He wants to become a transcendent being, to become a god. But the premise for all these wishes to be realized is to enter the Black Library. One of the surviving gods of the Eldar, the god of laughter, who is the faith of the Harlequin troop, is guarding the Black Library at the end of the webway. Normal means are inaccessible. But if there are 3 artifacts that can open a path in the webway. Okay, I know you don't talk much. Luperci leaned on the magic sword and lowered his head to look at the eyes and hideous face on the hilt of the magic sword. Since I stabbed Abaddon 10,000 years ago, I have lost the destination of the Legion, and I don't care about the destination of the Black Legion. Hearing the son of Horus mention something he had never mentioned before, Ahriman, who was standing in front of the porthole with his back to Luperci, tilted his head slightly again. I don't want to be a lackey of the dark gods, and you probably don't want to either, so I think we should cooperate more. Luperci lowered his head and reached out to touch the terrifying demon face on the hilt. I agree. Ha ha ha. The demon face on the hilt laughed so hard that it made people feel sick. Ahriman turned around completely at this time and faced Luperci directly. The only good is knowledge. The only evil is ignorance. Luperci thought Ahriman's quote was meaningless, but what he didn't know was that Ahriman was praising his knowledge. In the Eye of Terror, only the wise would not be the lackeys and slaves of the dark gods, because the wise knew the abominations of the gods, and knew how to use the power of the gods without being trapped by the power of the gods. This was Ahriman's idea. When the chief sorcerer was still fighting for humanity, he never worshipped the emperor to the extreme like others. He believed that he was fighting for the continuation of the human species. But Ahriman didn't know that Luperci didn't leave the Legion because he saw through the abominations of the gods, or for any other reason. Luperci just felt that Abaddon had deviated from the true goal of the Gene Father, which was to kill the abominations who wanted to sacrifice humans to become gods, and save the human race from the disgusting conspiracy of a super conspirator. When he thought that the Black Legion led by Abaddon was just burning, killing, looting and shrinking, and became the running dogs of the gods, and he left the Legion because of this, he hated the strange power that made the Fighting Brothers abominable, hated the gods, hated the Word-Bearers. He hated everything. The Emperor's son, the Word-Bearers, the Black Legion. In the past 10,000 years, Luperci has been avenging those he hates. He has been hunting until he ran into Ahriman and learned some secrets from Ahriman. Full speed ahead, Ahriman said. His tone was flat, and his voice contained indifference and the arrogance of a scholar, but his voice would echo in everyone's ears. Even everyone heard something different. The sailors who were trained by the Red Corsair war band from the mortal slaves in the demon world in the Maelstrom immediately operated the entire warship according to Ahriman's orders. The captain leading this group of sailors came to Ahriman and asked him, I don't know why the Blackheart King made an agreement with you and warned you to bring more warships to do your work, but you only brought us. While speaking, the captain's eyes kept scanning the porthole and Ahriman's face. He was afraid of the huge fleet of the Black Legion outside. Compared with the battleship named New Spirit of Vengeance, this small ship was just a sampan. Ahriman remained silent, turned around and walked to the center of the command deck. The red-letter warriors who followed Ahriman also gathered together, neatly and stiffly arranged like machines. Come! Ahriman raised his hand to Luperci, who was still standing in his original position, inviting him. What do you mean? Luperci thought Ahriman had just turned around and left just to take a look around the bridge. If they wanted to go to the boarding torpedo, they should go from another direction. You are a warrior, Luperci. Ahriman said, you actually thought of using boarding torpedoes, but we can't use that stuff. Are you going to teleport there? Luperci walked to Ahriman's side. Ahriman waved his scepter. The flow of time became faster, but only the warship became faster. The Huron-sponsored warship with a black logo quickly crossed a great distance in almost an instant, as if fast-forwarding, and arrived at the Black Legion fleet, and even directly crashed into the new flagship of the Vengeful Spirit. The warship was shattered, and only Ahriman and Luperci and his party were safe and sound on the command deck. But then, the originally shattered warship quickly recovered and ran backwards very far. The originally shattered ship returned to normal, and the crew members who died in the collision disaster were also repaired. They were on standby far away from the Black Legion fleet. All this happened in a very short time. Ahriman and his party and the warship seemed to have been accelerated hundreds of times, while the Black Legion fleet, the new Vengeful Spirit, was still at the same speed as before. The latter was naturally hard to defend against. Chapter 841. The new Vengeful Spirit encountered a sudden disaster. The Auspex did not respond. The wizards, plague warlocks and psychers in the fleet, who were wearing various detection equipment made by Vashtor, did not detect anything. The Vengeful Spirit was attacked in an instant. The attack was so sudden. When Typhons, Vashtor and the surviving servants of the Blood God were discussing whether to cooperate next, and were about to come to a conclusion, the command deck of the battleship was hit. What's even more outrageous is that the ship that crashed through the deck was a warship. Then the warship suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the bodies of hundreds of thousands of dead and injured slaves, a raging fire in the warship, and wetware that kept reporting the damage. The entire hull of the new Vengeance Spirit, which was less than 20 kilometers long, was hit to form a huge damage area with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. If the fleet was sailing in the real universe, the entire warship would have sunk. Even if it didn't sink, it would be doomed because the vacuum environment would suck all the crew out of the cabin. We actually paralyzed their defenses? Luperci couldn't believe what he saw. Ahriman and his party did not retreat with the warship they were on, but teleported out of the warship and came directly to the hull of the new vengeful spirit. After the hull was knocked open, the party walked in along the damaged part. Ahriman said nothing. Bang. The sound of a grenade launcher was heard. A bomb crossed hundreds of meters and came to Ahriman, who used his psychic power to pull the body of a Black Legion veteran to block the bomb. Then Ahriman threw the old soldier's body aside. The powerful wizard continued to walk down along the gap. There was no path ahead. The shell that had been sunken in the collision before, the warship structure and other things served as a bridge for Ahriman and his party, but now none of them could find the way. But this was not a problem for Ahriman at all. The chief wizard waved his scepter lightly, and the ground of the command deck rose directly from the ground, and together, with the building structure of the lower level of the warship below, it became a huge arch bridge. Ahriman continued to walk down the arch bridge, while his eyes under the horn helmet looked down at all the enemies in the bridge with ruthlessness, coldness, and contempt. It was Typhons who fired the shot just now. You bastard. The nurgling on the tumor on Typhon's shoulder shouted angrily. You actually broke through the shell of the new flagship and rushed in. You damn thing. Where did you get such a strong power? For this operation, I prepared for a long time, paid a lot of price, and let others pay a lot of price for me. The ethereal voice echoed directly in everyone's ears. Rituals. Psychics are connected to the subspace. They are psychic, and some psychics even know the use of many rituals from birth. And psychics like Ahriman, psychics who pursue knowledge, naturally know more rituals, but in order to achieve the current effect, he must pay a lot of prices, or let others pay the price for him. 66 Imperial worlds, 66 demon worlds. Everything on them, including population, environment, history, emotions, love and hate throughout history, all became the price of rituals. Others had different opinions on whether this ritual was worth it, but Ahriman thought it was really worth it. Because the power brought by this ritual not only allowed Ahriman to control a warship to insert into the new spirit of vengeance, but also blocked other warships that tried to come to reinforce. The Black Legion and a small number of other Khorne war bands were rushing towards the flagship called the New Spirit of Vengeance, which was actually a cruiser, but they soon found that no matter how hard the warships tried to move forward, they could not get close to the flagship. Luperci! Luperci! The roar suddenly reached the ears of Luperci behind Ahriman. The latter looked for the sound, and saw a former battle brother. You damn traitor! I will punish you for the father of genes. Punish you, the traitor who betrayed the Legion. I will kill you. I will kill you. The warrior in the Terminator roared and ran towards Luperci. Let's go together. Luperci drew his sword and prepared to fight, Sons of Abaddon. But Ahriman obviously didn't want Luperci to waste his time on a minor character. When the warrior who was roaring and rushing towards Luperci just made a slashing motion, his body immediately stopped. Stop. Ahriman said, shut up. The warrior's mouth disappeared from his face, and the whole person remained completely motionless. Then Luperci swung his sword, causing the former fighting brother to bleed on the spot. The soul was sucked into the magic sword. The magic sword laughed happily and infused its tempered power into its master. Luperci took a deep breath, then exhaled tremblingly, and finally glanced fiercely at the former fighting brothers, who were either buried in the ruins with only their heads exposed, or standing there glaring at him. Where is your current master? Sons of Abaddon, answer me. As he said this, Luperci looked around, hoping to see the damned figure holding the forging hammer. He had heard that since Abaddon's life and death were unknown, the Black Legion was taken over by another abomination. That abomination was even a warp creature, a demon. But Vashtor was not in the command deck now. Typhons looked around, and when he found that Vashtor was gone, he immediately stood up and ran in the opposite direction of the enemy. This was a shameful act made out of fear. There was a rumor among many Nurgle believers that the father was branded with fear, and the influence it received would gradually spread to all believers. Typhons didn't know whether this was true or not. Anyway, his fear now was not the fear of death, but the fear that he might be reshaped after death and lose himself again. Please kill him, and then I will read his mind, Ahriman said to Luperci. Luperci rushed forward with the sword. Typhons turned back and released a psychic shock. Ahriman's scepter touched the ground, and the shock that Luperci was about to mobilize psychic energy to deal with disappeared. Then the son of Horus took the opportunity to step forward and cut off Typhon's head with a sword. Disgusting thing. Luperci crushed the nerdlings on the tumor of the corpse with 1 foot. And the power absorbed by the magic sword was transmitted into Luperci's body again, slightly strengthening him. Chapter 842. After being killed, Typhon's body floated up, and the powerful psychic power from Ahriman read all the information contained in this body. This is not a kind of psychic power like mind reading, but a direct view of what this body does in the web of fate. Ahriman saw Typhon's end, remodeling, and that he would be remodeled and ended in the future, and this process would continue forever until the god he most admired thought he had no value. Typhon's has already become part of Nurgle's power. Just like those demons, he can be reshaped even if he is completely destroyed, because this process is not to revive the dead, but to create a new person with the identity of the dead. Since his second death, the name Typhon's is no longer a person's name, but a code name for the pioneer of plague. Of course, Ahriman also found what he wanted to find in Typhon's past and future. There. Ahriman gently waved his hand, and Typhon's body was thrown aside by the psychic energy. Then a virtual passage created by psychic energy appeared directly in front of Ahriman and his party. The wizard led the sons of Horus and the 1,000 Sons rubric warriors into the virtual passage, and came to the engine room on the bottom floor of the new Spirit of Vengeance. Before entering the passage, Ahriman and his party saw many enemies waiting in the engine room at the end of the passage. There were countless demon engines, and many creations in the engine room that looked like mutated demon Iron Men. Of course, there is also their master, Vashtor. Typhon's helped this ally delay a little time, so that Vashtor could make some preparations before meeting Ahriman again. The Lord of the Forge was not afraid of this chaos wizard, who thought he was not a lackey of the 4 gods, but he was worried that the powerful psychic energy of this wizard would destroy the artifact he valued most when it was released. And the preparation he made just now was to put the artifact called Tachucha engine in a place where it would not be affected by the battle. Now, Vashtor can face the battle without any worries. Ahriman and his group, who had just walked through the psychic channel, and Vashtor, who had set up a dragnet in the engine room, faced each other and observed each other. Since neither of them knew the other's background, neither side would act rashly to start killing. Professor Ahriman, if you come to me to seek knowledge, then we should sit down and talk. Vashtor looked up and down at the wizard in front of him. He knew a little bit about the story of this wizard, so he didn't even know who the attacker was. Ahriman also looked at Vashtor. He knew Vashtor much better than Vashtor knew himself. He knew that Vashtor was a lesser god. He also knew that he would not be without the ability to fight against this lesser god. I am not here to seek knowledge from you, because I have no interest in those evil skills that rely on demons and witchcraft. Ahriman said, glancing at the many demon engines present. I came here in the hope of finding knowledge indirectly. Indirectly? Yes, indirectly. You have the springboard I need. Ahriman came for the 3 artifacts, and his ultimate goal was to open a path to the Black Library through the ancient relics composed of the 3 artifacts, and then obtain the endless knowledge in the Black Library. But Ahriman did not need to tell Vashtor about this purpose. He was just stalling for time with the topic that the other party was interested in. Ahriman's spiritual energy was constantly permeating the entire battleship, and the space where the entire battleship was located. He could directly feel the existence of the 3 artifacts, but he also needed to feel where the 3 artifacts were now. Luperci on the side could also guess what Ahriman was thinking, but what he didn't understand was why Vashtor was so cooperative. Ahriman was also puzzled by this, but he didn't show any doubt on the surface. Or we can cooperate. Vashtor slowly spread his arms. As creatures living in the Eye of Terror, we have suffered a huge failure on Bloom. The entire Eye of Terror may be closed. At that time, we will have no choice but to go to the Great Vortex. And the Eye of Terror is closed, and it's not just us who are affected. If the rift that this subspace has torn in the real universe is completely closed, it's just the emotional resonance caused by mortals. Just a small ritual just. It won't allow a demon to pass through the veil and descend into the real universe. The number of psychics will be greatly reduced, and the power that psychics like you can exert will no longer be as strong as before. Vashtor said a lot of truth. It actually makes some sense to others, such as those in the Black Legion. But it didn't make sense to Ahriman. You're right, but I only care about knowledge. The wizard explored the location of the 3 artifacts on the battleship. How did you get the 3 artifacts? I got them during the Plague War. Vashtor answered the question honestly. A good helper helped me get the Ouroboros, the Tachucha engine, and the Plague Heart. This may be a great luck in your eyes, but it's quite easy for me. Hearing Vashtor's suggestion of a helper, Ahriman frowned under his horned helmet. Helper? Who? A man who was once favored by the dark gods. Vashtor replied, the reason I told you so much is because I have to wait for him to come. As soon as the voice fell, A vortex unfolded in the engine room. Then heavy footsteps were heard in the vortex, and a sturdy and huge demon stepped out of it. A wise man like Ahriman could not fail to distinguish the origin of this demon. This demon is not a lackey or servant of any of the dark gods, and its origin itself is full of mysteries. Some people say that it is the first mortal to pledge allegiance to the dark gods, and thus gained unimaginable power. This demon is none other than the demon prince Bylak. Vashtor is waiting for me. What are you waiting for? Bylak rushed out of the vortex with great momentum, his wings spread out, and he chopped down at Ahriman's shoulder with a great sword in hand. Luperci raised his sword to block the demon prince's attack, then turned back to look at Ahriman, asking him with his eyes if he hadn't expected Bylak's arrival. Ahriman certainly hadn't expected this, and he didn't even know when Vashtor had colluded with Bylak. However, Ahriman was not afraid of this demon prince abandoned by the dark gods. He appeared behind Luperci in a flash, brewing a terrifying psychic power, and released the strongest psychic attack he could muster at Bylak at the beginning of the fight. Chapter 843. The terrifying psychic torrent gathered from behind Bylak and rushed towards his back. The demon prince showed no sign of dodging, but suddenly took out an item that exuded the breath of death from his body accessories that had no storage. When this item appeared, the psychic torrent that Ahriman had released with all his strength disappeared in an instant. To others, the psychic torrent appeared and disappeared in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Considering that psychic energy does not have to obey the law of conservation of energy, it is not surprising that it disappears out of thin air. This is the case in the eyes of Luperci, who does not have very strong psychic energy. But in Ahriman's eyes, the psychic energy he released with all his strength did not disappear into thin air, but was transformed by the object that exuded the breath of death. This is not extraction or containment, but the abstract transformation and swallowing of the process. Everything Ahriman could feel was transformed into an entity concept that could not be fully described. This concept is transformation, and it is also like a reincarnation process of birth, aging, illness and death. At this moment, he felt a lot. I was going to let Typhons charge, but you can do it too. Bylak held up a strange object full of death. Ahriman stared at the object and realized that it was the artifact called the Heart of Plague among the 3 artifacts. But this thing was now in Bylak's hands, not in the hands of this warship and Vashtor. However, it didn't matter who had any of the 3 artifacts, because Vashtor and Bylak had reached an agreement. The 2 men now walked towards each other and stood together, as if to show that they were on the same front. Join us, Professor Ahriman. Vashtor stretched out his hand, which looked like a thin layer of rotten skin tied to a thin mechanical hand. Ahriman ignored Vashtor's words, and stared at the artifact in Bylak's hand. But he did not release his psychic power to snatch it immediately, because he did not know what the artifact was used for. Although the Plague Heart had just converted psychic energy as a divine weapon, how could its function be just to convert psychic energy? I give you one last chance, Vashtor said. Ahriman remained unmoved. Bylak had much less patience than Vashtor, and he had already raised the Plague Heart in his hand and aimed it at Ahriman's position. The demon prince had not yet urged the evil creation in his hand to do anything, but Ahriman and Luperci had already instinctively felt death. This was not a certain emotion, but death. The embodiment of death was so concrete that Ahriman and the others felt that their throats were being strangled by death. Wait a minute. Vashtor put his hand on Bylak's arm, signaling him to stop. Bylak glanced at Vashtor impatiently. The 2 demons communicated in their demonic way in an instant, and then a playful smile appeared on Bylak's face. Ahriman almost couldn't help releasing his psychic energy to bombard Bylak, because the smile on Bylak's face was so similar to that of Ahriman's genetic father. That smile. Ahriman recalled that Magnus had shown him this playful smile twice. After his 2 prepared plans to restore the Rubric warrior failed, Magnus showed this expression on his face. Goodbye, Ahriman. Bylak used some evil spell to drive the artifact in his hand, and then the Heart of Plague released light. Ahriman and Bylak left the battleship in an instant. The hole in the battleship was quickly repaired. The traces of Ahriman and Bylak coming to the battleship were completely erased. After being sent away, Ahriman and Luperci appeared directly in a webway made by the ancient saints. Ahriman. Ahriman heard someone calling his name. Considering that all the red-letter warriors he brought were soulless puppets bound in armor, Ahriman could only think that the call came from Luperci. But Luperci was looking back at the person who was speaking. Ahriman also turned his head. TSK. The sound of the armor-expelling gas was heard, and a Rubric warrior took off his helmet and looked at Ahriman in astonishment. Why did you become like this? Ahriman took off his horned helmet, revealing a pale face. Looking at the Rubric warrior, who had returned to normal in front of him, He felt so complicated that he could hardly breathe. One rubric warrior returned to normal, but the others were still the same. Why did you ask me to restore a rubric warrior to normal? Because we should let Ahriman know that the 3 artifacts are not what he can covet, but if he is willing to kneel down and be a lackey, he can still get a little sweetness. Bylak and Vashtor walked in the fully restored warship, rushing to the location of the other 2 artifacts. The demon prince walked while recalling what had just happened. It was just a coincidence that he happened to encounter Ahriman's invasion when he came through, but the demon prince had an idea and used Ahriman's psychic energy to give the plague heart some energy that was enough for short-term use. As for following Vashtor's advice and resurrecting a rubric warrior, Bylak was just trying it out. He didn't expect that he could actually do it. In addition to being surprised, Bylak also understood that no matter how effective the 3 artifacts, Heart of Plague, Ouroboros, and Tachucha Engine, would be when used alone, it didn't matter. The most important thing was the powerful effect they could exert when combined. During the confrontation with Ahriman, the good helper that Vashtor mentioned was Bylak, who helped him seize the 3 artifacts and would help him use them. As we agreed before, I will help you assemble the Discord engine, and then you can use it to enter the webway to explore the treasure you want to find. Bylak stopped and looked back at his partner then. Then I will support you in the future and help you steal the power of the gods. Vashtor took the initiative to repeat what he and Bylak had agreed on during the journey to easily find the 3 artifacts. Bylak's goal seems unlikely, but he has a way to do it. Just like assembling the 3 artifacts into the Discord engine, Bylak has the same method. Ouroboros, Tachucha Engine, Plague Heart, the 3 artifacts were gathered together to release a power that frightened Vashtor. This was not unexpected by Vashtor, because the Discord engine, which was composed of these 3 artifacts, was once a creation of the old saints. After assembling the Discord engine, will you sneak into the webway and dig holes everywhere, or use this thing to ensure that the Eye of Terror is not closed by invaders? Before starting work, Bylak suddenly looked at Vashtor and asked, I will do both of these things. Vashtor replied, this ancient artifact once belonged to the master of the real universe and the subspace. No matter how we use it, as long as it exerts a little bit of effect, it is enough for us to achieve all our goals and get everything we want. Chapter 844. I'm not sure what the 3 artifacts are used for. Anyway, the Tachucha engine is pretty useful. When Horus was about to attack Terra, I used the Tachucha engine to run around and give the rebels a surprise attack and massacre everywhere. That thing is really useful. In the flagship's conference room, the 3 commanders of the main fleet, the Emperor's human will, and the holographic projections of Sanguinius and Shagatai gathered together for a discussion. The people were not discussing anything important, and no major decision that could influence the entire Golden Crusade was made here. This was just a conversation, organized by Chin Mo, and several have been held. Everyone could talk about the latest progress of the war, talk about any requirements and ideas, and get closer to each other. Tachucha Engine. Gilliman leaned back in the adamantium chair and looked at Lion. You have this thing, but you don't support Terra and our father. Short-sighted. Lian put his legs on the conference table, resting his head on his arms, looking down on Gilliman. I played the biggest role. If I hadn't destroyed the forge worlds of the Dark Mechanicus and destroyed many of the general cannons that were about to be deployed on the Terra battlefield, the general cannons would have blown the gates of the Terra Palace and that bastard Rogel Dorn into slag. Gilliman turned his head away. Lian continued, What did you do, Gilliman? Why couldn't your reinforcements rush to Terra in time? To be honest, if I hadn't woken up and found that you were struggling to support the current empire, I would have declared you and your children traitors without hesitation. I really couldn't provide timely support. Gilliman said, at that time, the auspicious instrument of Makridge's glory detected countless vengeful spirits. Hearing this, Lion said nothing more. Chin Mo, who was standing aside, watched the conversation between the 2 pre-march brothers without saying a word. Lion is a person who doesn't care about anything when he's in a rage. He says whatever he wants. His accusation against Gilliman just now was his rebuttal after Gilliman complained about him. He himself no longer doubted Gilliman. Chin Mo felt that the Lion King had something in common with him to some extent, that is, he said whatever he wanted when he was in a rage. Countless spirits of vengeance, which is much more powerful than the Tachucha engine. But the spirit of vengeance is not the reason why Robot could not rush to Terra's aid in time. The biggest reason is that Cinch turned the entire solar system into a ritual site. No matter who it is, no matter what they use, they can't get in. The human emperor while on the side spoke. So Ryan, I think you did the right thing. If you really use the Tachucha engine to rush to Terra, you will definitely not be able to make it. After listening to his father's words, Ryan nodded. He also understood this. Let's talk about the battle on Bloom. The Emperor looked at Qin Mo. If you hadn't personally participated in the war, we would definitely not have been able to win so quickly. Qin Mo looked at the Emperor. No words. The Emperor smiled awkwardly. Gilliman promptly smoothed things over for his father. Of course, this should also be thanks to the Blue Storm, and your presence on the flagship. If you hadn't solved the worries, Lao Qin wouldn't have been able to join the battle in person. Hey. The Emperor touched the back of his head and smiled. At this time, no other will entered Vanessa's body and merged with the human will. The Emperor behaved very much like a person, sentimental, emotional, and completely without the majesty and coldness in the eyes of others. No one would dislike getting along with such human will. Especially Qin Mo. Qin Mo had seen the Emperor's human will change from pretending to be aloof and majestic to often joking, teasing, and shifting the blame to others. But it was quite interesting to see the Emperor shift the blame to others for the past. But when the blame was shifted to Qin Mo himself, Qin Mo wanted to hang him up and torture him severely. The glorious human flagship was sailing in the Eye of Terror. Previously, the engineering fleet led by several Blackstone warships had built many Blackstone creations on the way to the next target galaxy. If someone was strong enough to look down on the entire Eye of Terror at this time, he would find that the material power of the real universe had torn the entire Eye of Terror apart, and the Golden Expedition was in a good situation and had a bright future. In the eyes of most people, the Chaos Lackeys were like grasshoppers after autumn, and they would not be able to jump for long. But Qin Mo and others knew very well that there were still several difficulties and obstacles ahead, and no matter how much trouble the Black Legion, which was not annihilated as a whole like the Death Guard, could cause later. Even the Chaos forces in the Battle of Bloom did not appear in full force. Thousand Sons, Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, and other war bands, large and small, have not yet been fully deployed. This war to cleanse the universe is long and arduous. I have something else to do. The Emperor stood up and looked at Qin Mo. I have made some progress in my research. We can go and take a look together. I have something else to do. Qin Mo also stood up, patted Gilliman's shoulders twice, and then left the meeting room first. When the sound of the gate closing rang out, Ryan looked at the direction Qin Mo left and said in a deep voice, "He bears more grudges than I thought." After saying that, the Lion King and the Lord of the 500 Worlds looked at their father at the same time. Why does it seem like it's my fault? It was me, not him, who was stabbed by his foul mouth. The Emperor spread his hands. Gilliman and Lion looked at each other, and then looked at their father. I think you should have a good talk with him. Gilliman said, no matter what Korix thought at the time, no matter what he went through, it's not anyone else's fault that he didn't want to come back. Lao Qin couldn't talk him back with his mouth, so how can you blame him? Lion crossed his arms over his chest, lowered his head, and looked at the table, echoing his brother's words. The Emperor thought for a moment, and did not reply. Excuse me, you should go and apologize to him. Gilliman continued to persuade, you were just too excited at the time. After all, you are the pure human part, and you will feel sad and upset about Korix's refusal to return. He will understand. Hearing this, Lion on the side teased casually, don't embarrass my father. Malkador is gone, and now no one can make him take out the courage to stand up for the continuation of the human race and do anything. Shut up. The Emperor scolded the two Primarchs. He stood up excitedly. I said it's not my fault. I was trying to please him just now, but he said nothing. Do you want me to kneel down and beg him? Hearing the words kneel down and beg him, Gilliman waved his hands and tried to persuade him again. But the Emperor did not give Gilliman a chance to persuade him. He left with only 2 words and walked out. This time, I will not only make him come to me to apologize and make peace, but I will also correct his foul mouth. This half-human, half-god guy has a mentality as young as he looks, just like a young sapling, and a sapling will not grow straight if it is not repaired. Chapter 845. The gate of the flagship conference room did not open automatically, but was forcibly opened by psychic energy. When the Emperor controlled Vanessa's body to float out of the conference room, the gate behind him slammed shut. Gilliman and Lion in the conference room could hear how angry their father was from the bang of the gate closing. The Emperor walked forward in the corridor. Everyone who passed by him could not see his existence due to the effect of psychic energy. After walking a distance in such a threatening manner, the Emperor suddenly stopped, leaned on a fine gold pillar at the corner of the corridor, and looked up at the ceiling and pondered for a long time. He listened to what Gilliman said, and even agreed to a certain extent. But the Emperor just didn't want Gilliman to get involved in this matter, because he felt that this matter had nothing to do with Gilliman. As for blaming Qin Mo, because Korix was not persuaded by Qin Mo, The emperor thought about it himself, and felt that it was because he was too sad at the time and complained without thinking. But this can't be completely blamed on me. The emperor thought so. Who knew that guy would catch fire like fuel? Doesn't he seem to know and understand me? Thinking of this, the emperor curled his lips slightly, stopped leaning on the golden pillar, and continued to walk forward. After walking about 100 meters, the emperor paused and used psychic power to teleport to the corner of the corridor 10 meters away. Then, Chi Nemo walked out from another corner. The emperor used psychic vision to check and found that Chi Nemo was not alone, but with a new Thunder Warrior. Judging from the armor, it is a new Thunder Warrior, but it is not. It is Onron, one of the clone Primarchs, who was brought back. In order to keep Clone Korix, Chi Nemo often went to chat with Clone Korix and improve his favorability so that he could stay in the fleet honestly. This is how Chi Nemo keeps someone. He never orders the other party to stay forcefully. He will impress the other party with words and actions, provided that he has patience. When talking with Clone Korix, Clone Aingon often comes up to interject. At first, Chi Nemo was too lazy to talk to Aingon, but later he found that this guy was particularly interested in him, and then he realized that he should not have preconceived that Angren's clones were also unable to communicate with the original body. After that, just like now, Chi Nemo often talked with Angren's clones. What does the entire universe look like in your eyes? And what do I look like in your eyes? Chi Nemo asked while walking in the corridor. Onron thought for a moment and gave an answer. I feel like I am in a giant arena like everyone else. You are a slave owner like the Golden Man, but you are a slave owner without slaves. What do they call you? Anyway, I think you are a strange slave owner like my brother Gilliman. Slave owners are different from each other. For example, you are completely different from the slave owner who claims to be my father. The emperor who was hiding in the corner heard everything and cursed, "Stupid donkey head." But despite the scolding, the emperor felt sorry for Onron. At least that's what the human will think now. Onron would think that the universe is a big arena, and the Tyrone army, the Astra Militarum, and the Astartes are all gladiators belonging to a certain slave owner, and then they drive their own gladiators to fight with the gladiators of other slave owners. But this kind of thinking is not because Onron is born stupid, but because of his education. The Primarchs are born knowing, but they also need to be educated. If the place where Onron fell was a cesspool, then when he grows up, he will think that the universe is a super cesspool, and every creature in the universe is a maggot burrowing in the cesspool. This is the importance of education. Onron was unlucky, or not just because of bad luck, but also because of other reasons. He did not get a foster father like King Connor. You are a wise slave owner. Onron continued, why do you think that Golden Tyrant hated and loathed me from the moment he found me? First of all, if you want to describe slave owners, like Gilliman and me, you should use the title of ruler. Chi Nemo stopped. Sorry. Onron smiled awkwardly, I'm studying. Chi Nemo shook his head and didn't take it to heart, and then said, secondly, why don't you go to the corner and ask your father and let him tell you what he thought at the time? Hearing this, Aingon was very confused. The emperor who was hiding in the corner and eavesdropping was shocked. The clone Primarch looked at the corner next to him, but didn't see anyone. Look, he's still the same. Chi Nemo stared at the corner and said, this guy thinks a lot, but he never expresses it. He dared to stand up when the human race was in the most critical moment, but he just didn't have the courage to reveal his heart to others. Onron looked puzzled. The emperor at the corner leaned against the wall, holding his breath and looking around. He didn't want to show up in front of Angren's clones, because he felt guilty and had too many things to say, but he felt uncomfortable and afraid because of Angren's hatred for him. He could die immediately, but he was definitely not willing to stand up and explain to Onron. Just like when he had a lot of things to say to the clone Primarchs. But after Onron stood up and questioned the tyrant slave owner, the emperor was like being punched in the mouth by Onron, and all the words stuck in his throat were pushed back into his stomach. It's okay, I can answer you for him. Chi Nemo pulled Onron to continue walking away, and glanced at the corner at the same time, but I must change his habit of always holding back. When the two walked away, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief, and was glad that Chi Nemo didn't bring Onron over just now, otherwise he really didn't know how to face Onron. He really hated you and despised you from the moment he found you. But it's not like you think, he thinks you are a waste, he didn't unify the world you are in, and he didn't establish your great reputation as a Primarch. Chi Nemo said to Onron as he walked. Like War Master Horus, he was just a social person in the hive world before he was found. A thug, why was he treated kindly and given the responsibilities of War Master? The Emperor never hates losers, he only hates one thing, that is, destroyers who stand on the opposite side of order. You led the gladiators to burn, kill, and loot, revenge without a plan, which means you stand on the opposite side of order and become a destroyer. He hates this. Even if you only occupied a city, even if you hid in a village, and mortals maintained a normal life under your rule, he would not have the slightest dissatisfaction or contempt for you. After saying that, Chinemo looked at Angren's thoughtful face, and added 2 more sentences. Of course, I am not speaking for the Emperor, I am just expressing my own guess. Who knows what that guy was thinking at the time, you know? His thinking is completely different from that of normal people. After listening, Anran pondered for a moment. Chinemo left the clone pre-march, and the clone pre-march was still in deep thought, and did not realize it. Until after thinking, Anran muttered to himself, Order. Chapter 846. After leaving the side of the clone original, and turning into another corner of the corridor, Chinemo saw a person standing in front of him. A woman! Her face and figure have not changed for decades, just like the Lord of Tyrone himself. Every time he saw her, Chinemo would feel in a trance that he had returned to the days when he fought in the Tyrone hive. That was a historical node that made him feel a lot of emotion when he recalled it. At that time, the scale and volume of the war that Chinemo participated in were far less huge than now. Hundreds of thousands of people could eliminate all the enemies in the hive. But now just the smallest intelligence activity in a military operation requires the participation of dozens of judges in the Inquisition. Are you Vanessa herself, or the person whose name is Emperor? Vanessa lowered her head. Chinemo could not see her face or pupils, could not see the continuous cold and intermittent sentimental expression of the Emperor's human will, and the iconic golden pupils. Vanessa raised her head. The golden light in her eyes met Chinemo's eyes along with her gaze, and the two looked at each other. Chinemo was obviously facing the humanity of the Emperor. The Emperor pondered for a moment, raised his eyes slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but somehow he lowered his head again and stopped pondering, remained silent, as if swallowing the words back. In the meeting room, Ryan teased you that you had to show your courage to stand up for humanity and speak your mind. That was the time I agreed with Ryan the most, Chinemo said. The Emperor nodded and acquiesced. So, do you think the explanation I gave Anran just now was right? Chinemo asked again. The Emperor was silent for a moment and shook his head. No, but I don't know what the real answer is. I know. Chinemo raised his hand and stroked his chin, and said in a deep voice, I always think you are very human, and human nature has not only good sides, but also bad sides. For example, you are very biased and inexplicably dislike Anran. The Emperor's eyes lit up. It seems to be true. Sometimes I wonder, if my parents didn't have only me as their child, would they be like those parents with many children, hating one of their children for no reason and favoring other children? This is human nature. Are you an only child? Chinemo asked. I was also wondering if you would have brothers and sisters, and their descendants would continue to this day. Maybe I could use their genes to create a carrier for you similar to the living metal body of Sanguinius. Hearing Chinemo asking if he was an only child, the Emperor recalled his childhood. He was born into a family in Asia Minor, before humans had fully entered the civilized stage. He had parents and a hateful uncle. These past events were proof that he was a human being. A man and a woman can give birth to a litter of super psychic cubs. The Emperor held his head high and smiled. When did the human race have such good luck? Chinemo nodded, indeed. The conversation between the two of them was suspended here. Chinemo didn't really want to hear these small talk from the Emperor, nor did he want the Emperor to apologize for the previous complaint. He was not so petty. He just wanted the Emperor to say what he wanted to say to others. At least the human will in front of him should be like this. The Emperor was obviously not so easy to change. He deliberately changed the topic. Realizing that this problem was not so easy to change, Chinemo could only cooperate and talk about other things. And this other thing was more important. When I was fighting on Broom, I thought you had started the storm, the one that dispersed the bloody rain and accelerated the war. Chinemo recalled, but you told me it wasn't you. Who could it be? The Emperor pondered for a moment. He realized that Chinemo, a psychic muggle, really couldn't guess, and then he said directly, it was Guilliman. Who? Chinemo was surprised. Guilliman. The Emperor repeated, why are you surprised? Don't you know that the Primarchs themselves can call upon extremely powerful forces, especially after they accept their own essences? Chinemo pondered for a moment and shook his head. I didn't expect Guilliman's essence to be a storm. No, he can mobilize psychic energy. So will his essence be similar to Magnus. He has extremely powerful psychic talents, but he is unwilling to use them? Not really. The Emperor frowned and shook his head. If a Primarch like Magnus called upon the power of his essence, he could extinguish many stars with just a thought, But Gilliman is not that strong yet. Qin Mo suddenly thought that every pre-march, whether willing or not, could actually call upon psychic power to a certain extent. This was the gift of the pre-march. Gilliman had psychic power anyway, as evidenced by the fact that he could ignite the Emperor's sword. But even if he briefly used the power from his essence to set off a storm that accelerated the course of the war, it could not prove that his essence was similar to that of Magnus. His psychic power is quite useful, but it's a pity that he doesn't want to use it. Qin Mo said, this time is probably an exception. He always told me that he felt something in the Eye of Terror attracted him, more than once. It seems that entering the Eye of Terror to fight has affected him. He'd better not accept his own nature. The Emperor turned and looked at the Macrage glory outside the porthole. Qin Mo looked at the Emperor's back and wondered why. He felt that it was okay not to accept his own nature. Wouldn't it be good to use the power of his essence like Ryan? Ryan's teleportation ability can be activated passively, and he hasn't become like Korix, and his personality is becoming more and more kind. Relatively kind. Even if Gilliman uses the power from his essence, he probably won't mutate or anything. Isn't that a happy ending? Subspace trivia. The Emperor suddenly turned around and pointed at Qin Mo with both hands. What is the iconic manifestation of the subspace influence? Becoming extreme. Qin Mo answered. Yes, becoming extreme. The Emperor nodded. I can't reveal Gilliman's essence for the time being, but I can tell you what he will become if his rejection of his essence loosens and something takes advantage of it. He will become a ruthless machine. Order will be extremely important in his eyes. Any behavior that is unwilling to follow the order step by step, even if it is just to relieve oneself during the march, will be punished by the anger of this monarch machine. The Emperor continued. One after another, orders that only consider efficiency, and order will be issued to his descendants or mortals. Those who do not obey his orders will be removed from the war machine he has created. Humanity, emotions, these things will be regarded as meaningless burdens. Injured people and damaged objects are all garbage that he thinks must be discarded. He will make humans run like your Iron Men. Chapter 847. I feel that the treatment of the Iron Man is actually not bad. After listening to the Emperor's speculation about Gilliman's acceptance of his essence, Qin Mo muttered. At the same time, he also thought that if Gilliman accepted his essence, as the Emperor said, wouldn't he become the second Perturabo? Perturabo, the pre-march of the Iron Warriors, was the one that Qin Mo personally hated the most. He didn't even like to have any contact with the clone Perturabo when the clone Horus was not present, even if it was just a face-to-face contact. Perturabo doesn't communicate and keeps things to himself, which Qin Mo hates. Secondly, he is too cold and ruthless. If the Iron Warriors fail in their attack, what awaits them will be the 11-draw kill, a horrible punishment that made people shudder in the ancient times of Terra. Everyone draws lots together, and randomly selects one unlucky person from 10 people to kill. This is also what Perturabo did during the Rebellion of Olympia, the home of the Iron Warriors, and directly killed 1/10 of the population of Olympia. The descendants who refused to carry out the planetary level 11-draw kill were also drawn, and killed by the Gene Father. But Qin Mo thought again, if Gilliman accepted his true nature, he would definitely be more cruel than Perturabo. He would not kill 11 people, because in his eyes, human power would also be a usable resource. He would impose some punishments that would not hurt the body, and reduce the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers, and then let his descendants die in one war after another for the tactics that he considers the most strategic goals. The only advantage of such a Gilliman is that he will not be emotional, and will never get carried away again. But this is also your own speculation. Qin Mo said, although most things in this universe are worse than speculated. I would rather Gilliman die than accept his own nature. The Emperor turned around and looked out the porthole again, with fear in his eyes. Since Qin Mo could not perceive anything related to psychic energy, the Emperor could not communicate with him directly with psychic energy, and had to rely on Vanessa's mouth. From Vanessa's mouth, Qin Mo heard a slightly trembling word. I have considered many endings for the human species, and I have always been aware that even if the Web8 project succeeds, the human species will not necessarily escape the dark ending. Among the many terrible endings I imagined after the success of the Web8 project, there is one in which Gilliman accepts his own nature. The human species is ruled by supermen such as the Primarchs and Astartes. Anyone who is different from these supermen or weaker than them, such as human nature, such as weak flesh, will become a thorn in the eyes of these supermen. Superhuman tyrants insult human weaknesses, and curse the incompetence of humans due to their many weaknesses. From birth, babies' brains are pulled out of their weak bodies, and placed in more powerful cold machines. The information transmission of brain nerves is blocked by some means, and becomes cold and cruel, or many other similar measures that superhumans think can make up for mortal weaknesses are implemented. After listening, Chi Nemo nodded thoughtfully, thinking that this was the reason why the Emperor and Gilliman refused to allow Space Marines to participate in the rule of the Empire. But objectively speaking, mortals without AI assistance are really unable to handle the task. You are quite persistent about human nature in mortals, even though you are neither a mortal nor have much human nature. Chi Nemo sighed. No human nature? The Emperor turned around suddenly. What is standing in front of you? Chi Nemo first showed a helpless look on his face, and then said, well, your human nature is so strong and indispensable, and you are also a pure human being, of course you will act for the welfare of real humans. Huh. The Emperor smiled instantly. You are a nice person. Chi Nemo suddenly smiled, and was about to use some words to torture the Emperor to let him feel the ups and downs in the conversation, but the sudden tremor made him put back all the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The fleet suddenly stopped. Even the ark world of Otanza, which was far behind the fleet and was used as a mobile supply world, stopped. The entire huge fleet stopped not because it encountered an enemy, but simply because a small transport plane approached the fleet. The transport plane was printed with the rosette logo of the Inquisition, but that was not enough to stop the entire fleet. The Inquisitors who boarded the flagship from the transport plane lined up in a long queue and rushed to the bridge. When this group of Inquisitors passed by, whether it was the Imperial Navy Army officers on the flagship, the Inquisition personnel, or the Astartes, they all looked at this group of Inquisitors curiously. The reason was that these Inquisitors were all wearing power armor that was obviously in the style of Tyrone. The appearance of the power armor, with the star logo of the Tyrone Star region, was transformed, and a large number of Imperial mottos were imprinted on it. The Rose Knot logo of the Inquisition was imprinted in the center of the chest. These Inquisitors all wore such power armor, and the various explosives hanging around their waists were different from those used by ordinary Imperial Inquisitors. Various cutting-edge technology equipment of the Tyrone Star region can be seen everywhere on them. Under the leadership of a Lord-level Inquisitor, the Inquisitors and their team members lined up in a long line and marched quickly, and soon entered the bridge. The fleet commanders who had gathered for the emergency had been waiting in the bridge for a long time. When seeing the appearance of these judges, even Chi Nemo was stunned. His first reaction was whether this group of guys was a joint force specially formed by the Tyrone Military Department and the Inquisition for the Golden Expedition military operation. Lord of Tyrone, Regent, War Master. The Lord-level judge who led the team saluted the commanders present one by one. Chi Nemo was curious why this judge saluted him first. Then, the leading judge stretched out his hand and pressed on the helmet of the power armor. Swish. The gas that balanced the pressure was released, and the lock connecting the power armor helmet and the neck guard structure rotated and opened, revealing a face that Chi Nemo felt familiar, but a little strange. I hope I have the honor of being remembered by you until now. The Lord Judge showed his signature stupid smile. I am Chuck. Chi Nemo then remembered the judge who had crossed paths with him before the Tyrone sector was established, the unlucky child Chuck whose father was a Mechanicus monk. Chuck is much more mature now, with wrinkles on his face and a lot of gray hair. Without too much reminiscing, Chuck went straight to the point. This is what I saw when I was investigating ahead of the fleet's route. A projection was projected into the bridge. The Inquisitors were always active in this expedition. When the fleet moved forward, the people of the Inquisition would investigate the fleet's route. When danger or ambush was found on the route, the Inquisitors would try their best to eliminate the danger. The intelligence gathering and counter-collection battles they conducted with the Chaos Traders, the assassinations they carried out in the lair of weak enemies, the destruction of evil rituals on a planet on the route. These things alone are a great event worth singing and crying about. And the intelligence that Chuck showed at this time came from the front of the fleet's route, which was also the reason that forced the fleet to stop. A defense line composed of planets? Gilliman was surprised and dazed, and blinked several times in succession to make sure that he was definitely not seeing things. That is the defense line formed by the planets. There are 7 planets in total, each of which is surrounded by a huge silver ring, and the 7 planets, and the 7 rings surrounding them are arranged together, forming a 7-star chain on a plane. On each planet, there are visible lines left by some giant metal engineering, which looks lifeless and insurmountable. Chuck raised his hand to the impact and made an introduction gesture. He took a deep breath and exhaled gently. The work of the traders called Iron Warriors. It looks like another war quagmire after Bloom. Chapter 848. Another quagmire of war. Lien tried his best to hide his anger and impatience. His expression was calm, but his voice and tone could make others aware of his emotions at the moment. It seems that the situation of Bloom, who was captured by us before, is still good. At least we speculate that the big melee was caused by that bastard Fabius, and the situation got out of control again. Instead of the current situation, a traitor legion that is good at fighting defensive battles designed such a thing for us. As Ryan paced back and forth in front of the projection shown by Chuck, many questions and complaints appeared in his mind. Why? Why can those traitors, who even have to fight to wear power armor, come up with such a thing? It doesn't seem to have much psychic content, and it seems to be able to work in the real universe, but this damn thing is actually a huge ring that encompasses 7 planets. Where did they get so many resources and labor to build such a damn thing? Gilliman and Chin Mo only agreed with and shared the same feelings about Lion's complaints, without any idea of persuading Lion not to complain or settle down. In Chin Mo's opinion, what Lion said was a little wrong. Most of the traitors in the Eye of Terror had a bad life. They had to rob weapons, equipment, and survival supplies, and even had to rob reinforcements, but not all traitors had such a hard life. The Black Legion taken over by Vashtor did not have such a hard life, and the Iron Warriors, who believed in chaos without division, did not have such a hard life. But Chin Mo still agreed with the Lion King's complaint, because even if the Iron Warriors had chaos fuel sacks to replenish their ranks, and their blacksmiths to make a large number of weapons and equipment, they still shouldn't be able to come up with such a large amount of money. It could only be that someone else helped them. For example, a lesser god in the warp, who was anxious to become a god, the guy named Vashtor. Maybe Vashtor helped the Iron Warriors build this thing. Chin Mo spoke frankly about his speculation. Why did it do this? Lion asked. I understand that Vashtor is promoting the unity among the traitors, so that the traitors will not continue to fight among themselves when the Eye of Terror is about to be closed by us. But why is it so concerned about the Eye of Terror, the traitor's nest? The reason why Lion asked this is because he knows that the creatures of the warp and the traitors are often short-sighted. For the Eye of Terror, for the warp, for the great cause of fighting against the enemies of the warp, we unite. Such an idea could not possibly occur in the mind of a warp creature. Vashtor was running around everywhere, providing equipment and weapons, and even helping to build a giant defense project. Obviously, it was not for a great reason. I don't know why it helps the traitors defend the Eye of Terror. I only know that it does help the traitors defend the Eye of Terror. Gilliman ended the discussion about Vashtor's motives. Forget about his motives. How can we understand the brain circuits of a warp creature? Hearing how can we understand the brain circuits of the subspace creatures, Ryan subconsciously looked around, and stopped looking around when he saw that someone was not there. The topic was now involved in the defense line created by the Iron Warriors. Chin Mo looked at the projection and thought about a question, that is, whether such a huge defense line was maintained by the Iron Warriors alone? The answer is obviously not. Although the Iron Warriors have a vicious way of replenishing members called Chaos Fuel Sack, their number is definitely not enough to maintain the operation of such a huge defense line. After realizing that there must be more than just the Iron Warriors in the defense line, Chin Mo began to speculate about which human traitors from which forces might assist the Iron Warriors, or serve Vashtor intentionally or unintentionally with the Iron Warriors. But this kind of thing obviously requires the support of the Inquisitor and many intelligence departments in the Talon sector. Just thinking with your head can only lead to the conclusion that all the traitors may maintain the defense line together. Chin Mo's thinking process was a bit slow. Gilliman, who was standing next to him, immediately realized it after a simultaneous and extremely fast thinking. Gilliman thought about more things, then looked at Chin Mo. Just as he was about to speak, he guessed from the latter's eyes that the latter had realized what he was going to say next. This is the tacit understanding between the Lord of Talon and the Regent of the Empire. Gilliman turned his head and told everyone more of what he had thought of. I found that Vashtor has been intentionally or unintentionally gathering more traitors together, just like on Broom. Eisenhorn's apprentices discovered that there are several webway exits on Broom, and many traitors, who later rushed to Broom, appeared in those webways. Otherwise, if we control the void outside Broom, how can the traitors send reinforcements to Broom? Gilliman looked at his brother, and Chin Mo, after he finished speaking. Chin Mo also realized it after hearing what he said. He even knew more, such as the hostile forces on Broom were not all willing to fight. Many people or war bands came to Broom inexplicably, and then were forced to join the battle by the situation. According to what you said. Ryan stroked his beard on his chin, and stared at the two people who were discussing with him. And the three of them realized one thing at the same time. That is, if the guess is correct, then Vashtor may put many human enemies on the battlefield, so that the situation forces the latter to participate in the battle. For example, put a tough guy or a war band into the occupied webway, and throw them on the battlefield when the war starts. Forget it, don't guess, we have to fight against the enemy. Lien spoke to stop everyone's speculation, and then expressed his own thoughts. We must prepare well before the war. Speaking of preparation, Gilliman, who rarely interferes in war affairs, has something to say. Not enough black stones, this is fatal, Gilliman said. Lien asked, what about Acheron 8? Not to mention Acheron 8, even the production of several other planets with black stone deposits is not enough, because the efficiency of the Mechanicus is too low. You can ask Call. When there were enough black stones, I ordered Call. He installed some things around the planet with black stones not long ago. These things allow the planet to be towed by the Explorer King to the Eye of Terror. That's enough. Not enough. There are places in the Eye of Terror that need black stone everywhere. There is not enough. Every question of Lien was interrupted and answered by Gilliman, because Gilliman was too clear about these logistics and resource mobilization. Now that Lien decided to prepare well before attacking the Iron Warrior Star defense line, the need for black stone was imminent. I have 2 news about black stone. Do you want to hear good or bad news? Chinemo suddenly spoke. Good news. Ryan asked decisively. The good news is that a planet with extremely high reserves of black stone has been discovered in the Talon sector, Chinemo said. Gilliman and Ryan both breathed a sigh of relief. Since the establishment of the Talon sector, no planet with black stone deposits has ever been found, and now one has finally been found. If the Talon people mine black stone, the efficiency will be as high as it can be. But Chinemo also said there is bad news. What about the bad news? Gilliman asked cautiously. The planet with the black stone deposit is very close to the star zone, but it is not in the star zone. Chinemo raised his hand and projected an image on the table. It was a report from the Star Zone Resource Exploration Department. The report date was the 29th of the 73rd of the Eye of Terror, which was the day before yesterday. It reported the location of the black stone deposit planet in a new colony of a non-human civilization called Titanium. Chapter 849. 3 hours later. In the flagship restaurant, the Tyrone guards were scattered around the rectangular dining table, and the service personnel hired by the fleet were serving each guard. When a plate of dessert was placed in front of Gray, who was sitting at the main seat, he took a spoon and scooped out a spoonful of ice cream and put it in his mouth, looking at his colleague and Rita. So, the meeting on the flagship is over, what did they discuss? Hearing the question raised by the commander of the guards, using a special encrypted message that only the guards could decipher, and Rita swallowed the food in his mouth first, and then recalled the information he received from the main control intelligence. After each meeting, Rita was responsible for summarizing what was discussed in the meeting, and then conveying it to the officers or admirals of the next level by words or other means. As for those participants from the Empire, their own people would tell them about it. The star defense line established by the enemy of mankind is composed of 7 planets. The idea of the War Master and Regent of the Empire is to prepare well before starting the attack, such as reconnaissance intelligence, everyone understands. Lord Talon has the same idea, but now the most important black stone is not enough and needs to be mined. A planet with high black stone reserves close to Talon has been discovered, but it is located in the colony of the Titanium. When Andrada mentioned Titanium, Gray thought of some recent situations in the Star Zone. The new Talon Gate Defense Zone was established, and many alien civilizations were discovered in the process. Titanium is the strongest among them. The aliens who are unwilling to move away and unwilling to go to war join the Star Zone as a planetary defense force, as part of the Talon Gate defense plan, and those who are willing to move away are moved to their new homes by the Star Zone. The Titanium is different, because it is powerful. Compared with other alien civilizations, its power is huge, which is also relative. Such a relatively powerful alien civilization chose to retreat and adjust the original colonial division to outside the Gate of Talon. Before the diplomatic activities against the Titanium began, it was the civil servant Rita in the Royal Guard who conveyed the order to the diplomatic team parasitic in the Navy Department. Before that, the diplomatic team had always been considered useless, because there were few forces in this universe that could sit down and talk with humans, even among the human species. Are we still going to talk this time? Yalan interrupted. The planet with the black stone deposits is in the colony that the Tau have already established. There may be hundreds of millions of people, and huge cities on it. Can they make concessions like last time? I can't say. And Rita confessed, maybe, maybe not. Anyway, it's a diplomatic game and exchange of interests. I still have to continue to resolve some minor conflicts between us and our friendly forces. I can't run back to deal with this matter. It depends on the performance of the diplomatic team. The other guards were silent upon hearing this. The guards' humanity and souls were perfectly preserved in their powerful physical bodies, thanks to the fact that the shaping of their physical bodies was not a meaningless prevarication step taken by the star gods before devouring their souls. Their powerful bodies were much more perfect than the bodies of the Necrons, allowing them to retain and feel all the habits and feelings brought by habits in their lifetime. For example, eating. After a round of desserts was eaten, the waiter removed the plates and brought a large box. Inside is an isolated space where time is stopped, which acts like a refrigerator. The food that the guards love has been perfectly stored from the moment it comes out of the pot to the present, without any signs of deterioration or temperature drop. Can't we just go to war? Yawen suddenly said. And Rita put down his chopsticks, looked at Yawen who put down his knife and fork and said, "The Star Zone is responsible for maintaining the logistics of the Golden Expedition. The monthly expenditure is enough to make the 7 Empire's richest star zones into a wasteland. If we bear the cost of going to war again. Admittedly, the Titanium are not strong, but going to war with them, even if it is just a mobilization cost, is not low, so the Lord of Talon requires that it is best to use communication to solve the problem, and not to go to war unless necessary. We shouldn't have taken on all the logistics of the expedition. The Empire should have taken on some of the responsibilities of logistics supply." A guard said. "We can't count on the Empire for anything other than fighting." And Rita looked at the guard who was speaking. "Suppose the responsibility of getting the soldiers' families to meet with the fleet in the logistics mission is given to the Empire. After the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs reviews the soldiers' request to meet with their families, the Empire will mobilize transportation resources. After this series of things are completed, the soldiers go to the port to meet their families. He will find a child he doesn't recognize coming out of the transport plane and calling him Grandpa." After saying that, amid the laughter of the crowd, and Rita stood up and saluted Gray and other guards. "I still have to go to my ship and some people in the district capital to convey orders. Goodbye." The capital of the Tyrone district. World number 1. Sitting in an independent office on the diplomatic team floor, He-Cho looked at the logistics machine that was slowly floating towards him. A piece of white medicine was stuck on one of the steel tentacles of the machine, and it asked coldly, "Do you want to refuse to use this medicine like last month? If you refuse, please submit the request again with voice command." Reject? Okay. After He-Cho issued the order, the logistics machine printed the medicine into the smallest substance for recycling, and then floated away. The medicine is a medicine provided by the Star region to improve the body function of everyone. To put it bluntly, it is a simple and cheap product of life extension technology. He-Cho never uses such medicine because he wants to truly feel that he is aging, so that he can have a feeling that time is really flowing. The current diplomatic team no longer lives in the Navy's small dark room. It has its own floor, and has expanded in size. But the things it does are still not much different from before. It has been 12 years since the last diplomatic team's business, which was the diplomatic negotiations with the Tau people in the autumn wind. Since then, the diplomatic team has not done anything. No big things. Small things, such as communicating with weak alien tribes or pre-space age civilizations, are done by the Navy without any effort, and they are even too lazy to ask other departments for help. If it weren't for his aging body, He-Cho would feel like he would always be at that age, and there would be no such thing as time in his life. But sometimes there are some interesting things. Ding ding ding. Team leader, the Water Clan ambassador named Xian Ning, has been escorted here by the autumn wind. Hearing the voice coming from the communicator on the desk, He-Cho smiled. "Wait for me, I be there soon." Chapter 850. In the conference room on the floor where the diplomatic group is located, the ambassador of the Water Clan of the Titanium civilization, who had a connection with this department 12 years ago, met He-Cho again. And this was not the second time they met. After the communication 12 years ago, the ambassador of the Water Clan often came to visit the Star Zone and He-Cho. But it did nothing, just like traveling and meeting old friends. Only rarely, the ambassador of the Water Clan would bring some other Titanium people to discuss some small matters with the Star Zone, such as the trade of specialty products and luxury goods. He-Cho also knew the name of this alien friend, Xian Ning. "Are you here to buy luxury goods for Ether? If so, I won't waste time, and will send you to the commercial district directly." He-Cho stretched out his hand. The Water Clan ambassador named Xian Ning held He-Cho's hand, and a clear smile appeared on his blue face. "No, my friend, I came to visit you." After that, Xian Ning looked at the entourage beside him. Ko Waisa, who had met He-Cho once 12 years ago, was still working for this ambassador. He stepped forward and gave He-Cho an exquisite box. He-Cho opened the box, and found a gem inside that was beautiful enough to amaze Hicho, who had seen many collections of the governor's family in Baisu. Hicho accepted the gift. He was very happy that this alien friend could come to visit him and bring him some good things every time he came. In return, Hicho would naturally receive Xi and Ning well and arrange the itinerary of the ambassador of the Shui clan. However, what the two of them had to do now was to sit down and exchange a few words. The great general from the Viola family just met me a while ago. He is still so brave and wise. Xi and Ning sat down and started talking. Hicho listened, hummed, and said nothing. Born in the great general of the Viola family of the Titanium civilization, Hicho knew that Xi and Ning was talking about a Titanium commander called Farsighted in Talon. The Star Zone also received news that Farsight led the fleet to pass by the Titanium civilization colony close to the gate of Talon. And Hicho just hummed because he was not sure whether his friend's words were casually mentioned or for some other reason, such as the order given to him by Ether. The Viola family has a bad reputation in the Tao civilization because the so-called great generals from their family are fighting against the top leaders of the Tao civilization. If the Tao people want to solve this problem, they may cause a conflict between the Star Zone and Vision, and then get rid of their guild by saying that Vision is not under control, as everyone knows. And Ether hopes to go with me when I visit you next time. Don't. Hearing Xi and Ning say that Ether wants to come to visit, Hicho quickly refused. The Titanium civilization is a caste system civilization. For example, the Fire clan is a warrior, the Wind clan is a pilot, and the Water clan and Xi and Ning are administrators or diplomats. The Water clan seems to be the upper echelons, but in fact they are not, because there is a group called Ether that rules the Water clan. Hicho is very clear about this, and he also knows something about Ether. He knows that this special Titanium civilization individual may have the ability to control other people's minds, and make others obey them, so he is not willing to meet any Ether anyway. Ethers are the perfect leaders of our Titanium civilization. Each of them is a perfect person. If you meet them, you will definitely not hate them. Xi and Ning smiled. Indeed not. Hicho agreed with a hint of meaning. Seeing that Hicho seemed to have a natural prejudice against Ethers, Xi and Ning did not bother to talk about other things. About the strange black mineral deposit we found recently in a colony. Several Ethers arrived in the colony, and are discussing the black mineral deposit. Xi and Ning said, I heard that you are very interested in these black mineral deposits. Of course. Hicho nodded, but let's not discuss the matter of this mineral deposit for now. Xi and Ning wanted to ask about the black stone mineral deposit indirectly, because the Titanium civilization didn't know what it was used for, but only knew that humans were very interested in it, and had sent a lot of detectives to check it out. Hicho also knew that Xi and Ning wanted to get more information indirectly, and he knew that he couldn't say it, because if the Titanium people knew the importance of black stone, they would probably raise the price. As for what to do with the black stones, Hicho was also waiting for an answer. Xi and Ning's probing did not yield any results, so she stopped the useless attempts, and the two took turns talking about their recent situations. This process was just a casual chat and a private social event, just like most of the things Xi and Ning talked about during her visits in the past. It did not involve their respective duties at all, nor did it have anything to do with official business. The only thing that interested Hicho was an interesting story that Xi and Ning told. There is an Ether who wants to establish diplomatic relations with the orcs as one of his achievements. Orcs or greenskins. When Hicho heard this, he knew what the result would be, but he still wanted to hear Xi and Ning continue. Then this Ether started an arms trade with the orcs, made some very sophisticated weapons, and invited the orcs to try them out. The orcs really came, they also used these weapons, and found them very useful. But they did not trade with us, but killed everyone present, and took away the weapons. When Xi and Ning finished speaking, Hicho let out a loud laugh that shook the conference room. Ha ha! How could there be an idiot willing to trade with the green-skinned barbarians? We have to be careful when trading with the Empire. Ha ha ha! Seeing his friend gasping for breath with laughter, Xi and Ning said calmly, My brother was among those killed by the orcs. Hicho's smile slowly faded, replaced by indignation. The orcs are the damned enemy of humanity, and the enemy of all intelligent species in the galaxy. I feel sorry for us, and all of you who have died at the hands of the green-skinned barbarians. Xi and Ning closed her eyes and mourned for a moment, then asked, Where will you take me this time? You have been to the commercial area of Tailong No. 1. How about going to Tailong No. 3 Resort World? Hicho suggested, It is a beautiful place, you will definitely linger there. Then I am really honored. Xi and Ning smiled and nodded. The two left the meeting room immediately. Before sending Xi and Ning to his own empty car, Cho found an excuse not to follow immediately, but returned to the diplomatic team and handed the gem given by Xian Ning to a team member. Take this thing and analyze it. Chapter 851. After a while, Cho, who had withdrawn from Xian Ning and returned to the diplomatic team to handle minor matters, had just entered the floor of the diplomatic team in the Navy Department office building. All team members stood up and saluted Cho. Cho nodded one by one, took an invoice, and walked to the logistics machine stationed in the diplomatic team, entered his ID, and asked the Star District to reimburse this invoice. You submitted the 23rd reimbursement application. A gold necklace worth 70,000 star coins was purchased for the Titanium Civilization Ambassador in the Tailong No. 3 Commercial District. This reimbursement application has been submitted. When they heard the sound of the logistics machinery, all the team members stood up and looked at the team leader in shock. What necklace did you buy for 70,000 yuan? We spent only 120 yuan on the farewell dinner and various gifts for the old team leader to transfer to the intelligence department, plus hiring the cat people song and dance troupe. 5 coins are enough for a family to eat and drink for a month. What necklace did you buy for 70,000 yuan? Such an outrageous reimbursement application will cause you to be investigated by the Star Zone. The doubts of the team members seem completely reasonable to Cho. Precious metals such as gold and silver can be directly synthesized in the Star Zone, which makes the price of luxury goods really low. Even if the brand value of luxury goods is high, spending 70,000 to purchase is somewhat shocking. Do your work. Cho glanced at his subordinates and did not explain anything. The team members moved their eyes away from the team leader and focused on the logistics machine. Your reimbursement application has been received and processed by the main control intelligence, and 70,000 star coins have been transferred to the diplomatic team account. The logistics machine made a prompt sound. If Cho spent 70,000 yuan to buy a necklace as a gift, it was surprising enough, then the main control intelligence's handling of this outrageous reimbursement application was enough to make people feel like being struck by lightning. Cho returned to the office expressionlessly, and sat down to deal with the small matters of the diplomatic team. These small matters are often caused by conflicts between people, and the quarrels in the office were recorded and reported by the logistics machine, and various other trivial matters. Cho was dealing with these matters, and after a moment, he suddenly thought of something and pressed the button on the desktop. Then a female team member walked into the office and stared at Cho blankly. The Water Clan ambassador told me the day before yesterday that the Ethers were discussing the Blackstone mine, and said that if they came up with a result, they would tell the Star region directly through diplomatic channels. Cho said without even raising his head. Yeah. The female team member nodded. At this time, Cho raised his head and asked, What are you humming? Shouldn't you tell me whether the diplomatic team has received any news about the results of the Ether conference recently? Oh! The female member suddenly realized, and shook her head vigorously. No. Cho frowned slightly. Strange, they are not a department of the Empire. 12 years ago, they discussed such a big thing, and they discussed it immediately. How come now? The female member looked at Cho blankly. Go ask. Cho pointed to the door. The female member turned and left. After the incident 12 years ago, a special communication channel was established between the Star Zone and the Titanium people. The Dimension Communication Station established a dedicated line that can only be used for two-way communication for the Ether, who is responsible for the development of the colonized world, which allows the diplomatic team to directly contact the top leaders of the Titanium colonial forces outside the gate of Talon. However, after the female team member returned, Cho got the result that he was most dissatisfied with. Team leader, our communication was rejected. Rejected? Cho looked confused, put down his pen and thought carefully, then said, The Shui clan ambassador is still in Tailong No. 3. The female team member looked at Cho. Cho raised his eyes, stared at the female team member for 2 seconds, and then hooked his finger. The female team member leaned down and listened attentively. Go contact Ambassador Xian Ning and ask about the results of the Ether conference. Cho whispered as if he was telling a secret. The female team member realized what she should do, and immediately went to execute the team leader's order. Cho became nervous at this time, and was no longer in the mood to deal with the trivial matters of the diplomatic team. He sat on the chair and kept shaking his legs, his eyes fixed on the door. On the wall, an imperial luxury item bought from the daughter of the first wandering merchant in the Star Zone, an ancient pendant clock with a history of 3,000 years, was running, making orderly and subtle mechanical sounds. Then, with the sound of the pendulum clock striking at the top of the hour, the office door was pushed open. The female team member walked into the office, with a serious expression and reported, We were unable to contact them. Another colleague you brought with you went to Ambassador Xianning's room, but also couldn't find him. The hotel in Holiday World said that Ambassador Xianning left after you left. They said that Ether summoned them, so they left. They left? Hicho was shocked. Who let them leave? The female team member remained silent. This was not the first time that Xianning came to the Star Zone. He had come and gone many times before. Even without Hicho sending her off, Xianning could follow the boating procedures to go to the starport of the capital of Tailong and take a boat to leave. No one stopped him. Hicho stood up from behind his desk in silence, rubbed his face, and felt that things were getting serious. Xianning had left without saying goodbye before, but it was just that Ether urged him to go back quickly to deliver the luxury goods, and he left on his own. But this time was different. Now the diplomatic team is waiting for the Ether conference on the titanium side to discuss the results of the Blackstone mine, and then they can engage in bargaining and negotiation. Xianning left, which meant that the result of the Ether conference was definitely not a good one, so Xianning, as an important diplomat, was secretly notified to leave first to prevent him from encountering an accident in the Tailong Star region. The communication channel was disconnected. Xianning left. These two things together can be regarded as a precursor to war. Thinking of this, Hicho's nose wing slightly opened, his eyes rolled twice to come up with a countermeasure, and immediately left the office and came to the other members of the diplomatic team. The communication in the office was also heard by the team members. I contact the intelligence department to arrest the ambassador. I report to the Navy. The diplomatic team was in a panic. Until Hicho signaled everyone to be quiet and everyone shut up, Hicho slowly said, "Take out the monitoring equipment. Xianning might mention the results of the Ether conference on the way back." Monitoring? They are not on the Tyrone 3 anymore. How can they monitor? Someone questioned. That gem. That $70,000 necklace. Hicho opened his dry mouth and shouted to suppress the doubts that were about to follow. That's the monitoring equipment I ordered from the technical department of the intelligence department. Everyone immediately started to act. Hicho looked at the diplomatic team that was busy again and began to think about what to do next. If Xianning talked about the results of the Ether conference during the monitoring, and the results were indeed not good, then this monitoring would be presented to the high-level leaders of the Star Zone as evidence. In the end, the Star Zone is likely to go to war with titanium. A war just because of a Blackstone deposit? This seems like a fantasy, but in fact, the contradiction between the Star Zone and the titanium exists. The Gate of Tyrone directly restricts one direction of the expansion of the titanium civilization, and the way for many high-ranking fleet and army officers of the Ether and titanium civilization to obtain merits is directly cut off. It is not impossible for them to take the risk of going to war. Thinking about this, Hicho muttered to himself. If the titanium took the initiative to make the decision to go to war, let the Tyrone Navy teach them a lesson that will be branded on the tombstone of the species. Chapter 852. On the other side. Inside the Tau transport ship. Water Clan Ambassador Xianning walked quickly along the corridor towards the bridge, surrounded by Fire Clan guards. Many crew members along the way saluted and greeted the friendly Water Clan diplomat, and Xianning also greeted him in return, but his response was much more hasty and perfunctory than before. For the greater good. For the greater good. For the greater good. Xianning was like an emotionless machine that spread the belief in the greater good. She responded expressionlessly to every crew member who paid tribute to her with this greeting commonly used by the Tau. When he quickly entered the bridge, the Fire Clan guards stood outside the bridge door to guard the only entrance and exit. The entire transport ship also quickly left the Tyrone Star port and sailed quickly to the outside of the Tyrone Star region. The ZFR Horizon accelerator engine invented by the Earth Clan, who are good at manufacturing in the titanium civilization, can only provide a navigation capability close to the speed of light, but fortunately Xianning is not going to return directly to the mother planet of the Titanium Empire. If he only goes to the colony, this engine is completely sufficient. Ambassador, human ships are ready to escort. The captain from the Wind Clan walked over quickly and reported to Xianning. Don't let them come. Xianning shook her head. The captain of the Wind Clan was about to turn around and reject the communication from the Tailong Navy Patrol Formation, but at this time, the Navy formation patrolling nearby had been withdrawn from the patrol sequence to perform escort missions. It was a small-scale cruiser formation. 3 cruisers, 12 frigates, and 7 gunboats that shone brightly in the Comoros annihilation battle. This cruiser formation approached from a distance, like a blurry pixel block, and gradually became a clear ship shape when it was nearby. Ambassador Ning looked out the porthole of the ship. The tiny logo of the North Star Shipbuilding Group on the gunboat was just below the star logo of the Tyrone Star region and the sword logo of the Navy. This indicated that the gunboat was manufactured by a company, and that the Tyrone Navy purchased this type of ship. The cruiser formation deployed a superluminal force field. The tractor beam carried by the cruiser controlled the Tau transport ship, and then the transport ship and the patrol fleet moved forward at a speed faster than the speed of light. Everything in the stars turned into a blurry reflection. The fleet rushed straight towards the starport and the stars in the galaxy, but did not touch them. It passed through them, and all the obstacles along the way. But even with such a fast and convenient superlight speed, it is not possible to reach the destination immediately in the blink of an eye. Ambassador. The captain gently patted Shining, who was looking at the scene outside the porthole, and then slightly tilted his head to the ship's communication station behind. Shining immediately turned around and saw the image projected on the communication station. The face of an ether was shown on it. For the greater good. Ning respectfully bowed to the ether. The ether did not show any expression, sitting in his chair, playing with a gem bracelet in his hand. Then, the ether who directly managed the Water Clan diplomats like Ning spoke slowly. It seems that you left decisively. I am relieved to see that you are alive. Hearing the ether's words, Ning also felt relieved, because the ether's communication could be sent to the ship, which meant that the ship was close to the edge of the Tau Empire's colony. But this is not a communication based on physical technology. Go Waisa, who was beside Ning, had a layer of psychic light in his eyes. In the corner of the room where ether was at the other end of the communication, there was also a Go Waisa who was using psychic energy. Why did you order me to leave quickly? Ning asked. He did not receive any information other than the evacuation order. You are asking even though you know the answer. Ether frowned slightly. Ning nodded. The reason he could think of was that the results of the ether meeting to discuss matters related to Black or were not good, and there was a possibility of war. But he asked even though he knew the answer because he wanted to know the results and discussion process of the meeting. Ether obviously knew what his subordinate was thinking. Considering Shining's status, role, significance, and position in the relationship between the Tau Empire and humans, Ether finally made a decision secretly. The result of the meeting is that we will build a mining shaft on the Black ore, and sell the ore to humans. Ether said directly. But our compromise last time made the Supreme Ether dissatisfied. He thought we gave in too much, and this time we must learn a lesson. If we have to give in because of the gap in military strength, we should at least get enough compensation from humans. We will create a sense of crisis to exchange for bargaining chips. Mobilizing the fleet to strengthen the defense of the colony, mining Black ore, and temporarily closing the communication channels are all means of negotiation. At this point, Ether took a deep breath and mentioned another matter that he really felt was important. The bastard from the Viola family came to the colony not by chance, but as a result of a series of complex games. He came here for other reasons. Hearing about the bastard of the Viola family, Ning immediately realized that the person that Ether was talking about was Commander Farsight. Farsight was an outlier in the Tau tribe. He was not very happy to accept the command of the Ethers. He established his own colony. Although no one dared to say so, many people realized that his behavior was a bit separatist. Farsight would not accept the order of you go to the colony, but the Ethers had many ways to make him go anywhere according to their wishes, which was nothing more than various interest exchanges and game constraints. Some things cannot be solved by force. No matter what method the Ethers used, Farsight came anyway, and this is the result. The water here is a bit deep. Shining pulled a nearby chair over and sat down slowly and heavily, supporting his aching head with his hands. When he said the water was deep, Ether realized that there was no need to continue explaining to this smart subordinate. Shining has realized that he is in a struggle between Farsight and the Ethers. Someone wants to use a series of things about the Black or to do something to Farsight, whether it is to give a warning or to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Even Ning began to speculate whether the matter of Black or from the beginning to now was just a conspiracy against Farsighted. The territory of our civilization is expanding, and our compatriots are already spread across hundreds of planets. But under this prosperous appearance is a crisis for our entire species. This crisis may be a large-scale civil war, and the tearing of the cooperative relationship between various clans. And the beginning of this crisis may be that a commander from the Viola family feels that the guidance of the Ethers is not irresistible. For this matter, we shoulder a huge mission and responsibility. Ether stood up and walked to the communication device, staring at Shining. Everything is for the greater good. After that, the communication was terminated. For the greater good. Xining murmured and stood up. His eyes became firm, and turned to look at the captain of the Wind clan. Throw this into space, it's useless. A string of extremely exquisite gold necklace was placed in the captain's hand by Xining. Chapter 853. Xining asked the captain to throw the 70,000 yuan necklace into space. That's all I heard. No, and... Oh, no, I took the Fire Warrior's chat as a serious matter. The member in charge of monitoring put down the helmet on his head, and looked at his leader He-Cho. He-Cho thought about it, and realized that Xining might not be unaware that the necklace had a monitoring function. He just did it deliberately. He-Cho admitted that he had looked down on the diplomats of the Titanium tribe before, but now he was just surprised. I think so. The Water Clan diplomats have been maintaining the relationship between the various clans, and have also conducted diplomacy with allied races such as the Krut. The diplomatic activities they have engaged in are enough to write several thick records. On the other hand, the diplomatic team. It's better not to mention it. This is the difference in experience. The military force of the Star Zone is too strong, so a captain can handle the affairs of a small alien civilization at the same time. There is nothing to do without the diplomatic team. Everyone really lacks experience and training. I think the omnipotent Lord Talon probably forgot that there are civilizations and races in the galaxy that can conduct normal diplomatic behavior besides the alien civilizations such as spore creatures that kill everywhere, the arrogant pointy ears that treat humans as monkeys, and the skeletons that want to kill all organic creatures as soon as they wake up. So he didn't set up a department responsible for diplomacy long ago, and let this department gain experience. Team leader. A call brought He-Cho back to reality from his deep thoughts. How do we deal with this? Collect what we heard and our opinions, and then report to the Navy, and then the Navy will report. He-Cho ordered. Oh, and add my personal opinion, that is, I cannot rule out the possibility that Ambassador Xining was acting knowing that there was monitoring. Yes. The team members immediately began to organize the documents according to He-Cho's requirements. The Inquisition has begun to infiltrate and scout the Iron Warrior's defenses. According to reports from some Inquisitors, some Astartes wearing ancient Dark Angel's power armor have appeared and disappeared, assisting in a lot of reconnaissance or sabotage activities. While we are talking, some heavy weapons used by the traitors may be destroyed, and a small device in the iron ring that binds the 7 planets may be blown up. Although the results of the battle cannot be called fruitful, they add up to a lot. A large-scale combat meeting was underway in the bridge of the glorious human flagship. The Space Marine Chapter Master, the commander of the Mortal Legion, the senior inquisitor of the Inquisition, the Sisters of the Battle Sisters, the casting representatives sent by the Adeptus Mechanicus, the representatives sent by the Blood Angels, and the White Scars in the Golden Expedition Branch Fleet. In short, everyone who could be related to this expedition was here. And the one who was reporting at this moment was Eisenhorn. Due to Lion's order, all participants in the Golden Expedition must share intelligence, so even the secret operations of the Inquisition and other Imperial agencies were announced here. After hearing that there was the mysterious help of Astartes, wearing ancient Dark Angel power armor, Lion raised his eyebrows, leaned close to Gilliman, and whispered softly. Probably the fallen angels. Lion said, the fallen angels were hunted for 10,000 years after I fell asleep. I really didn't expect that the fallen angels were still everywhere. After listening to Lion's complaints, Gilliman thought for a while, and said, loyalty is a common advantage of your descendants. The loyalists among the fallen angels were misunderstood and hunted, but they still maintained their loyalty to the human race and the Empire. Ryan smiled and nodded, thinking about how to get those still loyal among the fallen angels to return, and to ensure that there would be no Luther's filial son mixed in. Chi Nemo, who was standing aside, did not hear the conversation between the two Primarch brothers. He was thinking about what Eisenhorn said. As Eisenhorn said, every minute and every second of this meeting, there were people like the Inquisition and the Assassin's Court active at the forefront. When the main fleet was resting and preparing, and the mortals and supermen did not have to fight every day, those active people at the forefront were carrying out assassinations, sabotage, reconnaissance, infiltration, and eavesdropping. Maybe every action and person involved in this microcosm of the secret war is a wonderful and tragic story, or an admirable person. Think about it carefully. Isn't Eisenhorn's experience like this? In a microcosmic event, in a grand event, a legendary Inquisitor was busy with his team, they sacrificed and died. When Yu Qinmo was thinking about this, the guard sitting behind him received the news, then stood up and whispered a few words to Qinmo's ear. That was the latest development about the Black Rock mineral planet, and the diplomacy with the Tau Empire. Qinmo told Gilliman what the guards told him. As a master of multi-threaded planning, The latter immediately guessed the reactions and thoughts of all parties in the whole incident. Then, Chin Mo heard Gilliman say, "This matter is not that simple." Chin Mo began to think about it. And Gilliman directly told Chin Mo what he thought. "The report of your diplomatic team said that a commander of the Tao Empire, who had the possibility of secession, went to the colony with no future. As a general who was leading his subordinates to open up the living space of species, he obviously didn't have the leisure time, so he didn't volunteer. The Tao Empire is acting like they want to go to war, but they have dealt with your sector before, and should know they don't have the ability to do so. If a conflict breaks out between you, it is obvious that the Tao Empire's top brass wants to use this incident to do something to a commander who may be a separatist. The black rock deposits are secondary. I think they may not know what black rock is, but they think these black ores are qualified to be bargaining chips based on your emphasis on this ore." Chin Mo realized a lot of things when he heard Gilliman talking. Then Chin Mo began to think about how to deal with it. In the end, all his thoughts turned into one thought: screw it. Let He Qijing's grandson handle this matter, and give him the power to mobilize the Star Zone garrison fleet. I have only one request for him. No matter what means, let the Blackstone mineral planet be controlled by us as quickly as possible, and put it into this expedition as a war resource. I don't care whether we have to go to war or negotiate. If the negotiation is faster, then let's talk. I just want the Blackstone to be put into the war as soon as possible. Also, let Nita go to the Angel fleet to replace Nyadrasa, and let Nyadrasa go directly to the planet where the Blackstone mine is located. Its mission is to ensure the safety of the planet. The Blackstone is so important that the expedition cannot proceed without it. We must prevent the Titans from blowing up the ball out of desperation." Chin Mo gave the order to the guards. "Nyadrasa, the burner?" The guards confirmed the name, then nodded and immediately conveyed the order of Lord Talon back to the Star Zone. "Right." Chin Mo thought of something else. "If there is any possibility that this matter will progress slowly, let Nyadrasa do what it wants." Chin Mo did not think about it carefully, and did not spend much time on this trivial matter. His thoughts were attracted by Mephiston's report on the progress of the Angel Fleet's expedition. Chapter 854. Life in the Eye of Terror is unbearable for the star gods. Even the false physical world created by the Blackstone technology of the Void Dragon makes the star gods feel disgusted and hateful. The difference is that Saranoga, who assisted the White Scar's fleet in the battle, can bear it. Compared with the days when he fell into madness and hellish torture due to cannibalism, this little discomfort is nothing to Saranoga now. And Mimic and Void Dragon can bear it. The former knows what he wants to do, and the latter is willing to study the purpose of Blackstone creations. As for the Recorder, its mission is to integrate the various archives of the expeditionary force to ensure that the archives are not distorted by the power of the subspace, and it is also willing to record the various forms of life in the universe in a safe environment, the sacrifices and bravery of mortals or superhuman warriors for the real universe. Only the burner really can't stay at all. Even Sanguinius, who occasionally wakes up, will talk to Dante about this irritable star god and the reasons why he curses. Fortunately, when the Mimic arrived at the Angel fleet and conveyed the order to the burner was temporarily liberated. The star god named Nyadrasa was sent out of the Eye of Terror by a transport ship specially built for the star god, and then it drilled out of the ship and used the ubiquitous electromagnetic force in the real universe to shuttle through the sea of stars. Once in a meeting, the Eldar prophet Eldred Uslan told Chin Mo frankly that the Eldar used to think that they were the darlings of the real universe. Because a creature in the real universe lives in the constraints of physical laws, but can use psychic power to break free because of its psychic talent. But Uslan did not share the same idea as his ancestors. He felt that the star god, the star vampire that the Eldar ancestors called a curse to the real universe, was the darling of the universe. The ability to travel faster than the speed of light, which a species or a civilization has to pay a huge price to obtain, is a natural skill that the star god has mastered since birth. No one can figure out how electromagnetic force helps the star god travel in the sea of stars. Anyway, they can use electromagnetic force to run around among the stars, like a naked large humanoid creature. Finally, the burner stopped in front of a green planet, and the gravitational waves turned into a whisper from its mouth. After looking back at the Eye of Fear, the burner turned back and looked at the green planet in front of it, leaning forward, and arrived at the surface of the planet in an instant. There are living beings on this planet. When the burner descended, those cold-blooded reptiles that were still in the primitive stage thought they had seen a god, and immediately gathered together and kowtowed to the burner. Little did they know that this transcendent being, whom they regarded as a god, reminded them of an ancient hostile species, the Ancient Saint. The tribal leader, who crawled closer and bowed to them, looked like the ancient saint, except that they did not seem to have psychic powers. "This time we really have to burn it." The burner stretched out his finger and reached towards the forehead of the reptilian tribal leader. In the awe-inspiring eyes of the intelligent creature, the finger surrounded by flames gently touched its forehead. Then the creature burned like a burning coal, and the flames even permeated the surface of the planet. A rapidly expanding ring of flame spread to the entire planet, with the burner as the center, and finally turned a green planet into a hell planet burning with flames. Ha ha ha! The manic laughter shook the planet, the flames dissipated, and the planet was intact, but it looked as lifeless as most of its peers. Unless a species with the ability to transform the environment came, this planet would never be able to give birth to life on its own. After doing all this, the burner remembered that he still had things to do. Electromagnetic force was used again, and the burner leaped into the universe, quickly shuttling between the stars. Tau Empire Colony, Vika Colony. The Galaxy Monitoring Station was running around the clock. The Wind Clan personnel in the monitoring station stared at the screens connected to various devices. This was a job that could not be neglected, but he would occasionally look at the world outside the porthole, because in his opinion, the greater good would not punish a person for a slight negligence. There are a lot of transport ships coming and going on Vika Star outside the porthole. There are a lot of orbital defense facilities that have been built or are being built on the orbit. Vika Planet 3, not far away, has become the stationing point of the fleet in the galaxy. In the eyes of this Wind Clan member, who has worked in the monitoring station for almost his entire life, the fleet in that galaxy is already large enough. He knows that it was drawn from other galaxies, and seems to be preparing for a war. The attitude of Ether, who is responsible for maintaining the operation of this colony, is very vague. Although building a large number of orbital defense facilities, allowing transport ships to come and go, and deploying a large number of Fire Clan army and auxiliary troops such as Krut and Gov-Isa, it seems to be preparing for war. But Ether prohibits the fleet from making defensive deployments directly at the edge of the galaxy where the human fleet may sail over. But if he said he didn't want to fight, that didn't make sense. Because the legendary commander who came to the galaxy a few days ago was no longer just going around, but was ordered to stay and be responsible for the defense of the entire galaxy. Unknown objects approaching quickly. The alarm of the monitoring equipment pulled the eyes and thoughts of the Wind Clan member from the world outside the porthole back to the monitoring station, and he immediately checked various monitoring information. The screen showed that there was a red dot entering the monitoring range 5 light years away. Although the red dot was not large, it might represent a large fleet. Due to the limitations of space monitoring technology, even a huge monitoring station cannot monitor and display what is coming and how much information is coming from 50 light years away. It is not easy to monitor something, because objects that can be monitored from 50 light years away must have extremely strong energy and radiation that can be captured by the monitoring station. That may be a human fleet. With exclamations, the monitoring information was reported, and then AI processed the monitoring information and directly conveyed it to the commander and the ether of the commander of the combat unit. After completing this series of routine procedures, the Tau looked back at the screen and found that the red dot was approaching within 10 light years. After a blink of an eye, it was within 5 light years. This series of abnormalities was also conveyed by the monitoring station. Thanks to the assistance of AI, this information can be processed quickly, and the orders of the commander of the combat forces in the galaxy can also be conveyed quickly. The fleets in the galaxy are already arranging battle formations to prepare for the battle. Only a few people know that at this time, Ether is cursing the visionary commander who issued the defense order. However, when the fleet was not ready for battle, the uninvited guest had already entered the system. The visitor brushed past the monitoring station and passed through the fleet. The Tau crew members near the portholes on each warship were horrified, and their reaction was much more horrified than seeing the human fleet attacking directly. Because what they saw was not a warship or anything else, but a humanoid creature with fire all over his body. Chapter 855. Surface of the colony of Vika Star. Many facilities for mining unknown black ores have been built. These huge facilities for mining and prospecting, or for workers to rest and live, are connected together, and they have become the size of a city. The two clan, the Krut, the Gov-Isa, who surrendered from the former imperial mining world. The miners of the Tau Empire and its allied races are staying in the residential area. Because the function and mining method of the black ore are unknown, the mining activities have never been successful. The miners who could not get their wages had previously asked Ether to arrange a transport ship to take them home, but when Ether came to the mining site and gave an impassioned speech and concluded with "for the greater good, all the miners," regardless of their race, stayed in the mining station obediently, waiting for the day when mining activities could be carried out. But that day will never come. The roar in the sky attracted the attention of the miners on the ground. It was the friction sound of an extremely solid and extremely fast object passing through the atmosphere. The miners looked out from the high-rise buildings in the residential area and saw a meteor falling from the sky, but this meteor was obviously different from ordinary meteors. When the Titans, who had the best vision, saw the meteor coming and reacted, the meteor had already hit the mountains far away from the mining site. The impact set off a sandstorm, and countless large rocks rushed into the sky and splashed around like raindrops. The shock wave that was invisible to the naked eye was visible because it spread rapidly around, and the glass of many mining facilities, like a huge city, shattered at the same time in an instant. Then a deafening roar sounded, almost shattering the eardrums of all creatures within 100 kilometers of the meteor landing point. There was smoke and dust rising into the sky near the meteor landing point, and no one could see what was inside. A flight formation piloted by the Wind Clan pilots took off from the airport. A total of 4 formations and hundreds of various fighters flew towards the meteor landing point from 4 directions. When these planes approached the landing point within 2 kilometers, they all strangely stopped in midair. It was obviously not a regional time stop caused by psychic power or powerful technology, because those planes were still roaring, and the pilots were also normal, but the planes stopped. Another shock wave spread out from the point of impact. The smoke and dust were instantly dispersed, and the pilots were the first to see the situation at the point of impact. There were no mountains there, only a huge deep pit. In the deep pit, a light spot was extremely conspicuous. The light spot moved slowly in the direction of the mining facility. The fighters' reconnaissance equipment helped the pilots see the light spot, and then they found that it was not a meteor, but a humanoid creature floating in the air with flames all over its body. The burner is coming. Nyadrasa floated towards the mining site. Its actions were not concealed, and those who saw it could directly let people know what it wanted to do. A little spark appeared out of thin air in the primeval forest ahead of the route, and then the entire primeval forest instantly turned into a sea of fire. The flame spread at a speed far exceeding the burning and spreading speed of normal flames, and in an instant, the huge primeval forest and various dangerous species in it that caused headaches for all kinds of ground engineering equipment in the Tau Empire were wiped out from the surface of the earth. There was no forest, only ashes all over the sky. The burner moved slowly in the ashes. Relatively speaking, it was slow. When it came to a mountain, a spark appeared inside the mountain without any warning, and then the whole mountain turned into countless rubbles that splashed into the sky. The power of nature could not stop this uninvited guest. When a pilot from the Wind Clan saw that terrifying thing approaching the mining station where his friend from the Earth Clan was, he pulled the trigger tentatively, and the missile mounted on the rack lost connection with the body and immediately flew towards the burner. The missile exploded right above the burner's head, scattering dense black spots. These black spots were small bombs. The AI integrated in them made them gather together and explode directly above the burner. Iron rain washed the surface, stirring up smoke and dust. But under the pilot's nervous gaze, the burner slowly passed through the smoke and dust, unscathed, but the pilot did stop it. The burner's head slowly turned, his eyes locked on the fighter plane that launched the missile. The pilot was so frightened that he stopped breathing. The burner raised his hand towards the fighter, but just before something happened, he thought of something and finally put his hand down. But when the pilot thought he had escaped, the fighter twisted and shrank until it became the size of a glass ball and fell to the ground. The burner turned around and continued to float forward slowly. Finally, it arrived at the mining station and stood still. The Fire Clan army and the Crit Auxiliary army had assembled and quickly deployed around the burner, about 70 kilometers away, and the fleet was still approaching the planet's orbit. While the Tau Empire army was hesitating whether to launch another attack, the burner took action. This action was not manifested in the body, but in the sudden appearance of abnormal conditions. A drop of rain suddenly fell from the clear sky. The rain stopped when it fell in front of the burner, and then shrank inward into a black spot. When the Ether and colony leaders, who were observing the burner's every move, thought that the spot was a super bomb, things near the spot began to flow towards it, and eventually disappeared. Mining facilities, geological environment covering the black stone deposits deep on the surface. These things looked like stretched noodles twisted and gathered towards the black spot, and were eventually swallowed up by the thing. The technical consultant of the Earth Clan believed that it was a small black hole, but expressed doubts, because the swallowing phenomenon of the thing was obviously directional. The entire mining site returned to a bare piece, and all the giant facilities disappeared, but none of the people who had escaped from it were stretched into long strips and swallowed up. The burner did all this during the observation, and the black spot in front of it disappeared. The uninvited guest who suddenly arrived stood in place, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked straight ahead. The only moving part of his body was the flames that kept burning on his body, which were detected to be at a temperature of trillions of degrees, but would not actively ignite anything. The burner was still. From just now until now, it has maintained the greatest restraint, including not killing all the ants. It does not care about the life and death of any creature. If it is allowed to make decisions freely, it will burn the Astartes, and the mortal legions together with the enemies, when it is in the angel fleet. The reason why people who are closer to the burner's landing point survived is because even a manic and cruel star god, like the burner, has something he cares about. Chapter 856. What is that? I don't know, but I can tell it's not someone you can easily mess with. Does it have intelligence? It must have an intelligence more advanced than ours, because it raised its hand, and then put it down when it attacked the fleet, and in the end only one fighter was destroyed, while the rest survived. Many behavioral experts of the Water Clan believe it has intelligence. So can it communicate? The Water Clan ambassador Xianning was in the deepest bunker underground in the Vika star colony. He quietly watched the two people talking on the screen not far away. One was Ether. The other was tall and strong, holding a big sword that looked completely different from the style of the Earth Clan craftsmen. The Ether clan or caste was not very rare in the Tau Empire, because as a natural leader race, they always need to show up. But the latter is not common. The legend from the Viola family, the visionary commander. The sword that is said to be an ancient relic is the symbol of Farsight. The sword assists Farsight, and makes him invincible on the battlefield. This level of conversation is not something Xianning can participate in, so he just stands there and listens quietly. Do you think we should try to communicate with him, or should we make other countermeasures? Farsight asked Ether. Ether responded without hesitation. You are not a military commander who likes to accept other people's opinions. You are asking me for my countermeasures now. What do you mean? Farsight was silent. Ether continued. You were appointed as the manager of the colony's military affairs before the uninvited guest arrived. I must obey, so of course you have to make the decision on this matter. As soon as the voice fell, Farsight was no longer silent, and said coldly, I make the decision, so that I can be responsible for everything afterwards. Either I die at the hands of that monster with fire all over my body, or I will be punished for my poor defense. Your mouths of the Fire Clan are as inflexible as your brains? Ether said. Farsight fell silent again. This series of events confused the legendary military commander of the Tau. When he had to come to the colony, his idea was to take a look around here, give some advice on the defense of the system, and then leave. Later, he was entrusted with the defense of the system, and this happened before the burning monster fell from the sky. Apparently, Ether did not expect that a guy who traveled across the universe in the flesh would fall on Vika. And then? Anyway, after coming here, everything was beyond Farsight's expectations, so it is hard not to conclude that coming to this colony was a wrong decision. But there are some things that you just don't want to do, but have to do. The Ethers, who are born good at management, have many ways to restrain Farsight. Keep restrained. Farsight was silent for a long time before finally speaking. The flaming monster is obviously waiting for something. We don't attack it or communicate with it, so as not to anger it with a certain word or action when we don't know it at all. But it's too threatening. What's the difference between this and waiting to die? Ether asked. Farsight left after he finished speaking. He didn't even look at the Ether, treating it as air. Before he left, Farsight ordered his subordinates standing outside. From now on, the fleet and army of this galaxy will only accept orders issued by me personally. Anyone who goes to convey the order and fails to produce my personal permission will be shot on the spot. After giving the order, Farsight kept staring at the Ether. At this time, we must prevent someone from mobilizing the army to do something inappropriate, and at the cost of the lives of all the Tau people and Tau allies on Vika, to advance their own hateful and short-sighted conspiracy. After saying that, Farsight left with his head held high, leaving behind only Ether, who had dissatisfaction written all over his face, and Xianning. A hateful and short-sighted conspiracy. Xianning repeated this sentence in her mind, thinking of what Ether had said in a long-distance communication before, that is, the conflict with humans caused by the Black Or, and Farsight being constrained to come to this colony. The ultimate goal of this series of events is to save the Tau Empire from the civil war that the Supreme Ether envisioned in the future. But there is one question that Xianning still wonders about. Oshawa is actually an open traitor. Xianning said to Ether, I am extremely surprised that he can appear here. Why would he be in charge of defense here, as if he still accepts the nominal rule of the ethers? Ashawa is Farsight's real name. Xianning does not know everything that happened in the entire Tao Empire, but he heard about Ashawa's rebellion while growing up. It is not even a secret. The ethers publicly accused Farsight of rebellion, and Farsight claimed that he was abandoned by the ethers. But he is still working as a military commander of the Tao Empire. Several decades ago, for unknown reasons, Farsight's rule was threatened by other species. A species that looks like the Eldar we have come into contact with, but more barbaric and cruel than the Eldar. For unknown reasons, they left their unknown homeland and began to wander among the stars. Ether narrated in a deep voice. When Farsight refused to pay tribute to them, they launched an attack. A rifle that can fire antimatter ammunition, a strange thing that can turn Govisa into a zombie. In short, under the attack of various weapons that we cannot understand, Farsight suffered a heavy blow. At this time, the new Supreme Ether lent a hand and dispatched a fleet to help him drive away those terrible wandering fleets. Hearing this, Xianning could realize what happened next without Ether continuing to talk. It is conceivable that because of the help of the Supreme Ether, Farsight returned. Then, perhaps because the previous Supreme Ether lost the vote or died for other reasons, Farsight had conflicts with the new Supreme Ether. There were inevitably many compromises, sweet words and treacherous deeds, conspiracies and counter-conspiracies, and now Farsight is in an extremely complicated relationship with the Ether and the Tao Empire. I personally admire Farsight very much. The Ether suddenly said, but there is no way, for the sake of the greater good, he must die. Listening to the Ether's plan, Xining's breathing was very heavy, and he was silent. Originally, my order was to use black or to anger humans, forcing Farsight, who came to us to command the battle, and then find a way to calm the anger of humans, and hand over Farsight as a war criminal. But now a monster suddenly appeared. That's good, we don't have to take the risk of going to war with humans. Xianning was full of respect for the Ether that guided him, but he knew that the only shortcoming of this Ether was that he spoke as directly as a fire warrior. So direct that every word he said could make others tremble with fear, even if he was just stating the facts that others had already guessed. Chapter 857. You can't do it. Xianning persuaded anxiously, Vision will not let anyone in our fleet or army order an attack, and that burning monster doesn't look like it will take the initiative to attack. In response to Xianning's reminder, Ether just nodded silently. Xianning continued to persuade, find a way to kill Vision. This is the order of the Supreme Ether. I will never question it, but I think it is better to kill Vision with the help of humans than to let the monster kill Vision, because a monster that can travel among the stars and whose arrival is enough to cause a planet to tremble is more terrifying, right? Ether said what Xianning wanted to say. He was too familiar with this old friend and old subordinate. Xianning nodded. He expected the wise Ether to change his mind, or to say why he felt that the risk of letting the fire monster kill Farsight was lower than the risk of letting humans kill Farsight. But Ether just said calmly, if humans launch an attack, they need to let their fleet and army fight with our fleet and army. This will be a long process, no matter how powerful they are. During the war, Yuan Jin had plenty of opportunities to escape, or humans thought he was useful and kept him alive. But that monster is different. It can kill everyone in an instant. Yuan Jin's chance of death is 100%. So I think it's lower risk to let that monster kill Yuan Jin. After listening to Itai's words, Xinning felt a bang in his head. He never dreamed that what Itai said was no need to take the risk of going to war with humans. What I mean is not that the risk of going to war with humans is that more people will die and even the colonies will be destroyed, but that there is a risk that Farsight will survive in the hands of humans. Why do you want to do this? Xinning asked tremblingly. Because the Supreme Ether's order is to let Farsight die at all costs. In order to ensure his death, I must choose the plan with the highest chance of success. Ether answered coldly. After saying that, Ether added, of course, it is possible that all of us will be burned to ashes, and even the planet may be shattered. But someone has to pay the price. Everything is for the greater good. At this moment, Xianning didn't know what to say. He just thought of a rumor. Some people believe that the reason why the Ethers are the ruling class is not because they are wise or born with such a mission by the greater good, but because they can release a special pheromone that affects the thoughts and consciousness of other creatures. Xianning thought, if this rumor is true, then the fact that the Ethers who led him were proud of being personally received by the Supreme Ether may have been influenced by the Supreme Ether at that time. But Farsight will not give us the opportunity to mobilize soldiers or crews to fire at the monster. Xianning said. Ether was silent. Then a report sounded. A warship broke away from the warship formation and headed for the orbit of Vika, and its weapons are charging. The screen then showed the situation outside the orbit. It was an image taken by an orbital defense platform. The logo on the hull of a ship was different from the logos on most other ships. It was obvious that the warship carrying Vision to the colony was sailing over. The weapons on it had begun to charge and were aimed at the deep pit on Vika, where the supernatural being with fire was located. "This is impossible," Ning exclaimed. "Anyone in the fleet or the army could launch an attack, and the least likely one would be the entourage brought by Farsight from his territory. After a long time of contact with Guvisa, I found that some Guvisa can call upon a strange power," Ether said. Hearing this, Ning subconsciously looked around. He found that the Guvisa who was brought by Ether as both a guard and a subordinate, and who could use psychic power, was not present at this time. "Everything is for the greater good." Ether approached Ning. "All of us must be prepared to sacrifice." "We?" Ning's nostrils twitched twice, and her eyes became firm. "For the greater good." While the two were talking, everyone else present was working normally, and they also became firm, not thinking that there was anything wrong with all this. For the greater good? In the ship of Farsight, inside and outside the flagship, two different forces were engaged in a tug-of-war based on the entrance and exit. The Fire Clan warriors, loyal to their vision, launched desperate charges one after another to try to seize the entrances and exits, but even the most successful one had already entered the bridge, but was still driven out by the roaring devices. When a team of fire warriors approached the entrance and exit with heavy weapons and deployed them, a psychic shock was released from the bridge to the outside. Everything along the way was shaken into pieces of meat or metal. Then the remaining psychic energy gathered together to form a barrier that temporarily isolated the inside and outside of the bridge. The psychic turned around and looked at the man who was controlling the ship's artillery next to the main console. Seeing that everything was going well for him, he looked at his compatriots, who had a short break due to the psychic barrier. All those who teleported with the psychic were the Guvisa Ether guards led by him, and all those present were humans. They teleported from the ship closest to Farsight's ship, and immediately launched an attack after entering the bridge, killing everyone on the bridge. The next step was to defend the bridge until the man who controlled the weapon cracked the fire control system, and was able to fire at the surface. For the greater good? We must complete the order given by the Ether. The Psyker struggled to maintain the barrier, glanced at the Tau outside who were firing at the barrier, and turned around to continue to encourage his warriors. "When we were infected with diseases in the hive, and waiting to die, who gave us medicine? When we were slaves of the governor and the planet was occupied by aliens? When we thought we were going to be pigs and dogs for the aliens, who stood up and told us that all beings are equal in front of the greater good, regardless of master or slave? When we fought for the corpse of the so-called Lord of Humanity, but were discarded as garbage by the Military Affairs Department, who let us live on and fight for a great goal that is truly worth fighting for? Fight, Guvisas, for the greater good." The words were not very exciting but inspired every human present. When the psychic barrier dissipated, all Guvisas rushed forward to die just to delay a little more time. Finally, when almost the entire Ether Guvisa guard was almost destroyed, the ship's weapon system was finally unblocked, and all weapon systems were aimed at the ground and fired. Chapter 858. The brutal star god named Burner stood at the black stone mining site. From beginning to end, except for the energy-filled flames flickering and jumping on its body, its entire body did not move at all. The restrictions on Farsight's warship's fire control system were lifted, and a beam fell from outside the orbit to the ground, directly bombarding the burner's body. The naval power of the Tau Empire is not strong, and the force level of the warships is also worrying, but just like the ancient magic weapons owned by Farsight, during the long combat career of this legendary commander, he also obtained some powerful weapons that surpassed all the Tau Empire's shipborne weapons. The light spears were in full operation for nearly 2 minutes, and the light they produced was enough to blind all flesh and blood within 100 kilometers of the surface. After the light spears dissipated, the cannons on the ships fired a series of attacks at the smoke and dust, firing at the speed of an automatic gun, causing more damage than the heavy artillery used by the human Imperial Army. This series of attacks suddenly stopped after a few minutes, proving that the Guvisas loyal to the Ether and the bridge were dead, and Farsight's subordinates regained control of the bridge and stopped firing. The energy generated by the orbital bombardment suddenly dissipated. When the Tau people who were observing the burner's every move saw this transcendent existence again, they were surprised to find that it was not injured or even moved a step, and was still standing there. For a relatively complete fragment of a star god, the attack power released by a warship was too weak. However, The people and forces who led this attack did not expect the orbital bombardment to produce a strong killing effect. They just wanted the orbital bombardment to be carried out, nothing more. The burner was enraged by the attack, and the flames on its body became more vigorous and dazzling, but it did not leap directly into the sky and dismantle the warship with its bare hands, as the Ether, who was observing it, had imagined when it arrived. The burner simply raised his hand to the sky with his index finger extended. After this slight movement, a beam of light appeared, instantly illuminating the night into day. The beam shot out from the burner's fingertips, and when it reached outside the orbit, there was no energy attenuation at all, and it directly penetrated the Vision's warship. Beam weapons are very common in the Tyrone Navy, but in the process of using them, naval warships often avoid beams with too strong penetration. In close-range bombardment, they will deliberately weaken the penetration of weapons such as light spears, making them larger and creating a larger attack surface. Attacks with too strong penetration often cannot kill too many enemy ship crews, nor can they cause much collateral damage. So when the attack released by the burner only went straight from the surface to the sky and penetrated the warship, Farsight, who had received the news, breathed a sigh of relief. The warship was not destroyed directly, but only had a hole opened. The damage could be controlled by blocking the nearby area and sending artificial intelligence robots to repair it. But the situation that followed made Farsight's relief vanish. Flames appeared near the gap in the warship, spreading all around, and in a very short time, spreading to the entire hull until the warship was completely burned into ashes floating in the universe. Faced with the high probability that the burner would attack again, Farsight made a decision that his subordinates were extremely opposed to, and made Ether, who was observing the situation, ecstatic. That was to order the army and fleet to continue to stay where they were, let his people take over the bridge of each warship, and personally take a transport plane to fly to the most dangerous place. As the burner pointed at another warship, a transport plane descended from the sky and slowly landed on the ground. After the hatch opened, a lone warrior in combat uniform walked out. It was Farsight. I have no intention of provoking. Farsight put his sword on the ground. After realizing that there was no danger in the space near the burner, he took off his combat uniform and walked out, facing the most strange and powerful opponent in his weakest state. You are being used. Some people in my race want to use you. Farsight tried to communicate in his own language. Burner could judge what this purely material creature was expressing from its neural signal transmission. This way of communication was even more efficient than verbal communication, because Burner could read Farsight's words like a mind reader. This is a conspiracy. Burner looked down at Farsight, but he didn't ask any more questions. Burner didn't care what conspiracy an ant had. It knew very well that the orbital bombardment just now must have been an unauthorized action, otherwise it would not have been a battleship that bombed it. The fact that other battleships were still staying in place, and even wanted to obstruct the advance of the battleship that launched the orbital bombardment already explained a lot. It also saw the conflict that was breaking out in the bridge. But it didn't care about that. It just pierced a warship casually. Compared to those things, the burner was more curious about why the ant in front of him ran directly to face him. As an individual of a weak civilization and species, how did this ant find out that he was an intelligent being, not a cosmic monster that acted entirely on instinct? How did he have the courage to come and explain? Why was he so decisive? I know the reasons behind this, but... The burner looked down at Farsight. Farsight was surprised and ecstatic, because he found that the existence in front of him could not only really understand what he said, but could even communicate with him. But the next second, Farsight turned from a complete titanium man into a molecule that fell to the ground like sand and dust. He was directly decomposed. But this is an offense related to you. Whether you are innocent or not, it is related to you. The burner said to the dust in front of him. Said, in the past, when they ruled the Necroner, the star gods were inevitably offended, whether it was the curse of a Necroner who was dissatisfied with being enslaved, or a small mistake made by a Necroner slave while serving. In the face of these offenses, the star gods would not understand the specific reasons. They would only kill everything related to the offense. Such indiscriminate punishment can make all ants who worship or hate the star god more cautious out of fear. The reason why such cruel and simple and crude means are used is that the star gods do not want to waste time on ants they don't care about. But they care. Conspiracy, control mission. The burner slowly raised his head and thought about a lot. It thought that the reason why he came here was not to rule and enslave, but to ensure the absolute safety of Blackstone. It also thought about the reason why this matter that could have been solved by force was complicated. Finally, the burner looked down at the dust in front of him, and a thought restored the dust to its original appearance. Vision came alive. Wriggle to a safe place, the burner said. The one I value is quite patient with your species. He may want to use you, or he may find you interesting. And you, as a separatist warlord in your species, can become a bargaining chip for balance or containment, keeping your species in an easily controlled state of internal strife. Farsight could not see the movement of the burner's mouth, but he could clearly hear the language he could understand, and clearly feel who said that language. Then Farsight also realized that what this transcendent being patiently explained to him was not a motive or reason, but an order. The purpose of giving a clear order to an individual of a less intelligent species is to make it fully aware of what it should and should not do. Chapter 859. Vision survived. Surprisingly survived. Ether, who was watching the situation on the burner's side, collapsed on the chair in astonishment. He saw Vision being decomposed into a pile of dust, and then saw Vision being reshaped, and his lips moving slightly, as if he was communicating with something. Ether and Shining did not hear what the burner said. They did not know why Vision survived, and it was difficult to guess the reason. But one thing is very certain now, that is, Farsight survived, and we definitely cannot expect that monster with fire all over his body to kill this traitor who may cause a civil war in the future of the Tau Empire. Ambassador, Communication. Go Waisa, who followed Xi and Ning, stepped forward with a communicator in his hand and reminded him in a low voice. Xi and Ning glanced over. The palm-sized device that can communicate at superluminal speed is not a creation of the Tau Empire, but a gift given to Xi and Ning by Hicho when they made contact with humans for the second time. This is just a microphone that receives communications unilaterally, a black box of communication technology that cannot be analyzed but is easy to use. Xi and Ning's eyes turned from the communicator to Ether, and when he saw the latter nodded, he connected the communication. A holographic projection appeared in front of him. That was Hicho, who was obviously in the bridge of a warship at this time. Why didn't you refuse this time? Hicho looked at Xi and Ning coldly. Did the burner scare you after teaching you a lesson, and want to seek our help to deal with the uninvited guest? No, wait. Xi and Ning's face showed a look of astonishment that could be understood by humans, and she asked tremblingly, do you know what the burning monster is, and what its name is? Is its arrival related to you? As soon as the voice fell, Ether, who was still checking the screen and thinking about how to kill Yuan Jian, turned back and looked at the holographic projection. The burning monster? No, we don't call it a monster, because it is one of the protectors of the Star Zone. We call it the Katan Ally. Hicho turned his eyes and looked at the burner on the monitoring screen. In some star zones with religious traditions, these Katan allies are called the Talon gods. When they heard that the angry guy was an ally of mankind, Xi and Ning and Etai were relieved. They couldn't use this guy to kill Farsight, and they had to find a way to get rid of it. This was a mess. Now Hicho's words made Xi and Ning and Etai realized the possibility of properly handling the uninvited guest. Xi and Ning suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and asked, can you ask it to leave? It came suddenly and killed some people. We don't even know where we offended it, or what we have is worth the god's interest. No. Hicho stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head slowly. Xi and Ning and Etai looked at each other and felt something was wrong. The two titanium people who were proficient in human language were watched by Hicho, feeling the gaze of this human and listening to his words. 12 years ago, our two races first came into contact, and you and your compatriots left a very deep and good impression on me and my compatriots. But you are getting more and more, and you want to use those black ores to get what you shouldn't get from us. If you want to ask for a reward, then you can, because we are different from the imperial people you have seen before. We are willing to use communication to solve problems, and are also willing to trade. You have discovered the black ore contained in the planet. Just for this, you are enough to receive our generous gift. Speaking of this, Hicho's eyes fell on Ether. Xi and Ning also looked at Ether. At this time, Ether was frowning and thinking hard, but what he was thinking in his head was, if humans and the monster that suddenly descended were in the same camp, then the latter did not kill Farsight obviously because he took the opinions of human allies into consideration, so using humans to kill Farsight would definitely not be feasible. We are not engaging in diplomacy with you, because we have to choose means other than war to deal with you. Hicho continued. It is because we uphold the principle of tolerance and communication. Even though our navy is almost entirely involved in a huge war that has lasted for decades, we still have the spare capacity to wipe out your entire race from the real universe. Xi and Ning nodded. He also thought so. This is not the first time that the Tau Empire has expanded, nor is it the first time that it has come into contact with many species, including humans. They are clear about some things. However, Xi and Ning's idea is that even if a war breaks out with another human force in this nominally same star zone due to some issues, a ceasefire can be achieved through diplomatic mediation and meeting the demands of humans, and then sending a few unlucky people to die. In our eyes, you are a young but potential species, and you can receive our tolerance and guidance, and become an ally that can fight against the enemies of the real universe together, just like the Eldar or other alien races serving in our star zone. And if we think you are a race that is not worth communicating with, that will not only hinder us, but also cause all kinds of trouble like a traitor, we will clean you out, just like the Beastmen, even though they share a common ancestor with humans, even though they are a subspecies of humans, even though they were allowed to exist by the most extremely xenophobic human empire, they will never be spared by the Extinction Fleet. Extinction Fleet. Xi and Ning had heard of this term before. It was a manifestation of the cold side of another human force besides the Empire. During the development of the Tyrone sector, countless weak alien races appeared, most of which were pre-space age civilizations. Among them, kind aliens will be guided and accepted. Even if their home planet has some special function that requires them to move, they will be assigned a modified and perfect new home as compensation. Cruel and backward aliens will be taught a lesson by force and beg the sector to sit down and negotiate, and then they will be accepted, but their development will be restricted and they will be required to provide a certain number of young and strong people to form auxiliary troops. However, due to species diversity, there are alien races that are not only cruel and backward, but also unrepentant and shameless, and they even have evil beliefs. Then, the Extinction Fleet composed of warships drawn from the patrol fleets of various star regions will clean up these aliens along with their past and present traces. Is the Extinction Fleet you brought? Xi Ning asked. He-Cho shook his head. No matter what kind of alien race it is, multiple departments within the star region will conduct a joint assessment to determine whether it has the value and qualifications to exist. Finally, there will be a vote to decide your fate. But in the process, your behavior will affect the results of the judgment and decision. After hearing these words, Xi and Ning was obviously relieved. But He-Chao's next words made him nervous again. Now we will give you 40 Vika hours to contact your Supreme Ether, and wait for your leaders to discuss and think about what is happening now, and finally make a decision. If we can reach a consensus within 40 Vika colony hours, then everyone will be happy. Otherwise, we will use force, even if it will take longer to get what we want. Chapter 860. We actually have no intention of provoking you. Ether, who had remained silent while He-Cho issued a series of warnings, finally spoke. It's just that we want to avoid a civil war and eliminate a bastard individual member of the race with different intentions. This cannot be done by normal means. Hearing this, He-Cho probably realized the meaning of the words through a series of events so far. He thought about it, and then stopped thinking about it. I don't care, we don't care. He-Cho stared into Ether's eyes, and said calmly, whether you want to get rid of a traitor or do something else, it's your own little business. Ether wanted to make a final attempt. He hoped that at least humans could make the right stand between the Ether group of the Titanium race and Vision. But He-Cho didn't give Ether a chance to continue speaking. No matter what you thought before, start making a decision now. As I said, make a decision that will affect the fate of your entire species within 40 Vika hours. No need to make a decision. Xi and Ning immediately said, we will stop all dangerous actions, and give you the black or you care about. Everything is over, okay? When Xi and Ning said this, the Ether present looked at Xi and Ning with extremely surprised and incredible eyes and expressions. The Ether has already started thinking about how to report the current situation to the mother planet. He never dreamed that an ambassador of the Water Clan would dare to stand up and make a decision for him that would affect the fate of the entire race. Whether from a psychological or physiological perspective, this is very abnormal in Itai's eyes. I'm sorry, sir. After thinking about it, I feel that we have gone too far. Xining lowered her head and said, I don't mean the friction and conflict between humans, but that we are willing to do anything to make Yuanjian die like crazy. Xining, you. Itai stood there, winking and making a very strenuous expression, but Xining in front of him was not as fanatical about him as before. The communication equipment based on dimensional technology was always turned on during the communication. Since the communication began, the energy in the dimensional space has permeated the real space within dozens of meters around. He-Cho had no idea that the chain reaction caused by the communicator had an extremely unexpected effect at this time. He thought that Xi and Ning had used some means to get rid of the influence of the ether on other clan individuals. I thought about it, sir, you have made many mistakes. Xi and Ning said, I will not evaluate whether the whole conspiracy against Vision is correct. After all, the Supreme Ether has his considerations and ideas. But anyway, in order to provoke a conflict between Farsight and the uninvited guest with the fire, you set people to fight on his ship. Eventually, the entire warship was destroyed. Although the guy with the fire could kill the warship with just a flick of his finger, but without your intervention, the warship would not have become a target of attack at all. After hearing these words, Ether became more and more angry, staring at Shining with wide eyes. As I said, the black orb belongs to you, and we will no longer engage in dangerous behavior. Xi and Ning ignored Itai's gaze, and turned to look at Hicho. Hicho pondered for a moment. Obviously, in a caste system civilization, the Shui clan, which is relatively low in caste, obviously does not have the power of Itai, so whether Xi and Ning can make decisions for others is also a question. However, considering that Xi and Ning is not a fool, who can't even figure out whether he can make a decision, Hicho did not refuse, but just asked, "Are you sure you can make this decision on behalf of your Itai?" "I can't represent Ether, but I can make decisions on behalf of the commander of the military forces in this colony. I'm sure he thinks the same as I do," Xi and Ning said. Hicho nodded slowly after hearing this. He knew very well that the military commander Xi and Ning was talking about was the Vision commander, who came from the Viola warrior family. Considering that this commander had previously cleared up the misunderstanding by personally going to the burner after the warship launched an attack on the burner, his thoughts would obviously be the same as Xi and Ning's. All the fleets of the Tau Empire in the galaxy are staying near another planet to the right of Vika. The army and all the civilians on Vika have been transferred to transport ships. A cruiser formation and an engineering ship formation of the Tyrone Navy quickly jumped into the galaxy and approached Vika under the watch of the ships of the Tau Empire that were ordered by the Vision not to move. Each engineering formation affiliated to the Navy in the Tyrone sector is composed of dozens of engineering ships about 20 kilometers long. In special circumstances, a large satellite-sized void creation will be incorporated. This void creation can serve as a warehouse and can also carry a large material printing device to assist in engineering. When the civilians on Vika were relocated, the engineering team built a large orbital living station for them in the galaxy. This is a large void building that is no different from a planet except that it does not look like a planet. The space folding technology with an indoor area of 100 square meters and an outdoor area of 20 square meters ensures that it has a living area that does not take up too much space but is enough to accommodate a huge population. The saved area is used to build artificial bionic landforms such as ocean beaches and forests, which is equivalent to an artificial garden world. The orbital habitat was originally used to station troops in the webway and to house people who migrated from planets with deteriorating environments in the star sector. Now it is used to provide necessary living conditions for people who migrated from Vika before the Tau Empire colonies are ready to settle Vika immigrants on other planets in the system. After the orbital habitat was built in less than 10 solar days, the real work of the engineering team has just begun. An artificial star ring was built around the entire Vika star. The energy spreading out from the star ring to the surroundings of the planet enveloped the entire planet, causing the material activities and time flow inside the planet to completely stop. Then the giant star gate was teleported into the galaxy. Pushed by the star ring, Vika gradually left the star orbit and entered the star gate. In a flash, it was teleported from the eastern part of the Talon star zone to the galaxy closest to the Eye of Terror in the Bellis Corona star zone near the Eye of Terror, and then entered the star orbit to continue rotating. Countless workers and engineering machinery that had been deployed there for a long time descended on Vika Star to build mineral extraction facilities that could mine black stone with the highest efficiency. The Void Dragon soon obtained enough materials to expand the almost bottomed-out inventory of black stone creations. Chapter 861. What an unimaginable engineering miracle! How did you open a door in the universe to let something the size of a planet run in? On the main ship of the cruiser formation, Xi and Ning, and Hicho stood in front of a huge porthole in a lounge inside the ship, looking at everything happening in the galaxy outside. Vika had been teleported away, and Xi and Ning didn't know where it went. He could only see the visible energy residue after the Stargate released huge energy during a super large-scale long-distance teleportation. Stargate, a way of traveling faster than light, Hicho said. Xi and Ning continued to admire the Stargate, a construction project, praising its size and power. However, Hicho didn't listen to what Xi and Ning said at all. He frowned and thought. After thinking for a long time, he spoke. In fact, you are giving that ether a way out. After all, it is impossible to use us to kill Farsight, and there is no point in continuing the stalemate. If it really comes to the point of going to war, we will lose time and efficiency, and it is difficult to summarize what you will lose. So your decision beyond your authority is actually a good thing for the ether. Listening to Yi Chao's talk about this, Xia Ning, who was in high spirits, gradually calmed down, and the smile on her face turned into a polite smile common among the Shui clan. Even so, you may still be punished. He Chou continued. I understand. Xia Ning nodded repeatedly. This experienced Shui clan diplomat could even directly guess what his fate would be next. And because of the difference in experience, Xia Ning's guess was far more detailed and accurate than Yi Chao's. Vision is not dead, the Supreme Ether's goal has not been achieved, and even the idea of gaining more benefits through black or has failed due to the situation. This matter will be held accountable, and I will become a sinner for making decisions beyond my authority, and even the ether will have to bear the blame. Then I will be transferred back to the mother planet from this colony to stand trial, and the anger of the entire species will be vented on me, the scapegoat, just to put an end to this matter. Xia Ning said softly. He Chou nodded, and his guess was similar. In the eyes of the top leaders of the Tao Empire, everything that happened around the Black Stone was a diplomatic failure, and someone must be held responsible for the failure. Xia Ning will be the culprit of this diplomatic failure, accepting accusations from the Tao Empire of weakness, compromise, and usurpation, and will eventually pay the price for his accusations of weakness or usurpation. Actually, you don't have to bear the blame. He Chou took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Xia Ning. You have a better future. For example, you can come to our star region to write some books on diplomacy, or become a professor of interstellar relations or something. Xia Ning took the card and looked at it, and found that it was a Tailong Star Region ID card to be filled out. He only needed to register and fill in his identity on the card, collect biological samples, and then he could obtain the protection of the star region. As a Titan, my lifespan is not long like my compatriots, but I still have a few decades to live, and I have to do more for my compatriots in my limited life. Xia Ning handed the card back to He Chou. He Chou didn't say much and took the card. By the way, I wouldn't have thought of making a decision for ether at a critical moment. Xining turned and looked out the porthole, with a puzzled look on her face. I have an inexplicable feeling, that is, after your projection appeared, I seem to have become more sober. This feeling is very strange, and I can't describe it very accurately, but... Do you feel like you are being controlled? He Chou asked. Xining nodded in surprise. I especially admire that ether, and I willingly followed and agreed with him until you contacted us 2 days ago. This is what is called ether. We follow this tribe not because they are so charming or talented, but because they can have a special influence on us, similar to the influence of mental hypnosis. The ethers claim that they are natural leaders, so people from other clans feel excited, respectful and trustful when they see them, but I have always believed that there is another reason. The person who spoke was not He Chou, but the vision that was walking towards the two people. After approaching, Yuan Jin nodded to He Chou first, then looked at Xining and asked, You should know some rumors about the Ether clan, such as their ability to control others, right? Yes. Xining nodded. Stop being a puppet of the Ether clan. Yuan Jin stretched out his hand. I need someone to handle the affairs between my warriors and allies. Come to me, and together we can free our compatriots from the control of the Ether clan. Xining looked at Yuan Jin's outstretched hand, feeling hesitant, but more of an honor. It seems you have a better place to go. He Chou patted Xia Ning's shoulder. The main fleet of the Golden Expedition. Inside the flagship, on the lower floor, in the residence of the clone Primarchs. And Rita, a civilian staff member of the guard, walked quickly in the corridor with a document in his hand, and finally came to a secret room after a series of security procedures. When he pushed the door open, and Rita saw the Lord of Talon and the clone Primarchs gathered around a tactical table, looking at the holographic image of the Iron Warrior Star Ring defense line. He immediately leaned over and whispered to Qin Mo, the matter of the black stone mineral planet discovered before has been concluded. A large amount of black stone is being extracted and transported. It is estimated that we will soon have enough black stone for war. In addition, this matter has been settled, right? Qin Mo turned around. I know. Arrange a good vacation for the diplomatic team. After speaking, Qin Mo's attention was withdrawn from this trivial matter and returned to the matter discussed with the clone Primarchs. Most of the Primarchs remained silent at the beginning of the meeting. Only Perturabo spoke. I speculate that the defensive positions and structures within this star ring defense line should be similar. Perturabo gestured on the tactical table, providing various defensive tactics and defense plans that he speculated and remembered that the Iron Warriors Legion liked to use. The gene Primarch of these traitors of the Iron Warriors was Perturabo, one of the rebellious Primarchs. As a clone of Perturabo, using his memory and the latest information provided by the Inquisitors, he can clearly guess what the defense planning and deployment on the 7 planets within the Star Ring defense line are like, thus providing a lot of help for tactical formulation. After all the information provided by Perturabo was automatically sorted and transmitted to the bridge, Chi Nemo looked at Perturabo. Perturabo crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked down at Chi Nemo, and looked at him. "Thank you." Chi Nemo said, "If you were not here today, the strategic and tactical formulation of the entire war would be delayed for a long time, because we still need time to figure out how the traitor army arranged its defense, as well as reference conditions and so on. In short, thank you." Hearing this, Perturabo had a blank expression on his face, glanced at Chi Nemo with contempt, and turned away as if he had not heard anything, leaving only a cold word. "I saved you time, now you should not waste my time." Until he left the room, Perturabo walked in the empty corridor with a brisk pace, pursing his lips to reveal an ugly expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Chapter 862. After watching Perturabo, who was not interested in the praise, leave, the clone Primarchs immediately began to express their opinions on the next offensive strategy against the Iron Warriors. Chi Nemo was not good at formulating war strategies, so he just took a device to record the opinions of the clone Primarchs, and then sorted them out and took them to the other 2 expedition commanders, Gilliman and Lion, to express them in the name of Lord Talon. Since the attack has not yet begun, the exploration of the Star Ring defense only comes from various small-scale infiltration activities, which seems chaotic and difficult to understand, so the clone Primarchs only rely on their own experience to speculate, and their opinions are based on speculation. When the clone originals had almost finished their discussion, Chi Nemo put away the recording equipment and looked into the shadows in the corner of the room. A man with disheveled hair, a cold expression, and a cruel smile on his face was squatting there, staring at Chi Nemo with a fierce look. "Clone Kaz, do you have anything to say? Everyone knows that you are an infiltration expert. Maybe your ideas and suggestions are very useful." Chi Nemo asked. Kaz shook his head and smiled coldly. "In the end, all of us will die." "Okay, thank you." Chi Nemo retracted his gaze and looked at the other clone Primarchs. Seeing that the latter had nothing to add, Chi Nemo stood up and prepared to return to the bridge. At this time, Horus, the leader of the clone Primarchs, stood up and asked in a deep voice, "When will Corax return to the fleet? It's impossible for him to come back. How can he come back after he has become like that?" Chi Nemo answered subconsciously. After realizing that Horus might not be asking about Corax's original body, who had accepted his essence, he asked again, "Are you asking about the clone? He hasn't come back yet?" "Of course." Horus shrugged. Other clone Primarchs also said that they had never seen Corax. It's not that they haven't seen him recently, but they haven't seen him since the Battle of Broom. Chi Nemo patted the back of his head and recalled, during the Battle of Broom, he seemed to be suggested by the original body to assassinate Fabius. He may be in trouble. Horus said, "I think we should go to help him, but we don't know where he is exactly." Horus didn't just remember today that there was a clone Primarch like Corax, and that he hadn't returned yet. He had already thought of it a long time ago, but Chi Nemo only came to the lower deck of the flagship to meet them today. "If you can contact Corax's original body, please ask him if he can sense where his clone is," Gilliman said. "I make a note of it." Chi Nemo nodded. Although he agreed to this, Chi Nemo really didn't know how to contact Corax's original body. That guy might continue to stand on the side of humanity, fight for humanity, and participate in the next attack on the Iron Warriors traitors. Or maybe he met an old acquaintance, such as Lorgar's original body, so he was involved in the hunt and had no time to help. In any case, Chi Nemo remembered that if he encountered Corax's original body again, he must ask about the whereabouts of the clone before dragging the Emperor of Humanity down to face the Raven King. "By the way, where is Lorgar? I haven't seen him since we left with you on Bloom." Magnus, who had a relatively good relationship with Lorgar, asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the clone Primarchs packed up their things, took paper, pens, data boards and other things and stood up to leave. "No one cares where Lorgar is." Magnus looked at his clone brothers. "Yes, except you." Lien pushed Magnus' shoulder away and walked out of the cabin first. "Lorgar is doing well now, at least much better than his original body." Chi Nemo patted Magnus' shoulder and walked out of the door side by side with Horus. The actual leader of the clone Primarchs is still Horus, just like their original bodies all accepted Horus' leadership, even though there may be some like Corax who are not very willing to accept orders. After these clone Primarchs clearly know that they are clones, without the shackles of Legion relations, they will no longer conflict with Horus because of Legion matters. If Chinemo wants the Super Thunder Warrior team composed of these clone Primarchs to do something, he will not call all the clone Primarchs and talk about it, but will go directly to Horus, and let him convey the order, or let those clone Primarchs, who are unwilling to do anything, obey with curses. As the two walked side by side in the corridor, Horus also realized that Chinemo could not have come here just to collect the opinions of the clone Primarchs. He obviously had other purposes. So in this silence, Horus turned his head slightly, and his eyes fell on Chinemo's face. "What can we do in this war?" the Clone War Master asked. "There are too many things we can do." Chinemo also turned his head and looked at Horus. "You know, we are about to deal with a traitor legion called Iron Warriors, and the Primarch of the Iron Warriors is Perturabo. It is still unknown where Perturabo's real body is now, but his clone is here." Horus raised his right eyebrow slightly, and naturally ignored the second half of Chinemo's last sentence. He could hear that Chinemo's long string of words had some roundabout meanings. To be more precise, he wanted to use a long string of bland words with little information to relax the person he was talking to, and then suddenly brought up important things. Horus interrupted Chinemo's words. "If there is anything you can't say directly to a clone Primarch, then you can treat me as a new Thunder Warrior who is hiding his identity and fighting for humanity." Hearing this, Chinemo looked at Horus with complicated eyes. Long ago, he thought Horus should be a cold-blooded and hard-hearted guy, so such a guy could become a war master who needed rational and cold decisions. But in addition to being decisive, Horus can also bring people a warm feeling. "Do you remember that I once had a discussion with you about Perturabo's character?" Chinemo asked. Of course Horus remembered that conversation, which made him understand the character of Perturabo's original body and clone more deeply. Compared to the original body, the clone Primarch is relatively loyal, but Perturabo is different. His personality makes him unpredictable. Mora talked about the character of the Lord of Steel, as if he was going to have another discussion about Perturabo's personality. Horus suddenly understood after listening to half of the sentence. "You mean, you want me to test Perturabo's clone to see if he has the possibility of betrayal like the original body?" "No, it's not a loyalty test, but I will work with your father's human will." Chinemo was halfway through his words when he realized that perhaps several Primarchs had the problem of not checking people's hearts, but Horus was definitely not one of them. So he nodded, "Yes, as you said." Horus was silent and looked at Chinemo, but the expression on his face was neither angry, nor doubtful, nor opposed, but very calm. Chinemo was a little helpless. His original idea was not to test, but to let the clone Primarchs infiltrate the Star Ring to get some intelligence before the official attack on the Iron Warriors began, just like all those who participated in infiltration, assassination, and intelligence reconnaissance. The Emperor proposed the loyalty test. As for why the Emperor himself did not come to talk to Horus about this. The same old problem. "I understand." Horus was silent, and then agreed calmly, "I will take Perturabo and the others to infiltrate the traitor Star Rings, and then there, I will carefully observe Perturabo's attitude towards his traitorous descendants, who have fallen into the enemy of mankind. I will take action before you and my father." Chinemo nodded. The two said goodbye. Chapter 863. After a while. "Is that what he said? Will he start before you and I?" In the room on the flagship of the Emperor's human will, Chinemo, who had just pushed the door open and told what happened, heard the Emperor asking him this. "That's what he said." Chinemo sat on the chair next to the Emperor. "Next time you go by yourself, I won't be your mouthpiece anymore. You know my character. How can I open my mouth if you ask me to go by myself?" The Emperor shook his head vigorously. "My relationship with some of them is already bad enough. Please be considerate of me, and don't force me to beg you." Chinemo did not respond. The Emperor stopped talking about the next incident, and also remained silent. After thinking for a while, Chinemo asked in a puzzled tone, "Using infiltration operations against the Iron Warriors to test Perturabo's loyalty, how did you come up with this idea? This is something that should have been done a long time ago, but there has been no chance." The Emperor stared at the empty space in front of him, his face cold. Not only Perturabo, but also other clone Primarchs, whose original bodies rebelled. "If there were former emperors, children traitors on Broom, I would have let Fulgrim go down and fight with his rebellious descendants. If we encounter Thousand Sons traitors in the future, let Magnus go. Onron is fine, he has proved his loyalty." The Emperor muttered. "According to your thinking, why didn't you let Mordorion go down to fight on Broom?" Chinemo asked. "I really asked him to go. When you were fighting with those corn demons, I asked Mordorion to go and kill the Plague Warriors." The Emperor said. "Then, he never said a word to me since then. He didn't talk to you because you doubted him." Nemo said. This was originally a plain word, but when it reached the ears of the Emperor, it was like pouring a pot of fuel on a flame. Why is he dissatisfied? Shouldn't I doubt him? Even a mortal soldier captured by the enemy must be examined. Why can't he be suspected? The Emperor paused and continued, they should be warriors and leaders, not giant babies. They should be aware of their responsibilities, and they should accept any test. Nemo looked at the Emperor, and suddenly felt something was wrong. The Emperor continued to say sternly, who in the Empire has not been tested for loyalty? The Primarch should not be an exception. I want to see not only the attitude of Perturabo's clone, but also the attitude of Horus' clone. If he thinks that he and his brothers are still supermen who cannot be tested and questioned, then I will let him. Are you the part of humanity, or a fragment of rationality? Nemo asked. The Emperor gradually calmed down and began to think, and then smiled at Vanessa's face. Isn't anger also a part of human nature? I don't think that the loyalty of those clone Primarchs should not be tested, but more complicated means should be used. It is too simple and crude to let them kill their offspring directly, just like your attitude towards them 10,000 years ago. Nemo said, besides, they are clones. Whether they feel that the descendants of the original body are related to them is another matter. The Emperor looked at Nemo, extremely serious. They will feel that the descendants of the original body are their descendants, whether they are rebellious or loyal. This is determined by genes. Not only can all these so-called clones produce genetic seeds that are completely indistinguishable from the original body. Some of them are even more like the original body than the current original body. After listening to what the Emperor said, Nemo thought about it carefully, but did not think about it for too long, just nodded silently. The Emperor placed his hand on Nemo's palm, and changed the subject when the whole room began to freeze. Now let's see how they perform. The golden light was released from Vanessa's eyes, the container, and the Emperor slowly turned his head and looked forward. After a few seconds, the golden light in his pupils dissipated, and he turned his head to look at Nemo and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot you are a Muggle. No problem. Nemo shook his head. Don't do it again. The Emperor no longer shared his psychic vision through mind sharing, but directly projected what he wanted to see into the room. The clone Primarchs had been quickly and efficiently assembled by Horus to form a combat team. Horus obviously didn't want Perturabo to feel targeted, so he not only brought Perturabo, but also everyone else. Except for Lorgar and Korix. Magnus was the first to sense the Emperor's psychic energy. He quickly raised his head from under the Thunder Warrior's helmet and looked up, just in time to meet the gazes of Nemo and the Emperor. Psychics are always attracted to each other, Nemo said. The Emperor did not speak, but Magnus, who was more than 10 kilometers away at this time, nodded as if he had heard something, then lowered his head and remained silent, and did not tell his brothers that their father was watching them. The Emperor raised his hand and directly provided Magnus with a coordinate. This was not the first time the Emperor had provided coordinates. The Inquisition personnel, who had been conducting investigations, had also received coordinates. Through the coordinates, any psychic could safely and quickly enter the location of the Iron Warriors, which was the Iron Ring defense line that bound the 7 planets of the Traitor Legion. However, in the perception of ordinary psychics, the coordinates were a series of vague revelations, while in Magnus' perception, it was a very clear location. We don't need to take transportation. Magnus crossed one hand across his chest, held his head high, and walked in front of his brothers, then raised his hand gently. The psychic channel appeared directly in front of everyone. The clone Primarch stepped directly into the vortex-like door, and in a flash, they went deep into the enemy's lair and entered a place that looked like a warehouse. Horus and Magnus, who were walking in the front, killed the only 6 remaining Iron Warriors traitors here in less than a breath. So convenient? Nemo looked at the psychic gate behind the clone Primarchs with interest. Can this method be used to send bombs or something to the enemy? Yes, I am even going to call 2 other wills to use psychic power together when the war officially starts, and directly teleport the army over, and the fleet can also be directly teleported to the vicinity of the Iron Ring, the Emperor said. Nemo asked casually, and did not expect anything, so he was very surprised when he heard the Emperor's response. Can the army and fleet be teleported directly over, and the effect is so good? The Emperor smiled. First time in the Eye of Terror? Chapter 864. I thought you would look at me and say that. Nemo turned his head to look at the psychic image projected by the Emperor. Psychic power, very powerful, isn't it? I stopped using that old trick 20,000 years ago. The Emperor also turned his head, and continued to pay attention to his cloned offspring. The clone Primarch stayed in a warehouse-like building for a while. Nemo didn't know psychic power, so he couldn't perceive more from the psychic image projected by the Emperor. Where the clone Primarchs were, and which of the 7 planets on the Iron Ring defense line was unknown. Perhaps they were sent to the place, he thought, was the most challenging by the Emperor's human will with psychic power, or perhaps they simply entered an illusion created by the Emperor, just to test their loyalty in the most cruel way. Or perhaps the Emperor was just bored and wanted to watch his Superman sons go on an adventure. Until now, Qin Mo was not sure that the Emperor wanted to test them. He felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to figure out the thoughts of the human Emperor recently. I don't know why. Iron Man. Horus called Perturabo this way. This was the code name of the Super Thunder Warrior Squad, which was used by the clone Primarchs to address each other in public. The reason why Horus called Perturabo by his code name was because he found that Perturabo did not keep up with himself and the others, but was standing next to the 2 Iron Warrior traitors killed by Magnus. Iron Man. Horus called Perturabo again in a low voice, but the latter did not respond. Perturabo looked down at his offspring for a while, then squatted down and took off the helmets worn by the corpses one by one. The Iron Warriors are one of the traitor legions, but most of them do not believe in any of the 4 gods, but in chaos itself, just like the chaos-less demons, who do not belong to the 4 gods, and are relatively neutral in the chaos forces. Because of this, the Iron Warriors do not have obvious mutations that can be seen at a glance which of the dark gods they believe in. But being in the eye of terror and believing in chaos, mutations are inevitable. I recognize him. Perturabo reached out and wiped the iron fragments on the face of his offspring, and then found that the iron fragments were actually skin. Magnus frowned. We should. Horus raised his hand to interrupt Magnus' urging, then walked to Perturabo and squatted in front of him. Who is he? An acquaintance on Olympia, an Olympian warrior. Perturabo's face under the helmet showed a puzzled look. How could he be alive until now? 10,000 years. Don't believe what you see. You just ran over here, and then you saw an old soldier who followed you 10,000 years ago. Do you think such a coincidence could happen naturally? Gilliman stepped forward to remind Perturabo. Perturabo ignored Gilliman's reminder. Horus glanced at Gilliman and thought it was possible. When I went to quell the rebellion on Olympia, he personally massacred the village that participated in the rebellion, and the people in that village raised him as an orphan, so I think he is loyal. Perturabo muttered to himself. That's not you, that's your original body. Magnus reminded softly. Perturabo didn't reply, silently, and slowly stretched out his hand to the face of the offspring in front of him. Just when the clone Primarchs thought that Perturabo was going to help the dead offspring close his eyes, Perturabo grabbed the head of the corpse, and then gently squeezed the whole head to pieces. Traitors never deserve to rest in peace. Perturabo slowly stood up, shook the blood off his hands with disgust, and then kicked the corpse to pieces. Horus opened his mouth to say something, but Perturabo had already walked away. The cloned Iron Lord looked very cool and calm, as if he had no feelings about the upcoming battle with the Iron Warriors, whether it was anger, guilt, or helplessness. At least not in Horus's opinion. Thunder Warriors, keep moving forward. Horus clenched his power claws and stepped forward. What is our goal, Thunder Warrior Captain? Gilliman walked quickly to Horus and asked. Hearing what Gilliman said, Lion behind him sneered and sneered. Our goal is simple. Horus raised his voice and answered Gilliman, that is to kill at least one war smith. Horus did not need to explain too much. The clone Primarchs understood a lot from his words, and adjusted their positions to maintain the search and fighting formation. The clone Primarchs, like the original bodies that have not been upgraded to demons, cannot form an army by themselves, but they do have a powerful combat power that ordinary real material creatures cannot achieve, and they have a dominant tactical role on the local battlefield. This super squad of Thunder Warriors marched at a rapid pace, making no sound as if they were lurking in the dark, and not missing any clues as if they were conducting an extremely detailed investigation. When encountering the Iron Warriors battle squads along the way, which were patrols composed of mortal slaves belonging to the Iron Warriors traitors, the clone Primarchs were able to kill the enemies they encountered and destroy their bodies without slowing down at all. Even while maintaining efficient and fast actions, Horus could still find time to have an encrypted conversation with Omron. Get closer to the Iron Man and pay attention to his emotions. Yes. Omron didn't understand why Horus asked him to pay special attention to Perturabo, but he knew he should obey orders, so he found an excuse to switch positions with Vulcan in front of him and moved closer to Perturabo. Perturabo was not surprised to notice this position change. He thought of many things in an instant, but in the end, he didn't even look at Omron, pretending that he didn't notice Omron at all. After walking a distance, an Iron Warrior suddenly appeared in the field of vision of Horus, who was at the front of the team. This Iron Warrior also appeared in the field of vision of other Primarchs at the same time. In the extremely short reaction time that was close to stillness, all clone Primarchs raised their weapons at the same time, but none of them fired. Because they noticed that although the Iron Warrior was wearing armor that was 10,000 years old, there was a simple star symbol printed on the armor. That was the special logo of the Talon sector. Apart from that, there was no sign of mutation on the Iron Warrior, and he looked exactly like the original appearance of his offspring in Perturabo's memory. The clone Primarchs laid down their weapons, except for Perturabo. The homemade cannon-like weapon embedded in the armor fired, and an armor-piercing shell pierced through the barrel. Then the shell and the explosion were intercepted by Magnus. Chapter 865. Didn't you see him? Nothing along the way made Horus feel any emotion or surprise, but Perturabo's sudden firing made him feel like he was startled. Weapon failure. Perturabo slapped the weapon in his hand, lowered the muzzle, and looked at Magnus. I knew you could react, Scholar. Magnus spread his hands. The movement of the psychic power attracted the attention of the Iron Warrior in front. The Iron Warrior turned around and looked at everyone, automatically connecting to the communication channel, Thunder Warrior. The clone Primarchs were wearing the armor of the new Thunder Warrior. Horus knew this and admitted directly, yes. I saw your ID shows that you belong to the Star Sector? At this time, the ID displayed on the top of the Iron Warrior's head, and the overall outline showed that he was indeed not an enemy. It's just that the clone Primarchs discovered this strange guy before the device in the armor. Yes. Just call me Locke. The Iron Warrior raised his hand and shared his resume. Horus checked and found that this guy was actually an Astartes who joined the sector. The side panel displayed on the HUD of the visor showed the resume of the Iron Warrior named Locke. Joined the sector after being recommended and guaranteed by the fallen angel Zabril. Participated in the Battle of Comoros and entered the core area of Comoros as a pioneer after the Comoros portal was opened. Participated in the assassination of encrypted personnel. Participated in the siege of the Battle of Bloom and assisted in commanding the Tyrone Army Engineering Corps. Insufficient authority. Currently conducting the 46th Iron Ring infiltration operation. While the clone Primarchs were observing Locke, Locke was also observing the Thunder Warriors in front of him. The new Thunder Warriors belonged to the same special combatant sequence as the Astartes in the Star Zone. When they meet each other during a mission, they share their resumes to identify their identities. But in Locke's eyes, the resumes of these new Thunder Warriors are all blank. Are you here to assassinate the Warsmith? Locke asked. I thought you would come later. After all, I just reported the news. Horus remained silent. In fact, he was not here to kill any Warsmith at all, but just went wherever Magnus opened the psychic gate. But since we have already told our brothers about the goal of assassinating the Warsmith, we can only take advantage of the situation now. Yes. Horus nodded. Our mission has been completed, but we don't mind helping out. Locke turned around and waved. Then 4 agile figures walked out slowly in the darkness. All 4 of them were wearing armor, but it was obvious that they were all Eldar. The Lord of the Clone Fire Dragon, Vorkin, who had been silent all along, immediately became uneasy when he saw these Eldar. Whether it is the original or the clone, Vulcan's personality is different from his rough and brave appearance. He is particularly gentle and kind. He is willing to fight to save mortal slaves, just like those Weepers. But he hates the Eldar especially, because the Dark Eldar often plunder the planet where Vulcan landed in his childhood, which is Nocturne. What made Vulcan almost unable to suppress his anger was that the HUD showed that these Eldar were from Camorra, but there was a record of assisting humans in the Battle of Camorra. These Dark Eldars belong to the Tyrone Army, and are from the planet Karis. They are wearing equipment specially made for Eldar warriors on Karis, a special combat suit that can physically hide their existence and decompose their bodies into the smallest molecules to penetrate obstacles, plus sharp melee weapons similar to the Necron's phase weapons. These Dark Eldars have helped humans fight, but it was not for justice. Their resumes clearly stated that they just wanted to be protected by the special power of the Star God and avoid being swallowed by the Lady of Thirst. You should be familiar with this place. Horus nodded. Let's go together. The 4 Dark Eldar warriors disappeared into the darkness. Vulcan then kept silent and followed the others. You can actually infiltrate here. And you know the location of the Warsmith. Horus and Locke walked and looked around while talking. They saw many enemies, who had just been killed by Locke and others. This place is like a sieve before the official attack even started. It seems that the traitors of the Iron Warriors are getting worse than before. After saying that, Horus looked at Perturabo behind him and added, the Iron Warriors used to be very strict and powerful. Speaking of the current situation of the Iron Warriors, Locke, who was born in the Iron Warriors Loyalists, has a lot to say. It's really not as good as before. According to my understanding, the only 3 rebels that can still maintain a complete system are the Death Guard, the Word Bearers, and the Black Legion. Oh, by the way, the Death Guard also ceased to exist after the Battle of Broome. While Locke was telling these stories, Perturabo walked silently at the back. Horace observed him and found that he was walking like taking a walk, as if the Iron Warriors, a legion full of steel, was not his, but Ferris's. A lot of things happened after the legion rebelled, and then it dispersed. Now it's like a war band, but its combat power and organization are not like a war band, and it is managed by war smiths, who are similar to warband lords. Internal strife is also constant. To be honest, I was surprised that those traitors could build a giant structure like the Iron Ring and organize themselves to defend the Eye of Terror. I guess that bastard Hongso has done a lot of work. Hearing this, Horace thought for a moment and asked, "You are ambiguous. It seems that you did not stay in the Legion for too long after the rebellion." What I said was hearsay. Locke shrugged. 10,000 years ago, I fought with Dantioch as a loyalist. Later on Sosa, he stuck me into a death claw, and I never saw him again. Hearing the name Dantioch, Perturabo paused. Dantioch was once an important figure in the Iron Warriors. Clone Perturabo not only remembered him, but also remembered that he hated this guy very much. Dantioch was responsible for conquering a galaxy in the 30th millennium, and then encountered obstruction from a group of powerful aliens, and lost a lot of people under the constant urging from the Primarch. Perturabo still remembers that alien race. They are not active on the galactic stage now, but they once used a ray weapon that can accelerate the aging of people, which impressed Perturabo. Afterwards, Dantioch publicly accused the Primarch, and he was marginalized. On Sosa, I feel that Dantioch is the true Lord of Steel. I am especially proud to mention that I fought alongside him. Locke looked up at Horace, with a clear smile in his voice. Perturabo? It's just a gene seed field, huh? Chapter 866. You were really a member of the Iron Warriors? How could a guy like you who is so talkative not die under the strict iron rules of the Legion? If I could not see your soul directly, I would have thought you were Alfarius. The person who expressed dissatisfaction was not Clone Perturabo, but Magnus. Perturabo heard Magnus mention the strict iron rules of the Iron Warriors, noticed the word strict, and cast a meaningful look under the helmet. No. Locke said as if chatting, when I became an Astartes, the Legion had rebelled. If it weren't for Dantioch's raid on a transport ship, I would be one of the traitors now, so of course, I haven't been tortured by the Iron Rule. After that, he paused for 2 seconds, and complained a few more words. 11 draws. If the task is not completed, 1 out of 10 people will die. It's really outrageous. Who can come up with such a rule? Is it because Perturabo produced too many gene seeds, or is the Legion I am in really so strong that it can withstand such torment? If it were any other Legion, they would have been wiped out long ago. How could we be the ones to deal with them 10,000 years later? Locke said several sentences as if he were performing a monologue. The clone Primarchs were silent, like the obedient audience in Macridge Theater. He must have been a super chatterbox before the transformation surgery. Horace thought. The Astartes are not without emotions, or they are just a bunch of taciturn people. Dante, the chapter master of the Blood Angels, once mistook someone for his father when he was unconscious, and shouted like a child, "Look, father, I'm an angel." But becoming an Astartes does suppress emotions to a certain extent, making the Astartes dull. A little. Locke in front of him was once an Iron Warrior, and he was still a chatterbox. Horace couldn't imagine how talkative this guy must have been before he was transformed. In addition, Locke obviously didn't stay in the Iron Warriors for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't be like this a long time ago. You are also 10,000 years old. Perturabo, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Dante, who has shown obvious signs of aging in the Blood Angels, is only about 1,000 years old. You have lived for so long. Have you stayed in the Eye of Terror for too long? That's why you can be like those people in the Black Legion and call yourself a veteran of the Eternal War. This sentence was like a gag, directly blocking Locke's endless mouth. Locke became silent. He recalled a lot. Coming out of the Deathclaw drop pod, he found himself landing on an unknown planet, and the stars were purple. A fortress abandoned by the Iron Warriors. Some hideous mutants without flesh and blood. And those people made a mess of scraps of copper, iron and garbage, which can only be identified as the Emperor's holy image from the words engraved on the surface. And the agreement I signed when I joined the Star Zone clearly stated that I have the right to conceal my past, as long as I continue to fight for humanity diligently. Locke said coldly, You are also a special combatant, not more advanced than me. I don't need to answer your questions." Locke didn't say another word after that. It was as if Locke's words had the function of warding off evil spirits. When he remained silent, enemies gradually appeared on the road ahead. After killing many enemies with combat skills that Locke thought were outrageous even for the level of the new Thunder Warriors, the group walked along the plain and monotonous steel corridor into a huge gear-shaped indoor space. There were many defenders here, but they were not the Space Marines among the Iron Warriors traitors, but the Eye of Terror natives, who were captured or ruled by the traitors in every possible way. Among them were not only humans, but also the same species as the Corn Demon Prince named Abondrak, the Hundred-Eyed Worms. Most of these defenders, who were made up of mortal bodies and a small number of powerful aliens, did not even have the honor of facing the clone pre-march. When the clone pre-march and Locke entered the room, many of them had been assassinated by the Dark Eldar warriors. All the clone pre-march and Dante Locke had to do was to move forward and shoot every enemy they saw. It was that simple. After sweeping the area like a whirlwind, Horace stopped and looked around carefully. This was a room in the shape of a gear. In each raised space of the gear were some strange-looking creations. Before they could see what those things were, everyone's attention was attracted by the center of the gear room. In the center was a huge pit, full of steel and things like arms made of twisted limbs. These things seemed to have their own lives, moving things up and down, back and forth. What they carried was not weapons and ammunition, but food that was concentrated to the extreme. Here comes the flare. Locke put a white round of ammunition into the additional barrel under the bolter and fired it at the pit. When the light illuminated the entire pit like daylight, Locke's arms drooped, and he didn't move, and the whole person looked like someone had hit him on the head. The clone Primarchs could see clearly what was below without flares. Gilliman looked up at Locke after hearing the sound of the bolter falling to the ground. In his opinion, this Astarte either had a poor psychological quality to the point of being embarrassing, or what he saw was beyond his psychological limit. And the psychological limit of an Astarte is not easy to be penetrated, not to mention that the people in this pit are some people with tragic experiences, not some horrible things that hit the soul directly. Materials. Locke trembled. Amron sensed Locke's anger, hatred, grievance, sorrow, and sadness. He approached Locke and gently pressed his big hand on the shoulder of this Astarte. There were some people in the pit. They all looked human, female humans. The human and gender marks were very obvious on these people. They seemed to be specially selected, without much variation in appearance. And these women were already incredibly fat and swollen. Each person weighed several hundred pounds, or even 1,000 pounds. The largest of them was as big as a mountain. It was unbelievable that they were still alive. And those arms made of steel and flesh were feeding these people up and down, directly opening the mouth parts that had been modified in their mouths, forcing food that looked like feces into their mouths, and then lifting their fat and swollen necks to make the food slide down their esophagus. This was repeated without a break. Chapter 867. The people in the pit also saw the people coming from far above. Those people who were incredibly fat and swollen suddenly came to life, opened their eyes, and began to move. It was impossible for anyone to survive after being fed to this extent outside the Eye of Terror, let alone to move their limbs slightly. But it was very simple inside the Eye of Terror. Some of them even shed tears from their eyes that had degenerated in the darkness, praying in this silent way that the uninvited guests who came here were not the terrible warriors. As for what these people were praying for, just death. Ah! Locke suddenly jumped up, picked up the grenade launcher and fired at the bottom of the pit. Until the heat of the broken pieces of flesh of those people had dissipated, Locke replaced another magazine and roared and fired at the bottom of the pit again. After the crazy attack, Locke took out an artifact based on the transformation of soul stones and began to collect the souls of the dead. He was too anxious and out of control, and after taking out a bag of soul stones, he accidentally scattered them on the ground, and then he crawled on the ground to pick up and activate those soul stones one by one, and finally collected them. What happened to him? Horace looked at the Dark Eldar warriors. The Dark Eldar warriors looked at each other, obviously not understanding what was going on with Locke. They had fought alongside this superhuman dozens of times, but had never seen him like this. These people are the materials used to make those things. Locke got up and pointed to all the protrusions in the gear room. Everyone rushed to the place where Locke pointed, and even the existence of the clone pre-march was shocked. It's not that the thing in front of me is so horrifying. It's the viciousness and distortion contained in it. It's hard to describe. A person with the same fat and swollen body as the people in the deep pit before was tied up, but his body had been modified. There were many tubes connected to his body, and various chemicals were used to directly maintain the vital signs of these people. And the lower body of these people was transformed into a swollen semi-mechanical structure. Standing next to these modified people, everyone could even see the people curled up inside their lower body. Some of the people nurtured in it are as tall as Astartes, while others are mutated and underdeveloped, but they all look like fetuses being nurtured. Chaos Sac. Those women are fed until they are as tall as a hill, and then they will be taken away to be transformed into what we see. The teenagers abducted by the hateful traitors will be directly stuffed into the Chaos Sac, and then they will gradually be nurtured into a space marine. This is the method used by Perturabo and his bastard offspring to replenish their members. The clone Primarchs were surprised at what they saw. They had expected the shocking things they would see on this trip. After all, they were in the Eye of Terror, and came to the lair of the traitor Legion. But seeing something like the Chaos Fuel Sac was still a little beyond their expectations. They thought that something similar they would see should be a way to directly catalyze people into warriors with dark power. Chin Mo called this the four gods brushing Martian soldiers, but only Korix and Gilliman, the two who had played the game before, knew what Chin Mo meant. This method of replenishing the troops in front of him was really shocking. Horus looked up, his eyes meeting the Emperor, who was observing them with his psychic vision. He wanted to ask the Emperor if the Iron Warriors were really so vicious, or if this was just a part of some kind of test. Shame! Locke gritted his teeth. If Perturabo saw this, he should be ashamed. Locke didn't know that the clone Perturabo was right beside him. However, Perturabo looked at everything in front of him, and on the surface, he didn't react. On the surface, he was not moved by it. In Perturabo's opinion, the Iron Warriors were not the offspring of the fussy Primarch of the Fire Dragon Vulcan. If they had to kill some civilians to achieve a goal, the Legion would not hesitate to carry out a massacre. Thinking about this, Perturabo felt that he should be ashamed, even as a clone Primarch. Such vicious and twisted means would not be used if his original body had a normal mind. Then Perturabo thought about what it would be like if the Chaos Embryo Sac was realized with pure technology. Are these people still conscious? Woken walked up to Locke, squatted down and asked. Maybe, maybe not. Locke seemed to be reminded, and quickly ran over to check the condition of each Chaos Fetal Sac. Most Chaos Fetal Sacs have lost their self-consciousness. After all, they have probably gone crazy after being tossed around like this. But there are always exceptions. Locke found a Chaos Fetal Sac that was still awake, and he quickly ran over to check the situation. The person who was made into a fetal sac looked at Locke. Confused, dumb, begging. Vulcan stepped forward and cut off the many connections on her body, asking as he did so, "Can she be saved?" "No." Locke shook his head. "Even if the star gods come, there's nothing we can do, because they can't exist in a place with physical rules." Hearing that there was no hope, Vulcan was silent for 2 seconds, then stretched out his hand and strangled the woman's neck. "She was grateful to you before she died," Amron said in a heavy tone. "I know." Vulcan nodded, and he saw the only trace of fluctuation in the dumb eyes cast on his face, a fluctuation of gratitude. Before becoming a Chaos Burst Sac, a person will suffer unimaginable hellish feelings, and will continue to suffer until being abandoned after becoming a Burst Sac. Being liberated by someone unknown is already a gift that these people dare not hope for. And the soul of a Chaos Burst Sac cannot be stored and sent to the human soul residence in the subspace by the equipment based on the Soul Stone. The only thing Locke can do is to bow his head and mourn for these miserable people. Horus also felt sad, but he noticed more that Locke cared particularly about the pitiful people used by these hateful traitors. The 4 Dark Eldar warriors noticed Locke's silence and the sad atmosphere at the scene, and after looking at each other, they also bowed their heads in silence. May their souls return to the Golden Throne. A Dark Eldar warrior said, "In the next life, they will become the servants of the human emperor in the imperial religious world, or combat nuns, or something." As soon as the voice fell, the 4 Eldar became the focus of everyone's attention. However, these eyes were not friendly. The 4 Dark Eldars were just following Locke's silence for humans, with no ill intentions, and they were not troubled. In silence, Vorkin used a flamethrower to burn everything here, and then everyone continued to move forward. Chapter 868. Chaos Embryo. How vicious. The clone Twisted Man said one thing correctly, that is, traitors do not deserve to rest in peace. Chin Mo looked at the scene projected by the psychic energy in front of him, and his heart was mixed with mixed feelings, and he couldn't help but sigh. Then he subconsciously put himself into the perspective of a person who was made into a chaos embryo, thinking about the unbearable horrible torture and destruction, and then he was full of hatred for the Iron Warrior. You have a strong ability to empathize. The emperor turned his head and looked at Qin Mo. His life experience allowed him to know what Qin Mo was thinking at the moment with just one glance. Qin Mo nodded and admitted that it was true. But you always put yourself in the position of a weak person in a tragic event, which will make you bear pressure that you should not bear. The emperor said again. Qin Mo was silent for 2 seconds before responding. Because I was a weak person a long, long time ago. The emperor fell into deep thought. Qin Mo recalled an event in the past. That was when the Talon Star region had not yet been conferred by the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, and was not yet a star region, but just a small force that was expanding its power to the surrounding galaxies. Although the Ministry of Internal Affairs canonization was not taken very seriously, just like the title of Lord of Tyrone was always used more times than the Governor of Tyrone, people did not think that Tyrone should be just a star zone, and the leader of this star zone should not be just a governor. But anyway, the canonization of the Ministry of Internal Affairs was a landmark event, which meant that the Empire at least did not regard Tyrone as a place where heretics were entrenched. During that special period, Qin Mo suddenly heard Ruida mention something inadvertently one day, saying that a mother and daughter tried their best to come to Tyrone No. 1 and accused the governor of their home planet everywhere. The reason is that the local governor, for some unknown reason, perhaps because of a special hobby or just to torture people, transformed the mother and daughter from natural people into crude artificial bodies that can be seen as puppets at a glance. The mother and daughter's home planet has been taken over by the Tyrone army, and various logistics machinery main control intelligences have been arranged in one after another. The main control intelligence responsible for making the judgment read their brains, and found that they were blinded before they were transformed. They did not see who performed the transformation surgery. This is not a big deal. The problem is that many people accused by the mother and daughter are no longer alive, and the evidence is seriously insufficient, so the local governor was not tried. After arriving on the Tyrone 1, the mother, who was transformed into a puppet with her daughter, served as a research subject for a medical institution in exchange for compensation, and used the compensation to buy as many beautiful decorations as possible to make her daughter happy. They no longer needed to eat or drink. This series of events reminded Qin Mo of his mother. At that time, he could not exceed the speed of light in his physical body, so he took a transport ship to the planet where the accused governor was, and used traces to trace back and gain insight into all the traces of the mother and daughter on the timeline. In the end, the governor was tried, and his wealth was used to buy the best artificial bodies for the mother and daughter. This could have been done by any guard, but Qin Mo went there in person because he really hated and detested the governor. After a brief recollection, Qin Mo's thoughts drifted back to reality, and he said to the emperor, "I once wanted to be a little colder, but I found that I really couldn't do it, so I didn't continue." Hearing this, the emperor seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and just smiled. After smiling and watching Qin Mo for a while, the emperor pointed to the psychic image projected in front of him. "Have you noticed that even a cruel legion master like Perturabo has his own confidants and defenders?" At this time, the team of clone Primarchs was still walking side by side with Locke and others. Locke did not become silent because of the tragedy he saw. He was still chattering, but every sentence contained hostility and hatred towards the Iron Warrior Primarch Perturabo. Locke kept expressing his confusion about the warriors outside of Dantioch who were still willing to follow Perturabo. Gilliman told him the reason why Perturabo could implement cruel rule in the Legion and most of his descendants would follow him to rebel with just one order. Whether it was the 11 strike killing or other cruel measures that made people feel inhumane, it was not Perturabo who personally killed people or supervised certain people. Instead, someone did it for him and forced them for him. Not only the Iron Warriors, but also the World Eaters were in this situation. Onron did not need to personally hammer nails into everyone in the Legion, as Angren's supporters, led by Karn, helped him promote the Butcher's nails. A wise ruler knows that the power and energy of an individual are limited, so he will use various means to maintain an absolutely reliable group. The people in this group will constitute the ruler's limbs, like body parts. This is ruling. The scene about ruling reminded the emperor of something in the past, so he suddenly said, "To be honest, I have always been able to possess Vanessa. She had contact with you when you were still fighting in the hive. This is not a coincidence, but something I deliberately arranged." "Why?" Qin Mo asked curiously. "Because you are in danger." The emperor said, "Your danger is not that you are at risk of being killed when you have not yet fully controlled the power of the Star God, nor is it how terrible your predicament is, but that you are not born into a noble family, and have not learned the art of ruling. You should understand what I mean." The emperor continued. Those who follow you may betray you, those who seem loyal to you may pretend to obey you, and some people or forces with too strong influence may force you to compromise. For example, if one of your military commanders does something that you cannot tolerate, and you want to punish him, you must consider the consequences of punishing him. If the consequences are serious, you will have to compromise. But you have never encountered such troubles, or rather, you have avoided such troubles. Hearing what the emperor said, Qin Mo's eyes gradually became deeper. I don't need to compromise because the existence of the guards and artificial intelligence allows me to not rely on any management elites and military commanders. I don't need to rely on generals to mobilize the army, and I don't need to rely on anyone to manage my territory. When I just left the bottom nest, I had imagined that I would rely on strictly selected and extremely loyal guards to rule in the future, but everything that happened later was beyond my expectations. First, people's admiration for me was beyond my expectations, which gave my words real power and made my orders more authoritative than those of their direct generals even when they were heard by the most ordinary soldiers. Second, the speed of my individual military strength improvement was also beyond imagination. After saying this, Qin Mo lowered his head and thought for a while. He didn't like to talk about his dominance in the Star Zone, because it would make him feel like a tyrant who gained prestige through self-advocacy or hypocrisy, and he never wanted to and did not do so, because he spent most of his time in the laboratory, and he did not set up a propaganda department to tell people in the Star Zone every day how awesome Lord Talon was. Off topic. Qin Mo raised his head and stared at the psychic image. We should continue to observe the performance of the clone Perturabo. The emperor nodded. He talked about Qin Mo not with any intention of testing or torturing his true heart, but just because he was curious and interesting about Qin Mo. It has always been like this. In the eyes of the emperor's human will, Qin Mo is an extremely complex person. He has naive and beautiful expectations and ideas, but he is also a realist and pragmatist. That is, he is proud of the current situation of the human beings under his rule, and proud of the results after comparing with the human beings under the rule of the Empire, but he can especially understand why the Empire has become what it is now. Hates the Inquisition, but doesn't think it should be abolished. Dislikes the state religion, but has defended it several times in front of Gilliman. Can tolerantly allow some Dark Eldar and Comoros to live in the Star Zone, but can also cold-bloodedly issue an order to exterminate the human subspecies beast men in the Star Zone. This is a complex human. As a will split from the overall will of human control, the Emperor can't help but pay too much attention to Qin Mo's personal character. Chapter 869. While the Emperor was paying more attention to Qin Mo, the clone Primarchs, and the Iron Warrior named Locke had just captured a fortress. The corpses of mortal slaves were everywhere on the ground, but there were few Iron Warrior traitors. At this time, Perturabo showed a lot of emotional fluctuations in the eyes of Horus and others. Is this a fortress? Perturabo smashed the triple-mounted hot melt cannon placed on the main firepower position of the fortress with one punch, and kicked away several corpses of mortal slaves while scolding. I thought this was a public toilet. We can come in and go out as we please. Not to mention us, even a team of Thunder Warriors, a team of Astartes, and a team of Inquisitors can come and go freely in this damn public toilet. Perturabo's anger was not without reason. The clone Primarchs clearly noticed that the group had gone deep into the depths for a long distance. And Locke directly pointed out that everyone was actually in the Iron Ring defense line itself, which was the Iron Ring structure that bound the 7 planets full of defensive fortresses. It was surprising that such a core place had little defense. These things made Perturabo extremely disappointed with the Iron Warriors after the rebellion. But the other clone Primarchs did not have any special feelings for the Iron Warriors. They just subconsciously felt that this situation was completely wrong. Considering that the defense here was really lax, everyone did not have to rush to complete the task and rush out, so they gathered together to discuss some things. Has the Iron Warriors Corps fallen into decline after the rebellion? Horus asked Locke. I don't know. Locke shook his head. After all, I haven't been in the Legion for a long time. Is there anything wrong here that makes you feel very wrong? Horus asked again. Locke looked around, thought for a moment, and responded, to be honest, I don't think there is anything wrong with a lax defense. What really surprised me was the location of the Chaos Fetus we passed by before. The clone Primarchs looked at Locke and listened carefully. Strictly speaking, this kind of vicious creature should not appear on the front line, but should be placed in the rear and properly protected. But those fetal sacs were placed where we just came from. This is the only thing that surprised me. After saying that, Locke looked at the Thunder Warriors and waited for them to make a faster judgment on the current situation. The purpose of doing this may be to replenish the troops as quickly and conveniently as possible. Gilliman speculated. It is possible. Horus nodded and looked at Locke. Is the problem of lax defense of the Iron Warriors common? Very common, otherwise I would have thought we were ambushed. Locke nodded. In fact, this situation has long been discovered by the Inquisitors, otherwise the War Master would not have ordered more infiltration and reconnaissance activities. Horus nodded. The clone Primarchs looked at each other, and then realized a possibility at the same time. It stands to reason that there should be many traitors holding on in this fortress, and there should be better weapons deployed. As for where those traitors are now, Horus said, looking around, I guess they are scattered throughout the Iron Ring and other planets bound by it. Hearing what Horus said, the others instantly realized the same thing. That is, the entire Iron Ring defense may not just be an obstacle set up by the Iron Warriors traitors in front of the expedition fleet, and the Iron Ring is not only for the Iron Warriors to use. They may have successfully built such a huge project in the Eye of Terror, but after it is put into use, it will not be only the Iron Warriors who will be stationed here. Should we directly propose to Lord Talon that the expeditionary fleet launch an attack immediately? Lien said anxiously, if we wait for other rebel legions to garrison here, it will be difficult to fight. Your original body must realize this before you do. Horus nodded, but he did not make the same decision as you, perhaps not because he is smarter than you, but because he knows the expeditionary force too well as a war master. Lien frowned and looked at Horus, waiting for him to give him a knowing too much about the expeditionary force. Explanation. We are not as familiar with the Eye of Terror as the traitors. It takes time to assemble and put into battle a fleet and army that is too large, just like in the real universe. This is a complicated and lengthy process. Horus explained calmly. Besides, Guilliman continued Horus' words, besides, your original body is obviously more stable than you. The current situation of the Iron Warriors' lax defense does not necessarily mean that they do not have enough manpower available, but may be due to other reasons, so it is right not to launch an attack rashly. Lien thought about it, and felt that if he was allowed to take on the responsibility of the entire expeditionary army as the War Master, he would become more cautious. There was nothing wrong with what Guilliman said, but the words coming from Guilliman's mouth were not pleasant to the ear. It's different when my original body is with your original body. It's really a strong combination, my lord the king of the 500 worlds. My original body is the master of the 500 worlds, not my clone. You can call me Guilliman. Lien. Okay, clone Guilliman. Sanguinius on the side looked helplessly at Guilliman and Lien, one looking down at the other, and the other looking up at each other, but they were still bickering with each other. Originally, the two Primarchs, even if they were clones, just disliked each other at most, but they didn't even quarrel. However, as clones, their memories originally ended before the Horus Heresy, but now they know what happened after the Horus Heresy, especially after they formed the Second Empire together. In addition to dislike, they also have some other opinions. It's good that they didn't fight. Horus also noticed that Lien and Guilliman both had a lot of complaints about each other, but what he was thinking about was that Lien had not been in a good state since he left Bloom's laboratory. Lien always had a rage in his heart, which could be easily ignited. Fortunately, the two used encrypted communication within the team when they quarreled, so Locke and the four Eldar did not make a fool of themselves. Keep going. Horus pointed to the road leading to the underground in the fortress. Iron Man, you go first. When Locke heard the name Iron Man, he looked at the Thunder Warriors, and saw a very sturdy man, with a cannon on his arm walking to the front of the crowd. Why do I feel so close to him for some reason? Strange. Locke touched the back of his head, hiding his doubts in his heart without saying them out loud, and then quickly followed. Chapter 870. Did you hear what I said about the Iron Warriors? Locke deliberately walked side by side with the codenamed Iron Man, who somehow felt a sense of familiarity with the Thunder Warrior. He didn't know that the huge armor of the Thunder Warrior was actually a clone of his genetic father. I didn't hear what you said just now, but what you said a few hundred words ago. Perturabo responded coldly. So you also think he is a bastard, right? Locke asked. Perturabo remained silent, his mind churning. Am I a bastard? Do you mean the original body, or the clone? Is the name Perturabo a code name, or a symbolic thing? What is the relationship between the Iron Warriors and me? Should I be held responsible for the absurd behavior of the original body? Perturabo spoke to himself in his heart while thinking, and he remained silent after thinking for a while, which made him a Thunder Warrior who was difficult to approach in Locke's eyes. This surprised Locke. Because the Thunder Warriors are basically Talonians, they don't have such deep hatred, and the transformation surgery does not focus on suppressing emotions. Strong emotions that can resonate and tear apart the real space have been weakened, but other emotions have not been weakened. He's a bastard. After thinking for a long time, Perturabo gave Locke an ambiguous answer, but not completely. Locke tilted his head, but didn't think about it. The battles along the way are always few and easy to solve. What makes the clone Primarchs feel most uncomfortable is not the strong enemies that have not existed so far, but the rush. Because to kill a warsmith, the first thing to do is to find a warsmith. Horus and Magnus both believed that the Emperor would make appropriate adjustments to the itinerary of the Primarchs, such as secretly guiding them, until the goal was finally achieved. This journey could not be just to test Perturabo. After rushing for a while, the clone Primarchs, Locke and the Dark Eldar found that they were getting closer and closer to the core of the Iron Ring, and the road they had taken so far was all downhill. Horus thought there would be a difficult battle ahead, but in fact it was not. The clues that everyone subconsciously found all pointed to a dark place, like a sewer ahead. Iron warriors were rare, but mortal slaves were common. But the slaves belonging to the Iron Warriors were only relatively common. The really common ones were those subspace creatures running around in the Iron Ring, and some parasitic species. Due to problems with management technology and level, the larger the object, the more likely it is that parasites will appear inside. For example, in a large warship, even the ship's leadership does not know how many crew members there are, so some crew members will escape or lose their jobs passively, and eventually end up in the corners of the ship and survive. This Iron Ring, as a giant engineering creation, belongs to the Chaos Force, so it is no exception. Among the many strange parasites that the group saw, there were gene stealers. When Horus looked up, he could see some rustling sounds coming from the dense steel pipe network above him, which was like the meridians of the human body, and occasionally he could see tails or claws. Those genestealers did not attack either, but just watched from a far distance, hiding in the shadows. Their existence seemed to be to show off the infiltration and parasitic abilities of the genestealers to others. When the cloners found themselves in a settlement built of scrap copper and iron, there were some slaves with the mark of the Iron Warriors on their bodies living there. But these slaves were not bound by shackles, and there were no masters standing by with whips. They looked like a group of free people. Locke was already quite familiar with this place. When the clone Primarchs were discovered by the slaves in the settlement, and a group of slaves rushed out with weapons, Horus was about to order an attack, but Locke raised his hand to stop him. They are neutral parties. Locke reminded him, and stepped forward after the clone Primarchs put down their weapons. Among the slaves who rushed out, there was a man who walked out in a chic manner. He was obviously the leader of this slave settlement. The leader, whose facial features were transformed into the iron helmet symbol of the Iron Warriors, came over and asked Locke familiarly, "Do you need manpower or intelligence?" When they heard this, the clone Primarchs looked at each other in bewilderment. The Dark Eldar seemed to be used to it. Intelligence. Locke took out a square iron box from the storage backpack behind him and threw it on the ground. "This is your reward." Horus behind him cast a glance at the reward and found that the iron box contained food. The logo of the Ivan Galaxy Agricultural World Company was printed on the front of the iron box, and on the back of the iron box was a savage squatting in the wilderness, giving a thumbs up to the camera. Horus recognized that it was a special survival food, a block of various vitamins and high-calorie edible elements. Digging a little and soaking it in water could keep many people alive until the rescue fleet went to the desolate planet to retrieve people. What information! The slave leader grabbed the iron box and put it in his pocket. "We know there is a war blacksmith nearby," Locke said, and looked back at the clone Primarchs. He didn't know where the people were, but he thought that since these new Thunder Warriors had come, it must not be false information. "How can I know where the warsmith is?" The slave leader spread his hands. "Go ask those skinless freaks." As soon as he finished speaking, Locke stuffed the barrel of the grenade gun into the slave leader's big mouth that was transformed into a loudspeaker, and directly inserted the slender barrel used to add stronger thrust to the small rocket-like bomb into his esophagus. "I know you are not lying, but what you said is not enough for me to give you a box of food," Locke said coldly. He was like an Iron Warrior now. "The next time the Inquisitor or someone else comes here, you have to provide them with help, otherwise I will let you eat the bomb next time I see you." The slave leader trembled all over and nodded in fear. After Locke pulled out the barrel of the gun, he collapsed to the ground and looked at the Astartes, who looked similar to his former master, with a face full of fear. Horus looked at Locke. He thought Locke was a person who was easy to sympathize with others, as seen from his sympathy for those women who were fed like mountains. But now looking at Locke's attitude towards those human slaves, Horus had to think that Locke had special compassion for those chaos fetuses. This also made Locke suspicious. Chapter 871. You actually live in something built by the Iron Warriors? Gilliman, who who is good at management, is not interested in the information provided by the human slaves in front of him, but is more interested in why they are here. So Gilliman directly asked the slave leader, who was trembling with fear. He also got a response. Why do you think the Iron Ring was built by the Iron Warriors? No, they just gave up the people. We slaves were originally sent to build the Iron Ring. I won't ask the people who come to me to survive where they came from. Anyway, I ran away at the risk of my life, and then settled down in a place where no one noticed. The slave leader looked back at the settlement. They won't take you back? Ryan asked. This is the core of the Iron Ring. Core? The sewer in the core you are talking about is thousands of kilometers long, and the overall length is about the same as the equator of a planet. The slave leader spread his hands. I heard that when they first started building, they would send people to catch the escaped slaves, but later, as the construction grew larger, no one came to catch them. Gilliman was silent. The slave leader in front of him did not expect that he could do what all those who were killed by these superhuman warriors in front of him could not do with just a few words. That is to make them worry. Gilliman could easily think that the Iron Ring of the 7 planets was also very large, and the strength of the Iron Warriors could not be filled even if the Space Marines and the mortal servants were stacked together. The crowd had already gone deep into this place, and they could actually find the living quarters of the escaped slaves hiding in the gutter nearby. Looking at Locke's previous deal, it is clear that the Inquisitors who came here to carry out covert operations often asked these slaves to lead the way. Warsmith, these people in front of me, these are not important. The Golden Expedition is the important thing, and at first everyone thought that they would only face the Iron Warriors next, but it is obvious that the Iron Warriors will not take the initiative to place the Iron Ring in front of the expedition fleet when the troops are so dispersed. At this point, even mortals can realize that the next war will not be the expedition fleet vs the Iron Warriors. It was the expedition fleet versus the Iron Ring, all the traitors or other enemies of humanity who were already here, or were about to be here. It seems that the next war will be a lot of trouble. Horace sighed. He just thought of the same thing as Gilliman. Gilliman had a calmness of fighting against the enemy. He did not think about the grand strategy that he, as a clone, should not think about, but stretched out his hand to the slaves in front. Leave with us. There may be a lot of human enemies occupying here soon. They will fill every vacancy in the Iron Ring, and sooner or later you will be swept away. The slaves were completely unaware of what Gilliman said. Soon there will be a great number of human enemies occupying this place. They thought that the current situation would continue forever. It was nothing more than that when the Iron Warriors gathered their forces in the future, everyone would migrate to a sewer in a more external area. So no one responded to Gilliman, but instead thought that these guys were really crazy. The slaves wanted to leave the Eye of Terror, but the people outside were rushing into the Eye of Terror, and the Iron Ring with their heads pointed. I really don't know how to evaluate it. They have their own destiny. Horace turned and left. Locke quickly followed and asked Horace, Captain of the Thunder Warriors, should we continue to move forward to the Skinless, or stop here and return to report? Forward. Horace answered without hesitation. Among all the people present, only Horace and Magnus knew the current situation best. Both of them knew very well that this operation, which was more like a wonderful journey than an infiltration and decapitation operation, was arranged by the Emperor. The psychic beacon for entering the Iron Ring was given by the Emperor. He must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. It doesn't matter if the Warsmith cannot be killed and the mission fails. As long as the Emperor is satisfied, it's fine. Horace thought so, and his eyes quietly fell on Perturabo. Sorry, brother. After an unknown amount of time that was unique to the Eye of Terror, everyone arrived at the residence of the skinless monsters mentioned by the mortal slave leader. The terrain here is relatively simple. Endless steel plains. Above the head is endless darkness, and the shadows of a large number of unknown steel buildings crisscrossing in the darkness like clouds. The skinless look very scary and weird, but they are not necessarily enemies, nor are they necessarily aggressive. If you trust me, the next command will be handed over to me until we learn from the skinless that a certain position is the position of the unlucky war blacksmith, or if we can't get it, we can only scrap the plan. As Horace expected, Locke knew everything about the Chaos Sack. Horace nodded his tacit agreement to Locke's request. Following the loyal Iron Warriors, the clone Primarchs, and the Dark Eldar walked towards the gloomy settlement ahead. What surprised the clone Primarchs was that in this gloomy and terrifying place stood a throne made of armor fragments and scrap copper and iron, and on it was a thing made of iron and steel, which could be seen as a human toy. After seeing this thing, Locke stepped into the settlement with confidence. Seeing the appearance of this Iron Warrior, the hideous creatures lurking in the shadows gradually emerged. It was a large group of monsters that looked like skinned mutant space warriors, And the mutations were also bizarre and indescribable. Facing these hostile monsters, Locke calmly took out a piece of iron plate with the face of the Emperor printed on it from his storage backpack, and then the monsters gradually put down their hostility and gathered around Locke and others. Skinless. Locke said in the communication channel, everyone who comes out of the Chaos Womb sac has no skin, and there are some failures among them. Failures will be directly discarded. The people we see are failures, who almost became traitors. Horus looked at the rough statue. The statue they built is. Yes, it is the Lord of Humanity. Locke nodded. Horus was shocked by this response. A group of ugly creatures born from the Chaos Womb sac. A twisted and vicious creation, mutants. They actually have the same beliefs as the human empire. It is hard to imagine where these guys learned about the existence of the Emperor, and that they actually believe in the Emperor. While the others were in shock, Locke took off his storage backpack and shook out all the food, supplies, weapons, and ammunition boxes inside to the Skinless. Why do you sympathize with these mutants so much? Horus walked in front of Locke and looked down at him. After Locke gave all the supplies he brought to the Skinless, he raised his hand and took off his helmet. The terrifying face without skin appeared in the sight of others. Chapter 872. I said before that I had fought with Dantioch. That's not the whole truth. When all the clone Primarchs retreated and treated Locke as a freak hatched from a chaos sac, Locke just slowly explained. I was not put into a Deathclaw drop chamber by Dantioch and survived by chance, but I was shamefully chopped off my limbs and captured by a traitor of the Emperor's Children Legion. Then I lived in the hands of those traitors. They tortured me, blinded my eyes, peeled off my skin, and used all kinds of abominable chemicals to turn me into a crazy lunatic. But in the end, I survived, as tenacious as steel. Locke knocked on the arm armor. The arm armor looked like armor attached to an iron hand, and the whole was connected to Locke's limbs, rather than being an obvious wearable item like normal Astartes armor. This was the case with both his feet and hands. Locke's eyes were not biological eyes, but well-disguised bionic eyes. Apparently, the implants and prostheses he used were of a relatively high quality, so under normal circumstances, it was not obvious that he was covered with various implants, with a 50-50 ratio of organic tissue and metal on his body. During the battle between the Regent and Fulgrim, the warship of the traitors of the Emperor's sons that I was on was smashed and crashed. When I woke up, I found myself in a tribe on an unknown planet. It is the tribe of the Skinless. Because my skin has been peeled off by my captors, the Skinless people regard me as the same as them. They took care of me, taught me to pray to the gods, and taught me how to survive. The Skinless tribe has a being called the Mother, and that mother is a chaotic fetal sac abandoned with the planet. At this point, Locke put on his helmet again and looked at the Skinless people. Later, something happened. The Skinless tribe was slaughtered, but I survived. I took revenge on the executioners. I was hunted down and I fled until I found my place again. After listening to Locke's explanation, Horus looked at Magnus. The psychic light in Magnus' eyes gradually dimmed, and then he looked at Horus and nodded. Seeing Magnus' reaction, Horus knew that this guy had read Locke's mind a long time ago. In fact, he knew everything, but he just didn't say it. Bullshit! An angry shout attracted Horus' attention. He turned his head, and found that it was Perturabo who raised the question. You said you fell into the hands of the traitor of the Emperor's son, then how could you still be alive? You said that the Skinless tribe that saved you believed in the Emperor. Are you kidding? When you followed Dantioch, the Emperor hadn't even ascended the Golden Throne yet. A group of mutant believers have more seniority than the Pope of the state religion? If you were sent here by someone else to act, then you should act well, and don't do this useless melodrama. In Locke's eyes, the one questioning him was not Perturabo's clone, but a Thunder Warrior, so he felt very strange. He was telling the truth, but there were some things that even he couldn't figure out. Magnus defended Locke. What he didn't say was that he had endured far more cruelty than just skinning. Perturabo turned his head sharply to look at Fulgrim. The clone of Fulgrim, the Primarch of the Emperor's children, was also present at this time. He was well aware of what his original and his descendants had done. So the clone Fulgrim not only believed that Locke's skin had been flayed, but also believed that his skin was hanging on the body of a traitor of the Emperor's children at this moment. You are as bad as Perturabo. Locke no longer paid attention to this strange Thunder Warrior and turned to communicate with the Skinless, asking them if they knew any clues about the warsmith that the Thunder Warriors wanted to hunt. Perturabo glanced at everyone and growled coldly, Are we here to fight or to travel? We have been running around, and have not found the damn warsmith for a long time in this shitty place. Horus said, We wanted to kill the warsmith, and only said this to us. When did he become so unprofessional? After speaking to the other brothers, Perturabo pointed at Horus and said, "There is only one truth. This bastard didn't want to kill the warsmith at all. He just made up a reason to trick us all here." He looked around like a bunch of bastards on a picnic. In the memories of other clone Primarchs, Perturabo would not say so many words. If the clone is different from the original even in terms of personality, it cannot be called a clone. Horus did not think that Perturabo was inexplicably furious like the others. He was just surprised that Perturabo actually noticed it. That was the truth. In the eyes of other brothers, Perturabo was a nerd in positional warfare and technology, an emotionally disabled person, and his lack of understanding of people's hearts was comparable to that of Ryan. But Perturabo was rough but delicate, and his mind was actually very sensitive. He could detect things that others could not easily detect, but he never said it. However, this kind of sensitivity is not psychic reading. Perturabo was not sure at first that Horus and his men were trying to pull him over to test him. He just had a vague feeling because Horus always let him walk in front and let on, who could feel other people's emotions, walk beside him. When this decapitation battle turned into a journey, Perturabo felt that everything he and his brothers had experienced since arriving at the Iron Ring was aimed at him. After seeing the Skinless and hearing about Locke, Perturabo instantly felt that there was something fishy about his encounter with the Skinless. And Locke, his appearance was not right either. It was just too coincidental. How come there were so many people involved in the infiltration, and the place was so big, but he just happened to be there? And he just happened to be a loyalist of the Iron Warriors? It was hard for Perturabo not to think that this journey full of coincidences was a loyalty test for someone, and that someone was obviously himself, absolutely no doubt. We? Perturabo fell silent as he spoke. He suddenly felt that he should not be angry about this journey, because he was a clone of a rebellious Primarch, and it was normal to be suspected, and there seemed to be no reason to refute it. But this was the truth, and Perturabo also understood this truth, but he felt unhappy besides understanding it. Chapter 873. If I understand your attitude correctly, yes, this is a journey prepared for you. When Magnus shook his head helplessly at Perturabo's sudden anger, Horus knew that he had miscalculated. Perturabo's inappropriate sensitivity was really surprising. Seeing Horus admit it so frankly, Perturabo felt like he was punching cotton. He was dissatisfied with the test because he thought he had done nothing wrong and should not be suspected. He also knew that this test was not Horus' idea, because Horus could not do it at all. This was obviously the Emperor's intention. Could he still curse at the Emperor? Perturabo suddenly became taciturn from being irritable, and in the eyes of others, it seemed that words like calm and resolute were written on him. However, Perturabo's heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. In his mind, he was cursing at Horus. I can understand why, Father, and you all doubt me. After all, my original body rebelled. Although my damn original body rebelled with your original body, Horus, everyone is used to targeting me alone. But why did Father humiliate me? Why did he humiliate me like this? In Perturabo's mind, Horus even responded to him. Father humiliated you? The imaginary Horus asked. This journey was arranged by him. He could have sent me directly to the most dangerous place, and then see if I would be soft-hearted in front of my damned offspring, but he chose to use the worst way. Perturabo roared in his heart. He arranged for us to see a group of skinless mutants who believed in him. How could these damn mutants be his believers? He just wanted to humiliate me and let me see a defective product made by the corrupted Iron Legion with the most vicious technology, intending to make me think that a group of mutants could be loyal to him. But my damn original body named Perturabo rebelled. And as a clone of that damn original body, the two bastards are actually no different. And that bastard named Locke, if the mutants appeared just to make me feel ashamed, then his appearance was to insult me in the purest way. After roaring in his heart, Perturabo crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked directly at Horus. Then he continued to speak in his heart. If you want to ask me whether the rebels should die, then I think all traitors should die. But the damn traitors did not grow out of the ground. The Iron Warriors fight the cruelest and most difficult battles, but glory and scenery will never belong to the Iron Warriors. All of us damn big bastards are tools he made. The only difference is that he likes some tools, while others are like toilets, which are too dirty to use. Horus suddenly stepped forward and interrupted Perturabo's thoughts, saying gently, I can explain. You don't have to say anything. Perturabo shook his head slowly, I understand. Horus had no choice. Some of the other clone Primarchs could understand Perturabo's mentality, but they didn't know how to treat him. Locke, who went to the Skinless to get information, knew nothing. He could only see the group of Thunder Warriors gesticulating and talking about something in the encrypted communication channel. I don't mean to humiliate you. Absolutely not. I did arrange this trip for you, and I also intended to test your loyalty, but I wanted to explain something to you more. Perturabo suddenly heard a voice, and he turned to look at Magnus, and found that the psychic brother's eyes were emitting golden light. Everything around him was still. Perturabo had seen more than once that the eyes of those possessed by the Emperor's humanity would light up, and he had also heard about the Emperor persuading Kerr's original body, so he immediately realized what was happening now. Father. Perturabo buried everything deep in his heart, lowered his head, and called softly. The voice continued to echo in Perturabo's ears. Some skinless people do believe in me, even on Medrengard, where your original body, which has become a slave to darkness, believes in me. This is a fact. I don't want them to humiliate you, but I hope their existence can make you realize one thing. That is, depravity and rebellion are not rooted in genes. You are not necessarily born to rebel, but it depends on how you make a choice. Locke was also given a psychological hint by me, so he appeared on your path, but he also did not want to humiliate you, but to prove to you that you and your descendants are not necessarily born to rebel. Just like the loyalists represented by Dantioch, they exist, but they were all slaughtered. Magnus' eyes released golden light as he walked towards Perturabo. Perturabo did not raise his head, but felt as if he had seen the elegant emperor in a magnificent palace 10,000 years ago. I know that the clones of the Pre-March are relatively loyal, but that does not mean I cannot test you. The emperor continued to speak to Perturabo through Magnus' body. As long as you have gone through the test, even if your original body stands in front of me and begs for my forgiveness, I will forgive him, just as I once forgave the original body of your other brother. The emperor who was controlling Magnus could clearly feel the change in Perturabo's thinking. And Perturabo also asked the emperor after a silence, I feel that the sins committed by my original body are just like the sins committed by me, the clone, and I have always felt guilty. This is normal. After all, you are not a product of pure cloning technology. You are not without any other connection, except the same biological characteristics as the original body. You are Perturabo, who has not become a slave of darkness. The emperor replied. Hearing this, Perturabo felt that what the emperor said was not entirely right. He did not think that he was a good Perturabo who did not bear the guilt, just as he did not think that the human will of the emperor in front of him could be separated from the original emperor's experience and become a completely different existence. In short, Perturabo thought about a lot of things in just a few seconds. In the end, he neither expressed his approval nor questioned, but remained silent. But hearing these from the emperor's mouth had already moved Perturabo. He now had only one question to ask, only one answer to get from the emperor. Are you saying this to me voluntarily? I have such an honor to hear your frank words and explanations. Hearing this question, Magnus' pupils emitting golden light turned to the empty side. Yes. Chapter 874. Why are you looking at me? Magnus, who you control, is also squinting. Perturabo should have noticed it. Chi Nimmo patted the emperor on the shoulder, reminding him of what he needed to pay attention to. The emperor quickly dispelled his psychic energy, then sat back in his chair with a confused look on his face, staring blankly at the empty space in front of him. The control of Magnus and the projected psychic images all dissipated. Awesome. Chi Nimmo gave the emperor a thumbs up, and admiration rose in his heart. What the emperor said to Perturabo's clone just now was all personally instructed by Chi Nimmo, but even so, Chi Nimmo only said what the emperor wanted to say and let the emperor say it directly to Perturabo. Although there was a little problem, and although the emperor's sidelong glance at him at the end might have made Perturabo feel strange, he still said it after all. If the emperor was extremely resistant and refused to speak, as a person without psychic power, Chi Nimmo would have no way to deal with the emperor. Chi Nimmo admired the emperor for his courage, sincerely. The emperor had no reaction to the compliment, and sat on the chair with a buzzing head for a while. Then he looked at Chi Nimmo and asked in disbelief, I have always been puzzled. How can you say such cheesy words without changing your expression, like the words you taught me to say to Perturabo just now? What's cheesy about that? Isn't this just a normal thing to say when you are honest with each other? Chi Nimmo asked back. The emperor opened his mouth to refute, but was stopped by Chi Nimmo's next words. Who just read Perturabo's mumbling through Magnus, and who was anxious when Perturabo was about to misunderstand, and asked me for a solution. Chi Nimmo said, just tell me if the sentence I taught you expresses your inner thoughts, and if you also want to say the same thing to Perturabo, but you just don't want to open your mouth yourself? The emperor was silent for a few seconds, and was about to open his mouth to refute again, but he swallowed the first syllable back as soon as he uttered it, and his expression became serious. I think the test is almost over, I will open a psychic channel for them and transfer them back. Don't change the subject. Just tell me whether the sentences I summarized for you are what you want to say. Don't avoid it. Answer me whether they are. Qin Mo pressed on. Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, the Emperor took a deep breath and nodded. Qin Mo was satisfied and nodded with a smile. Alas, if I had known this, I should have made the personalities of all the Primarchs more transparent, at least not so twisted. The Emperor sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do. Isn't this just the way it is? Qin Mo spread his hands. What do you mean by following my roots? How can I have a personality as weird as Perturabo? The Emperor defended himself eagerly. If Perturabo's personality comes from me, can we still be friends? Will I show you my least serious and emotionally weakest side? I will be dignified, and you will still think that my personality is no different from the complete Emperor 10,000 years ago. Hearing the Emperor mention that if his personality is the same as Perturabo's, he will definitely be dignified, Qin Mo couldn't help but recall the performance of other Emperors' wills when they possessed Vanessa a while ago. As cold as a subspace creature, not a human as the Emperor insisted. This makes the humanity of the Emperor in front of him even more precious. Putting the heavy things behind him, Qin Mo sat back in the chair, posing a leisurely attitude, smiling and saying, "It's useless to be arrogant. I will be keenly aware of the character of your human will, and then I will keep torturing you until you can't hold it anymore. Staying with someone like you, let alone my humanity, even if it was intact 10,000 years ago, it would be difficult for me to hold it." The Emperor sighed again. Qin Mo smiled. A complex expression appeared on the Emperor's face. They all fell silent at the same time. Until Qin Mo mentioned another thing. Let's use the death of a war blacksmith as the ending of this wonderful journey of cloning the Primarch. Forget it, I'm afraid Perturabo will think that I still doubt his loyalty even after being honest with him, so their journey doesn't need to continue for the time being. The Emperor rubbed his chin and thought, but to be honest, I didn't deliberately arrange such a journey for them to test Perturabo. After all, it was just a coincidence. What, by the way? Qin Mo asked. For a reason, the clone Primarchs must stay in the Iron Ring and wait. Even after the war, they need to wait there, the Emperor said. Qin Mo asked, for what reason? Because there are things they must complete and real tests they must accept. The Emperor looked unfathomable, his eyes were bright, and his tone was much heavier. Qin Mo rolled his eyes. Are you going to be a Riddler again? It's not that I don't want to explain it clearly, but I just have a hunch that I don't have the ability to interpret the future yet. I promised you to help the fleet and the army teleport directly to the vicinity of the Iron Ring, but I can't do it myself, so I need someone who can do it. Hearing the Emperor say that someone who can do it should be sent, Qin Mo thought of another Emperor's will that had possessed Vanessa's body before. He is indeed powerful. However, Qin Mo is also worried that the powerful will has a strong power that Vanessa can't bear, so that the human Emperor will not be able to walk in the real universe indirectly. Since Vanessa had contained multiple wills in her body last time, the Emperor's humanity has occasionally become abnormal. Qin Mo even had a terrifying speculation in his mind, that is, it seems that another will is trying to replace the human will and occupy Vanessa's body. I have to remind you to do things within your ability. If the price of doing something is the demise of you or Vanessa, then forget it. Qin Mo reminded solemnly, I would rather go into battle myself. I will do things that conventional combat units cannot do, and I will do things that are difficult to do without powerful psychic power by physical means myself. The Emperor stared at Qin Mo in silence. His eyes were very complicated. After hesitating for a while, the Emperor exhaled lightly, smiled and shook his head. We are all making sacrifices of varying degrees. Just like many years ago, in order to have the power to counter psychic energy, you chose to work with me to develop the psychic matrix to create subspace entities. There is no price or sacrifice that I cannot accept. Qin Mo, who has always been eloquent, was speechless at this time. The most intense civil war in the history of the Dark Gods has reduced their interference in the real universe. This expedition is an opportunity, and the human species must seize this opportunity. The Emperor continued. 10,000 years ago, I was willing to sit on the golden throne to ensure that the human race could continue to survive, even if it was just a lingering breath. Now that we have the opportunity to fight back, I am willing to give everything. But no matter what, I will ensure that Vanessa is alive. She is a miserable girl, and I can't bear to let her end up in a bad way. After saying what he was thinking, the Emperor looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo also looked at the Emperor. After the two looked at each other in silence for a few seconds, the Emperor slowly spoke, using Vanessa's vocal organs to say, For humanity. For humanity. Qin Mo nodded, For humanity. Chapter 875. So, Father is determined to use psychic energy to open a channel for us to directly bring the fleet close to the Iron Ring. Gilliman and I are worrying about this. That's great, Lion, that's great. Chi Nemo returned to the flagship bridge and told Lion and Gilliman everything the Emperor said. On the way here, Chi Nemo proposed to all the clone Primarchs, including Horus, the idea of staying in the Iron Ring and waiting for the opportunity, and Horus agreed. Now those clone Primarchs are staying in the tribe of the Skinless. If the real test mentioned by the Emperor comes in the future, perhaps those Skinless can become warriors fighting side by side with them. Father seems to be more willing to lend a hand than usual now. I thought he came to the fleet just to watch how we fight. Don't say that, Gilliman. At least he is willing to help and save us a lot of trouble. When Gilliman and Lion were feeling fortunate, Chi Nemo sat at the tactical table, lowered his head, and remained silent. His thoughts were not on the Iron Ring built by the traitors, but on what he had just discussed with the Emperor. The Emperor's attitude just now was quite resolute, but after saying those words, he said there was nothing to worry about. He just wanted Chi Nemo to understand that he was willing to pay the price for humanity, and hoped that Chi Nemo could help him convey this idea to Gilliman and Lion's original bodies, so that the two Primarchs would not habitually ignore him when making decisions. Chi Nemo also understood, but he still couldn't help thinking about it. Until Gilliman's question brought Chi Nemo back to the expedition. We'd better destroy the Iron Ring of the traitors through the fleet. The fleets of the Ultramarines and the Dark Angels are out in full force. I have also mobilized the fleets of 4-star regions in the Empire, including the Solar System fleet. When Lion became impatient with Gilliman's beating around the bush and patted Gilliman on the back of his head, Gilliman said directly, "How much fleet force can the Tyrone Navy mobilize?" If he was alone in private at this time, Gilliman would ask directly, but now he is in the bridge. The Star region has already undertaken the heaviest logistical tasks. If they have to invest the most military forces in the war, it will be difficult for them to be happy. The War Master only needs to consider the war, but Gilliman, as the regent of the Empire, needs to consider more, even including how Chi Nemo should explain to the Talon people. The Talon Navy can deploy 44,000 warships. Chi Nemo said. Are you sure? Ryan was very surprised. I thought the number of warships you have invested in the main force of the Expeditionary Force and other branch fleets is all. Not all. Chi Nemo shook his head. Up to now, not only the main fleet has been incorporated with warships from the Tyrone Navy, but also the fleets of Sanguinius and Chagatai have a large number of Tyrone Navy warships. Before the war began, less than 30,000 warships were almost all, if the number of patrol fleets in the Star Zone was not counted. But the speed of time in the Eye of Terror is faster than outside, and the Star Zone fleet is also constantly developing. The Naval School has expanded its enrollment, and more orbital docks have been built. Even in the core area of the Star Zone, that is, several star systems near the Tyrone capital star system are only engaged in shipbuilding. One star system is responsible for the mining and supply of complex raw materials. One star system is responsible for manufacturing raw materials into parts, and the remaining star systems are responsible for assembly. The huge population of the worlds that originally existed in the Star Zone and later joined the Star Zone also provided a basis for the selection of naval crew members. Chi Nemo also asked the Star Zone Navy Department not long ago to provide an accurate number of warships that can participate in the war, which is about 44,000, if the patrol fleet is not dispatched to the Eye of Terror to participate in the war. Great. Gilliman looked at Lion and said excitedly, with the Imperial fleet, it is estimated that there will be more than 50,000 ships. Cadia fleet, Kalis fleet, Bellis Corona fleet, Solar fleet. Lion listed them all. These Imperial Navy ships will be led by Admiral Quarren to participate in the war. Due to the Horus heresy and other factors, the number of Imperial Navy warships has never been large, and the Empire's vast territory has caused the fleet to be scattered everywhere and difficult to assemble. Although the expedition to the Eye of Terror was the largest war in 10,000 years, the Empire and the galaxy were still engaged in protracted wars, and the Empire was in a state where it could not take care of the buttocks. Chi Nemo knew and understood these reasons and difficulties, but he still felt that the number of warships deployed by the Imperial Navy in this war was too small. Including the Navy led by Quarren, there are only about 50,000 ships. Are the Supreme Lords pretending to obey you again? That's not the case. Ryan shook his head. All the Imperial Navy warships assembled this time have been carefully selected. First, they must have combat experience. Second, they must never have been boarded by Chaos forces. Third, they must have a long time of experience in using the new hyperdrive to operate and fight. Okay. Chi Nemo could only express his understanding. Then Ryan and Gilliman talked about some things about the army. The most important thing was to mobilize a large number of army troops to participate in the battle in the Eye of Terror. Although the Empire can deploy a small navy, it can deploy a large army. Considering that the Eye of Terror has many ghost planets that are like fireworks when bombed by orbital bombardment, these army deployments are extremely necessary. Compared with the first wave of Astra Militarum Mortal Corps that were drawn to participate in the Golden Crusade, the army that was drawn later was not organized and looked a bit scattered. But the number of people was definitely enough, and they conducted joint exercises and training with other Mortal Corps on the way to and from the Eye of Terror. Compared to the Mortal Legions, the deployment of the Space Marines was the most surprising to Chin Mo. Nearly 50 Space Marines were drawn to participate in the expedition. In addition, there were more than 20,000 Primaris Astartes. The gene seeds of these Astartes Primaris Space Marines came from various loyal Primarchs, and these temporary Astartes formed war bands were even equipped with more new dreadnoughts. Ka is here. Gilliman said he brought these 20,000 Astartes, a large number of Blackstones, and the fleet of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Ryan added, the Primaris Astartes he brought are all inventory. Are they all made by Call? Chin Mo smiled and shook his head. Call can't solve the problem by making more Primaris Astartes. Ha ha ha, of course I can. A heavy sound of footsteps came into Chin Mo's ears. A huge and strong figure in a red robe slowly stepped into the bridge. Long time no see, Lord Talon. Chapter 876. It's been a long time since we last met. Chin Mo looked at Call, and found that he was exactly the same as he remembered him, without any change at all. The two of them were not close friends, but they had been in contact for a long time. When the Talon sector was not a single sector, Call had accompanied the undead Inquisitor Horst to the Talon Galaxy. In name, they were investigating the heretical technological forces in the Talon Galaxy, but both Inquisitor Horst and Call had their own plans. Chin Mo helped Call solve the heat dissipation problem of the Primaris Dreadnought, and set the special alloy trade conditions that have been maintained to this day. And now Agrippina's sage ruler Vic, who now has a very good relationship with the Star Zone and has a considerable voice in the Mechanicus, was still a minion of Call at that time. It was also Chin Mo who persuaded Call to arrange a more promising path for Vic, which indirectly prompted Vic to become a sage ruler by mistake in the invasion of Chaos Lord Thorax, the prelude to the Battle of Cadia. After that, Gilliman was resurrected and went to Terra to meet the Emperor. Call accompanied him to the Star Zone. They had a deep connection. Chin Mo had never figured out how Call viewed him, and he did not dare to say that Call regarded him as a friend or an enemy. Compared with the ruling sage Vec who believed that the Lord of Talon was the true Messiah of Oem, Call was a staunch Emperor faction. In Chin Mo's opinion, Call's view of himself might be more inclined to those who had the Empire's position. You arrived at the main fleet later than we expected. Lien didn't trust Call as much as Gilliman did, nor did he treat him kindly because of their past relationship like Chin Mo did, so the first thing he said when he saw Call was to blame him for being too late. According to the original plan, Call should have arrived at the fleet as early as the Battle of Broom. I had another mission, so it took some time. Call looked at Gilliman, as if wondering why Gilliman didn't explain to Lion. The Regent wanted me to persuade some Titan legions and knight families to join the war, so I went. And I didn't just spend a lot of time mining black stone. The Golden Expedition fleet did not gather too many knights and Titan legions because it was particularly troublesome to gather these big guys with complicated traditions and etiquette. Gilliman decided to conduct the Golden Expedition first, and then wait for more knight families and Titan legions to slowly join the expeditionary team, just in time to participate in the extremely intense battles in the middle and late stages of the expedition. But Gilliman miscalculated that at the beginning of the expedition, the intensity of the Bloom battle carried out by the main fleet was shocking enough. Is the assembly going well? As a War Master, Ryan only cares about the results. Smoothly. Call's head, which was only a little bit of skin left after the transformation, shook up and down. When my fleet holds high the flag of the Regent and the War Master, and spreads the assembly order in the name of the Regent and the War Master, I don't need to visit a planet in person, and a large number of knight families and Titan legions will take the initiative to assemble to my fleet. This is the appeal of the War Master. Ryan nodded, very satisfied. They will receive the highest standard of treatment. Gilliman did not praise Call, nor did he judge anything, but just fell into deep thought. He knew that Call was too succinct. Some knight families belonging to the Empire would indeed respond to the call, but there were also knight families belonging to the Mechanicus. The Titan Legion was all under the Mechanicus. As the other head of the two-headed eagle, if the Mechanicus did not want to contribute to the Golden Crusade, the Empire would have no way to deal with him. The worst thing Gilliman could imagine was that Call promised something that should not be promised in the name of Regent and War Master in order to mobilize the Titan Legion. But Gilliman didn't think too much. He only had one goal now, which was to finish the Golden Crusade completely, and then the Empire could calm down and deal with internal problems, as well as those alien species that still trouble the Empire and cause many wars. I also brought some other helpers. Call mentioned another thing that happened when he mentioned the Eye of Terror. I met some Eldar who were also going to the Eye of Terror. I thought they were called by the Death Army to join the war, but they claimed that they only accepted the command of the noble Eldars who are different from the Death God Army. Gilliman was stunned. Yes. Call nodded. Their naval power is infinitely close to zero, but their army is powerful, including an Eldar Titan. Anyway, they are one of the reinforcements. Accept them and fight together. Gilliman looked at Chin Mo. Chin Mo nodded. Although Ryan did not trust the Eldar, considering that the Eldar of the Ark of Hortensia fought on the front line in the Battle of Broom and had many achievements, he did not raise any objections, but just wanted to observe it first. Then everyone talked about the war. Now the fleet still has to wait for Tyrone and the Imperial Navy's ships that are not in the fleet to arrive and gather together. Fortunately, this does not take long. After a while, Chin Mo went to the meditation room in the flagship alone. When the heavy black stone door opened, Chin Mo saw a figure standing near the porthole with his back to him. It was a woman with a good figure and long blonde hair, but her temperament was extremely profound, like an extraordinary existence whose lifespan and experience were difficult to record. The fleet has been assembled. You said before that you could teleport the fleet directly to the vicinity of the Iron Ring. Now it's time for you to take action. Chin Mo said to the Emperor's will that possessed Vanessa. Hearing this, the Emperor turned around. His movements were clean and neat, his eyes were deep and cold. This one encounter made Chin Mo feel that something was wrong with him. It was obvious that what was in Vanessa's body at this time was not the human will, but another fragment of the Emperor's will that was stronger and colder. I mean what I say. The Emperor's voice blurted out, and he walked slowly to the center of the room with his hands behind his back. The two did not talk much, but Chin Mo felt that the Emperor in front of him was exactly the same as the Emperor Gilliman and Lion said 10,000 years ago. The Emperor closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Golden spiritual energy rolled in his eyes. You want to destroy her? Chin Mo pointed at Vanessa's body. Go to the medical room, otherwise you will burn Vanessa's body into slag. The Emperor did not explain anything, raised his hand, and the vast spiritual energy was called in a strange way. The hyperdrive, which originally did not work properly in the Eye of Terror, interpreted a physical coordinate and analyzed the hyperspace route leading to this physical coordinate. She adapted. The Emperor said, I did what I should do, and now you should do what you should do. Chin Mo was silent for 2 seconds, turned around, closed the door of the meditation room, and walked towards the bridge. Chapter 877. The heavy gate rose up instantly. The busy figures in the bridge, and the voices of giving and receiving orders appeared in Chin Mo's vision and hearing at the same time. Both the Tyrone Navy and the Imperial Navy's fleet leaders were all staying in the flagship of the Glory Humanity. They stood around the holographic imaging equipment that showed the entire expedition fleet, and behind them was a tactical sand table that showed the images of their respective fleets. Adam and Quarren, the two naval commanders, issued orders from time to time and made timely adjustments to the positions of the ships in the fleet. Chin Mo's eyes moved away from the Navy personnel and moved to the huge floor-to-ceiling porthole at the front of the bridge. The two Primarchs, the various chapter leaders of the descendants of the two Primarchs, and the heads and generals of the Knights and Titan Legions, the commander of the Mortal Army, and the representative of the alien allies, Evelyn. The sturdy Primarch surrounded by a large group of people did not stand out at all, because Call and several other Mechanica sages in the Titan Legion were no smaller than the Primarchs. The entire fleet can use the hyperdrive to sail directly to the vicinity of the Iron Ring. Admiral Adam of the Tyrone fleet came over to report to Chin Mo. Chin Mo nodded, knowing that this was the way the Emperor fulfilled his promise. It was not to use psychic power to move all the ships to the vicinity of the Iron Ring directly, but to use special psychic power methods to directly enable the fleet's hyperdrive to be used in the Eye of Terror. But the Emperor did use this method to fulfill his previous promise, so there was nothing wrong with it. The fleet is ready, and can sail to the battle site at any time, Adam said again. Hearing this, Chin Mo looked at Gilliman and Lion. Although Chin Mo was not good at formulating war strategies, the two Primarchs would still invite Chin Mo to review the strategies formulated after they were formed and sign their names on them like them. This is a matter of respect. Feeling Chin Mo's gaze, Gilliman and Lion both raised their heads, looked at each other, and nodded. When Chi Nemo looked at Adam and nodded silently, an order jointly decided by the commanders was issued in silence. "Start the war!" Adam ordered the main control intelligence. The huge engine in the flagship engine room reacted and locked onto a coordinate that appeared out of thin air in the distance. Energy and signals were transmitted and jumped back and forth on every ship in the fleet, and finally a giant superluminal force field covering the entire fleet gradually took shape. Chi Nemo, who was in the bridge, saw that everything outside the porthole began to distort and gradually become illusory. The next second, the image outside the porthole turned into a huge iron ring that was close at hand. The flagship was already in front of the iron ring built by the traders, less than a light second away from the huge engineering product that bound the 7 planets. Then, light spots gradually appeared around the flagship. Each of these increasingly dense, light spots represented a warship, which was a sign that the energy that bound the warship began to dissipate after it sailed at superluminal speed. The huge fleet of more than 50,000 warships soon arrived. At a distance from the iron ring, the newly built defense platforms and void fortresses were useless, when the Golden Expedition fleet suddenly appeared in a position that might be close. Perfect. Liang clenched his fists as he looked at everything outside the porthole, and excitedly hammered the tactical table in front of him. What he was most worried about: the expeditionary fleet would be bombarded with counterattacks while approaching the iron ring, and the worry that it would make huge sacrifices just by approaching the ring was completely gone at this moment. His worry about whether the Emperor would waste a lot of potions in vain this time also dissipated. The expeditionary fleet saved a huge trouble, just like in the real universe, directly bypassing all galaxy defenses through advanced superluminal means. When the attack plan that Quaron and Adam had prepared in advance for the void battle began to be implemented, the defense forces on the iron ring just reacted. All the ships in the entire fleet carrying particle light spears began to focus their fire on one part of the iron ring. As the bombardment was going on, Chi Nemo in the bridge slowly walked to the porthole and stared at the huge project in front of him that shocked him. A ring that seemed to be made of steel floated quietly in the purple weird void in the Eye of Terror. The energy field generated by the 7 extended protrusions bound the 7 planets to the outer periphery of the iron ring. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Chi Nemo felt that the appearance of this thing had changed. Countless huge void shields covered the 7 planets, and many defense points on the iron ring structure, but not all structures were protected by void shields. The connection between one planet and the iron ring only flashed the light of the void shield for a few times, and then as the light dissipated, the connection also lost its protection. The particle light spears of many warships in the fleet instantly hit the connection, and everyone who was observing there saw a few relatively small flames compared to the whole. The connection was broken, and the bound planet lost control and rolled away into the distance. As the planet rolled continuously, people saw a huge single eye on the back of the planet, and below the single eye was a big mouth full of fangs and sharp teeth. The huge defense line built by the iron warriors on it was like wrinkles on an ugly face. The mouth on the planet trembled, as if cursing something. This planet with eyes, and a big mouth rolled deeper into the Eye of Terror, cursing. However, this weird scene was nothing to those who were fighting in the Eye of Terror, and no one's eyes stayed on it for long. The reason why the fleet focused its fire on the connection between the iron ring and the strange planet was not because they found a weak point there. The reason why the void shields deployed by the iron warriors there were damaged was because a team of powerful inquisitors and a team of sisters were lurking there during the previous infiltration operation. Before the fleet's light spears focused their fire on the connection point and blew up the connection point and the void shield placed inside, the inquisitors and sisters were roaring and firing at the enemies who were rushing in like a tide, using a suicidal countercharge to ensure that no enemy would be able to get close to the void shield activation device behind them. Their sacrifice ensured that the Iron Warriors lost a planet with a large number of carefully built defenses at the beginning of the operation. The fleet then began to launch fierce bombardments in various parts of the Iron Ring. Some Imperial Navy ships full of fanatics even rushed directly towards the Iron Ring, preparing to use the ship's ram to directly smash the void shield somewhere and expand the victory for the large fleet behind. However, these fanatic ships, which even Admiral Quarren could not stop from rushing to their deaths, did not even last 2 seconds under the intensive bombardment of anti-ship weapons launched one after another on the Iron Ring, and were bombed into spaceship debris that fell towards the remaining 6 planets. Chapter 878. The successive activation of ground-based anti-ship weapons put an end to the passive situation of the Iron Ring, and the state was exactly the same as the fleet besieging the Iron Ring, that is, hiding under the cover of the shield and firing. For large warships, The counterattack firepower of the orbital defense platform is extremely deadly. Those anti-ship weapons on the warships can also be deployed on the ground, and even more and larger ones can be deployed. Although the fleet appeared directly near the Iron Ring, causing all the void defense lines set up by the Iron Warriors to be useless, the counterattack from the ground was still extremely powerful. According to the pre-made plan, the expeditionary fleet jointly concentrated fire on the connection between the Iron Ring and the planet. In less than 10 minutes in the real universe, the giant flagship of the Glory Humanity projected enough firepower to turn half of the planet's surface into a sea of fire, but such firepower, together with other warships, hit the void shield and only caused a faint ripple. Inside the bridge, the team of mechanical priests brought by Call was making full calculations, and any clues shown on the ship's auspicious instrument became the basis for their calculations. The calculation results were imported into the cogitator ray on the Dark Angel's flagship Invincible Truth, and by comparing it with the existing void shield data in the universe, it was finally determined what kind of void shield the Iron Warriors traders used. But the result Call got from the priest team was, comparison result, none. Even the slightest technical principle of the void shield used by the traders could not be found. It was Ryan's idea to let the priests access the Invincible Truth. He believed that among all the treasures in the former First Legion's treasury that were bestowed by the Emperor, there must be powerful void shields, and even the lost ancient void shield principles that even the Mechanicus could not figure out. But the result was nothing. Call, what are you doing? Gilliman suddenly noticed that Call had made a strange move. Call did not connect himself to the common computing array formed by the priests, but many appendages stretched out from under the red robe, walked to the pile of parchments in the corner of the bridge, and began to search. I want to find out if anyone has recorded anything about the void shield during the infiltration operation. Call responded. Don't look for it. It's impossible to find it. Gilliman directly denied Call's idea. If someone else had denied Call, he would have ignored it, but Gilliman's denial slowed his movements. All the information collected by the Inquisitors had been through Gilliman's hands and eyes, and Gilliman could recite all the information recorded on the piles of parchment. Regarding the defense device of the Iron Ring, all Gilliman knew was the Sisters and Inquisitors, who bravely went deep into the void shield control device, and the Loyalists, who refused to evacuate and sacrificed themselves to destroy a connecting structure during the bombing. These people did not know the situation of the void shield. They only learned from a traitor that they were near the void shield control device by torture. That was all. However, Call did not stop because of Gilliman's denial. He searched carefully. The mechanized logic of the Mechanicus could not explain what Call was doing now. Even he himself did not know how to explain it. If he had to find a reason, it would be hearsay and his own experience of sometimes working and sometimes not working. Don't look for it. A strange voice appeared in the bridge. Call looked in the direction of the voice and saw a golden phantom standing in the empty space. Gold. The people who noticed this element immediately realized who appeared. There are indeed revelations from the future to the present, from other revelations I gave you. The phantom projected by the Emperor spoke slowly. At this time, the environment where he, Gilliman and others were located seemed to be separated from the bridge, forming a separate space, and no one else in the bridge noticed it. But if you want to interpret the revelation above, it will probably take some effort. So it's better for me to interpret the revelation above myself. Hearing the Emperor say this, Jean Emo took away a roll of parchment blessed by the state religion from Call's hand, and found that it was written with some obscure words. What came from vicious distortion? What was the viciousness of the seeker of knowledge, who gave up everything for the pursuit of knowledge? Jean Emo rolled up the parchment and threw it away, then looked at the golden phantom in front of him with a smile on his face. The Emperor did not fail to play a role like last time. He not only built a guiding beacon, but also came to interpret the important revelation given by the Emperor's other will at this moment. The Void Shield was not built by the Iron Warriors, but by a vicious existence called Vashtor. The souls of countless creatures are trapped in the device called the Torment Circuit built by him, and countless unimaginable vicious means are ravaging the souls in the circuit. Those souls have emotional resonance with the desire to avoid pain, and the emotions are amplified and projected, and finally become a barrier with the concept of protection and avoidance attached. It's similar to a void shield, but not a void shield in the strict sense. The Emperor gave what he thought was a very simple and clear explanation, which made everyone roughly understand what the Iron Warriors used, and Jean Emo began to think about Vashtor. Evil creatures driven by pain are not uncommon among the Chaos Forces. But being able to use the mental resonance formed by the escape emotions generated by countless souls when they are suffering to impose the concept of avoidance and protection on a certain creature, and then form a barrier similar to a shield, This method is really not something that ordinary bad guys can think of. But what Chinemo didn't expect was that the Emperor's explanation was not complete. Combining practicality and the concept of chaos, the evil skills represented by Vashtor are truly worthy of the name. So how can such a vicious creature be defeated? Ryan asked first. The psychic power of psychics can't even penetrate this barrier, but there is a way. The Emperor raised a finger. If it is outside the Eye of Terror, such a creature has no other function except to use mental resonance to tear open a passage for demons to enter and exit. Its power is easily suppressed by reality. The traitors have many things that will not work outside the Eye of Terror, but this is the Eye of Terror, Father. Gilliman looked a little helpless, but then his eyes lit up, and he looked at Chinemo. Chinemo thought for a moment, and realized what Gilliman had thought of. The Emperor's phantom dissipated, and the psychic energy used to hide the conversation just now also disappeared. Chinemo looked at Admiral Adam, and ordered loudly, "Use the Blackstone warhead." Chapter 879. Only the craziest and stupidest people would use Blackstone as consumables for fleets and armies, because such precious things are rare in the real universe. There are many things that can amplify psychic energy, but there are too few things that can directly suppress psychic energy. That's what the Void Dragon thinks. But even the Void Dragon has to admit that when there are some decisive moments that require the use of a psychic special effect weapon, then it's not a bad idea to use Blackstone as a weapon. The Blackstone warhead came into being. When the order to use the Blackstone warhead was given by Adam to the fleet, the Blackstone ship responsible for generating a realistic position to protect the fleet and defend against various supernatural phenomena slowly moved forward from the center of the fleet to the front of the fleet. This pure black ship, a space vehicle similar to a small Blackstone fortress, immediately started to operate. The soulless crew issued a series of orders, and the engineering Iron Man executed the orders from the crew. The original warhead of a weapon called the breakthrough torpedo in the arsenal was dismantled and replaced with a pure black warhead that could not be processed by normal means at first glance. Several breakthrough torpedoes were sent into the torpedo tubes at the same time. In the first wave of attacks, their targets were the ground-based anti-ship weapons that were pouring terrifying defensive artillery fire on the fleet. A large number of breakthrough torpedoes passed through the hull, targeting the planet with the most anti-ship weapons deployed. The conventional warhead torpedoes released by other warships flew ahead of them. From the ground, it looked like more than 100,000 meteors sliding towards the surface. The overwhelming defensive artillery fire flew out from the surface of the planet, forming a dense defensive barrage, and most of the torpedoes were intercepted by this physical means. The Iron Warriors had obviously deployed a huge number of interception weapons on the planet at all costs, regardless of the type. But the polarity of Blackstone is not only used by the Eldar or the Necromancers. The Blackstone weapons manufactured by the Sector Research Department also have the characteristics of flexible use. When facing the overwhelming material barrage, the Blackstone warheads amplified the psychic energy, making the material weapons completely turned into firecrackers within a small range of influence, just like the scene when the Human Empire fleet bombed the Nurgle world in the Abyss expedition and the Nurgle spirits on the ground admired the fireworks. When facing interception weapons with psychic properties, the Blackstone warhead will automatically adjust to a state of containing psychic energy. Those psychic defense devices that can even drag a ship to the surface, or even wipe out a large area of missiles or light spears out of thin air, are completely ineffective in front of the Blackstone warhead. With the warhead as the center point, the range of 10 kilometers is all reality. In the end, only those Blackstone torpedoes that were launched passed through the firepower network of the interception weapons, and gradually approached the special barrier formed by concepts mentioned by the Emperor. It is not a void shield in the strict sense. A Dark Angel space marine submarine named the Nameless had launched an assault on a void shield, thinking that their ships or drop pods could pass through the barrier of the sphere and the iron ring by slowing down. But when they got close, they disappeared along with the light spears that hit the shield at high speed. Because the real function of the barrier that looks similar to a void shield is to tear apart everything that comes with the hatred of suffering and the desire to escape of the souls in the torment circuit. But whether it is a vicious creation that is directly endowed with the concept of protection and avoidance, or a common void shield used by the Empire, creations based on the principle of psychic energy are not invulnerable. The torpedo equipped with the Blackstone warhead easily penetrated the barrier without any hindrance. The Blackstone warhead was inserted straight into the range of the target on the ground, next to an anti-orbital missile launcher or an anti-orbital light spear, suppressing the psychic energy within a range of 10 kilometers. The structure of the missile body unfolded, revealing the generator contained in it. Finally, an explosion that looked like a tiny point of light in orbit cut a perfect circular pit where the anti-ship weapons were located. Many weapons equipped with torpedo warheads worked like this, and the first wave of attacks destroyed 60% of the weapon installations on the planet with the most anti-ship weapons. The second round of attacks followed, and the ships in the fleet could no longer see the beams or shells flying from the planet. The function of the black stone torpedoes is not just to attack. Within the range of their influence, the scanning array integrated in the body detects all existence around the force reality, trying to find the barrier generator on the planet and the location of the evil torment circuit. Maybe it was good luck, maybe someone helped him, or maybe the besieged one among the dark gods once again undermined his brothers and sisters. A black stone torpedo scanned the barrier. The scan results were directly presented in the form of a three-dimensional projection in the bridge. Is this the torture circuit? Ryan looked at the scan results, and his breathing gradually became heavy. This thing looks like an inefficient torture machine. What Ryan said was exactly what Chin-Mo wanted to say, but Chin-Mo would not have the last half of the sigh. The torture circuit forged by Vashtor mentioned by the Emperor is a facility like an open-air stadium. The facility is surrounded by walls covered with chaos marks. People in it will see huge walls like the sky. Then in the center of the stadium is a demon that looks like flesh and steel fused together. The demon holds a giant sickle in one hand and a strangely shaped container in the other. While screaming in the torment of eternal damnation, the demon spins involuntarily and uses the sickle to kill the creatures that are constantly stuffed into the stadium. The creatures in the world. Mutants, aliens, humans. All intelligent species that can be found will not be rejected. They scream and run wildly in the sports field, but they still cannot escape the fate of being harvested by the screaming demon, and their souls are sent to the demon container. The strange container in the demon's hand is where the soul is, and it is also the core of the entire torment circuit. It is hard to predict what kind of torture it contains. Even the demon in charge of harvesting feels pain in the eternal torture, which is the most chilling thing for others. What's the point of such a design? If they want to free the soul from the body, why would they design such an inefficient slaughtering machine? What's the point of putting a demon spinning around there? Does it increase the efficiency of this creation or something? Ryan said angrily. No, maybe for them, this is the most efficient. Chin-Mo said in a deep voice. Ryan glanced at Chin-Mo, then at the image, and finally nodded. Use the flagship to destroy it. Chin-Mo said to Adam. Let the soul inside be free. Chapter 880. 6 torpedoes carrying Blackstone warheads were launched. Since the targets to be hit were not scattered, the Blackstone torpedoes were arranged in a diamond shape and flew towards the planet below whose anti-ship defense had been destroyed. They easily penetrated the firepower network and the barrier, and finally were loosely, but orderly distributed around the place where the torment circuit was located. Each Blackstone warhead was connected in series, playing an effect similar to that of a fixed obelisk on Cadia. This is the resonance of the power of reality. The resonance formed by the 6 Blackstone warheads created a reality area covering thousands of kilometers, and the impact even caused a narrow crack in the barrier. All the weapons on the flagship fired a salvo at the crack. The advanced fire control system ensured that each attack accurately penetrated the crack and landed accurately in the center of the reality area created by the 6 Blackstone warheads. The Earth shattered, and the plates melted. A round of orbital bombardment conducted by the flagship was enough to cause a planetary disaster that would destroy the world on a normal planet outside the real universe, and on that planet that also had obvious mutations. At least the reality area created by the Blackstone warheads was blown into a huge pit tens of thousands of kilometers deep underground. The torment circuit was completely destroyed, and the control device of the void shield completely lost its function. The barrier gradually shrank and shattered, eventually leaving the planet in an unprotected state. The connection point between the iron ring and the planet was still protected, but the fleet directly focused its fire on the unprotected planet. The first round of orbital bombardment had no effect, but when the Blackstone ships in the fleet gradually approached and expanded the scope of real influence to cover the surface of the planet, the attack by the fleet brought a devastating catastrophe to the planet. The giant defense line built by the Iron Warriors, which was visible to the naked eye in orbit, was pulled up from the surface by the terrifying bombing. The fortress hidden deep underground was shattered along with the planet's plates. The fleet's cluster bombardment dug a large hole in the planet all the way to the core in less than a solar hour, and the last light spear fired by the flagship finally detonated the entire planet. The planet's debris splashed in all directions, and large pieces of debris that were enough to destroy the surface environment were easily crushed by the barrier. The Iron Ring and other planets were not affected by this man-made astronomical disaster. Take it. Admiral Quarren of the Imperial Navy cheered enthusiastically. The fleet began to bomb the next planet in the same way. Maybe we got a bargain. Lien pointed to a planet that had just been blasted and said, maybe Hanzo, the boss of the Iron Warriors bastards, is there. Hearing this, Gilliman cast a helpless look at Lion. You don't have my sense of humor, so you don't have to force yourself to liven up the atmosphere. At the same time, on the other side, somewhere in the Iron Ring, Hong Suo was holding a war meeting with every warsmith. What they were discussing was not how to deal with the current war, but which warsmith would be responsible for the loss and bear the price. Hong Suo was the most representative figure among the Iron Warriors traitors. The creation of the Chaos Embryo was inseparable from him, but the Iron Warriors were no longer an active traitor legion with a legion system, and the relationship between the warsmiths and Hong Suo was by no means subordinate. When the discussion reached its most intense stage, everyone was cursing and almost drawing their guns to shoot each other. An adjutant under Hong Suo came quickly and reported something to everyone. The running dogs of the corpse have taken 2 planets. The second planet was taken by a black stone weapon. The adjutant was not good at speaking, and directly explained his words with what the Chaos Wizard saw in his psychic vision. Hong Suo and others soon realized what happened to the bombed planet. Send a salvage ship to recover the remaining black stone fragments. Hong Suo ordered his adjutant decisively, almost instinctively. Under such bombardment, whether there will be any black stones used by the enemy left is a question. The adjutant responded. Go and salvage. At least we have to go to know whether there are any. Hong Suo insisted on his opinion. The adjutant nodded without hesitation and personally arranged a fast salvage ship equipped with a void shield to search for the debris left by the planet. What use is black stone to us? Are you so impatient to send salvage ships to salvage black stones from the wreckage of a planet where it is almost impossible to find black stone fragments, just to please our word-bearers allies, who are always on the road? A war blacksmith questioned Hong Suo's order, and then followed up with an insult. Bastard. When the word bastard was heard by everyone present in the form of language, even those war blacksmiths who hated Hong Suo and did not stand with him could not help but feel a little nervous. Hanzo boasts of having a heart of steel, and he will not get angry at insults, but if the insult is concise and true, that's another matter. The reason is that Hanzo's gene seed is not simply from Perturabo. He is the product of a hybrid experiment of the gene seeds of the Iron Warriors and the Imperial Fists. And the one who conducted the hybrid experiment that gave birth to Hanzo was Fabius Bile. Yes. Hanzo gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words from his teeth. I have to please those word-bearers, because if we, the bastards with different hearts, don't get the help of the word-bearers, the final fate is to be blown up by those blackstone torpedoes. You are useless people who can't even manage your own territory. Shagra is even more useless. He didn't even know that those zombies' lackeys had hit the torment circuit, and we lost a fortress world as soon as the war started. The enemy used black stones as weapons, and we actually thought they were just a group of zombies' lackeys. Hong Suo became more and more excited as he spoke, and began to accuse every war blacksmith present. The war blacksmiths were silent, but they were not speechless because of what Hong Suo said, but they were silently thinking about the thoughts and purpose behind Hong Suo's words at this time. Does he think these Iron Warriors are inferior to the word-bearers? Hong Suo shouldn't be so stupid. When the warsmiths were silent and guessing, a voice suddenly came into their ears. You are just not united enough, not as united as the word-bearers. You are just not experienced enough, not as experienced as the Death Guard. I'm talking about the experience of dealing with the enemies of the Golden Crusade. In terms of head-on combat, you are much better than the current Plague Pigs, Cluck. A space marine with a ferocious face slowly walked into the Iron Hall, where everyone was discussing things. This man was obviously not an Iron Warrior. He was wearing armor in the colors of the word-bearers. Runes were engraved on his ferocious and stiff face. Activate the anti-ship weapons on the unbreakable line of defense. The word-bearers bowed slightly, as if asking or suggesting, my people are already there, we just need to delay a little bit longer, and the reinforcements led by the demigod will arrive on the Iron Ring, and completely end the expedition of the enemy of darkness. Chapter 881. The Iron Ring began to rotate. A strange planet that looked like steel was turned from the back of the Iron Ring to the front, facing the expedition fleet. At first, the people in the expedition fleet thought that the planet was a mutant planet, just like the planet that was transformed from a morbidly obese man that they had seen before. It was mutated, so it looked like steel. But this was not the case. When all available detection methods scanned the planet, everyone found that it was not a steel planet at all, but a planet filled with various defense facilities of the Iron Warriors. The large orderly black lines visible to the naked eye on the planet's surface are the excavated traffic trenches, the giant war machines of countless iron warriors, the clumsy iron men they made themselves, the Terminators that are a fusion of steel and flesh, the rebellious Night Family, the Titan Legion. All the huge or bulky war machines can circulate in those traffic trenches. The angular places on the planet's surface are the tip of the iceberg of various giant defense fortresses. Other militarized terrain environments that cannot be observed by the naked eye but are captured by detectors are so numerous that even Gilliman cannot know them in a short time. As a war master, Lion could not imagine what price his army would have to pay if they were to attack such a planet. And the intelligence collected by the Inquisitors showed that the Iron Warriors traders call this planet the Unbreakable Line of Defense. Don't waste the Blackstone warheads on other planets, Gilliman said to Adam. Hit this iron planet. After that, Gilliman looked at Chinemo again. Chinemo nodded. Adam immediately ordered to open fire on the Unbreakable Line of Defense. Before the large-scale fleet concentrated fire, there was a small-scale exploratory bombing. Single-digit Blackstone warheads replaced the original breakthrough torpedo warheads and flew towards the Unbreakable Line. Then the Navy ships adjusted their positions and prepared to focus fire on the planet. During this process, a bright light suddenly appeared on the Unbreakable Line, followed by two intertwined subspace energy beams that instantly penetrated the void shield and hull of an Imperial Navy heavy cruiser. The nearby Tyrone Navy cruiser tried to rescue it, but was torn apart by the residual subspace energy. The Blackstone torpedo immediately adjusted its direction and flew straight towards the anti-ship weapons on the planet. A moment later, the Blackstone torpedo did not explode, but lost contact with the fleet. Then, in the ship made of Blackstone, the person responsible for monitoring the data of reality and subspace influence analyzed that the subspace influence on the Unbreakable Defense Line was significantly enhanced. Obsidian Crown. The communicator in the bridge emitted an uncontrolled cold voice. That was the voice of the Void Dragon that made Blackstone in the warehouse of the ship's industrial part. The damn Obsidian Crown reversed the polarity of the Blackstone warhead. Don't use Blackstone as ammunition anymore. If you can't ensure that Blackstone is not affected by the other party, then don't waste it. Hearing the words Obsidian Crown, Chinemo and others instantly realized that their previous guess was not wrong. That is, the Iron Warriors are not fighting alone, and the Word Bearers, who can use Blackstone, are here. Chinemo knows better than anyone that Chaos Blackstone creations were used in the Battle of Vigilant Star that did not happen in this universe. Obsidian Crown, Blackstone structure. The Word Bearers placed a large number of obsidian crowns on the Vigilant planet, trying to trigger a chain reaction, causing the hidden Blackstone deposits on the Vigilant planet to release polar forces that amplify the influence of the subspace, directly tearing a subspace rift at the location of the Vigilant planet. Because of the Golden Expedition, the Battle of Vigilant Planet did not break out, but the Word Bearers also had Blackstone structures available. The way the Word Bearers used Blackstone angered the Void Dragon, because the things they shaped could not be effective for a long time, and could not be started and closed at will. Even the huge Blackstone structure could only produce a weak effect, and even needed to use psychic energy to charge the Blackstone structure to call the polarity of the Blackstone. If it were in the real universe, the correct behavior of the expeditionary fleet would be to hold a Blackstone competition, using the Blackstone creations made by the large number of powerful Void Dragons to compete with the simple things of the Word Bearers, to see who can suppress who and who has more advantages in numbers. But in the Eye of Terror, it is difficult for the Blackstone creations to expel the warp images. For the traders, the Eye of Terror is a home advantage. Deploy the army. Lien looked at the unbroken defense line and ordered, the anti-ship weapons on this planet must be dismantled. We only need to deploy the army to control the area where the anti-ship weapons are located to ensure that the Blackstone in that area can be deployed normally. Following the order from the War Master, the army began to deploy as planned. The many Titan legions and Knight families that were originally to be deployed on the Iron Ring itself, in the most extreme case, had already gathered at the transport fleet. Small unmanned ships equipped with many defensive interception weapons guarded a huge Blackstone structure and deployed it to the area where anti-ship weapons stood on the Unbreakable Line. When the Blackstone structure landed with a bang, instantly turning a large area of the surface of the Unbreakable Line into reality, and even the giant defense facilities built by the Iron Warriors began to collapse due to gravity, the Word Bearers started a huge vehicle like the Leviathan command vehicle, carrying a giant obsidian crown, and approached the landing Blackstone structure. The chain reaction caused by the original obsidian crown on the planet could not contain the sudden huge Blackstone creation. The team of Chaos Wizards surrounded the vehicle carrying the giant obsidian crown, and was ready to reverse the polarity of the black stone. Just as the Chaos Wizards thanked the enemy for sending more black stone structures, a dimensional rift opened around the black stone creation inserted into the ground in front. The supreme king of an entire Knight family led the other Knight lords in the family out of the dimensional rift. Nearly 100 Knight mechas from the Draconis family gathered under the Black Hawk flag. Behind the Knight family, a Titan army emerged from the dimensional rift. Not only these Knights and Titans, but more Titan armies and Knight families are passing through the dimensional rift and across the barrier to the battlefield. When those divine machines roared on the land, the duty of those Knights was to guard them. The Chaos Wizards did not find out how many Titans and Knights had descended on the battlefield. They just met each other, and were annihilated by the overwhelming artillery fire in less than a breath. Nearly 1,000 Knights guarded the Titan Legion in the rear, and slowly walked towards the anti-ship psychic cannon in front of them, which was so huge that even the War Master-class Titan looked like an ant. At this time, an Eldar portal appeared out of thin air in front of the battle line formed by the Titan Legion and the Knights, gradually transforming from an illusion into a reality. This Eldar portal, which was larger than a Titan, released psychic energy that killed many fragile Chaos Wizards on the entire planet on the spot, and a vortex appeared in the center of the giant portal. The ethereal voice resounded throughout the battlefield, and a white and black Eldar Titan slowly walked out of the portal, trailing beautiful misty white veils and gunpowder flames behind it. It is the son of Mother Aisha. The Knights and the Titan Corps knew the origin of this Titan very well. They were Eldar troops, who requested to join the fleet when Khal's fleet passed by a planet where the savage Eldar lived. Just as the High King of the Draconis family was considering whether to send some free blades, who were ordered by the War Master to accept his command to protect the lone Titan that appeared on the battlefield, some visitors emerged from the vortex of the giant portal again. The savage Eldar dragon riders walked out slowly, the first Knight riding a Tyrannosaurus as big as a castle lord. Following them were more dragon riders, flying pterosaur riders, and even giant dragons with weapon platforms as big as Warhound-class Titans. These savage Eldars guarded the Eldar Titans. Chapter 882. We will help defend your god machine. A communication video popped up in the bridge, showing the face of an Eldar man, the face of an Eldar young man in a heavy knight's helmet. Most people in the bridge could not recognize them. Gilliman had seen the man who controlled the Eldar Titan. He remembered that this guy was called Thrall, a guy with a close relationship with the Talon sector. In the Plague War, this man drove the Eldar's Nether Knight to participate in the war, and with his iconic appearance of a resentful species, he was quite easy to identify. As for the other Eldar in armor, no one present could recognize him except Chin Mo. Tukalon, is that you? Chin Mo's memory drifted back to many years ago. In the final stage of the Battle of Comoros, in the operation to send the Comoros Corps to before the Big Bang, Chin Mo and the Death Army Prophet Uslan were teleported to an unknown wild planet by the defense mechanism of Comoros. The name of the wild planet is Pandora, where some wild Eldar live. When the peaceful life on this planet was broken by the news sent by the survivors of Aisha's Prayer Arc world, the wild Eldar on the planet had to face the threat of the Tyranids. After confirming that this tribe had the qualifications to survive, Chin Mo lent a hand to help Pandora overcome the difficulties. And the Eldar Dragon Knight wearing armor and riding a Tyrannosaurus that was equivalent to a Castle Lord level knight was a young leader named Tukalon. Salute you. Tukalon saluted in the Eldar way. At this time, Ryan walked to the image and said to the two, "Since you are here to support, I will not take your command. Let the people of the Death Army command you. After all, you are all the same kind. We only accept orders from the noble." Sar glanced at Ryan, then his eyes fell back on Chin Mo. "We are ready to accept any orders from you at any time. The order is simple: fight with the gods' machines, pay attention to safety, and retreat when it is time." Chin Mo gave an order casually. Sar and Tukalon nodded. In front of the battle line formed by a group of huge human gods' machines, the elegant Eldar Titan slowly retreated until it was level with the position of a War Master Titan. The Dragon Knights always guarded the Titans, and it was obviously not the first time they followed the Titans to fight. The battle line composed of the entire Titans, Knights and Eldar reinforcements was intuitively presented on the tactical table. Ryan gave full respect to the planet called the Unbreakable Line of Defense, and almost all the Titan Corps were sent there. These Titans and Knights were enough to fight the largest God Opportunity War in 10,000 years. Chin Mo was looking at the Eldar Titan. Then he found that even he couldn't tell what type of Titan it was. A Titan that was half white and half black. The white side was accompanied by flowing white gauze behind it, and a terrifying weapon called Psychic Spear was embedded on its arm. The black side was accompanied by smoke and flames behind it, and held a red giant sword. It looked a bit like a War Witch Titan, but it was definitely not completely. "You've upgraded your rifle, Thrall?" Chi Nemo asked tentatively. "Have you replaced your original Nether Knight with the current Super Titan?" When Chi Nemo first saw Thrall's face on the communication video, his first reaction was that Thrall was not the one driving the strange Eldar Titan. He was the one who used the Phantom Knights to protect the Titan around the Eldar Titan. But there were no Phantom Knights around the Eldar Titan. According to Chi Nemo's understanding, the training and growth of Eldar Titan drivers is extremely difficult, and the requirements are strict to the point of being almost abnormal. It is impossible for a Phantom Knight driver to be promoted to a Titan driver. "I am not qualified to drive such a divine weapon." Thrall was very frank, "But I have experienced some things, and it's not that I don't want to be frank with you, nor do I want to share with you the pain and joy of those things, but those things are really difficult to express in human language in a short time." After that, Thrall thought for a while and asked, "Have you learned the language of the Eldar during this period?" "Focus on the battle, Thrall. We will have a good chat after the war." Chi Nemo ended the topic. Thrall saluted and closed the communication. The three commanders of the Golden Expeditionary Fleet gathered together at the tactical table, watching the battle on the unbreakable line. The Titans advanced slowly but powerfully, and the speed of the battle line formed by them, and the night matches only depended on the walking speed of the God Machine. The Iron Warriors gathered their troops to deploy near the ground-based anti-ship weapon that could crush a cruiser with one shot. The principle of the anti-ship weapon seemed to be similar to the Vortex Cannon in the Blackstone Fortress, but the Iron Warriors obviously could not miniaturize it. This thing is so huge that it can be seen with the naked eye outside the orbit, making the Titans as small as ants compared to it. The dense defense lines and fortresses arranged by the Iron Warriors were attacked by the Titans like a whirlwind. The unknown Eldar Titan sometimes stopped, and the weapon called the Psychic Spear released a turbulent psychic vortex in front of it, turning the entire fortress and all the enemies inside into ethereal non-entities in the blink of an eye. At first, Chi Nemo was worried that the wild Eldar brought by Tukalon would not be able to play a good role like the Imperial Knights, and even difficult to protect themselves from the overwhelming city defense artillery fire, but he soon discovered that some of the dragons that were comparable in size to the Titans were equipped with shield generators. The shield generator, which has a different function from the Void Shield, not only provides protection, but also makes the figures of the Dragon Knight and the Eldar Titan appear illusory to the opponent, making it difficult to aim at them. As for the Eldar Titan's own defense, it is even more powerful. The structure behind it, like two wings, releases a surging psychic field. It does not directly intercept the incoming firepower, but prevents the body from being hit by the incoming firepower, as if it is destined. Perhaps because of the path dependence left by the dead spirits and the stars in the battle in heaven, the Ark Eldar and their dark relatives are often not inclined to use powerful shields, but prefer to avoid firepower. After all, facing giant underworld structures such as the tombs of the Necrons, it is obviously wiser to dodge than to use shields to withstand them. Look at those traitors. Lien supported the edge of the tactical table with both hands and said with a smile, "I feel like I am commanding the war between the Loyalists and the traitors 10,000 years ago, and the battle on the so-called Unbreakable Line is also like the Battle of Beta Gamon commanded by Sanguinius." The Battle of Beta Gamon was a great melee of divine machines during the Horus Heresy. Beta Gamon is also known as the Titan Cemetery. "I hope that little Beta Gamon is not the cemetery of our Titans," Gilliman said. Chapter 883. The Gods' Machines Walk on the Earth. The attack of the Titan cluster is so fierce that it is difficult to resist. Lion retracted his gaze from the Titans, looked at the place where the Titans pushed through, and ordered, "Deploy Blackstone, deploy Space Marines to guard Blackstone." After issuing the order to guard Blackstone, Lion began to draw up a list of participating regiments. In fact, this had been drawn up before the war, but Lion hesitated, and he wanted to adjust it again. The original list of participants was naturally indispensable to the Ultramarines and Dark Angel sub-regiments and parent regiments, but Lion now wanted to change his mind. He first sought Gilliman's opinion. "Why not arrange those new regiments that join the expedition to participate in the war, and we can arrange the sub-regiments of our two respected descendants?" "I agree." Gilliman nodded. The two Primarchs looked at Chi Nemo again. Chi Nemo naturally had nothing to say about this purely respectful request for advice, since he was not a Primarch anyway, so he nodded. If the Astra Militarum deployed like this, some people would inevitably think that the generals pulled out their own confidants and arranged for the newcomers to fight, which was somewhat like sending others to their deaths. But the Space Marines would not think so. If Lion still let the Ultramarines and Dark Angels take charge of this battle, those Space Marines would be very dissatisfied. Honor in battle, This is what the Space Marines pursue. Since the establishment of the Talon sector, many Space Marines have sent their strike cruisers back to the planets outside the sector in exchange for a large amount of material rewards when they found Talon sector creatures or people left behind for various reasons. Maybe 1 or 2 Space Marines went to the Death World and rescued a few unlucky Talons from the mutants. Then the warriors who helped the regiment obtain material rewards would be rewarded by the leader, which was just an honorary reward. But the problem is that the Space Marines just love this. If it is a material reward, they will feel very dissatisfied. This is the difference in thinking between the superhuman warriors and most mortals. It is just right for Ryan to arrange other war groups to fight. As long as he does not force the war groups that are not good at frontal assault to attack head-on, and let the war groups, like the Imperial Fist, sneak in and assassinate, there will be no problem. With Ryan's several adjustments on the combat list, a large number of new war groups that joined the expedition, and the Primaris Space Marines brought by call were all deployed. Where the Blackstone construct has an impact, where the real world is created without breaking the defense line, the Space Marines directly use dimensional teleportation to reach the battlefield. These Space Marines do not directly participate in the battles of the God Machines, regardless of whether their chapter is equipped with heavy vehicles or fighters. Primaris Space Marine battle squads will be arranged with the battle squads of each chapter except the first company near the continuously deployed Blackstone constructs to ensure the safety of the Blackstone constructs. The first company of each chapter will directly search for all remaining enemies in the occupied areas and destroy all the blasphemous creations built by the enemies before. The Primaris Space Marines brought by call were inevitably dissatisfied with being assigned an idle job, but when they found that the enemy would still use roundabout operations at all costs to try to seize the Blackstone construct, they were extremely satisfied with their mission. The fleet in space bombed other planets, while dropping the Blackstone construct on the unbreakable defense line. The barrier could not intercept the Blackstone constructs, and a large number of Blackstone constructs were quickly laid out without worrying about falling into the hands of the enemy, gradually establishing a realistic area on the Iron Warrior's unbreakable defense line. Ryan also tried to open up a new battlefield on the unbreakable defense line to completely cut off the possibility of the Iron Warrior's traitors raiding the Blackstone constructs from behind the Titan's battle line, but he found that every attempt he made failed. The Blackstone constructs that were deployed were not used by the enemy in turn, but were directly destroyed. An air defense fortress, the most inconspicuous among the many fortresses built by the Iron Warriors, attracted the attention of an expeditionary fleet war master because the interception rate of this air defense fortress was ridiculously high. A corner of the planet called the Unbreakable Defense Line by the Iron Warriors. A fortress dedicated to air defense is pouring dense and terrifying firepower into the orbit. Slaves are carrying ammunition back and forth, and the Space Marines of a certain Iron Warriors war band are commanding the slaves and all the air defense weapons. With each firing of the fortress, countless artillery fire poured into the orbit, blowing up the Blackstone constructs that tried to invade here. Every time the Blackstone shattered, every time reality and the warp collided, it represented a failed attempt by the expeditionary fleet to open up other war zones on the unbreakable line. The accuracy of this air defense fortress was so high that even the war masters in the expeditionary fleet could hardly fail to notice one of the countless fortresses on this unbreakable line. Soon another airdrop object penetrated the barrier outside the unbreakable line and fell towards the air defense fortress on the surface. The reason for not using airdrop pods on enemy-occupied planets where a large number of black stones were not deployed was simple, because as one went deeper into the Eye of Terror, more and more strange situations were encountered. Maybe the airdrop pod will fall towards the unbreakable line, and the next second the Space Marines will find themselves on the unbreakable line. Or maybe the airdrop pod will land with a bang, and the Space Marines will rush out, shouting for the War Master and the Regent to punish the traitors, and then find themselves outside the Eye of Terror, and then many people will run out holding the Sons of Horus logo to welcome the anti-imperialist sky soldiers. There are many other reasons. But the Auspex detection of the air defense fortress shows that what is falling towards the surface is an airdrop pod. Giant airdrop pod. For the Iron Warriors and their slaves, this was originally a very strange and unpredictable thing. The airdrop pod penetrated the barrier safely, and countless anti-aircraft weapons that use psychic energy as energy could not even polish the thing that fell. Finally, the airdrop pod hit the center of the air defense fortress, attracting the attention and concentrated fire of the defense weapons. Then, in the fierce artillery fire, a divine machine tore the airdrop pod apart and drilled out. The wave cannon embedded in its right arm released a beam, sweeping away the neatly arranged weapon array on the air defense fortress. The divine machine looked around and saw that there were no more weapons that could threaten it, so it stopped charging the wave cannon. But it still couldn't let down its guard, because a large number of defenders were gathering towards the machine. When the entire Titan was surrounded by the Iron Warriors and their slaves, and these people saw that the Titan stood alone without any regular troops or knights guarding it, they were ecstatic and decided to offer a Titan's machine soul to Chaos, and a dimensional rift opened behind the Titan. The means of teleportation that can only be seen in the real universe appeared behind the Titan, who was not under the protection of any black stone construct. Then hundreds of knights jumped out of the dimensional rift and fired fiercely at the defenders rushing towards the Titan, instantly disintegrating an army composed of a large number of Chaos Space Marines and slave auxiliary troops. The red emblem of this knight family was printed with a burning rose. If the priest of the Forge world of Agrippina was present, he would find that this was a knight family from world number 2, the capital of the Tyrone sector. And the Titan guarded by the knight family was the Warmaster class Titan named Mars, which... Chapter 884. Why hasn't the environment here changed much? Are you slacking off, Captain Diana? No, I'm not slacking off. I feel like I'm doing my best to suppress the subspace influence here. On the command deck of the Mars, which, Diana sat on the Titan throne and glanced at the body data panel floating on the right. Diana is Yaoan's daughter. Even if Qin Imo, who has a close relationship with Yaoan, were to evaluate Yaoan's soulless talent, it would be 2 words, shameful. But Yaoan, a soulless person, had 2 lucky things. First, the blood of soulless people is not stable, but Yaoan's daughter is neither a normal person nor a psychic, but a soulless person, which saved him and his wife from the pain of separation. Second, Diana's soulless talent is so strong that it seems that she has taken over almost all of her father's soulless abilities. Diana, driving the Mars, which can be directly stuffed into the airdrop cabin, and then cause the expulsion of psychic energy, directly penetrate the barrier, and directly and stably land on the surface. On the surface, she can also affect a large area, producing a psychic flood effect in the research on soulless people in the star zone, draining the psychic energy in a large area. But now that they are on the unbreakable line of defense, Diana's talent is not as effective as they thought before they came. Shall we continue the mission of the War Master and Lord Talon? Diana asked. While asking, Diana looked to the left, where a holographic panel was suspended, showing 2 commands. 1. Destroy the air defense fortress with a 100% interception rate. 2. Investigate the psychic influence on the traitor Iron Star. Are you asking me? You are the commander of this operation. Donna's voice came from the city lord level knight named Red Rose, and the face of the supreme king of this knight family also appeared above the communication column. Diana knew that Donna had the honor to follow her father Yaoan and Donna's own father to fight side by side with the Lord of Tyrone. That was in the textbook Tyrone Unification War, in the offensive campaign against the traitors on Tyrone too. So Diana has special respect for Donna, even though it is reasonable that as a captain, she should be able to command Donna and Donna's entire family. Even though Donna looks a little old and has a few wrinkles on her face in the communication video, Diana knows very well that Donna used to be a heroic female knight. In fact, it is the same now. Half of my family's children are assisting your Legion Lord in the front line, but half of the knights are here to protect you. You don't have to worry about anything, just focus on the mission and the battle, we will do what we should do. Donna shook her hair in front of her forehead and drove the knight forward. The Mars which moved its legs. Many knights of the knight family surrounded the Mars, which guarded it. Titan and the knight advanced in the air defense fortress. While advancing, Donna found that Diana's pace was slow, and she was using the detection array on the body to scan the entire air defense fortress wave by wave, and she couldn't help but feel a little confused. The air defense fortress has been destroyed. The first mission has been achieved. You don't need to scan anything here, Donna reminded. I feel strange. Diana's voice came into the cockpit of the Crimson Rose. The interception rate of this air defense fortress is 100%. Just because of its existence, the fleet's idea of dropping black stones on the unbroken defense line to open up a second battlefield cannot be realized. This kind of defense, that can only be blocked by one man, is really strange. As she spoke, Diana also retrieved some content from the Navy database through her authority. Every shell, light spear, torpedo, and other weapons of the Tyrone Navy are recorded for use, and their endings are also recorded. According to a record in the Navy database, during the exploratory bombing of the Unbreakable Line, none of the weapons that fell on the air defense fortress could break through the firepower network. What's the big deal? It's just that the wizard predicted this or that. Donna was not surprised at the occurrence of these strange situations. When she and her father were rebels on the Talon too, she encountered weapons that never missed. Then she found out that the reason why the weapon never missed was because the person who controlled it had the ability to predict the future. Maybe, but I still want to explore this place, Diana said. Donna did not object. She moved her eldest and second sons to the closest places on the left and right sides of the Mars, which to prevent any ghosts from suddenly jumping out of the ruins of the air defense fortress. Titan and the Knights moved forward and finally came to the largest air defense weapon tower in the air defense fortress. This is a high tower that integrates many air defense weapons. The high tower itself can be called a weapon, and every inch of space in it is filled with ammunition. The common slaves who carry ammunition are not among them, because the anti-aircraft weapons inside will eat the ammunition by themselves, so slaves are not needed at all. The detection array of the Mars which shows that there is a strong psychic fluctuation in the air defense tower. This information is known to the Knights of the Knight family such as Donna without verbal communication, and then the Knights of the family led their squire knights to surround the entire air defense tower. The shell of the air defense tower was torn open, marking the beginning of a battle. When Donna's crimson rose tore through the outer shell of the air defense tower, countless steel tentacles emerged from it. The tentacles were torn apart by the brave Knights of the Knight family and scattered by the Gatling guns, finally presenting a strange indoor landscape where everything in the room was constantly squirming. When the searchlight on the Knight's neck shone into the interior of the air defense tower, Donna took a breath of cold air. The squirming steel floors and walls covered with faces did not make people feel panic. The only thing that surprised Donna was that there was an altar placed in the indoor space at the bottom of the air defense tower, surrounded by some purple demons. The database comparison results show that 3 of these demons are keepers. Secret keepers are the name of the Slaanesh demons, and these demons have unimaginable agility and close combat capabilities. For the firepower of Titans and Knights, it is difficult for bloodthirsty demons and bloodletters to remain motionless under bombardment, but secret keepers are difficult for large war machines because they are extremely agile. The mouth on the strange purple face spits out tongues, and the eyes full of temptation and tenderness dart around in the eye sockets, scanning the uninvited guests in front of them, as if thinking about how to deal with these war machines. Don't fire. Diana teleported out of the machine and slowly walked into the air defense tower. The secret keepers and other Slaanesh demons saw this arrogant mortal who dared to face their flesh and blood, and they all reacted at the same time. The secret keepers and Slaanesh demons turned around and ran all the way to the portal generated by the black stone structure behind the altar, disappearing one after another. Chapter 885. Ha! Diana looked back at the crimson rose and forced a smile. Just as she imagined, the demons did not attack and ran away directly. Diana was quite sure about this. She knew that even if it was not her who was teleported down to face the demons, but her father, who would not make ordinary people feel uncomfortable when standing in front of ordinary people, those demons would run away directly. If they were blown up by Titans or Night Mechas, they would just roll back to the subspace, but if they were killed by the Soulless, they would really be gone. Not to mention that just seeing the Soulless is a torment. You don't look good, Donna said. Diana nodded and admitted it. Although she couldn't feel the spiritual deterrence brought by those demons, the appearance of those demons was terrifying enough. Diana, who took the initiative to drive away the demons with the simplest and most direct method, gradually calmed down and walked towards the altar. In the dark environment, it was difficult to see what was placed on the altar. When Diana approached the altar, she was startled by what she saw. It was a square cube made of flesh and blood. It was a creature. But this creature had no mouth or nose, only ears and eyes all over its body. In the gap between the ears and eyes, there were creeping lines that looked like data transmission lines. When Diana approached, the creature trembled, obviously feeling a strong discomfort. Why are those demons here? What do they have to do here? Donna's doubts came out of the communicator. And what is this thing? I don't know. Maybe it's a demon. Maybe it's an artifact. Diana looked along the lines connected to the meat cube and found that these lines were uniformly connected to the living weapons. Diana turned around and looked at the red rose. Donna nodded in the cockpit. Then Diana teleported back to her Mars which, and Donna ordered her second son to put away the ghost thing. A cruiser-class Knight immediately walked into the air defense tower, fired a static force field at the meat cube, and then called a blackstone box to the family's support ship, stuffed the meat cube into it, and fired it outside the unbreakable defense line. Flagship, Blackstone Chamber. An entire blackstone box was placed in the center of the bridge, and then the contents inside were projected out. What the hell is this? Lien asked, pointing at the projection of the meat cube. Gilliman said nothing. She Nemo was disgusted by this ghost thing, and suppress the urge to release lightning to wipe it out. Ryan wanted to punch this ghost thing to make a bloody hole, but considering that it was found and delivered by the Titans, and Knights just sent down, it was probably related to the air defense fortress with a 100% interception rate, so he still pinched his nose and thought about how to deal with this thing. In the end, Ezekiel was summoned by his Gene Father and withdrawn from the front line. The chief think tank of the Dark Angel teleported into the flagship and quickly came to the secret room. He first saluted the Gene Father, and then detected the meat cube in the black stone box according to his father's order. After the detection was clear, when everyone was waiting for him to speak, Ezekiel walked to the side of the Gene Father Ryan and whispered mysteriously, "King. Throne." After listening to Ezekiel's whisper, Ryan rubbed his face and pointed at the black stone box and said loudly, "This damn thing is a demon prince." Gilliman raised his eyebrows and looked at Ryan and Ezekiel as if asking, "Are you sure?" Chinemo and Gilliman had similar reactions, but he was shocked in addition to being confused. "Tell them what you told me." Lien said to Ezekiel, "The Dark Angels have no secrets whether in the Legion or the chapter. Don't be so secretive and make your friends suspicious." "Yes." Ezekiel saluted, and then told Gilliman and Chinemo what he had discovered. It was not difficult to explore this meat cube, because the black stone box no longer suppressed psychic energy, and the black stone chamber was not in an emergency state, nor did it suppress psychic energy. Ezekiel's psychic energy penetrated into the meat cube. He originally thought it was just a strange object, but he did not let down his guard. It was this wise decision to not let down his guard that saved him, because he discovered during the detection that the meat cube was not an object, but a demon prince. The demon prince's psychic energy was not strong, and its attempt to capture Ezekiel's soul also failed. In turn, Ezekiel used it to gain insight into his past. When this demon prince was still a human, still a child, he was interested in everything. He liked to sit in the governor's manor and look up at the night sky, wondering what was above the sky. He likes to know everything about the servants, their names, and their past. He even spent a lot of money to give away supplies to a chapter passing through his home planet, just so that the chapter leader could sit down and tell him some of the chapter's past history. He satisfied his curiosity from any story or knowledge, and felt entertained by it, until this curiosity developed to an uncontrollable level. In order to know more and learn taboo knowledge, he transformed himself so that he could see into a person's past through the act of eating brains. He spent all his family wealth to ask wandering merchants to find books for him, no matter what kind of books, as long as they could let him know more. Finally, an inquisitor noticed him, and he started a rebellion, using evil witchcraft, forbidden technology, and all the knowledge that could be used to launch a successful rebellion, making the mother planet break away from the control of the Empire. And he became a demon prince because he sacrificed all the people on the mother planet, allowing a terrifying existence that had been eyeing him for a long time to tell him more things in the universe to satisfy his desire for knowledge. This demon prince does not have a body that can move freely like other demon princes. The blessing he received allows him to hear and see more. If it is a cinch demon prince, Chinemo is not surprised at all. The problem is that this is a Slanish demon prince. Chinemo is not sure whether it is because that cinch in the warp is being beaten up at this time, so that it has no time to covet this potential believer who is eager for knowledge. Or is it because the reason why this guy wants to know more is to get from seeking knowledge? This behavior was entertaining, and it was the desire for knowledge that drove him to seek knowledge, which led to Slanish, who controlled the power of desire targeting him. This damn blasphemer made a deal with Hanso. Ezekiel said, Hanso promised it that as long as it helped him, he would take it with him when he attacked Makridge in the future and let it enter the library. Heh. Gilliman smiled at Hanso's attempt. It seems that the reason why the air defense fortress has a high interception rate is because he can directly know when the object that needs to be intercepted will appear, and what the specific location is. It's really a waste of resources. I've opened my eyes. Ryan looked at Chinemo. I think we should let a Solus come and stab him to death. Chinemo nodded, but did not immediately call Yaoan on the ship over. Instead, he thought for a while, and said, maybe he has other uses in someone's hands. Chapter 886. If this thing does something, is my job to put an end to it? Of course, you are a soulless being. If you kill it, it will be gone forever. It's really unfulfilling to put an end to a demon prince, who is incapable of action, and looks like a pile of rotten meat. Coming out of the black stone chamber, Chinemo, who had separated from the two original bodies, walked in the corridor leading to the lower structure of the flagship. Following Chinemo were the Yaoan guards, who had hurried over from elsewhere, and stayed on the warship during the war to deal with many supernatural events within the fleet. The Black Stone box had been abandoned. Yaoan, a soulless being, could hold a demon prince without that kind of thing. He was a soulless being. No matter how weak his soulless characteristics were, he was a soulless being. But since it was your order, and my innate mission and duty, I still feel honored. Yaoan took out an eyeball of the demon prince of the desire for knowledge, and lifted the demon prince by the nerve bundle connecting the eyeball to his body. The passing crew members saw this scene, and what surprised them more than Yaoan's simple and rough way of lifting him was that the eyes of this weird subspace thing actually had nerve bundles. It may feel pain, or it may not. Chi Nemo, who was walking in front, occasionally looked back and saw the eyes of the demon prince staring at him and Yaoan. The aggressive gaze swept the two people from top to bottom. The gaze contained not hatred or evil, but curiosity and a trace of joy. When Chi Nemo and Yaoan got on the elevator, suddenly a hand blocked the elevator door, and then a person squeezed in. That person was Diana. Ordinarily, Diana should be performing her mission on the unbroken line at this moment. Have you completed the mission? Chi Nemo was a little surprised when he saw Diana. He glanced at the unbreakable defense line outside the porthole. You just went to the iron ball. No. I spent at least 72 solar hours to complete the mission. Diana shook her head. Okay. Chi Nemo didn't think much about it. After all, time confusion is not uncommon. Diana exchanged glances with her father, then pressed the button next to the elevator door, to the bridge, and stood beside Chi Nemo again, looking up at him from time to time. After a moment, Diana suddenly remembered something and quickly tapped the button on her chest. Sorry. That was the button for the psychic suppression device. Diana forgot to turn it off completely when she returned to the battleship. It's okay, I don't feel anything. Chi Nemo was expressionless, but you should really turn it off, because not all the soulless people in the bridge. Diana silently turned her head back and laughed foolishly. Chi Nemo also smiled. The elevator slowly moved towards the bottom of the flagship. It didn't descend, but jumping between the huge layers of the flagship at a very fast speed. However, there were too many layers, and Chi Nemo was too lazy to take a detour to get to the elevator directly, so he still had to wait for a while. Oh, right. Diana remembered something and told Chi Nemo what she was going to report on the bridge. I found something on the Iron Warrior's iron ball. Chi Nemo glanced at the demon prince, who was being held by Yaoan behind him. The latter gave Chi Nemo a confident glance. Considering that this ghost thing probably knew everything, Chi Nemo did not remind Diana. Diana thought that the meat cube was just an object and had been killed by her father, so she spoke frankly. Sir Donna and I found many obsidian crowns on the surface, many of them, the round black stone structures I saw in the pre-war manual, corrupted by the power of chaos. I have always been curious why the fleet has arrived at the Iron Ring, and there are also black stone structures that were produced in the last war and recycled after the war. But the Iron Ring has not been affected at all, as if the reality that should have spread to that side has not spread there. Chi Nemo listened attentively to what Diana said, and was also puzzled. Because there are many obsidian crowns on the unbreakable line of defense, they form a resonance. This resonance drives. Hearing this, Chi Nemo refuted. No, Diana, the resonance of the obsidian crown is not enough to counter the suppression released by the black stone structure in our hands. There must be other reasons. Yes, indeed. Diana said word by word. Because the unbreakable line of defense may be made of black stone, the resonance formed by those obsidian crowns activated it, and it is counteracting the influence of the black stone structure in our hands. Chi Nemo suddenly turned his head and looked at Diana. Are you sure? Wait. Is the iron ball that can't break the defense line itself a black stone, or is part of it a black stone? I can't be sure. Diana lowered her head. I dug a lot of places, and found that there was a layer of black stone under the rock layer, but there were also places where it was not like this, and in some places there was an ordinary rock layer under the black stone, and in some places there was another layer of black stone under the black stone. You should go to the bridge to talk about this. Chi Nemo was quite surprised, but he didn't show much emotion on the surface. After all, the information Diana found was a little vague. Diana nodded. I'm just about to go to the bridge. Chi Nemo fell silent, thinking about the black stone. He felt that Gilliman and Lion would definitely design a special military action for this information, and he also thought that it should be so. But how to do it specifically, we will talk about it after returning to the bridge. I heard that you and Sir Donna went back to her Night family territory together during the last shift break. Judging from your current mental state, you have rested well. Chi Nemo talked about something personal. After all, he and Diana have a very good relationship, not only as superiors and subordinates, but also as elders and juniors. During the Tailong Unification War, when Yaolin's wife fainted due to a long-term illness, Qin Imo also took care of Diana for a while. Yes. Diana smiled and recalled, hunting in the forest on Tailong too, eating the livestock raised by their family. What is the difference in taste between those farmed livestock and cloned meat produced in the agricultural world? Qin Imo asked. No difference, to be honest. Diana pondered it carefully. I have to eat cloned meat, they eat livestock. Qin Imo looked back at Yao En, who had been silent. From today on, the Talon No. 2 Knight family is prohibited from raising livestock. Yao En loosened the nerve bundle of the demon prince, put the disgusting thing on the ground, and then checked all the relevant information. Finally, he responded, the Knight family has certain autonomy rights, and you need to change it. In fact, the cooks at the Tailong Research Facility also use farmed livestock. Qin Imo raised his eyebrows helplessly and looked at Diana. Your father has never had a sense of humor. His early life was too hard. Yeah. Diana nodded. Fortunately, you didn't let my father accompany the regent, who had a little humor when he came to the Star Zone. Otherwise you would definitely receive complaints from the Imperial Regent. Yao En reluctantly cancelled all the files he had just extracted and muttered quietly, since you all know. The elevator stopped at this time. Warm up with you. Qin Imo pressed the door closing button for Diana and walked out of the elevator with Yao En. Let's go, we take the Demon Prince to see Her Majesty Vanessa. Chapter 887. In another secret room on the bottom floor of the ship, Qin Imo met the person he wanted to see. The Emperor stood in front of the porthole with his back to the door. The back was steady and deep. A faint golden light shone and wandered around him. Didn't you get up from the chair immediately after hearing our footsteps and run to the porthole with an unfathomable attitude? Qin Imo sat on the chair and motioned Yao En to put the Demon Prince down. The chair is not hot. It seems that you really don't. The Emperor, with golden light in his pupils, slowly turned around. Vanessa was not a petite woman, and when she turned her back to people, Qin Imo could really see the Emperor's original appearance. If the hair was not golden, but black, it would be even worse. If you come to me to use your words as a whip, or to make fun of me, then I advise you to forget it, because your human side is not here, and your tricks will not work on me. The Emperor said coldly. No, you haven't left yet. Qin Imo pretended to be surprised. I thought you would just put a teleportation beacon. Why are you still squatting here? The Emperor's gaze shifted from Qin Imo to Yao En, and then to the Demon Prince in the shape of a meat cube. The first time he saw this thing, the Emperor knew what Qin Imo was thinking, even though he couldn't habitually use psychic energy to enter Qin Mo's mind. Since the human Emperor was not here, Qin Imo didn't treat him like a friend. He became serious and treated the Emperor in front of him as he treated Ryan. This Demon Prince seems to know a lot of things. If you don't leave, then do me a favor and use it, Qin Imo said seriously. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, and seemed to think for a while, then raised his hand. The golden light instantly wrapped around the Demon Prince's strange body, causing its disgusting flesh and eyes to scream instead of its non-existent mouth. The scrutiny that penetrated into the soul not only allowed the Emperor to instantly see through all the filth of this Demon Prince, but also interrupted the Demon Prince's countless failed attempts. Those attempts were to connect and communicate to survive. But it didn't have the idea of destroying itself along with the enemy. It still had an endless desire for knowledge, which made it more afraid of cold death than ordinary immortals. No, you are wrong. It is not that it can know the past, present and future, but it is good at interpretation. The Emperor spoke slowly. Those things that are confusing and difficult to interpret even in the eyes of the slaves of darkness are traceable and obvious in its eyes. What can you do with it, or is it useless? Qin Imo raised his hand, and lightning wrapped around his entire palm. Yao En, who was standing by, pulled out a short knife made of black stone, ready to annihilate the Demon Prince for Qin Imo. What do you want to do with it? I want you to use it to predict the battle situation. I don't trust other psychics to do this, but you have no problem. Same, I can use it to interpret the revelations and information I give to you. What the Emperor said was true. Interpret the revelations I give to you. Qin Imo felt that the riddle man's words were not difficult to guess. The Emperor of humanity, the Emperor in front of him now. Anyway, the Emperor who can possess Vanessa is a fragment of the will of a person called Human Emperor, maybe 1,000, 1/10,000, 1 countless. Even though these fragments have unimaginable terrifying power under the impact of human faith for thousands of years, they are still fragments. Especially the fragments possessed by Vanessa are even more broken. They can't even predict the future, interpret the will from themselves. Words transmitted by a certain will, this may be because the part of power they were allocated did not belong to the foreknowledge, or perhaps the part that belonged to the foreknowledge also became fragments. The information given by the will that could not penetrate the veil because it was too powerful and warped in the cold sun in the warp needs to be interpreted. And according to a previous revelation by the Emperor of Humanity, even one of the two fragments that possessed Vanessa before did not know that he was the Emperor, but was coaxed by him to come here and act as a powerful psychic. Part of that cold sun, you guys? Chin Imo asked. We have been trying to help the expeditionary force, but there is a lot of information that we cannot interpret or receive, right? Without a doubt. The Emperor said calmly. Ezekiel and Mephiston's level of psychics will become crazy and crazy even if they try to find out that information. They actively avoided it, just like avoiding the malice from the subspace, or some will protected them from the forced indoctrination of other wills. So, I've always wanted to suggest that you organize a chanting class, gather powerful psychics, let them stand together, each utter a syllable, and then die. This is actually the best way. Chin Imo looked away, thought for a while, and finally looked at the Demon Prince again. Let's use it. I can't say for sure, but I think you should have a way to prevent it from leaking our affairs to the other side at the same time. If you can't, it's better to kill him. The Emperor raised his hand. The Demon Prince floated up, and his whole body began to burn under the influence of powerful psychic energy. His will began to become unclear, and he felt that something else had forcibly occupied his body that belonged to another master. What do you think this is? Chin Imo heard the Emperor's cold questioning. A being that accompanies the dark gods, a special demon that is inseparable from its master because of some concept? It's just a slave of darkness, who has been instilled with power, instilled with so-called blessings, and then played with like a toy puppet. It's just a different player now. The Demon Prince's many pupils glowed with golden light, and a tentacle stretched out from his body, waving in the air. With each reply of the tentacle, a complex and obscure sentence similar to language was recorded in the air. And for it, those complex and obscure things took it countless moments to interpret, simplify, and finally transform into information it could understand. Just like the knowledge it had previously listened to from the great demons, and even higher beings, which satisfied its thirst for knowledge. Seeing this scene, Chin Imo suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, Has this Demon Prince heard Slaanesh tell him gossip about the dark gods? The Emperor was indifferent to this joke. Chin Imo was bored and began to look forward to the return of humanity. It's more than just between the dark gods. The Emperor was silent for a while, and replied, But I can't tell you, because it's really hard to say. Chapter 888. What has it heard? Tell me something, maybe some of it will be useful in the fight against the enemies of the real universe, you know? Chin Imo was at least half serious at this time. He felt that the four gods had fought for so long and so many times, they would definitely be happy to expose each other's weaknesses. Just like when they were in the domain of Slaanesh, if Tzeentch hadn't appeared and said that he would definitely tell three truths, Chin Imo would not have been able to get three pieces of information that he thought were half true and half false. As for the half-seriousness, the commonalities between me and Korn sitting on the throne, and the analogy of his mental state during the Horus heresy, and the suspicion that I must have stolen something from it to create the pre-March fulcrum, and even choreographed a drama for the keepers to please it. Chin Imo is now 100% sure that the Emperor in front of him is not the human one. He originally thought that the human will would pretend to be deep, and didn't want to communicate with himself, so he pretended to be someone else. There was a precedent. But if it was really the human will, that guy would definitely stare with golden pupils and smile foolishly. Lord of Tyrone? The Emperor of Humanity has been worn out by your words again. I am Vanessa. Only the true cold Emperor would say this, expressionless. It seems that as the god of desire, self-entertainment is also one of the necessary skills. Chin Imo said with a complicated expression. The Emperor nodded. The Demon Prince, who was instrumentalized, was still interpreting continuously. When a message was interpreted, the Emperor checked it, and then casually dismissed it. It's irrelevant and meaningless. The Emperor was silent, waited for a while, and then suddenly spoke. In fact, you don't need to keep your humanity. It is an obstacle for you. Many of your decisions are not satisfactory because of your retained humanity. Chin Imo frowned in dissatisfaction after hearing this. We are both people with extraordinary powers. You still keep your humanity even in this situation, and you advise me to give up? I can't control it, right? What's the friendship between Emperor and Chin? I am a human being, that's right. The Emperor's expression was cold, but I should have given it up. If I hadn't given up that bit of humanity, I might not have been able to defeat Horus, and the human species wouldn't even have survived. Emperor Chin Imo did not hide anything, and said frankly that the decision he made before the duel with Horus was to abandon humanity, and increase the chances of winning the decisive battle with Horus. This also demonstrates the powerful strength of a person chosen by the gods. Horus can be incredibly powerful due to the indoctrination of the gods, and even the Emperor is afraid that his chances of winning are slim. If you give up your humanity before fighting Horus, the best decision you can make is to upgrade to the Black King. It would be a blessing for humans, who don't even have the webway to follow the Eldar, Chinemo said. Hearing this, the Emperor had 100 reasons to refute, but after a little thought, he chose to give up and stop talking. Chinemo was also silent. Yao En, who had been silent from beginning to end, had already closed his ears and heard nothing. As for the Demon Prince, it still had a trace of self, but it only wanted to satisfy its curiosity. It didn't matter who satisfied it. As a reading tool, it was quite complacent. I guess, what's good about humans? Chinemo broke the silence. I used to be a person full of resentment and depression. I looked at every upright ape I saw with resentful eyes, because I experienced some bad things and felt the dark side of human nature. The Emperor looked up. He knew very well that the before Chinemo was talking about was not about him gaining the power of the star god, but about going back further, involving his complicated past that he had never heard of human will. But I later discovered that people do have their shining points, and I gradually understood why you control humans so much. Chinemo continued. When I was dying in the bottom nest, a doctor and his daughter who didn't even know who I was took me back to their home, shared the food they collected with me, and treated me. By the way, Hive Tyrone number 1 is also fucking weird. The damn governor's family moved the industry to Hive Tyrone number 2, and the environment in the hive is not so bad. But it is still a hive after all. There are still people with good intentions in such a hell of a place. Then I found that some people had shown me kindness before, but I rejected them coldly. If I hadn't been lying there unconscious like a fool with black lines on his crotch when I appeared in the bottom nest, I would not have accepted the kindness of the father and daughter. Chinemo lowered his head and recalled, shrugging his shoulders. Later, when I saw that there were still people struggling to survive in such a harsh environment in the bottom nest, most of them harmed each other, but there were also many people who helped and supported each other. When the thief rebels killed the marshal, there were still soldiers who wanted to continue fighting to protect the people in the nest. Hearing this, the Emperor suddenly pointed at Chinemo. So you didn't help others just to save people when you were in the bottom nest, right? I thought you were a kind person. Of course not even in the short time after leaving the bottom nest. Chinemo spread his hands. I just wanted to change from a prisoner to a high-ranking person, to live happily in this shitty universe. But later I had more time to think, so I decided to really do something for all living beings. So, when the Empire sent people to Talon 1, I didn't just think about accepting the Empire's offer to become a governor. I had made a secret plan with the guards. Chinemo looked at the floor with a deeper look. The plan is that if Talon can't get a better situation, then we have to continue to fight. Conscript all men and women to form an army, fight to the death, with the Space Marines and the Astra Militarum to delay time, and I will find a way to go to Terra and bring the threat of death to the High Lords. Then I think they will compromise, just like they almost compromised with the green-skinned diplomat in the Beast War. Hearing Chinemo mention the plan, and the fact that he almost compromised with the diplomat, the Emperor's cold face finally showed a slight fluctuation. Don't continue to talk about the time when the Mechanicus was preparing to move Mars, because that reminds me of the time when I looked at them, and felt that everything was over. The Emperor raised his hand, but seeing those mortals who are still willing to fight, I feel that there is still hope. Chinemo nodded. I know you value my humanity, but I have to remind you that he is only the most vulnerable. He only came to the real universe through Vanessa. He is still in the cold sun. The Emperor spoke again. Maybe he disappeared when you are not paying attention. If you want him to exist in reality, you need something. What is it? Chinemo's ears perked up. Chapter 889. Skeleton. When Chinemo was so absorbed in his studies that he was like a child listening to his mother's stories, the Emperor only spoke a vague word. Skeleton of a nun or a saint? Chinemo looked a little strange. If I have to apply the nun's corpse oil to my equipment as a skin care product like the Grey Knights, I'm afraid I won't have the face to ask the state church for a corpse. What corpse oil? The Emperor frowned. I mean a skeleton with a concept, like the chainsaw sword you use, something that is endowed with a special concept. Chinemo nodded seriously, and gestured to the Emperor to continue speaking. That was the corpse of a most ordinary human, which appeared during the period after the birth of mankind. The Emperor recalled. In a dangerous wilderness, two humans met, one with prey, and the other with a stone. The latter thought about it, and killed the former with a stone, and many things were born. If you can find that stone, you can gain an advantage in the war. Something like this. Many years ago, before humans entered the tribal stage, two primitive men had to join forces to survive under the pressure of survival. During a subsequent hunt, one of the two primitive men had his thigh torn off by a wild beast and could no longer move. The other man looked at his companion. He did not leave, but just squatted there and watched. His not-so-smart head, which was not supplied with enough protein, was thinking. In the end, the other man chose to squat down, carry his injured companion back to his hiding place, and feed him until his wound worsened, and he died and buried him. Hearing this, Chinemo knew what the emperor wanted to say. In that ignorant era of mankind, a primitive man developed a bond and affection with another primitive man because of their day and night interactions. When one was injured, the other did not abandon him. At that moment, the fire of civilization of the human species was ignited, and human nature emerged. The human species had a future in the gaze between an unprepossessing individual and his injured companion, and was able to learn about unity and cooperation, enter the tribal stage, help each other, and finally develop into a civilization. Perhaps when the influence of the warp was not strong, the story of the two primitive people was meaningless, but when the influence of the warp runs through the past, present and future, the behavior of the two people will inevitably have a far-reaching impact. The corpse of the injured person was given the concept of humanity. Is this true, or are you just making an analogy? Chinemo asked in disbelief. Do you think I told you the story of these two idiots just to make an analogy? The emperor responded coldly. The beast was attracted by the smell of blood and lurked around the shelter. The idiot, who was still alive, was finally eaten by the saber-toothed tiger on his corpse. Chinemo was ecstatic. He saw a possibility from the ancient past told by the emperor, that is, the possibility of allowing the emperor's human will to walk in the real universe without the help of a fragile container. Perhaps finding the corpse would not allow the emperor to revive, but it would also prevent him from being oppressed by other wills. So where can such a powerful conceptual item be found? Chinemo asked. I can only suggest that you try. The emperor shook his head slowly. Good luck to you. The emperor's answer did not disappoint Chinemo. Thank you. At least I know there is such a thing. Take your time to look for it. There are also things like Voyager 1, which are all useful. The emperor nodded. The emperor's words really reminded Chinemo. Although he didn't know where to find the corpse endowed with the concept of human nature, he thought that Voyager 1 might be in the hands of the Necron collector Trazyn. Just like Fulgrim's clones were originally supposed to be Trazyn's collection, Trazyn was very interested in human history, and would take the initiative to collect things about humans. It's just that in this universe, on the eve of the Battle of Tyrone and in the Battle of the Koron dynasty, Trazyn and Orican went to Koron with confidence to persuade their old friend, but only two heads returned to Chinemo. That incident and the subsequent impact caused Trazyn to miss the opportunity to collect Fulgrim's clones. While Chinemo was thinking, another piece of information was analyzed, and after the Emperor's second analysis, it was transformed into relatively straightforward words. Another thing, about you and some of my people who are willing to help you will shape the subspace entity. The Emperor paused for a few seconds before starting to speak the next words. The subspace entity shaped by the psychic matrix has grown a lot, because the people in your star zone also gave it spiritual power. Endless spiritual power. The orbital dock where you place the ashes of the martyrs, its projection in the subspace has already belonged to the entity you created. Chinemo was slightly surprised to hear this. After some thought, the Emperor was asked by Chinemo, how is it possible? Its existence is unknown. How could anyone believe in it and send spiritual power to it? Besides, isn't that thing my canning factory now? After speaking, Chinemo looked at the Emperor in astonishment, and subconsciously took out a crystal from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. It is not only belief in it that can provide it with power. Just like my great crusade may strengthen the power of corn, other ways can also be used. The Emperor explained, for example, the Talon sector has countless logistics machines, and many people on the world were supplied with food and other things in the early days of belonging to your sector. Maybe some idiots will think that food, clothing and daily necessities are all made by those egg-like robots, so they worship them, or place their faith in them. Also, you did resurrect the artificial species of Iron Man and artificial intelligence. They are not subspace insulators like the Solus. The Emperor explained, but found that Chinemo was not able to empathize and understand, so he stopped explaining. And Chinemo only cared about the impact of such changes. The Emperor also said frankly, at least they will not become very bad to you, otherwise the subspace creature named Piccolo would not have been your guide when you first entered the subspace, and later appeared many times to help you solve many crises, either openly or secretly. They are similar to the giant whale you encountered. Chinemo nodded, recalling the strange demon holding a living rocket launcher. Piccolo does exist in the past, and the future at the same time. At first, he pretended to be an undivided chaos demon, and even pretended to sacrifice himself for his cause against the dark gods. They will also appear in this war, in the war with many chaos slaves, just like on Bloom. The Emperor said. Chapter 890. Like on Bloom? Qin Mo lowered his head, and repeated the Emperor's words, reaching out his hand to rub his neck habitually, as if he was not insulated from the physiological feeling of fatigue. Like on Bloom. It seems that we really have to deal with more than just the Iron Warriors. When will this war end? One after another, chaos, chaos, always chaos. Qin Mo leaned back in the chair, raised his head, and looked at the ceiling, and exhaled a long breath. The ceiling is carved with the mighty image of Lord Tyrone holding a chainsaw sword and a scepter. His expression is full of confidence and fighting spirit. In the carved picture, many people are surrounding Lord Tyrone's feet, looking at where his sword is pointing, with firm expressions. However, as the protagonist in the carved portrait on the ceiling, Qin Mo's expression is completely opposite to that of Lord Tyrone. It's not that he is lazy or discouraged, nor is he discouraged, but Qin Mo feels a little tired on the spiritual level. Being in the Eye of Terror made him feel uncomfortable, and this kind of life might last for centuries, even more than a dozen centuries, or even thousands of years. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that even though the Eye of Terror expeditionary fleet had Blackstone artifacts to create a time flow area, the speed of time flow was completely different from the outside world. This war might really take a long time, but it wouldn't be particularly long in terms of perception. Maybe Bloom was just an accident, but the war on the Iron Ring was really planned for a long time. The Emperor in front of him did not encourage or comfort him like a human will, but only gave a cold interpretation of the information in the subspace. Anyway, be prepared. I will stay with you for a long time, and play a greater role than my humanity. Yes. Qin Mo nodded, his eyes slowly moved down from the ceiling, and finally a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Since things in the subspace will happen in the past, present and future at the same time, the most intense battle between the four gods has not stopped yet. Does this mean that their current situation will continue? The Emperor thought for a moment, and nodded slowly. In your feelings, yes. Then the Emperor stopped talking about those distant or grand things and brought the topic back to the current war. Warn Ryan that he should either withdraw all the Titan legions and knights from the Unbreakable Line now, or prepare for a Titan battle. There is only one reason, that is, Vasher is coming soon, and he will use the webway to bring reinforcements directly to the Iron Ring without a fleet. Vasher is really active. Qin Mo was not surprised. He had a discussion with Gilliman and Lion, and they unanimously decided that the Iron Ring used by the Iron Warriors was built with the help of Vasher. If the Eye of Terror still exists after the war, Vasher will be jointly awarded the title of Guardian of the Eye of Terror by the human traders. This is a good thing. It is a good thing for it to get involved in this war, which is much better than it staying out of it, and not caring about anything. The Emperor said, because you can know what it is doing and where it is. It has obtained the 3 artifacts, and it appears in the war. We at least have the possibility of taking back the 3 artifacts. 3 artifacts? Qin Mo was stunned. 3 artifacts that function like a tunnel boring machine? Yes. The Emperor nodded. Qin Mo rubbed his face, closed his eyes, and pondered. In the end, he said nothing and just turned to leave. But before leaving, he stopped again, obviously suddenly thinking of something, so he turned back and asked, "What is the test that the clone Primarchs might suffer that you mentioned before?" "I don't know for the time being," the Emperor responded. Qin Mo did not complain or ask further questions, but only asked a few questions. They seemed to have entered the signal shielding area. "Where are the clone Primarchs, and what are they doing?" "Waiting," the Emperor replied, sharing the blame. At the same time, inside the Iron Ring, the loyalist Iron Warrior Locke and his Dark Eldar teammates had already left to fight on the Iron Ring. At this time, the only expeditionary personnel left inside the Iron Ring were the clone Primarchs, who were left dormant because of the Emperor's human will and the test of the future. The clone Primarchs lived in the tribe of the Skinless. These huge and ferocious monsters knew how to survive and hide. They moved their bases with the clone Primarchs several times, and the Iron Warriors traders had not found them until now. The waiting time was boring, but at this moment, the clone Primarchs were not as leisurely and indifferent as usual, and the atmosphere between them was a little tense. The clone bodies, who were loyalists, gathered around a steel square table that some Skinless had found from somewhere. The clones of the original rebels were scattered in 2s and 3s, and almost all of them remained silent, except for Horus. Horus held a data board in his hand, which showed dense texts. The signature at the bottom of these texts, which collected countless works, was the Institute of Historical Research. It was the Institute of Historical Research founded by Gilliman to conduct taboo and secret historical research. According to what is written here, when my original body started the rebellion, not all the loyalists were present in the siege of Terra, Horus said. Before he finished speaking, Rogel Dorn, one of the clone Primarchs, interrupted Horus's speech. What are you doing, Lion? When I need you and your legion to serve me, what are you doing? Lion was silent. During this period, the clone Primarchs had many discussions about the past. From the perspective of this moment, the clone Primarchs whose memories ended at the end of the Great Crusade talked about later events. They recalled whether there were signs of corruption in the Legion, and talked about what the loyal descendants of the original body in their memories looked like later, and what their endings were. What is going on now is a simulation. The clone Primarchs talked about the Horus heresy, putting themselves in the shoes of the others, and conducting a deduction about what was the wise move at that time. This discussion was not even for any positive results, but just to kill time. My original body is fighting behind enemy lines, and I would have made the same decision if it were me. Lion picked up a Chaos Space Marine arm that was left over by the Skinless, and the gauntlet part fell lightly on the edge of the table due to his swing. There was a horizontal line with the words Horus Heresy written on it. You might as well ask Gilliman's original body what he is doing, because his lateness is the purest, not the lateness for achieving some strategic goal. Lion said again. Dorn slowly turned his head, and then looked down at Gilliman. Gilliman, who was bowing his head, raised his head, and looked up at Dorn. You seem to be particularly talkative today. Dorn's performance at this time was completely different from the impression he had in other people's minds. He was particularly focused on this discussion. Only Amon noticed that Dorn had a complex emotion. Dorn might be very dissatisfied with the outcome of the rebellion, so he was racking his brains to try to find a perfect defense plan. This urgency caused him to behave as if his original body was accusing the original bodies of the other two clone brothers. Chapter 891. According to the historical records, there was a reason why my original body was late. Under Dorn's serious frown, Gilliman couldn't help but want to defend his original body, lest this discussion only lead everyone to a conclusion. If Gilliman could get to Terra faster, everything would be fine. The Emperor sat on the throne because Gilliman didn't arrive in time, and the victory or defeat of the war ultimately depended on the duel on the Bridge of the Spirit of Vengeance. Gilliman didn't want his brothers to think so. If you were leading a fleet and wanted to rush over to support, but found that your radar scanned countless glorious Queen-class battleships, like the Vengeful Spirit on the way, what would you do? Don't tell me you would order the fleet to rush over. After saying that, Gilliman looked up at Dorn and waited for a response, and the two looked at each other. Dorn found it hard not to think that what Gilliman said made sense. According to the secret book compiled by Gilliman himself, during the Horus Heresy, the influence of the warp was rampant around Terra, and he scanned many vengeful spirits on the way to support. So many that it makes people despair. Dorn is also very clear about this, and he has also seen the data board in Horus's hand. If that war was fought by us clones, then the Lion should go to Terra. Gilliman pointed to Caliban on the star map drawn by Fulgrim on the table. The warp storm caused by the changes in the solar sector was hit by the Lion's fleet a long time ago. Gilliman pointed to Terra on the painted star map again. If there is anyone whose fleet is likely to go to Terra, it must be the Lion's fleet. Who knows how many good things he has hidden? After all, he doesn't even want to keep things like the General Cannon for himself, but can give it to Perturabo as a gift. After saying that, Gilliman cast another look at Lion that said, You were the one who threw the responsibility to me first. Perturabo, who was sitting in a corner facing the wall not far away, paused while repairing his equipment when he heard Gilliman talking about him. In the eyes of other clone Primarchs, Perturabo was the least interested person in this series of discussions. But in fact, Perturabo was so interested that the ears under his helmet could almost automatically turn to the direction of whoever was talking. He was eager to participate in the discussion, especially the discussion about the defense deployment in the Siege of Terra, and to have a hearty debate with Dorn. But Perturabo still sat facing the wall, looking completely indifferent to the discussion. The outcome of the war can be changed, it must be. Dorn leaned over the iron table, looking at the star map and marching route drawn by Fulgrim, muttering, We shouldn't lose, there must be a way, there must be a way. He seemed to be in the most terrible catastrophe of the human empire 10,000 years ago, instead of his original body, and did not regard what everyone was talking about as a discussion about the past. He was thinking about the strategy to break the deadlock with his brain at full speed, and did not care whether this thinking had any meaning to them, the clones, 10,000 years later. At this time, a skinless crawled over quickly and communicated with Magnus. Then Magnus solemnly reminded everyone, there is a situation. We must immediately move to another place with these skinless. The traitors are already sweeping the vicinity. Sanguinius immediately stepped forward to interrupt the discussion. These things are all in the past. We are now in the enemy's lair. This kind of discussion about who has greater responsibility will only divide us. Let's end it, brothers. Lion felt dissatisfied. He felt that Sanguinius's words seemed to say that he had turned the discussion into a blame game in order to target Guilliman, but he was actually just discussing the matter. If he didn't destroy the doghouses of the rebellious Mechanicus, would he have to wait for a bunch of engineering weapons and titans to be built and sent to Horus to send the palace and Dorn to the sky together? But although Lion thought so, he didn't want to quarrel with Sanguinius, so he could only remain silent. The Primarchs left one after another to help the skinless ones carry the simple Emperor statue. Only Perturabo didn't leave so fast. He watched his brothers go away, then walked to the iron table that had just been used to discuss strategy, used a device to transform the iron table into the smallest substance for storage, and then quickly followed. Compared to the previous migrations, this time was much more troublesome. The inside of the iron ring is no longer as quiet as before. A large number of traitorous Astra Militarum troops have entered those unmanaged areas, searching and killing the weak ones living in the dark. Traitorous space marines carrying equipment and vehicles to the battlefield can be seen everywhere. Kurz was reluctant to scout in front, leading the entire team to avoid those mortal chaos believers or hostile space marines. Have you noticed that there are more and more enemies? As everyone moved forward quickly in the shadow of the gap, Horus turned back and asked his brothers. The clone Primarchs certainly noticed it, and they also knew that Horus' question was not to seek an answer, but to explore the reasons behind the gathering of more and more Chaos War bands and mortal believers in the Iron Ring. But no one knew. After the team walked for a while, everyone stopped at the top of an artificial platform similar to the top of a mountain. Those skinless people looked at everything below with eyes full of hatred and some fear. Even the clone Primarchs who emphasized efficiency stopped moving. "Father," Leman Russ exclaimed. Below the towering platform was a plain-like steel landscape. Countless knight mechas were neatly arranged and advanced on the steel plain, including some ancient knights that had long been extinct in the Empire. The formation of knight mechas was surrounded by many scattered demon engines, and behind them were large-scale arrays of titans. The common feature of these knights and titans was that they had countless blasphemous symbols all over their bodies, but judging from the mutations in their limbs and strange appearance, they did not all belong to the same dark faith. Behind these densely packed war machines, there is a giant portal towering into the clouds. It is emitting a strange black light, spewing out countless terrifying creatures, like vomiting something. Sure enough, Horus was not surprised. As we expected before, we have to face more than just the Iron Warriors. When Guilliman was also looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Kurz came out from behind him and said grimly, "It seems that not all reinforcements will be late, some reinforcements will be more timely." Guilliman turned around and pushed Kurz away, walked to Horus. "We must find a place where we can restore communication and report everything here. If the people outside do not expect the enemy's reinforcements, they will pay a terrible price later." Chapter 892. The enemy's Titan forces have only one goal, which is to annihilate our Titans. It's that simple. It's too late to let the Titans evacuate. All we can do is to win a Titan battle at the lowest cost possible, at a relatively small cost. Lien pointed to the overall image of the Iron Warrior's unbreakable defense line in front of him and spoke. While the clone Primarchs were discussing, a discussion was also taking place in the bridge of the expeditionary flagship. While the clone Primarchs were still racking their brains to think about how to report the arrival of the enemy reinforcements, Lion was already formulating a strategy for the sudden arrival of reinforcements. The reason was that the Emperor had clearly informed the revelations of other wills from the warp, and the many decisions of the enemy were no longer something that needed to be guessed and speculated by the expeditionary fleet. The news of the sudden arrival of reinforcements had already been conveyed to the ears of the commanders. Nearly 100 Titan legions, tens of thousands of knights. Guilliman pointed to the unbreakable line in front of him. So many war machines are going to be deployed by the enemy to the unbreakable line to fight against our gods' machines. It's no longer the time to consider the cost. Winning is enough. I agree with Robot. Chin Imo nodded. Nearly 100 Titan legions, tens of thousands of knights, these are the original words of the new revelation given by the Emperor just now. It sounds scary, but both Chin Imo and the two Primarchs know very well that the enemy's Titan legions are watered down. Some Titan legions were once split from a rebellious Titan legion, just like the war bands that split from the Space Marine Legion. For example, the Flame Skull Titan Legion was nearly destroyed in the Battle of Cadia. Its survivors claimed to have rebuilt the Titan Legion, but in fact, there were no more than a single digit of Titans in this so-called Legion. But Gilliman made a rough estimate, and thought that there would be at least 3,000 Titans. As for the tens of thousands of knights, they were indeed tens of thousands. Lien was about to tell the plan he had come up with, but after a moment's hesitation, he could not help but complain, "Damn, if we were not in the Eye of Terror now, I would have 100 ways to bring destruction to the traitors' war machines." Gilliman couldn't help but agree with his brother's words. If it were outside the Eye of Terror, there would be many ways to deal with so many Titans and knights on the ground. The simplest way was to gain orbital control through fleet advantage, and then conduct orbital bombing. To destroy the numerous Titans mentioned by the Emperor, it only takes one round of orbital bombardment from the flagship of the glory of humanity. The crust of the planet can be turned over, and even if the Titans are numerous, they will not be able to escape death. But unfortunately, the battlefield is not outside the Eye of Terror. It is not without reason that the Iron Ring dares to block directly in front of our fleet. They have the confidence. If we are the only ones who can use the Black Stone torpedoes plus orbital bombardment can also solve those Titans. Chi Nemo spread his hands. "Damn Lorger, damn word-bearers." Lion cursed. Gilliman put his hand on Lion's shoulder and said firmly, "I know that the Eye of Terror limits your performance, but we are in the Eye of Terror now. Let's formulate a strategy. Either we withdraw the deployed Titan Legion, or we fight a battle. It's not like the Titans will return to the ship the next second after we give the retreat order. They just destroyed the giant anti-ship weapon and haven't started to rest yet. They can't retreat at all." Lion considered the possibility of evacuating Titan. "So," Gilliman nodded. While watching, Lion took a deep breath to calm his thoughts, then stared at the image of the unbreakable line for a few seconds, and slowly said what he thought. "Although we can't realize the unbreakable line before completely removing all the obsidian crowns, we can at least realize a battlefield. Let's conduct an ambush. This is all I can think of." Then Lion began to explain his strategy in detail to Gilliman and Chi Nemo. The many factors in the Eye of Terror did restrict Lion, causing him to formulate a very conventional ambush strategy, arranging some powerful Titans on the main roads and ambushing them with the help of the giant fortresses built by the Iron Warriors. Based on the fact that all tactics must rely heavily on the Blackstone construct, and the Blackstone construct has not been fully deployed, and the Word-Bearer's ability to use Blackstone makes it impossible to lay Blackstone on a large scale like before on Broom. The formulation and execution of the ambush strategy will be very simple. At Gilliman's suggestion, Lion set up a supply base surrounded by a large number of Blackstone constructs for the Titan's next series of subsequent battles. The maintenance team of the Mechanicus will be stationed in the supply base. It is equivalent to the rear of the Titan battle line. I tried my best. After Ryan finished his simple-sounding idea, he said, as if explaining, "This is the first large-scale expedition I led after becoming the War Master. I know that I didn't develop any amazing and surprising strategic plans in this war, but I understand." Chi Nemo interrupted Ryan. "If it were me, I would probably only think of fighting the enemy head-on in this hellhole of the Eye of Terror. There are too many factors that are out of control and unfavorable to us here." A trace of gratitude appeared in Lion's eyes, and his gaze turned to Gilliman. Gilliman was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. "If it were me, I would choose to conduct a long-term reconnaissance activity on the Eye of Terror until I have a very clear understanding of the environment here before starting the war. But not everything can give me sufficient time to prepare and plan." Feeling the sympathy from his brother, Lion nodded with a complicated expression. "I will personally participate in the ground battle." Chi Nemo said the decision he had thought over and over again. When Lion and Gilliman wanted to ask why he personally participated in the battle, Chi Nemo had already spoken the reason. "If Vasher comes to the Iron Ring with its reinforcements, I want to try to destroy it. Even if it is so cunning that I don't give me a chance, I have to try to seize the 3 artifacts." Before this strategic meeting began, Chi Nemo had already told Lion and Gilliman what the 3 artifacts were, their functions, and who had them. "We go together this time," Gilliman said, subconsciously tightening the Emperor's sword at his waist. "If we need a way to make Vasher show up, I believe it won't miss an opportunity to attack the Primarch, who is personally commanding the battle on the front line." Chi Nemo understood that Gilliman wanted to go down as bait. He thought for a moment, and nodded slowly. Chapter 893. The fleet is still conducting orbital bombardment on the barrier of the unbreakable line. The light spear was shot out from a warship in the fleet with the Blackstone ship, just like firing in the real universe, But as the light spear gradually left the range of the black stone ship and entered the surroundings of the giant void structure of the iron ring, the light became a little weaker, and the route it traveled in the void began to be erratic. Finally, the light spear fell on the barrier of the iron ball of the unbreakable line, releasing amazing energy, and then the energy gradually returned to nothingness in the psychic waves released on the barrier with screams. The next second, another wave of light spears fell on the barrier. This time, they did not even explode. Instead, many of them turned into nothingness as they approached the barrier. This unstable state of orbital bombardment stems from the mutual conflict between the subspace and reality at this moment. The range of the black stone constructs in the fleet sometimes expanded, and sometimes weakened. The array of obsidian crowns on the unbreakable defense line drove the huge underground black stone material to amplify the subspace influence. The confrontation between them was like the mutual entanglement and confrontation between two storms. Chi Nemo, who had just been teleported from the black stone construct's range behind the Titan battle line, and was defended by the Space Marines, saw all this. His eyes slowly moved down, and moved towards the direction he thought was the south. Gilliman was at a position in that direction. He had been teleported, but temporarily away from the front line, where the Titans were fighting each other. The war was progressing so fast, that Chi Nemo felt dazed. After Lion's strategy was formulated and issued, the Titans began to ambush hostile Titans, who might come to fight. After the Titans, guarded by a large number of rebellious knights, appeared and entered the attack range, the two sides began to exchange fire. From the time the order was given to the time the firefight took place, the execution time was no more than 2 minutes from Chi Nemo's subjective perspective, but he also knew that from the subjective perspective of the Titan crews, who actually executed Ryan's order, they might have been preparing for a long time, and waiting for a long time on the unbreakable defense line. Even within the range of the black stone structure on the surface, due to the influence of a large number of obsidian crowns, the progress of time and events was not as intuitive and clear as in the real universe. It seemed to be affected by some strange factors. Although the fleet's orbital bombardment was similar to fireworks, in the ambush on the surface, the firepower of the Titans could still have the same effect as in the real universe even if it was outside the range of the black stone. This was the strangest thing. I hate the Eye of Terror. Chi Nemo muttered to himself. He had always hated the Eye of Terror, but now he thought he could witness the beginning and end of the large-scale Titan battle from the beginning. However, after coming down in person, he found that the war had already begun and even reached a white-hot stage. The time and event lines on the ground and the fleet were not synchronized, so he hated it even more. After looking around, Chi Nemo jumped up and rushed to the front line. In a low-lying area, 2 Titan legions and their knights and ground troops were fighting each other. One side was the Chaos Titan Legion that refused the order to hold on and chose to break out and evacuate alone from the ambushed large force. The other side was the Titan Legion of the Expedition Fleet that was ordered to intercept this Chaos Titan Legion. Similar battles were everywhere on the surface of the unbreakable line, but the uniqueness of this interception battle was that an Eldar Titan participated in the battle. The battles between Titans were not very varied. Titans on both sides fought in a traditional battle formation that had been handed down for 10,000 years. They advanced slowly, while bombarding each other's Titans with all their weapons. The Titan Guard, composed of a large number of infantry or armored units, was careful to avoid the Titans' big feet while firing at the other side's guards. They also looked for flaws in the other side's guards' defenses, trying to break through the guards' defenses and rush to the vicinity of the other Titans, using all kinds of strange and powerful weapons to achieve the feat of an ant killing an elephant. In the bombardment of nearly 80 Titans, an Eldar Titan slowly walked out from behind its own line, and the savage Eldar riding dragons followed around the Titan. Thrall calmly drove the Titan in the Eldar way. The past and future of this battle were already in front of him. He and another controller drove the Titan to avoid every position that would cause the Titan to bear a lot of bombardment, but when dodging, they also took into account the savage Eldar allies around them, and deliberately took more firepower for them. While advancing, Thrall looked at the 2 War Master Titans in front of him. Through his insight into the not-too-distant past and future, Thrall even knew that the reason why there were 2 War Master Titans here was because one War Master had lost all its subordinates in the ambush and temporarily cooperated with a legion to break out. And the lonely War Master who lost his subordinates received an order. Not just an order, but also coercion, curse, and scolding. Then it broke away from the battle formation and intercepted the Titan driving Thrall on the forward route several kilometers away. After a short pause, it poured out a bombing that was enough to annihilate an infantry regiment in an instant. The defensive force field, and the shield placed on the giant Thunder Dragon, by the savage Eldar blocked this round of bombardment, and Thrall drove the Titan forward. The flaming giant sword held by the black half of the Titan's body was gradually lifted, and the Titan's body gradually accelerated, and finally changed from a slow walk to a run. When approaching the lonely Warmaster Titan, the Eldar Titan lowered its body under the control of another controller beside Thrall, and the body roared forward, leaving a trail of holy white light and terrifying gunpowder and flames on the ground. Finally, when passing by the Warmaster, the body turned and the giant sword swept out. This series of processes was not fast, and the actions of the Eldar Titans were not considered swift in the eyes of regular troops. Even an 80-year-old woman could react and escape after the Titan lowered its body, but in the eyes of Titans of the same level, this slow but powerful fighting technique was difficult to avoid. From Mother Goddess Aisha. For God of War Cain. Amid the roars of the two Titan drivers, in the flashing light, and the diffused smoke and flames, the Warmaster was cut in half by the giant sword. Then, in the future that Sal could see, another Warmaster took the opportunity to launch an attack that could penetrate the defense field, causing the Titan he was driving to tremble and retreat under the bombardment, but this was an attack that could be tolerated, so he did not dodge. But when the bombardment of another Warmaster really came, the tremor and retreat that Sal imagined did not happen, and a shield composed of energy directly generated an interception attack outside the shoulder of the Titan. Sal then controlled the Titan to turn around, and the psychic spear carried by half of the white body released a blow that penetrated the void shield and the body of the Warmaster Titan. When the whole battle had been decided, Sal saw a person standing on the right shoulder of the Titan body on the divination instrument. The battle here is equivalent to the end. Cheen Mo's familiar voice came into Sal's ears. I need your Titan. Now leave the battle with me. Chapter 894. Understood. After receiving Cheen Mo's order to leave the battle, Thrall immediately controlled Titan to prepare for a short-distance psychic jump. The Savage Eldar noticed Cheen Mo's sudden arrival. Among them, the leader of the Savage Eldar, Tukalon, took off his helmet and showed Cheen Mo his face that still looked very young and had not changed at all. Cheen Mo was deeply impressed by the trip to the Savage Eldar world of Pandora, because that Savage Eldar world was really beautiful and amazing. The same is true for the young tribal leader named Tukalon in front of him. You and your people don't need to participate in a war of this scale. I didn't lend a helping hand to you, so that you can help me fight as mercenaries in the future. Cheen Mo didn't say the first sentence to Tukalon as if he was greeting an old friend. He just gave a reminder. If the Pandora clan continued to live in a corner, then this clan should have been destroyed by the Great Devourer. Tukalon said. Cheen Mo silently cast an admiring look at Tukalon, and then reminded him again. Go to fight with the Titan Legion of the Blade of the Messiah of Om, and then find the Legion Lord Om in to explain your identity. Thrall and his Titans are of other use, and you have to fight alone for a while. But there is also fighting here. Tukalon pointed his gun at the Titan Legion of the Mechanicus that was clearing out the remaining hostile Titans not far away. You lose the protection of your Titans, and they may deliberately trample you to death. Cheen Mo said, do as I say. You said you would accept my command? Tukalon thought for a moment, and realized that this was Cheen Mo's protection for himself and his people. Humans might not be as loose as the Eldar, but there were also different forces and consciousness divisions. Thinking this clearly, Tukalon, riding on the back of the Tyrannosaurus, bowed and saluted, then put on his helmet and led his people to the teleportation base station quickly. These wild Eldar were not a burden, but an army that could really be used in the Titan War. In the battle just now, Tukalon single-handedly used the spear in his hand to penetrate a War Dog-class Chaos Titan in a charge fight. These Eldar who survived in the most primitive and backward tribal form were the direct embodiment of a skinny camel being bigger than a horse. Cheen Mo believed that Tukalon and his people could be of use to Omen. After watching the Savage Eldar leave, Cheen Mo used the communication based on the Black Stone construct to call the Void Dragon in the main fleet, who was constantly rubbing the Black Stone. Give this Eldar Titan the highest psychic authority. The Void Dragon did not respond, but it did it. Soon, a visible storm of psychic energy gathered around the Titan controlled by Thrall, and the white and black energy entangled with each other and roared around the Titan. The so-called psychic authority is a kind of authority that allows combat units to use psychic power when the Blackstone construct suppresses the influence of the subspace. The most intuitive demonstration is that the Titan controlled by Thrall can directly open a psychic gate on the battlefield and teleport out. It uses the material coordinates of real creatures within the scope of the Blackstone construct to perform identity recognition and psychic authority management. Psychics like Ezekiel can use psychic power within the scope of the Blackstone because they have obtained psychic authority. The highest level of psychic authority is not only allowed to use psychic power within the range of the Black Stone, but also to mobilize part of the polarity power of the Black Stone to amplify psychic power. The purpose of this design is to curb the use of psychic power by hostile or neutral creatures without permission within the range of the Black Stone, but it does not affect the use of psychic power by creatures on one side. What is my mission? Thrall asked. I need you to use your Titan to help me locate a target that may appear in the past or the future. Chin Mo went to Thrall not to ask this Eldar Titan to help him fight, but to search for Vashtor. Vashtor is not a lesser god of the warp who is good at fighting. He once fought with Azrael, the supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels. The latter was of course beaten by Vashtor, but the latter was just a space marine, and not a super psychic like Ezekiel or the Grey Knight's Grand Master Cardo Diego. Chin Mo did not need Thrall and his Titans in the battle, but the characteristics of the Eldar Titans. So Chin Mo told Thrall about Vashtor, the target he wanted to search for. Thrall did the same immediately, and immediately drove the Titan to open a huge psychic portal, and controlled the Titan to slowly step into it, teleporting to a safer area, and then began to call on the psychic energy from the Titan. Vashtor looks like a hybrid creature of flesh and blood and machinery. A demigod, trying to become a dark god representing evil skills. Thrall murmured the information Chin Mo told him, as if he was communicating with something. After the whispering ended, the light on the Titan's body became more vigorous, and it gradually knelt on one knee and inserted the giant sword into the ground. The surging spiritual energy surrounded the Titan, and the black and white light danced in the air like elves. Were you communicating with the prophet installed in the Titan just now? Chin Mo asked. He knew that the Eldar Titans usually installed a soul stone of a dead prophet, but he was not sure whether Thrall's Titan was the same, because this Titan was too weird. From the appearance, this Titan is not a Revenant Reconnaissance Titan, nor a War Witch Titan, nor... Anyway, there is no such type among the known Eldar Titan models. Yes. Sar replied, communicate with our two blood relatives and the souls of the two prophets. They will soon help us find what we want, but the premise is that the soul sea demigod named Vashtor must appear on the Iron Ring, whether in the past or in the future. When Chin Mo wanted to say, I specifically found you not just to find Vashtor, Thrall had already guessed what the next task was, and took the initiative to say, if we find it, no matter where it is, the Titan can open a portal that runs through the past and the future and go directly to where Vashtor is. Strong. Chin Mo was completely relieved, and then thought about what Thrall had just said, and then asked, you just said that you two are blood relatives? Aren't you the only operator of this Titan? As soon as the voice fell, the shell of the Titan opened. The completely closed and safe space was suddenly connected by a passage to the outside world, and the dangerous atmosphere in the Eye of Fear environment poured into the closed small space inside the Titan. Thrall can open up a road to a closed world belonging to him and another person, which is already a manifestation of extreme trust. He himself is excited about a friendship, and Chin Mo, as a human being, doesn't think as much as Thrall. Chapter 895. When Chin Mo slowly stepped into the interior of the Titan, he did not enter the cockpit of a war machine, but entered a space isolated from the real universe and the Sea of Souls. This space is not large, and it can accommodate not many souls, but it is safe and closed enough. The space is so small that Chin Mo can see it all at a glance, like a cube formed by the gathering of white energy, and in the center of the cube stands a device made of spirit bones. The shape of the device is like the webbed door of the Ida Eldar, strange. Chin Mo stepped into the strangely shaped door, and saw an area larger than the space itself. In the area stood a sphere-like device with a transparent film. The whole device was like something that was gestating a fetus, and Sal and another Eldar were sleeping in it, like a pair of twins being gestated. Chin Mo had seen Sal before, and he was still the same, without any changes. The other Eldar was a woman, but her eyes had been dug out, and her limbs were gone. Even though her body was in this state, she was still smiling as she nestled in Thrall's arms. Both of them seemed to be sleeping peacefully. It turns out that this Titan is driven by two people. I thought that a prophet's soul stone and a blood relative soul were enough, and there was no need to arrange a whole crew like our human Titans. Chin Mo touched the place where Thrall was sleeping. This Titan is different from other Titans. Sar explained, this is a Titan with the souls of two prophets sleeping in it, plus the souls of the two dead relatives of the pilot. So that's how it is. Chin Mo nodded and asked, why is the color scheme of this Titan so strange, and is it using a sword and a psychic spear together? Because this Titan is the embodiment of part of the power of Mother Goddess Aisha and God of War Cain on the battlefield. Sar said. The Eldar do not call the huge fighting machines used by their race Titans, but as a modest Eldar, Thrall will not mix the difficult and obscure Eldar words of his own race when he speaks human language. Thrall introduced the Titan in words that humans could understand as much as possible. It was like a person showing off his newly bought off-road vehicle to an old friend. The white half of the Titan's body represents the power of Mother Elsa, and the other half represents the power of Cain. The white half is the blessing of Mother Elsa, and the other half is a powerful and great prophet who sacrificed his life to bind a part of Cain's essence and forcibly give it to a destroyed Titan with only half of the broken body left. Whether the bound part of Cain's essence is willing or not, this damned god of war, who once slaughtered the Eldar, is now fighting for the survival of the Eldar. After listening to Thrall's narration, Chi Nemo probably understood it. He was very familiar with the myths of the Eldar. Cain and Aisha were two extremes. Cain once predicted that an Eldar would kill him, so he began to slaughter the Eldar. That's why Thrall said Cain deserved to die. But a prophet bound Cain's essence in a Titan, which was just as Thrall said. At least part of Cain was fighting for the Eldar, even if this part of Cain might be screaming and cursing in the body at this time. You? Chi Nemo stretched out his hand and put it on the film of the device in front of him, looking at the sleeping Thrall inside. What have you experienced? Although the Eldar in front of Chi Nemo did not get along with him for a long time, every time they met, Thrall left a deep impression on Chi Nemo. The beginning of the intersection between the two began in the Talon Unification War that year. On the Talon II, Thrall was assigned by Eldred Uslan to help the Resistance army fight against those Chaos believers in the human world. Then came the next meeting. In the Battle of Cadia, Thrall, the Lamenters and the Royal Guards worked together to infiltrate and close a Blackstone fortress. When he met Thrall again later, Thrall's hatred for Uslan was beyond words, because Uslan had killed his twin sister, causing his sister to be placed in the Nether Knight, so that he could become a Nether Knight pilot. Thrall left the Death Army in anger and joined the Ark world called Aisha's Prayer. The next meeting was after the Battle of Comoros. Chi Nemo and Uslan were thrown into a savage Eldar world by the Comoros core defense mechanism. That Eldar world was called Pandora, which was the hometown of the savage Eldar reinforcements just now. The Ark world of Aisha's Prayer was destroyed by the attack of the Tyranid Zerg. Aisha the prophet sacrificed himself to send Thrall and some survivors away. They fell to Pandora and warned them of the coming of the Zerg. I thought you settled in Pandora, but you? Chi Nemo looked at Thrall. What happened next? Thrall was silent for a while, as if he was considering whether to complain. He finally spoke in a heavy tone. The Death Army went to Pandora once. After they left, the Comoros exiles raided Pandora. We resisted and won the battle, but the price of victory was that the entire Pandora was turned into scorched earth. Tukalon and his people boarded the warship of the exiles and took Pandora's ancestral shrine away. Later, I met a prophet who was exiled from the craft world because of his powerful psychic power, and the prophet's daughter. I fell in love with her. This is the one lying next to me. She and one of the prophets, who was exiled from the craft world, have a sword that pulls the power of Cain. In a battle where the ship was attacked by demons, she was chopped into her current appearance by the Keeper of Secrets, and her mother sacrificed herself to transfer all of us to the ruins of a craft world. There I found this Titan. The prophet's soul stone was placed inside. Then the soul stones of my sister and my beloved brother were also placed inside, and Cain's power was guided into the machine by the prophet. Then, due to a series of events, we returned to the Ark world of Aisha's Prayer, a part of the psychic energy that was stripped into the subspace, killed many demons, and took back the soul of Aisha, the prophet, and placed it in the Titan. Hearing what Thrall said, Chi Nemo couldn't help but sigh that this guy's fate was really miserable. He even suspected that Pandora's attack was also Uslan's doing. What a pity. Chi Nemo sighed. Pandora is the most beautiful planet I have ever seen. I wanted to spend a pleasant vacation on Pandora after the expedition, but it was not destroyed by the Zerg, but by your dark relatives. Speaking of the destruction of Pandora, Chi Nemo thought of Tukalon again. Tukalon looked normal just now, but Chi Nemo now knew that behind that resolute face was the sadness and despair of the wild Eldar who lost their homeland. Your dark relatives are a bunch of shit and scattered like stars. It may be because of the destruction of Comoros that the exiles appeared, and then indirectly caused the destruction of Pandora. Chi Nemo said. Those exiles did not return to Comoros when Comoros was destroyed. Thrall said calmly, if you hadn't destroyed Comoros, they would have supplies instead of being so poor that their number was pitifully small, and they had no long-range weapons except for one killing weapon. Otherwise, how could I lead a group of primitive people with Tukalon to fight against a group of dark relatives using antimatter rifles? Chi Nemo thought so too, and sighed helplessly again. Chapter 896. Let's not talk about my story. I am just one of the suffering beings in the galaxy. My experience is insignificant. Sar stopped talking about his miserable life. His body lay in the strange device. His mind, floating in the whole space, seemed to have pondered for a while, and finally suddenly thought of a question that urgently needed an answer. Vashtor, the lesser god of the warp you want to find, is he the one who guides the chaotic power in the Eye of Terror to fight us? Hearing this question, Chi-Nemo thought about it. Then Chi-Nemo thought that, strictly speaking, it was obviously not Vashtor who led those enemies of humanity. It was indeed a secondary god, but it had no authority in the eyes of those enemies of humanity who believed in the undivided chaos or the warp god. In addition, the believers of chaos were as chaotic and disorderly as their beliefs themselves. Vashtor was obviously not as authoritative as the Lord of the Eye of Terror. However, the Black Mechanicus from the Eye of Terror, the Titan Legion serving different evil gods, the rebellious knights 10,000 years ago, and the rebellious space warriors from various war bands and countless demon world aliens were fighting on the Iron Ring, and even the Iron Warriors, who believed in the undivided chaos itself, were here. This was a fact. Chi-Nemo felt that although Vashtor could not directly lead the many forces in the Eye of Terror, it could find ways to create conditions for others to obey it. Just like the Black Legion became Vashtor's subordinates without knowing why, most of them just thought that Vashtor could resurrect their War Master, but most of them were serving Vashtor. Just like many people who threw themselves into the arms of chaos, their original purpose was not evil, nor was it to. I am a chaos believer. It's written on their faces, but those creatures from the warp always have ways to lure them. After thinking about it, Chi-Nemo could only give Thrall a vague response. Yes, but not completely. Why do you ask so? I just think that if it has an army of various chaos elites, it might be possible to rely on just the two of us. Thrall's tone was much more tactful than his words. It's enough to rely on the two of us. We are not going to kill our way into the Soul Sea in the malice of your Eldar, and kill to Vashtor's lair, because it will definitely appear on its own initiative. Otherwise, why should I ask you to help me find where Vashtor is? Chi-Nemo said calmly. Then you have found the right person. Sar said, although my psychic level may be no different from those of my relatives in Comoros, there is a divination instrument installed in my Titan, which can even be traced back to the war in heaven, because the reason why this Titan was damaged was because, while proudly introducing all his things and the crystallization of his ancestors' wisdom, Sal suddenly realized something, and his tone became mixed with surprise and doubt. You came to me directly for help. Do you know what the function of my Titan is, or are you just here to try your luck? I can only say that there are a few strong men in the expedition fleet who can compete with Uslan in psychic power, and Uslan himself is in the fleet. If I just want to find a strong psychic man to help me try my luck with psychic power, I won't come to you. Chi-Nemo responded. Sar didn't ask any more questions. He knew that this person had many secrets that he didn't know and shouldn't know. For example, when they first met, Chi-Nemo acted as if he not only knew the Eldar, but also knew the Eldar's past. He didn't seem like someone who should appear in the galaxy of Talon, where there was no Eldar activity. Thrall has been holding back this question until today, and he will continue to hold it back, because he knows that there are some things that even as a friend, he cannot ask. There is one thing I want to talk about. Thrall mentioned another thing that he had been holding back in his heart, about his own future. But at this moment, the light floating outside the Titan suddenly poured into the Titan. The ancient instrument that was used for battle divination as early as the war in heaven suddenly became active. Thrall saw through many things in an instant, from the past to the future. Countless incomprehensible obscure fragments flashed back and forth in his consciousness. It contained some things from the words of the two prophets' souls inside Titan. Thrall heard what the prophets said, and he thought it was a warning from the prophets to him, but he soon heard from the attitude of the prophets' souls that it was not for him, but for another person inside Titan at this time. It was a warning that he wanted to convey to Chi-Nemo directly through the mouth of others. These warnings appeared directly in Thrall's memory when the two prophets were still alive, and they were the abrupt words that they suddenly chanted in their daily interactions. After digesting this series of obscure information, Thrall was shocked. He was not shocked because the prophet living inside the Titan actually gave Chi-Nemo a warning, but because of the future direction of the war he saw. What do you want to say? Why are you silent all of a sudden? Chi-Nemo saw Thrall was halfway through his words, and thought that a War Master suddenly came outside and shot through the head of the Eldar Titan while Thrall was chatting. Thrall's tone was panicked. At first, he shouted some Eldar language incoherently, then adjusted his mentality, and then conveyed what he had to tell Chi-Nemo in human words. Vashtor is on the Iron Ring. No, I mean it will be on the Iron Ring in the future. Well then what? Chin Mo nodded. This was why he came to Thrall to borrow the help of the ancient Eldar Titan. When it appears, it will appear directly in the place where it should not appear the most. Thrall said nervously, with its damned slaves and lackeys whose fate is bound. The place where it should not appear the most? Calm down and speak slowly. Chin Mo's tone was steady and forceful, hoping to influence Thrall with his calmness at this time. Thrall took a deep breath and said something he couldn't believe himself. Vasher will appear within the most stable range of black stone. After listening to what Thrall said, Chin Mo's expression was calm. He was not pretending to be ignorant in front of this Eldar, but he had thought of what would happen the moment he heard that the 3 artifacts had fallen into Vasher's hands. 3 artifacts. Tuchucha engine, Ouroboros, Plague Heart, these 3 things can be assembled into the Dissonance engine, which once belonged to the Old Saint species. It is not clear what the Dissonance engine is used for in the hands of the Old Saint, but it can be used to open up the webway. This wonderful item left by the ancient saint is so powerful that it can directly open a shortcut to the webway within the range of the black stone. Tell me where Vasher will appear in the future. Chin Mo looked up and asked. Don't go. Thrall said the prophet's warning. The souls of the 2 prophets in the body asked me to dissuade you. They advised you not to ignore other things because of the desire to kill Vasher, otherwise you will be in danger. They can't predict your future, but they can see Vasher's malice. I won't ignore other things because of the desire to kill Vasher. After listening to what Thrall said, Chin Mo turned around and walked towards the passage from the inner space of Titan to the outside world. I will only ignore other things to destroy the Discord engine. Chapter 897. The enemy may appear directly from the range of the black stone. I know this is unlikely, but we must respond. Let's evacuate first. Go somewhere else to prevent them from destroying us directly after they appear. In the logistic space that Lion had set up for the Titan Legion, where a large number of black stones were coiled, among the warriors who were guarding the rear for the Titan Legion, Guilliman issued a warning to the leaders of many Space Marine chapters. Emerge from the range of the Blackstone? A dreadnought roared in question, except for those metal skeletons, who has the ability to appear directly from the range of the Blackstone? Guilliman glanced over and saw that since this dreadnought had spoken, it meant that it was the highest-ranking existence in the regiment at this time. The symbol of this dreadnought, and the dozens of warriors behind it was 2 crossed swords. It was the Astral Knight. The Astral Knight, who had fought the Necrons until the regiment was almost destroyed. This is the news I got. Guilliman nodded, recalling what he had just heard from Chin Mo about the prophecy of the Eldar Titan and the 2 powerful prophets. The Emperor's prophecy in the flagship also mentioned a powerful enemy named Vasher, who would appear in the most unlikely place. So what Guilliman wanted to do was to evacuate all the personnel in his own logistics base, which was known as an unbreakable line of defense, whether it was the Talon engineering troops or those Space Marines. He believed that if Vasher appeared, he would not just come out laughing and show off his power. After all, this lesser god of the warp was not a lackey of Khorne. Instead, they will just drop a big bomb, maybe. With this idea in mind, Guilliman gradually persuaded all the Space Marines defending the logistics base to bring enough supplies and then evacuate. At this time, a roar similar to a sonic boom came from the sky. It was the sound of a very high-speed moving object slowing down after entering the real domain of the Black Stone. Then Chin Mo fell from the sky and landed steadily on the ground, walking towards Guilliman in the astonished eyes of the people nearby. What's going on now? Chin Mo asked Guilliman immediately after landing. They started to evacuate. Guilliman looked around. I asked them to go to another place to build a logistics base, provided that the bastards you and my father predicted would indeed come out of this place, otherwise our preparations might be meaningless. Fortunately, I didn't keep what I knew to myself, otherwise I wouldn't be able to arrange so much in a short time by myself. Chin Mo said. Guilliman shrugged. That's why I came down with you. Chin Mo didn't say anything else, walked to the shade of a newly built building in front, stuck the chainsaw sword into the ground, and sat down against the wall with the scepter in his arms. Guilliman thought he was a little tired because he had just run a long way with the Eldar Titan and wanted to rest for a while, but after thinking about it, he realized that Chin Mo was sitting here to wait for Vasher to come. The 2 of us are just sitting here waiting, not doing anything else? Guilliman stepped forward and asked. No, of course not. Chin Mo shook his head. It's not the 2 of us waiting here, it's me waiting. You just go back to the flagship. Who knows what will happen next? Lion still needs your assistance. Just leave it to me. Hearing this, Guilliman frowned. You can say it directly if you think I'm weak, but no matter what, I am one of the 2 most powerful Primarchs in the expedition fleet except you, so. After speaking, Guilliman took off the Emperor's sword and held it in his hand, sitting side by side with Chi Nemo, staring at the entire huge logistics base in front. Since teleportation is available within the range of the Black Stone, both strategic deployment and transfer are incredibly fast. Soon, the newly built logistics base was empty, and even the Mechanicus personnel, who paid the most attention to various large Titan maintenance equipment and parts, withdrew. If Vastra predicts our prophecy, is it possible that it will not appear here? Gilliman asked. Chi Nemo was in deep thought, and did not hear what Gilliman asked at all. He was thinking about the dissonance engine. The reason why Vastra wanted to find the dissonance engine, and actually found it, was because the dissonance engine could open up a path in the webway to the places where the old saints stored mysterious items. I don't know what the dissonance engine was originally used for, but it is powerful enough to open up a channel within the range of the Black Stone, and even more than that. Although Vastra's combat power is not particularly strong, as a demigod of the warp, and a demigod in the field of technology, he must have the ability to control technological products, just like the Void Dragon. While worrying about all the possible actions that Vastra could take, Chi Nemo thought of what the Emperor had said before about the Iron Man entities in the warp, saying that those Iron Men born in the warp would provide assistance in this war. Chi Nemo could already guess when they would appear, and what they would do. While he was thinking about everything, Gilliman suddenly stood up with his sword. Then Chi Nemo also stood up and looked forward. The sudden vision attracted the attention of the two. In the real domain created by the many black stone structures suppressing the influence of the subspace with physical polarity, a sawtooth that tore the space appeared out of thin air. This supernatural phenomenon itself was definitely caused by the influence of psychic energy, but it appeared unhindered within the range of the Black Stone. Then the decayed blackwood gradually emerged, and a figure slowly walked out of it. It was not Vastra, but a demon bound in a machine. I'm going to be free. The demon looked numb, but his eyes were filled with painful struggles. Free. As soon as the words fell, a violent explosion spread out from the demon as the center, gradually covering the entire huge area of the logistics base. The terrifying psychic energy and material energy acted on the surroundings at the same time. The power of this strange bomb, that contained both psychic energy and physical properties, was extremely astonishing. The black light released was enough for the huge fleet outside the unbreakable defense line to witness directly. The destructive force released directly stripped everything in the circular area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. As the destructive power was about to come, before Gilliman's vision was completely obscured by the flash that shot up into the sky, he saw Chi Nemo put the scepter behind his back, and in his free hand, he had an Eldar long sword and was swinging it vigorously. After the explosion, Gilliman, who had planted the Emperor's sword in the ground to resist the impact, looked around. The nearby black stone structure collapsed, and the supernatural environment in the Eye of Terror descended on a large area again. And Chi Nemo in front of him, the power armor he was wearing was severely damaged, but the power armor was recovering at an abnormal speed. Gilliman looked at himself again. Everything on his body was intact. Although he clearly felt that the Emperor's sword had just released a strong psychic energy to help him resist some of the impact, it was more because Chi Nemo had just used the crone sword in his hand to split the oncoming psychic impact. Premonition that the army might rush out from the decaying webway next, Gilliman immediately began to remotely mobilize all the troops so that they could be teleported here as soon as possible to assist in the battle. Chapter 898. Following the explosion were not Vastra's servants, nor did the various demons trapped in the machines and suffering. At the bottom of the smooth circular area cleared by the demon's living bomb, a lone figure slowly walked out of the jagged web. It was a hunched figure holding a forging hammer. Chi Nemo narrowed his eyes and stared at the front. His first reaction was ecstasy, because Vastra was so arrogant that he walked out alone at the beginning. But then he became alert again, because he didn't think Vastra was a warlike or stupid demigod of the subspace. This guy was cunning and cruel. If he didn't have the certainty of survival, he would never come out alone to face him. I'm not here to fight. The human head on Vastra spoke a material language that Chi Nemo could understand. I used bombs to clean up this place only because those black stones made me feel uncomfortable. It was difficult for me to sort out my thoughts within the range of the black stones. Please understand. Chi Nemo held the chain's word in one hand, and the crone sword in the other. The former was only a weapon forged by the reverence and fantasy of countless people in the Talon sector, and the blood of the former Chaos Warmaster. The latter was a long sword forged from the finger bones of an Eldar god, which could connect with other Eldar gods. He didn't listen to what Vastra said at all. While Gilliman stood solemnly and mobilized the troops, Chi Nemo was scanning the nearby terrain and environment, trying to find a path to kill Vastra instead of letting it escape. No matter where the Vashtal in front of us comes from, we must try to kill it, just in case it is the real Vashtal. In a database in the webway, the information of the star god named Castor is there. My lackeys, and I call you Castor in private. Vashtal seemed to use the forging hammer as a crutch. Its body, a mixture of machinery and flesh, paced back and forth on the ground that had begun to become supernatural. The hanging human head spoke words that could be heard by both psychic creatures and soulless creatures. Gentle, powerful. But I know what state you are in very well. You are not a star god called the Forger. You are a person who uses the essence of the Forger. But I can't call you by your name directly, because that would be impolite, so I still call you by the name in the mouths of your followers, Lord Talon. While saying these words, Vasher walked to a position far away from the webway gate. It didn't seem to expect to escape with the help of the webway when Chi Nemo suddenly attacked. This puzzled Chi Nemo. We are all good at technology, and the war between us should be dazzling and amazing, close to the high-end and complex battle mode of the war in heaven, which is difficult to understand in terms of tactics and strategy, but it is obviously not the case now. Whether in the Eye of Terror or the real universe, our war has become cruel and simple. Do you know why? Vasher suddenly raised the question, and Chi Nemo was not interested in this matter, so of course he did not answer. So Vasher answered himself, because of the blood god. If we go to war, my lackeys will fight you head-on, because this is what the blood god wants to see. Because of the blood god. The influence of the subspace on the real universe has penetrated into the bone marrow. No matter how we plan as the two parties involved in the war will eventually become a cruel and simple mode. Before you really start fighting, the warriors who sneak into the iron ring can still fire bullets to kill the enemy when fighting with the enemy. This is also because of the blood god. It makes your material weapons that would not have any effect in the Eye of Terror play a decent role. Hearing this, Gilliman interrupted Vashtor's words. You have now surrendered to the blood god, and are you telling us how great it is? No, of course not. The human head hanging on Vashtor laughed. I am just stating a fact that cannot be ignored or turned a blind eye to. Vashtor walked farther away from the webway. It was fully aware that the jagged decaying webway behind it was the only possible way to escape after it appeared, but it still stayed away from it. This was not a psychological game, but came from its confidence that it had been prepared for a long time. This is the power of the blood god, one of the dark gods about war. Vashtor continued. Lord Talon, no matter how much the warp creature beside you loves its father, no matter how you pinch your nose to recognize the sacrifice made by the cold sun, you have to admit one thing. 10,000 years ago, the cursed, the father of the warp creature beside you, the war and blood brought by his expedition were nourishing the blood god. Everything that happens in the real universe will resonate in the warp, and everything the cursed do nourishes the gods they hate the most. Now the ignorant and terrifying human empire has made the human species that the cursed love the most live in hell. The temptation and corruption they encounter while struggling in hell make the human species itself a delicious meal for the gods. Even the pain and regret that the cursed feel when seeing all this are the source of pleasure for the gods. I am not bragging about the gods. I am just stating a fact about their power, that's all. Hearing this, Gilliman's face under the helmet of the armor of fate showed twisted hatred, but his reason still made him restrain himself as much as possible and scolded Vashtor. You are stalling for time, otherwise why are you saying this? Delaying time? No, time is meaningless to me. I can let the lackeys rush out and bite you before we meet. You have been fighting in the Eye of Terror until now. Don't you even know the characteristics of this place? Vashtal responded. Gilliman certainly knew, but he didn't want Vashtal to continue talking nonsense. And the one who acted one step faster than Gilliman was Chi Nemo. The ground that had begun to grow eyes suddenly began to roll, and Vashtal, who was standing on the ground, was pulled in front of Chi Nemo together with the ground under his feet in an instant, and then the old woman's sword and the chainsaw sword were swung out at the same time, and the arms mixed with mechanical and flesh were instantly shattered. But Vashtor is still talking. I just want you to realize that your real enemy is not a minor god in the warp, but the gods who control everything in the warp. The power of the gods who control the productivity of the material universe, the special power that can exert power in the warp to materialize everything that does not exist. This is the possibility of fighting against the gods. Chapter 899. What you see before you is a subspace creature that has become increasingly powerful due to the ongoing arms race in the real universe. Can't we create some unique possibilities together? When Vashtor said this, half of its body had been chopped off by the chainsaw sword, and its upper body fell to the ground, but it looked unaffected, as if it was having a tea party. Chi Nemo, who was about to insert the old woman's sword into Vashtor's head, paused. He couldn't help but recall his previous journey in the warp. Vashtor's ability to materialize things in the warp. Chi Nemo thought of the demons he had slaughtered. It stands to reason that when demons are in the warp, not only are their powers at their peak, but they should not be bound by their physical bodies. However, every time he chopped them, he felt that his sword was cutting into flesh. How could the realm of the Chaos Gods have a stable form? However, he went deep into the core of the Nurgle demon realm twice, and saw the same scene. Even the words "I've been here" can be engraved in the chamber of Slaanesh. We can cooperate instead of fighting to the death in this place. The palm of Vashtor's arm, that fell to the ground, gradually opened and raised up. We can create war machines with both psychic and material characteristics. We can fight into the abode of God together with our creations, with the Discord engine that can break through even the reality created by the Black Stone. Imagine that the powerful war machines we jointly create will completely destroy the human empire, and free the human species from the hellish situation. We will slaughter the abominable Mechanicus and develop powerful technology. We will create an eternal empire, and a powerful army that is equally immortal in the real universe and the subspace. As long as you agree, the iron ring of the Iron Warrior will be shattered, and you can close the Eye of Terror without any hindrance. Hearing Vashtor say this, Chi Nemo looked at Vashtor's broken hand on the ground. Gilliman has already picked up the Emperor's sword, ready to completely put an end to this thing that is not sure whether it is a clone or a puppet of Vashtor. Then we help you become the god of vicious skills? Isn't this your goal? Chi Nemo looked down at Vashtor. If you are promoted to a god, you will be more terrifying than the four gods, because without technology, no species can develop, and low productivity will cause all living beings to be unable to get out of the population trap. Vashtor was silent for 2 seconds, then responded, "Okay then. We will fight a cruel and simple war under the influence of the Blood God. You will bleed and sacrifice. Tens of billions of mortals will die in the war, and I will not lose anything." The Emperor's sword pierced Vashtor's head. Chi Nemo and Gilliman then discovered that this so-called Vashtor was just a demon puppet bound in a container. The jagged webway was still not closed. A deafening roar came from the webway, and then the body of a War Master-class Titan stepped out of the webway. Chi Nemo even recognized this Titan. It was a War Master-class Titan of the Flame Skull Legion. It was supposed to have been destroyed in the Battle of Cadia, but it still exists now. The body of this Titan is made up of machinery and flesh. The twisted mechanical structure fills the holes in the Titan. The crew members in the cockpit are in the eternal hell of the cockpit, tormented while controlling the Titan. More and more Titans are pouring out of the web channel like water. Chi Nemo can't even find out the number of Titans. Behind the Titans were countless knights. The formations of the fallen knights' mechas were mixed with countless knights created by the Black Mechanicum, guarding the Titans. After that, there were countless demon engines and Chaos Space Marines from various war bands that were pulled in by Vashtor by some unknown means. Facing so many enemies, even Gilliman could not help but feel as small as an ant. Enemies continued to pour out of the webway in the distance, and there was nothing behind the two of them. The earth was shaking, and the roar was deafening. I suddenly felt like I was facing my fallen brother with Yuanoenera. Gilliman brandished the Emperor's sword and took a fighting stance, his resolute eyes, under the helmet of the Fate armor, staring at the countless war machines in front of him. If we were fighting on a planet in the 500 worlds instead of in the Eye of Terror, I would wake up laughing in my dreams at night. Chi Nemo held the chainsaw sword and the crone sword tightly. The two did not rush towards the countless war machines and chaos traders that spread across the entire horizon, because they were not fighting alone. A white psychic light descended from the sky, and the Eldar's large-scale spirit bone portal with physiological characteristics descended behind the two. The Titan driven by Thrall slowly walked out of the portal, and the savage Eldar, the Death Army, and the Dark Death Tribe warriors loyal to the Phoenix Lord of the Ark World of Otansa guarded it. A black stone penetrated the barrier of the unbreakable defense line and fell on the surface. The reality realm destroyed by the bomb was unfolded again. All the Knight families and Titan legions in the expedition fleet were teleported to the battlefield one after another, and those recruited by Call and the Crusaders of the Agrippina world, who took the initiative to join the expedition, also arrived later. A large number of 100 machine fleet general cannons began to set up positions further behind the Titan Legion and the Knight family. Even some weapons that Gilliman had never seen, the good stuff that the Mechanicus had kept in the bottom of the box, were deployed here. Space Marines, New Thunder Warriors, Mortal Core, Tyrone Army, these ground forces were also teleported here in large numbers. The troops of the expeditionary fleet were almost all out. And the guards that Chi Nemo personally created were teleported directly behind him, without saying a word, just waiting for the order of the Lord of Tyrone. Anyway, what Vashtor said just now is partly right. Chi Nemo whispered, "The form of the war is definitely influenced by the Blood God. I guess that guy is sitting on the brass throne watching this war. There's no way, we can't just stop fighting. Gilliman shrugged. Chin Mo nodded, looked up at the sky, and then his eyes fell on the jagged entrance and exit of the webway in front of him. That webway must lead to where Vasher is. I need to get in at all costs. Chin Mo said, find a way to create conditions for me, War Master. This was heard by Ryan in the bridge through the communication channel. Ryan thought of this earlier than Chin Mo, and he had already started to think about it. However, the largest-scale war on the Unbreakable Line was not the only war he had to deal with. Some reports from the Inquisitors showed that in other places on the Unbreakable Line, where the jagged webs were unfolded, someone had witnessed the appearance of Ahriman and a son of Horus. Chapter 900. A holographic image directly displayed the most intense ground battle on the traitor iron ring in the bridge. Ryan looked at the image with his hands behind his back. The mental detection device under the floor scanned the information flow released by Ryan's brain and directly presented the macro or micro battlefield scene he wanted to see according to his wishes. When he intended to check and pay attention to his offspring named Azrael, the image instantly zoomed to the Dark Angel Supreme Master Azrael. The Dark Angel's founding chapter leader was just one of the many Astartes on the ground. There were so many Astartes that they were almost shoulder to shoulder. They advanced forward under the protection of the Void Shield. Azrael pointed his sword forward, and the Dark Angels in the chapter followed the orders of the chapter leader to seize one place after another that needed to be occupied, or to fight bloody battles with the Chaos Astartes, who rushed in with jump packs. Whether it was the Primaris Dark Angels or those warriors in the chapter who had not been upgraded to Primaris, for the Lord of Caliban and the War Master, such war cries and roars were mixed in the sound of artillery fire and the occasional thunder of Titan weapons firing. As Ryan's thoughts changed again, the holographic image showed the jagged decaying webway, which was obviously completely different from the webway used by the Eldar. Ryan didn't know whether the webway opened by Vashtal was like this, or whether the webways of the Eldar and their proud creators were corroded by Vashtal. It didn't matter. Ryan's brain was not thinking about the webway in an instant, but how to let Chin Mo who wanted to go and get in. Inside the Eye of Terror, the time and event line forcibly created by the Blackstone construct on the fleet side, in a very short time, Ryan's brain was calculating almost like an artificial intelligence. After realizing that the Titans were the protagonists on the battlefield, and that someone who wanted to kill their way into the webway behind the enemy Titan's front line would have to pay a heavy price, the first thing Ryan thought of was to give the order to his own offspring, rather than Gilliman's offspring or other brothers' offspring, who were in the front of the entire front line. Just like the elder brothers of the Primarchs had to set an example, the Dark Angels, as the first legion during the Legion period, should take the responsibility if there was a price to pay. Even if the price and sacrifices paid after the war will be buried, it doesn't matter. The Dark Angels don't need to praise or reward those superficial things. Loyalty itself is the best reward. A plan appeared in Ryan's mind, and then he issued it. Azrael realized everything with his own experience the moment he received the order, including how much sacrifice the fighting brothers had to make to implement his father's plan, but he didn't think about it further, but followed the order of the Gene Father and led the team himself. In this battlefield where the array of Titans and night spreads all the way to the horizon, even the chapter master cannot stay in the battleship to command the country. And the Primaris Space Marines and the Dark Angels, those new generation warriors, who are stronger and more capable than the old generation of Astartes, are assigned more critical tasks by Lion that require both his trust and combat effectiveness. It seems that you are very satisfied with those Primaris warriors. While Lion was commanding many battles at the same time, Call in the bridge made words that were difficult to hear any meaning from the tone, because the words did not come from the innate vocal organs of humans. If the equipment in the Tyronian ship was not very quiet, Ryan might have heard this as a cold prompt from a device. I thought the Primaris would have a trust issue among the Dark Angels, but now it seems that I don't need to take this into account as a variable in my thinking system. Call said again. Of course. Lian looked up at Call. You took me to see the cultivation process of these Primaris Space Marine gene seeds. I know they are the Dark Angels, just more powerful and more advanced. Call looked down at Ryan and nodded silently. His body was extremely tall due to excessive body modification, and under the red robe was a body that represented the most advanced modification technology and armed level of the Mechanicus. Every time he looked up at Call, Ryan would occasionally wonder who would win if this guy fought with him. Then he thought about it carefully, but because there were too many mysteries about Call, and even his specific abilities were unknown, Ryan stopped thinking about it. But being able to make a Primarch, who is famous for his fighting ability, think about who will win is a recognition of Call's military strength. There is a reason why the monks and sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus transformed themselves to be unlike humans, because this kind of transformation will make people stronger. If the Adeptus Mechanicus is willing to invest, they can transform a malnourished kid in a hive into a killing machine far more powerful than an Astartes. This is very easy from a technical perspective. But you didn't have to do that at the beginning, because even if the Primaris were a group of colorful ultramarines, I would accept them. Ryan suddenly said this. The little bit of flesh left on Call's face moved, and Ryan read a doubtful emotion. Then Ryan returned his gaze to the image. The Dark Angels need stronger and more warriors. This is an urgent need. 10,000 years ago, I would have killed you if you had touched my gene seed, but times have changed. We all need to make sacrifices. Call said, just like when I was young, I was still a naturalist, but in order to achieve the mission given by the Emperor and the Regent, I must make sacrifices. Naturalist? Lian looked up sharply. You? Khan nodded. Whether what you said is true or not, the truth is right. Lian looked away again. The entire holographic image changed the battlefield display to a macroscopic one. The battle lines formed by the titans of both sides approached each other, and in the crossfire zone, the demon engines and regular troops and the knights of both sides faced each other. Those knights who could only be seen in high-intensity wars in the 10,000 years since the end of the Great Crusade formed a line and bombarded each other fiercely. The supreme kings of the knights controlled their own vehicles, like ordinary Star Army commanders, shouting and directing their family members to fight. The stray bullets in the Titan's crossfire could instantly wipe out a company of a regiment, as long as an unlucky company lost the protection of the void shield, or rushed out of the battle position where it should have stayed in the crossfire. Being able to command a war of this intensity and scale is an honor in itself, but Ryan did not feel happy at this time, but only heavy pressure that slowed his breathing. After deploying some more troops and orders, Ryan temporarily shifted his gaze from the most intense battlefield to the war zones that the expeditionary forces later established on the unbreakable defense line. A large amount of combat information was easily sorted out by Ryan in a short period of time, and then he began to issue orders to encircle and suppress the inexplicably appearing Thousand Sons wizards and the strange warriors dressed like the sons of Horus Legion 10,000 years ago who traveled to the present. There are also fleets bombing and raiding many planets. Ryan is no longer the Lord of Caliban who only needs to command one legion. It is not just a battle on the unbreakable defense line that requires him to allocate his brainpower. Chapter 901. On the ground. Qin Mo fell from the sky through the clouds and landed steadily on the shoulder of a warlord-class titan, casually shaking off the blood of a group of Chaos Space Marines from the former Emperor's Children Legion on the Crone sword. When the Titan's captain just noticed Qin Mo, the weapon on the Titan's right shoulder just released a terrifying torrent of energy, which could almost release the heat and impact of the armor evaporation on the back of the weapon. He was startled and wanted to stop firing, but found that Qin Mo was safe and sound in the aftermath of the firing. Then all the weapons of the Titan were recharged in an instant, and the empty missile bays were instantly changed from empty to ready to launch. The captain saw that the Titan could fire almost continuously, and he also knew the reason. Only the priest of the Mechanicus, who was preparing to command the servitor to load ammunition inside the body, fell into deep thought. Qin Mo only provided a small benefit to this Titan, which made it invincible when facing the enemies it needed to deal with. The Chaos Knights, who had just annihilated a group of knights in front of them, who were trying to advance, were instantly evaporated, along with the traitors from many rebellious legions near them. Even the demons suffered a devastating blow, and all the slainish demons summoned by some bastard, who was fooled by Vashtor, were sent back to the warp. The Titan body shook violently as it moved forward, and Qin Mo, who was standing firmly on the shoulder, saw that he was at the forefront of the battle through the HUD map on the visor. The Titan under him instantly destroyed a large number of enemies, but then more demon engines, knights, and armored vehicles of Chaos Believers filled in. The Astartes of the Dark Angels have gathered around the Titan, attacking the weak points of the enemy line at all costs, and under the command of Azrael, they launched tentative charges again and again. The private soldiers of the Knights' families and the mortal legions actively cooperated with these Emperor Angels. In Qin Mo's eyes, these densely packed warriors gathered together from all directions like a torrent, and then surged forward under the protection of the Void Shield until they hit the dam formed by Vashtor's demon engines, and the impact was unfavorable, and then receded. A formation of fighter planes belonging to the Tyrone army roared through the sky, trying to blow up the opponent's Void Shield with missiles that could adjust their bullet speed, but they failed. In the end, they tried to directly crash into the Void Shield with their fighter planes, but some of them were intercepted by the Hell Dragons, and some of them crashed into a small number of Void Shields carried by vehicles, which brought a slight change to the battle situation. Those fighter plane formations, whether they were Tyrone or the Empire, had to rush in under anti-aircraft firepower to enter the unbreakable defense line. Shin Emo wanted to go down to help, but he didn't do it immediately. Instead, he looked for powerful opponents in the enemy army that could not be destroyed by his own titans or infantry or those iron warriors who operated weapons with destructive attack capabilities. Finally, Shin Emo saw a demon engine. It was different from other common demon engines. It wailed in pain while using psychic power to turn several night mechas and other opponents in front of it into powder. When Shin Emo was about to jump over to help, a large blue figure jumped out from the crowd. The moment it landed, it first cut off the limbs of the demon engine, and then cut off the head of the demon engine. That was Gilliman. For some reason, Shin Emo had a feeling that Gilliman had become significantly stronger in the Eye of Terror. The demon engine, which was almost as powerful as a great demon, was certainly no match for Gilliman holding the Emperor's sword, but it was not completely powerless. Perhaps we should rush directly into the webway. The front line is advancing too slowly. Gilliman's words echoed in Shin Mo's helmet. Shin Emo looked at the Dark Angel. The Tyrone army and a large number of Thunder Warriors had arrived to assist in the battle, but the repeated attacks did not produce much results. Ryan's judgment of the enemy was not wrong. Those places that were impacted were indeed weak points, but it was only relatively speaking. The webway could spit out a large number of extremely fast psychic demon engines to put out fires at any time. I also hope to bring some troops into the webway. Shin Emo said, no matter what, we have to help these people advance to the webway, at least to control the location of the webway entrance and exit, and then find a way to close it, so that we can enter the webway without worrying about other things outside. Then use the Iron Men, let the endless Iron Men overwhelm them, Gilliman suggested. Shin Emo did not immediately mobilize the Iron Men or refuse, but was just thinking about Vashtor. The Iron Man was not deployed in this war because both he and Ryan were worried that Vashtor could control the Iron Man or indirectly have some influence. Shin Emo knew that the main control intelligence was a part of his separated power, and they would not be affected, just like himself, but those Iron Men were not all separated from him, which was why they were not the main force in the series of battles in the Eye of Terror. The autonomy of the Iron Man, the execution and formulation of tactics, and the judgment of the war situation all originated from their built-in systems. But thinking about this, Shin Emo suddenly realized that he could indirectly use another method. If there is no AI to manage the complicated affairs in the fleet, will the fleet stop operating? Shin Emo asked Gilliman a management question that was very abrupt in the current situation. But out of trust and habit, Gilliman immediately started thinking. There will undoubtedly be problems, but it will not stop operating, because although many affairs that maintain the normal operation of the fleet are managed by AI, such as the distribution and coordination of military supplies, this does not mean that the humans in the fleet can do nothing. The Tyrone Navy has a backup management system in the absence of AI, but the fleet is not entirely made up of the Tyrone Navy. There are also a large number of Imperial Navy, whose logistics and all other matters except combat are also managed by AI. After calculating the specific strategy of using humans to manage affairs and estimating the management efficiency of these people, Gilliman gave an answer: there will be no problem in the short term. Send the Iron Man to participate in the battle, and let the main control intelligence directly control the Iron Man. Shin Emo seemed to be giving an order to the air, but this was how he communicated with the AIs he personally shaped. The main control intelligences that were managing countless complicated affairs in the fleet immediately decomposed themselves and transmitted themselves into the individual Iron Men, directly replacing the original systems of the individual Iron Men. The Iron Men no longer had the ability to fight independently. They became puppets completely controlled by the main control intelligence on the physical level, except for the two special Iron Men, Heat Death and Scholar. Then the countless Iron Men controlled by the main control intelligence completed the mobilization and deployment with amazing efficiency, and were directly transmitted to the battlefield. Chapter 902. The arrival of the Iron Man directly reversed the situation of the war. It was like the other end of the swaying war scale was stepped on hard by the Iron Foot. This was the feeling of Shin Emo and Gilliman, as well as Ryan, who suddenly found that the Iron Man was deployed. The Iron Man appeared at the forefront of the battle as soon as he appeared. The dense conventional Iron Man battle bodies lined up in a long line and advanced forward, and the giant Iron Man battle bodies provided fire support in the rear. The former's combat power far exceeded any infantry, and the latter could release firepower far exceeding any Titan in a short period of time. When a most ordinary Iron Man moves forward, the destruction it creates is horrifying. On the front line, Azrael, who was just about to lead the Dark Angels and others to launch the next round of attack, saw the Iron Men. He stood there and watched, more like observing and judging rather than glaring at the heretics. An ordinary Iron Man, who was used as cannon fodder in the mass war in the Hades galaxy during the Battle of Baal, has a large number of weapons integrated all over his body, leaving no space for organs unrelated to combat, only weapons and energy. In the various demon engines, demons, space warriors. In short, all kinds of enemies that can be seen in the most fiercest areas of the crossfire. When they swept towards the Iron Men in front of them, they were greeted by terrifying firepower. An ordinary Iron Man marching in the queue was the first to encounter the enemy. It continued to move forward, and part of the structure of the upper body extended upward, releasing more than 10 shells in an instant. These small shells, under the control of the internal intelligent components, used the power when passing through the barrel to adjust the trajectory, gradually distributed evenly above the enemy, and then exploded. The countless tiny bombs released stirred up smoke and dust among the enemy groups. Under the visual obstruction of the thick smoke, the onlookers could only see the lightning and fire inside. After the smoke was dispersed by the action of the large demon engine, countless corpses with horrifying death were revealed. The bombardment was not even stopped by the void shield, because even the smallest projectile in each fired shell could be analyzed by the computing power allocated by the Iron Man to find the best speed to penetrate the void shield. The ordinary Iron Man continued to move forward, and the energy and kinetic weapons integrated in his arms kept firing, also bombing the enemy. High explosive bombs, cluster bombs, and light rain similar to the guard shoulder cannon. The Chaos Space Marines wearing purple armor suffered particularly heavy losses. They didn't know what the new type of enemy in front of them was. They stood behind the demon engine and armored vehicles, and advanced as usual, and then were evaporated by hundreds of people in the round-the-clock bombing and various armor-piercing weapons. Some Space Marines armed with anti-armor weapons were circumventing the huge pits that the Titans had blown up before, trying to sneak attack this ordinary Iron Man from the side. But as soon as they appeared and prepared to catch them off guard, the part of the Iron Man's body facing them, that is, the back, suddenly extended weapons. A visible mist penetrated these Space Marines. What looked like mist was actually the most commonly used material rifle by the Tyrone army, which was used to directly inject microscopic matter into the enemy's body or armor to directly destroy the material structure. These unfortunate Space Marines were like a pile of quicksand, with the materials that originally made up their limbs and armor floating in the air. And this is just what an ordinary Iron Man can do. There are many others like it, which are filled with weapons all over their bodies, and because there is no need to consider the comfort and portability of wearing, they are directly embedded in the whole body of the Iron Man. Iron Men, their individual combat power is equivalent to an entire army, and their number is as large as the Tyranids. Unstoppable. In the most intense part of the battlefield on the unbreakable line, the Iron Man's participation has increased the speed of the expeditionary front several times. Azrael also has to complete the task given by the Gene Father, but he no longer needs to let his brothers and others attack the enemy together. He only needs to follow the Iron Man and shoot those idiots who try to take advantage of the Iron Man's bulky characteristics. There is another existence watching the Iron Man at this time. In the deepest and most secret place of the jagged web that cannot be detected by any detection equipment, it is the location of Vashtor, the Lord of the Forge. This is the scene you have been waiting for. Bylak looked at his former enemy and current ally. Use your power to give the enemy a disaster that is unexpected. Vashtor remained silent and did not respond. Bylak noticed that it seemed to be sensing something, so he remained silent and looked at the visual equipment carried by the two demons in front of him, ready to observe a good show, looking forward to seeing the desperate and panicked look of the humans when they found that the Iron Man turned around and slaughtered them. Vashtor and Bylak, who predicted that the enemy would use the Iron Man, had been looking forward to this moment. The systems of those Iron Men. Vashtor suddenly spoke. They give me a very strange feeling, just like the feeling I felt from that powerful enemy when I controlled the demon disguised as me to negotiate. It is incomprehensible and puzzling. Could it be that the so-called Lord of Talon is directly controlling these Iron Men? Bylak looked disappointed. Then how can we control them? Are we just going to watch them kill us all the way to the entrance of the webway, and then rush in to kill both of us? Be patient. Vashtor uttered a light sentence, slowly moved forward, and began to control a machine that bound the demon. The demon saw Vashtor coming and let out a painful wail. It had been wail all the time, but now the sound was louder. Vashtor silently raised the forging hammer and smashed the demon's face embedded with a monitor. After the howling stopped, he began to manipulate the strange control device composed of the demon's nerves. This thing is connected to the Discord engine, right? Bylak raised his head and squinted at Vashtor. What's the use of it? Can it control those Iron Men that you can't control? Vashtor didn't answer. On his face that Bylak couldn't see, he showed a trace of impatience. Bylak had been an enemy of him. At that time, Vashtor thought Bylak was a capable person. It would definitely be a good thing if he could become an ally instead of an enemy. But when they really became allies, he found that Bylak's character was extremely casual and too arrogant. Even though he could find the effect just by standing there and watching, Bylak just wanted to ask the same question as if he was asking his technological servant. Those Iron Men are controlled by something strange. I may not be able to control their actions, but as technological creations, it is not a problem for them to have some indirect effects, Vashtor said. The demon machine began to work, and Bylak frowned slightly when he heard the creepy wailing. Chapter 903. As the battle line approaches the jagged decaying web, an Iron Man is controlled by its own master intelligence like a puppet, killing all enemies in front of it. The computing power of the master intelligence is still extremely powerful, ensuring that the most basic Iron Man can also exert a powerful combat power far exceeding the previous one. This is undoubtedly a massacre. The Iron Man at the front of the battle line moves forward, and every step it takes is filled with the screams and wails of the enemy, as well as the pain of souls being dragged into hell by the evil god they believe in. A Chaos Knight stood up to try to stop it, and both sides fired at the same time. The hot melt penetrated the body of the Iron Man, and at the moment when sparks flew, the armor-piercing cannon extended from the Iron Man's limbs fired a shell, instantly piercing the knight's cockpit, who was praying blasphemous prayers and rejoicing at his victory. The knight was like a giant hit by an arrow, and he was frozen there without moving. And the Iron Man, with 70% of his body structure lost, was like a corpse unwilling to go to hell, with the remaining upper body and only one arm crawling on the ground. The arms with integrated weapons pulled the body of the Iron Man forward as a boost, and stopped to fire when encountering an enemy that could be shot 100%. Until a missile flew from nowhere, and hit the remains of the Iron Man. After a loud bang, sparks and iron filings flew, and the remains of the Iron Man were full of holes, but it continued to fight. Whether to continue fighting does not depend on whether the Iron Man still has the will to fight at the program level, but on whether it still has a little tactical effect in the eyes of the main control intelligence. Then the Iron Man, which had almost become a broken piece of iron, continued to crawl on the ground, trying to catch a Chaos Space Marine in front of him who thought it was dying. The Space Marine was caught by accident, and he leaned down and blasted the Iron Man's body with a grenade launcher, but the next second, the beam from the front pierced his brain and he fell backwards. The Iron Man who shot the Space Marine slowly moved forward, and his feet with damaged armor stepped on the remains of his companion, and then the remains of his companion turned into flowing metal to repair all the defects on his body. The Iron Man continued to move forward, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped and stood still on the battlefield full of gunfire, as if he had lost contact with the controller. Shin Emo noticed this situation. As soon as he looked over, he heard Gilliman's surprised question, "Why is your Iron Man standing there motionless?" Shin Emo looked around, and found that the Iron Man on the battlefield gradually stopped. He thought about it, and answered Gilliman, "I don't know." Not only one Iron Man stopped, but the other Iron Men also gradually stopped. At first, Shin Mo's first reaction was to worry whether these Iron Men were affected by Vashtor. He was about to warn his allies to stay away from the Iron Men immediately, when he received a message from the main control intelligence. The main control unit of the Iron Men is still functioning, but it seems that something has cut off our connection with their bodies. This is the feeling of a main control intelligence. Then they felt more. Under control, an Iron Man slowly raised the arm that sensed the problem and placed it in front of the visual unit. The mechanical structure gaps on the arm gradually extended to the surroundings, forming a shape that looked like two horizontal lines on the top and a long horizontal line on the bottom. Then the lines formed by the three gaps began to extend again, as if they were torn apart. The two horizontal lines on the top gradually formed eyes, which suddenly opened, and the horizontal line on the bottom formed a mouth, which opened its mouth and screamed in pain. The changes on the arm were just the beginning. More changes appeared on the bodies of those Iron Men, until they completely lost their combat effectiveness, and became different shapes. When the Iron Men stopped moving, changes that affected their movements had already occurred inside their bodies. Destroy them. Shin Emo ordered all the main control intelligences. The changes of the Iron Men had not yet reached the point where they would directly turn their spearheads around. As he thought, Vashtor could not take the main control intelligences separated from his power for himself. The battle line had advanced a lot. The joint offensive of the Iron Men and other types of troops had already created an ever-expanding crack in the enemy's battle line. Even if all the Iron Men destroyed themselves, it would not matter. The main control intelligences also anticipated that there might be sudden subspace impacts during the war, and they had already implanted a self-destruct device for the combat Iron Men in advance, which stored Qin Mo's destructive power. But just as the main control intelligences tried to activate those self-destruct devices, the second mutation occurred. The bodies of the Iron Men, which were mutating in the direction of mixing machinery and flesh, seemed to have changed the direction of mutation. The bodies shrank inward from the heavy body covered with armor, and the structure of their metal materials seemed to have changed. They gradually began to look like a black metal skeleton. The weapons were no longer integrated on their arms. They grew structures similar to human arm bones, and then extended the weapons that fell into their hands out of thin air. Those weapons all looked like living creatures, with organs such as eyes made of mechanical structures, but they no longer made terrifying screams of pain. What's going on? Qin Mo looked at the second mutation of those Iron Men, and was extremely shocked and recalled some things. Astartes, mortals who participated in the Battle of Broom, Thunder Warriors. No matter who they were, as long as they had fought against the Titan Legion led by the Demon Prince of Khorne in the Battle of Broom, they would remember the helpers who suddenly descended on the battlefield. Unknown, black metal skeleton-shaped Iron Man. Both sides on the battlefield had a brief ceasefire, and the expeditionary force was retreating under Guilliman's order, leaving room for the Iron Man who might turn his guns around. The opponents were ecstatic, because those terrifying killing machines that were unstoppable on the battlefield now looked like they were completely taken over by Vastor, and they were waiting for these Iron Men who now belonged to the Forge Master to turn their spears around. They are already psychic structures. The main control intelligences transmitted information to Qin Mo. They had lost their physical carriers, and were reunited from the scattered information flows scattered on the various Iron Men into a whole. Qin Mo looked at the Iron Men, searching back and forth, and finally fell on a figure at the back of the Iron Man team, who was much taller and stronger than other Iron Men of the same form. The Iron Man seemed to feel the gaze, and turned his head 180 degrees to look at Qin Mo. The living rocket launcher with facial features in its hand also twisted its body and turned back, looking like a slender gun barrel twisted backward at a large angle. Pick? Qin Mo recalled the demon without division, who led the way when he first entered the subspace, or the demon without division in disguise, and the guy who disappeared after saying something inexplicable when they met again later. Pick's upper body also turned 180 degrees, bowed gracefully, and then held the gun barrel that was also looking back at Qin Mo, and turned at the same time, firing a shot at the enemy in front, who was adjusting tactics, and waiting for them to recognize the thief as their father. Wryyyy. The rocket with eyes and mouth broke away from the barrel, howling as it soared freely, instantly crossing a very long distance, and penetrating the void shield to pierce a War Master-class Titan, with an 8-pointed star symbol facing forward. The next second there was a violent explosion, and the psychic torrent created a circular vacuum with a radius of 10 kilometers. It was an absolute circular vacuum, where not only real matter, but also psychic energy, and the influence of the subspace were dissipated. Chapter 904. Forward. A rocket was reloaded into the living weapon in Piccolo's hand, and it slowly moved forward, speaking words that could not only be circulated among the communication systems of these psychic Iron Men. It was obviously reminding the humans around to attack with them. The vast majority of Space Marines were not only puzzled by the appearance of these skeleton Iron Men, but also unwilling to fight side by side with these things that looked like warp creatures, until Guilliman's roar shook their eardrums, and Guilliman personally rushed up with the Emperor's sword to fight with the Iron Men. The Space Marines also took action. Qin Mo no longer searched for opponents to be dealt with personally, while trying to advance the front line. When the Iron Men like Piccolo appeared, he realized that the only problem he needed to consider now was what to do after entering the jagged webway, and who to rush in with. He eagerly ordered Thrall, who was driving the Titan, to come to him immediately no matter where he was in the communication channel, because there might be his garrison in the webway of Vastor. Then, there were the Thunder Warriors, and a reserve of Space Marines that Lion deliberately left behind. As for the mortals, Qin Mo did not ask any mortal to enter the webway with him, because being able to fight here at the moment was already the ultimate in mortals' courage and ability. There was one person left who needed to be considered whether to let him enter the webway, and that was Guilliman. Perhaps you should stay outside the webway to help Lion formulate a strategy. Qin Mo said in the communication channel. I have to go in. Guilliman casually split a demon engine in half. If there is another person beside you who can completely annihilate a warp creature, it will be extremely beneficial. Chinemo said nothing more, and stood up and moved closer to Gilliman's position. Those Iron Men who Chinemo guessed were entities composed of the psychic matrix in the warp, equivalent to another form of demons, were more powerful than the original Iron Men in their special environment. Their bodies were not bound by the rules of physics, and they were not bulky and slow. Iron Men moved forward on the battlefield at a speed faster than Space Marines, aiming and killing, and this situation can be seen everywhere. The Chaos Space Marines had a hard time dealing with the Astartes on the expeditionary side, and they were no match for those skeleton-shaped Iron Men. The demon engines were also difficult to match them, and only the Titans could compete with them, but the weapon in Piccolo's hand had an unimaginable anti-armor ability, so that those Titans who dared to block its way were blown up like the unfortunate warrior before, leaving no residue, leaving pieces of absolute nothingness on the battlefield. This is not the only problem the enemy has to face. What is more terrifying than the weapons in Big's hands is that when these psychic Iron Men appear in large numbers on the battlefield, the situation of the war is distorted in some strange way. Just like the influence of the Blood God indirectly led to the outbreak of this extremely high-intensity ground war, resulting in the emergence of a war situation where the two armies confront each other. The appearance of the psychic Iron Men makes the war more inclined to a head-on battle without any tactics and strategies, just like the mass war that once broke out in the Hades galaxy. Maybe it was because the psychic Iron Men appeared too abruptly, or because the warp communication device that Vashtor equipped for his army, which he had gathered with coaxing, deception and threats, suddenly became less smooth. In short, the influence of tactics became weaker. It was not completely non-existent, but the influence was minimal. There were always various emergencies that prevented a brilliant tactical strategy from being implemented. All psychics inside and around the Eye of Terror heard the roar from the warp. Many brutal bloody conflicts occurred on the Imperial worlds close to the Eye of Terror, and bloody storms were set off on the demon worlds inside the Eye of Terror. These far-reaching changes all stem from the angry roar of the Blood God who is watching this bloody battle, because it can no longer see the exquisite tactics and courage and sacrifice that can turn the situation around in the ground battle where the situation is the most evenly matched and the combatants' clever tactics are most evident. War has become a complete mass conversion, as if everything involved in the war has been weighed on the scale and clearly marked. A metal skeleton like Iron Man is not unstoppable, but it requires a sufficient amount of flesh and ammunition to kill it, and the price of making them disappear from the battlefield is high. The Iron Warriors have Iron Men, and Vashtor has something similar, but they are either scarce or not deployed on the unbreakable line. For those Chaos Space Marines fighting for Vashtor and the Eye of Terror, there is only one way to maintain the advantage in the head-on confrontation between the two sides. That is, they must sacrifice their flesh and blood in exchange for the death of the opponent's Iron Men or Space Marines. How many lives should be exchanged for a metal skeleton like Iron Man? This question will not be thought of by any Chaos Space Marine's brain, because they have made a wiser choice before they think of this step. Retreat. Evacuate here. Fuck Vashtor. We can't trade our lives with a bunch of idiots here. The shouts were mixed with the sound of gunfire. The reaction of the Chaos Space Marines was not beyond anyone's expectations. Even Vashtor himself had expected their retreat, and even thought that they were worthy of thanks for holding on until now. The Chaos Space Marines were not cowardly, but they would never die for something they thought they shouldn't die for. They immediately evacuated from the front line, so fast that it was hard not to think that they were prepared. But the Chaos Space Marines didn't know that Vashtor was responsible not only for the lives of their dead comrades, but also for its wrong decisions. Inside the webway, Vashtor, who was observing the battle, turned around and walked out, leaving only a light sentence for Bilak. I failed. Next step. Your machine increased the psychic influence on those technological creations. Bilak spread his wings, soared into the air and landed in front of Vashtor, blocking its way. Your mistake is like a ritual, except that you didn't let those Iron Men lie down, but summoned a more terrifying Iron Man opponent, and then you want to leave like this? Vashtor turned around and glanced at the demon device that was still wailing, then looked back at Bilak. My failure is like a partial failure on our front line. It is not irreversible, nor is it a huge mistake. Bilak wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Vashtor's next sentence. In the long struggle, I learned the truth. Temporary failures and setbacks are meaningless to creatures like us. We are not those short-lived mortals. There is no need to worry about countless failures. It is enough to succeed once. After that, Vashtor left. Bilak looked at the Forge Master's back and asked, Where are you going? To close the entrances and exits of the webway. Vashtor answered without looking back, to prevent the fateful enemy from coming in. Bilak frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the battle situation. When the entrances and exits of the webway are closed, the friendly forces in the core area of the battle line will be trapped in a situation where they can't retreat. It is equivalent to Vashtal betraying those Chaos servants who he coaxed, deceived, and forced, and finally persuaded to join the battle. Although even if all the friendly forces near the entrances and exits of the webway were slaughtered, it would only be a failure in one position of the entire battle line, but Bylak believed that for those Chaos Space Marines, the death of one of their battle brothers in a certain place might have an impact on them as a whole. Chapter 905. On the battlefield, the jagged decaying webway began to close. It was not like the Eldar webway gate that opened with a radiant glow or collapsed instantly, but gradually twisted and squirmed towards the center, just like the mouth of a living creature, but it was indeed shrinking visibly, and energy and matter gradually disappeared out of thin air instead of being transformed. Even an ordinary mortal soldier on the battlefield could see from this scene that if it was delayed for a while, the consequence would be that the webway itself would be transformed into complete nothingness, like the vacuum created by the skeleton Iron Man. Azrael, the leader of the Dark Angels, also realized this. Just now, after Chi-Nemo selected the people who would accompany him into the webway, Ryan also received an extremely frank notice from Chi-Nemo. The order from the father of genes was more pure and severe. Do everything possible to open up a path to the webway. Azrael personally fought at the forefront. Sometimes he chopped down all kinds of enemies he encountered, and sometimes he raised his gun and poured explosives at everything in front of him. He didn't need to order his people anymore. Just through his hard work on the battlefield, all the members of the Dark Angels realized what they had to do. In such a fierce battle, a demon engine suddenly rushed in front of Azrael. The Supreme Grand Master reacted extremely quickly, turning, aiming and firing in less than a blink of an eye. But when he pulled the trigger, the bolt gun in his hand, called the Lion's Fury, made a crisp mechanical sound, and then it was like a stone sinking into the sea without any follow-up. It stuck. When these three words appeared in his mind, a drop of sweat slid down the back of Azrael's neck and was collected by the armor on his body. Azrael still looked calm and composed. His face under the helmet was as strong as steel and as steady as a boulder, but inside his heart another face of his had begun to roar. Stuck at this time? Damn broken. Azrael almost cursed it out loud, but halfway through he suddenly remembered that the Lion's Fury in his hand was the sacred object of the regiment, so he immediately put away his gun and raised his sword to fight. Damn demon! For the Lord of Caliban! For the Emperor! As soon as the roar fell, a bolt of lightning roared and pierced through Azrael's body, splitting the demon engine in front of him into pieces, but he himself was unharmed. Chi-Nemo landed beside Azrael, the lightning on the chainsaw sword turned into scattered electric light, and said, "You should retreat." Recalling the order of the Lion King, Azrael looked forward. The friendly forces in this area are indeed too far forward, which is dangerous, but there is a reason for being far forward, because the sudden arrival of those Iron Men makes the intention of advancing to the location of the webway quickly realized. Azrael was silent for a while and asked, "It seems that the Dark Angels are just following those Iron Men for fun, and the ones who really sent you to the webway are those reinforcements of unknown origin." This sentence sounded like an explanation to Chi-Nemo, but Azrael had a lot of thoughts in his heart. Under his cold and serious appearance, he had richer and deeper personal emotions. Chi-Nemo immediately felt that Azrael wanted to enter the webway together, or there was something else behind what he said, or it was just a complaint. Anyway, secrets and confidentiality are what the Dark Angels are good at, so he had some guesses. Chi-Nemo was so anxious that he didn't want to ask further, and just answered, "The Iron Men are not strong enough to make your existence just an embellishment. They are not so omnipotent yet." After saying that, Chi-Nemo quickly took a few steps back, pounded his chest twice, and jumped back to the front. The slowly closing webway was only the size of a residential door. After the first Iron Man came to the front, it was still shrinking rapidly, but it seemed that there was a problem with its structure, or perhaps some other reason that was difficult for the creatures in the real universe to understand. The webway gate suddenly seemed to lose control, sometimes expanding, and sometimes shrinking. In Chi-Nemo and Gilliman's intuitive feeling, the size of the webway entrance was constantly changing. They couldn't even tell whether it was big or small in the last second, but when they gradually advanced further on the blood road they had opened up with the Iron Man, and approached the webway entrance, the webway was large enough for all of them, and the Eldar Titan driven by Thrall to enter directly. Then, the entrance to the webway showed abnormal signs as before, appearing and disappearing from time to time, and finally disappeared from the battlefield as if it had completely collapsed, leaving only a jagged blank that was slowly compressed and filled by the battlefield environment that was hard to tell whether it was material or spiritual energy. Ryan, who saw this scene in the fleet, smiled with satisfaction. Bilak, who was also paying attention to the battlefield situation, roared angrily and smashed the demon in front of him, who was kneeling on the ground and integrated with the machine to draw the battlefield image in the air. While Bilak was looking at the wreckage on the ground, gritting his teeth and breathing rapidly, Vasher had already returned from the place where the Discord engine was located to the webway structure similar to the command center of the two. Looking at Bilak's furious figure, Vasher was calm, but considering that the other party was a relatively important ally and had many conflicts of interest with him, it was relatively worthwhile to appease him, so he decided to appease him. You have your considerations, right? Just as Vasher was about to speak, the angry Bilak turned back and glared at Vasher and blurted out a question. This question was the only thing that caught Vasher off guard in this war, because it thought that if Bilak could not be appeased by it, he would part ways with it and leave with his demon army. But Bilak showed sympathy first. Under that furious appearance, sympathy at the level of communication. Yes. Vasher nodded, although I originally wanted to tell you that the reason why the webway entrance was not closed in time was that it had an abnormality, but I did have my considerations. When I was operating the engine just now, I had a good plan, so I didn't completely close it. Bilak was still furious after hearing this. He wanted to rebuke Vasher and tell him the consequences of letting those people in, but he thought that Vasher couldn't have failed to consider this. In the end, Bilak could only gradually calm down and directly question Vasher. Do you have a complete plan? Is everything that has happened so far just what you want to do, or is everything going according to your plan? When there is someone on the other side who cannot detect or observe the future, I cannot ensure that every step is in my plan. Vasher shook his head frankly, but no matter who it is or what they do, nothing will go as planned, you should know that. Bilak nodded. Do me a favor, I need more demons. Vasher said. If I help you do all this, you will keep your promise, right? Bilak asked. Vasher casually took out a contract. We signed a contract. Why do you have such doubts? Even if the war gang lost everything in this war, I will give them sufficient weapons and equipment as promised. I will keep my promise. As for whether they can enjoy my trading conditions, it has nothing to do with me. Bilak's reaction was still nodding. He also knew that Vasher attached great importance to the contract for some special reason. Relatively speaking. Chapter 906. After entering the webway opened by Vasher with a dissonant engine, Chinemo looked around and found that it was completely different from what he imagined. There were no huge garrisons, defensive machines, or various military buildings. The marks of decay and some things with unknown uses mixed with flesh and machinery can be seen everywhere, and the barrier-like thing on the webway is not the golden color of the ancient Saint Webway, and there are some things that should not exist here. For example, the limbs that were obviously human and not mutated, and the bodies were wearing the uniforms of the mortal chaos followers seen on the battlefield just now, but there were no mutated corpses on the bodies. The vast webway was full of human corpses and limbs. Some of the human corpses were much larger than most of the others. These large corpses were hidden in bone-colored armor. Just by the color of the armor, it can be determined that they were Astartes from the Dark Angels. It looks like a battle broke out here. Gilliman squatted down and checked any place he thought there were clues. Chinemo looked back. It was not only Gilliman who entered the webway, but also Piccolo and Thrall who drove the Titan. Compared with Gilliman, these two people obviously had faster investigation capabilities. A battle did break out here. Thrall communicated with the Prophet in the Titan and obtained more detailed information. A battle broke out? Chinemo frowned and looked around, then asked. A battle broke out in this place that was so big that the Titans looked small. There were so many corpses of pure humans that it seemed as if the expeditionary force had fought a battle with the Chaos Servants here, and we didn't know about it. These bodies were indeed Imperials when they were alive. Gilliman stood up and said, but they should not have died here. I have read all the battle records from our attack on the Iron Ring to the Titan melee on the Unbreakable Line. No one entered the webway, and we didn't even know that the enemy had the ability to open a webway. After saying that, Gilliman raised his head and looked around the vast space in the webway and the twisted barriers, muttering softly, the enemy has the ability to open a webway at will. And my father. He paid too much for the construction of the webway. I don't know what he felt when he knew about this. Chinemo and Gilliman looked at each other, their moods as complicated as their expressions. After the Great Crusade, the Emperor tried to build a webway to allow humans to obtain superluminal interstellar travel capabilities without the warp, but the plan failed because Magnus wanted to inform Terra of Horus's rebellion. Psychic energy penetrated the fragile structure of the webway, allowing warp demons to directly invade the webway, which was one of the reasons why the Emperor sat on the Golden Throne. When the fragment of the Emperor's consciousness that possessed Vanessa warned about the dissonance engine, Chinemo was there, and he only saw a calm face, Vanessa. There was no expression. The problem is not that Vashtor has the ability to build a webway, and your father doesn't. Chinemo said, but your father never dreamed that the Plague Heart, Tachucha Engine, Ouroboros, these things that look like I am an evil creation written on their faces are actually related to the realization of his long-cherished wish. Gilliman has never seen the 3 artifacts, but he can tell from the names of these 3 things that they must not look that good. Perhaps this is also the reason why Lion has been hiding the existence of the 3 artifacts. Caliban Loudon is not just hiding the 3 artifacts. Chinemo said, looking at Thrall, asked the prophet what's going on here. They are indeed humans, and they are indeed soldiers of the human empire, Astartes. Thrall directly told everything he sensed from the prophet. They did fight here, with Vashtor's people. But they didn't even last a second before the Titan Legion, a large number of knights and other killing machines that were about to leave the webway were wiped out. They are not members of the Golden Crusade, but people sent by the Inquisition to investigate unknown jagged portals in various places, Inquisitors and their followers, and stormtroopers transferred here. As for the Astartes, they are also members of the Dark Angels. Their purpose of coming here is to track down the fragments of Caliban. When the enemy troops following this webway to the unbroken line advanced to this point, the Dark Angels were exchanging fire with the Inquisitors, and then they were all wiped out. All Thrall could hear was the mumbling of the prophet's soul in the Titan, and this was all the prophet told him. I did receive some information from the Inquisition about the jagged portals that suddenly appeared in certain star systems. Gilliman recalled, but why would the Dark Angels track down the fragments of Caliban here? Caliban was already broken into pieces so many that even the Talon engineering department couldn't put it together. Caliban was broken, but it didn't disappear completely. There are still some fragments. Chinemo interrupted Gilliman's question. The fragments of Caliban were used by Vashtor to piece together a new planet called Longin Star, which is now a demon world. You know all of this? Gilliman frowned. My father's prophecy analysis didn't mention this. We are the same as when we were naked in the bathtub, but you hid such an important thing from me like Ryan. Chinemo was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain. He thought he didn't need to mention Vashtor's Discord engine, because he didn't think Vashtor could obtain the 3 artifacts to synthesize the Discord engine at first, and he thought the butterfly storm he caused was big enough. Because of the victory of the Battle of Cadia, the Great Rift did not open. Because the Lion King did not have to fight alone in the dark side of the Empire caused by the Great Rift, he returned to the Empire directly. Because Abaddon was dead, he and Vashtor could not reach an agreement with the evil forces, and Vashtor did not seem to have a chance to fish in troubled waters and get the 3 artifacts. In short, it was still a miscalculation. But Chinemo is not a twisted person. He will not leave the misunderstanding unresolved, but let the misunderstanding ferment slowly. I never wanted to hide anything, but the problem is that I know too much, but we haven't been together for a long time, and I can't tell you everything I know like a storyteller, and some of the things can't be said directly through communication or written on paper. We all started thinking about sewing up the Eye of Terror, but I didn't expect that Vashtor could jump out with a Discord engine. Gilliman listened to Chinmo's explanation quietly, nodded, and after thinking about it, he asked a question: who helped Vashtor obtain the 3 artifacts? Anyway, it's not Abaddon with 18 holes on his body. Chinemo turned and walked forward. Gilliman looked at the Eldar Titan, and was about to ask Thrall to ask his prophet, but Thrall controlled the Titan's head to slowly turn, silently expressing that the prophet was not a universal answering machine. Gilliman looked at Piccolo again. There was no expression on Piccolo's face, which was in the shape of a human skeleton. It directly ignored Gilliman's existence and followed Chinmo's pace. Even the living rocket launcher in its hand did not look at Gilliman. Chapter 907. I guess those Dark Angels and Inquisition people were about to escape. After all, they were near the entrance of the webway, but they didn't expect to run into the Titans head-on. No wonder I saw some scratches on the bodies of some enemy knights in the previous battle. As for their fighting, I don't think it's strange. In some joint operations, they would abandon their teammates and suddenly run away. No one can figure out what they are thinking when they do these things. Maybe it's because of a secret, or maybe it's because of some other reasons that can't be told to others. Chinemo walked in front, muttering about the Dark Angels. They are full of mystery, and they will do unreasonable things. Gilliman nodded, but they can go forward without hesitation on the battlefield just because of a word from Lion. They have made great contributions in this expedition. In all the years of my life, I often lament the complexity of our human race. Indeed, just like the malicious warriors, although they are hateful, they have not betrayed humans, and they will also shout that they will die for the Emperor one after another. Chi Nemo said. Gilliman recalled that the malicious warrior wanted to join the expeditionary fleet, but was driven away by Chi Nemo. I thought you hated this type of Astartes. Hate? No, more than hate. Chi Nemo continued to move forward, looking back at Gilliman. I am also a human being, and I will also be a party to certain events. I can't abandon my subjective perspective and thoughts, and simply look down on some hateful birdmen from the overall situation, and then think that those birdmen become pleasing to the eye after doing some good things. As Chi Nemo was talking and looking back at Gilliman, a protrusion that no one except Vashtor knew what it was used for appeared on his moving route. It was similar to a telephone pole covered with flesh and blood. Bikla grabbed Chi Nemo. Gilliman swallowed the words of warning that he was about to say, and then asked, "Do you think Ryan is also a birdman?" "Not really, but in my subjective opinion, he is similar to the Emperor. I like to talk about things based on facts. Ryan is really capable and powerful, and he is also indispensable to humans." Chi Nemo recalled Lion. He has his shortcomings, just like you and I have shortcomings, but he also has many advantages that I admire. I thought you and him became friends just like you and me, Gilliman said. Chi Nemo shrugged. Because Lion and I work together, we have to show some friendliness. As for my relationship with him, I can only say that the politeness and kindness between Lion and me are because we both have greater restraint. Gilliman was silent. He could actually see that he just wanted to talk about something when he was nervous. The two men, the Iron Man and the Titan, continued to move forward in the vast space inside the webway. To their surprise, they did not encounter any enemies along the way. It was not until they advanced another 30 minutes in the real universe and went deeper into the webway that they encountered the first person. And he was not an enemy. A man dressed as an Inquisitor lay in the arms of a Dark Angel's dreadnought. He lay in a pool of blood and broken armor and cables. He looked completely like a dead person. Even the detection system did not indicate that there was a living person because it detected that he was in a dead state. But when Chi Nemo passed by the corpse, the Inquisitor suddenly sat up from the pool of blood and stared at the few people with his eyes. Chi Nemo looked at Gilliman, then at Piccolo, and then at Thrall. Thrall and the Titan turned his head and stared at the corpse that suddenly sat up. He found that he did not detect the other party's vital signs, because the other party was wearing an item that covered his vital signs. The Inquisitor paused for a moment, then suddenly jumped up from the pool of blood, searched everywhere nearby for the corpse he could see, and then rushed over and injected the potion used by the Talons into the corpse. Everything he did was in vain. In fact, because he died too deep in the network compared to others, there were not many bodies nearby for him to rescue in vain. Finally, the Inquisitor who pretended to be dead returned to his original position and knelt down in a pool of blood. The Inquisitor's blank and desperate eyes swept over Chi Nemo, and saw the armor he was wearing and the style of the armor. After recognizing that the person in front of him was a Tyrone, he quickly put the potion in his hand into his pocket. No need to hide. Chi Nemo looked down at the Inquisitor. The Lord Inquisitor named Chuck paid taxes when he smuggled this stuff. The Inquisitor opened his mouth, but only spit out a mouthful of blood, and couldn't say anything. You abandoned your colleagues and lay on the ground pretending to be dead, living a miserable life. Gilliman walked forward, grabbed the Inquisitor's head with his big hand, and pulled him up from the ground. Then you pretended in front of us that you cared about your colleagues' lives. You tried in vain to rescue them, and wasted your supplies. Inquisitors, like you, are probably the kind of scum who shows off their authority, and uses excommunication orders like toilet paper. The Inquisitor did not defend himself, nor could he. A mouthful of vomit sprayed onto Gilliman's armor of destiny. After Gilliman threw the Inquisitor away, the Inquisitor lay on the ground spitting out dirt mixed with blood, sobbing and curling up like a helpless child. Gilliman glared at the Inquisitor, his chest rising and falling. Chi Nemo noticed that Gilliman was very angry, but he knew the reason for Gilliman's anger better. It was very simple. It was obvious that the Inquisition had not informed Gilliman of this action. It was normal that they had not informed him. After all, Terra was hypocritical, but the whole army was annihilated and fought a battle with the friendly Dark Angels. In the end, all the people were picked up by Vashtor's lackeys before they went out. This kind of thing is tantamount to completely contradicting Gilliman's call for unity in the Empire for a century. Unfortunately, this lucky surviving Inquisitor became the first target of Gilliman's blame. Regent. When Gilliman wanted to turn around and move on, the Inquisitor suddenly spoke up. Why are you here? What happened? I'm on the Golden Crusade, can't you see? Gilliman asked back. The Inquisitor's face showed obvious astonishment. The expedition is not over yet? There is news all over Terra that the Golden Crusade is victorious and the Regent is about to return to Terra with glory. Not only is the crusade not over, I am also destroying the source of the jagged webways you saw appearing outside the Eye of Terror. Gilliman turned around. If we are going out, I will take you away and judge you. But now I can only hope that you can continue to play dead until we come out, or that you can leave a whole body in the hands of the enemy when they arrive here. This is a trap. The Inquisitor roared. Chapter 908. I am an Inquisitor active in New Badab. There is a jagged portal there, just like in several other places in the Empire. I only know now that it is the webway. When we came in, we found no enemies here just like you did, until later we found out that it was a trap. The Inquisitor roared with bloodshot eyes. Chin Imo and Gilliman looked at each other. Both of them felt strange. It was not strange to find no enemies here after entering the webway. It's not surprising to find that people who entered the webway from other places in the Empire died here. Not everyone came to the Eye of Terror for the first time. Chin Mo's expectations of what might happen here have been reduced to the point that even if he saw the Emperor and Horus fighting each other, he would only say awesome. But now seeing the attitude of this Inquisitor, the two felt strange. How can you say something we have discovered a long time ago, as if it is a shocking secret? Gilliman turned around. Do you think we don't know that this is a trap? The unauthorized investigation conducted by the Inquisition is a sign of being tricked. You were all led here to be killed. Gilliman had a more long-term guess about the bodies of the Inquisition and Astartes. He thought that the Inquisition and the Dark Angels were misled and entered the webway to die. Because Vashtor had no need to open a webway entrance outside the Eye of Terror, and there was no explanation of Vashtor's invasion and fighting in other places, this meant that after the webway entrance was opened, it was just left there waiting for others to go in and investigate. What else could it be but bait? No. No. The Inquisitor eagerly crawled to Gilliman's legs and hugged his legs tightly. We are not prey, we are just materials. Hearing this, Gilliman thought for a while, and finally squatted down and looked at the Inquisitor. Tell me everything you saw and heard. The Inquisitor said a lot of words in a crazy and chaotic way. He seemed to be frightened by something, and there were many ambiguous parts in his words. After Chin Imo listened patiently, he summarized it in his mind. The Inquisitor's team was not the only investigative team sent by the Inquisition. There were many other Inquisitors, and their followers investigating the jagged portals that appeared out of nowhere, which were the entrances and exits of the webway opened by the Dissonance engine. The Inquisitor who was living in shame had seen many teams like them in the webway, but they seemed to be lost in the past and the future. Those teams were scattered in various places in the maze-like webway, circling around like a ghost wall, but they had a pattern. 9 people, 18 people, 27 people. The Inquisitor frantically carved numbers on the ground. I can't communicate with the teams I saw trapped in the same place, but I can observe them. Every time I see a new group of trapped people, I find that their number is 9 more than the previous team I saw. What about the people in your team? At least you are not trapped here, Gilliman asked. Hearing this question, the Inquisitor showed a trace of relief on his face, but soon this trace of relief disappeared. Finally, he looked around with bloodshot eyes, from the nearby corpses to the distant corpses, and replied, including you. My investigation team is 9 more than the last team I saw. Gilliman looked back at Chin Imo. This kind of thing sounds like a vicious witchcraft ritual that is a symbol of the power of chaos. Chin Imo nodded. Ritual, another ritual, Vashtor, a demigod whose power is technology, actually tinkered with this kind of thing. Take this. The Inquisitor handed Gilliman something like a talisman. Gilliman lowered his head and looked at the talisman in his hand. It was branded with the mark of purity and contained a golden finger bone, which looked like a living saint. This. The moment Gilliman raised his head, blood splashed on his helmet. The Inquisitor, who was living in shame, bit the barrel of the grenade launcher in his mouth, his hand weakly on the trigger, and was already dead. Just as Gilliman lowered his head and raised it again, the Inquisitor turned the grenade launcher upside down on the ground, bit the barrel and pulled the trigger, blowing his head off with lightning speed. Chin Imo and Gilliman were both stunned. Piccolo had no expression on his face. Thrall asked through the Titan's voice box, "Does he want to live or die?" Gilliman remained silent, holding the amulet tightly, and stood up. He is mentally ill. Chin Imo looked up at the Titan's head. This guy has been driven crazy by the influence of the warp, and I don't think it's abrupt even if he stabbed Robot. Robot Gilliman stood up, feeling heavy-hearted and silent. Chin Imo was prepared for anything that could happen here. He didn't feel anything, and continued to walk calmly in the quiet, but extremely terrifying webway of Vashtor in the mouth of the Inquisitor. After moving forward for a while, Chin Imo looked at Piccolo beside him. Where are you from? Since we will have to go through life and death together, you have to answer me honestly. Without a doubt, there is no concealment. Piccolo responded coldly, I was born from the subspace entity you created, the entity that produces demon food for you. When you said I was your father's father, I guessed it. Chi Nemo nodded. Piccolo paused and continued, all the emotions of the people in the star zone towards technological creations, including logistics machinery, shape me. Just like the subspace entity you and another person built with the psychic matrix existed in the past and future as soon as it was born, I was the same. So I could find a way to be your guide when you first entered the subspace. I had to deceive you at the time. I was not a chaos demon without division. I was waiting at the entrance of the Slanish demon realm. I died when I was fighting Fulgrim with you in the bedroom, but a warp creature cannot kill another warp creature, so I just wanted to find an excuse to fade out of your sight. Chi Nemo listened to Piccolo's words, and recalled what happened when he first entered the warp. He felt strange at the time. Piccolo seemed to be waiting for him, but too many things happened later, and his hatred for Slanish was too deep, so he had no mood and energy to investigate this guy. Chi Nemo turned his head, and looked at the living rocket launcher in Piccolo's arms. The eyes of this ghost thing were spinning around like a radar, scanning the surrounding environment, as if on alert. When it noticed Chi Nemo's gaze, the eyes of the living rocket launcher stopped moving, looked at Chi Nemo, and threw two flying eyes. It seems that this bastard is still alive, just like the living weapon you held in your arms, Chi Nemo said. Chapter 909. So Iron Man. You are still a chaos demon from the warp, right? Gilliman slowed down his pace. His tone was like a test, but also like an accusation. Pickard didn't want to pay attention to Gilliman. It had no motivation or desire to state the facts and confess to any third party. People in the Talon sector like to ask the logistics machine something when they face them, and they often get honest answers and pertinent suggestions from the logistics machines, so they have developed a habit, that is, to ask the logistics machines when they encounter something that they can't solve. This behavior and the expectation of getting an answer caused waves and influence in the warp, and Piccolo's frankness came from this. In Piccolo's view, Gilliman was just a third party, an Imperial outside the Talon sector and the warp entity, and he would not explain anything. However, this silence lasted until Chi Nemo looked at Piccolo. This look of desire for an answer made Piccolo realize that he should explain it to his indirect creator. You can say that, because the term demon was created to summarize creatures like me. Piccolo spoke slowly. But you don't have to worry that I will kill people or join an evil god, because my motivation and impulse for doing anything is not because I am kind or evil, but because I should do it. Just like the giant whale traveling in the subspace, it transports other creatures back and forth, not because it is kind or evil, but because it should do so. Because it was born from the desire of the creatures in the real universe to reach the end of the journey quickly and safely. The subspace entity is subject to the reason for its birth. If there are enough porters in the real universe, and the spiritual power of these porters is strong enough, then a thing whose main responsibility is to carry will be born in the subspace. It will keep carrying, repeating, and never ending. Speaking of this, Piccolo looked at the living weapon in his hand, and reached out to knock on his ribs. And me. The subspace entity that gave birth to me was originally a weapon against the subspace. It was created to serve a goal of using psychic energy to fight psychic energy, and to clarify those things in the subspace that cannot be clarified as much as possible. But the spiritual power of the Talonians distorted it, and added more to it. After the explanation, Piccolo did not say another word. He habitually asked questions instead of actively expressing anything. Like the material Iron Man, they always passively accept orders and then act. Subspace entity. Gilliman savored the word, and then asked, You are like ants surviving in the cracks, under the oppression of the four gods, right? Not so, the four gods are just part of the subspace. They are not even qualified to be the synonym of the subspace. Piccolo replied, Originally there shouldn't be only 4 gods, but 8 gods. There should be 1 god in each of the 8 directions of the Chaos Octagon. Hearing Piccolo suddenly talking about not only 4 evil gods, Gilliman's eyes widened, and he recalled Chi Nemo's words about the Emperor being in a halfway state of becoming a god, and the inference about what would happen when the Emperor stood up from the golden throne. And what Piccolo could say was more. The 8 chaos positions. The northeast position, Hellstorm, this is Cinch. Southeast, Ecstatic Perception, this is Slanish. Southwest, Corruption, this is Nurgle. Northwest, Heartless Slaughter, this is Khorne. Picker listed the positions of the Chaos Gods one by one, and then went on to say Vashtor's goal. True East, Evil Skills. Ascending to the God of True East is Vashtor's motivation since his birth. And the man whose true name is unknown, who is called the Emperor by everyone, if he is promoted to a god, It will be the erosion and destruction of the true north. All the words were recorded by Gilliman. The Primarch thought a lot in a split second, and thought very long term. Finally, he asked Piccolo, if mental power can affect the warp, will the four gods also be positively affected by mental power? Not feasible, they are too powerful and too ancient. Piccolo said, it is not feasible to let others replace the four gods, because those who ascend to the gods will be distorted by the corresponding godhood. Gilliman was not surprised by Piccolo's answer. Because when they talked about the subspace all night, Chinemo had the same view, but he was still a creature in the real universe, and he was still a creature that could not be affected by psychic energy, so his understanding of the subspace was not as practical as Piccolo's. And understanding the role of the subspace was also one of the reasons why the entity that gave birth to Piccolo was created. Let's not discuss the subspace for now. Chinemo waved his hand, and a projection was projected from his armor, allowing everyone to see it. The projection projected by the armor presents the effect of a flat map. In this webway, the map displayed on the projection is of course chaotic and disordered. The terrain structure detected 1 second after another is completely different from the next second, but in fact the terrain structure inside the webway has not changed much, only the equipment has been disturbed. But there is still an important information captured, that is, there are life signals nearby. The Wanderers that the crazy judge mentioned before? Gilliman frowned. Wanderers? This is the name Gilliman gave himself, to describe the team that keeps wandering in the webway, and each new team has 9 more people than the previous one mentioned by the crazy judge before. 81 red dots are scattered on the map projection, with constantly changing terrain. Each red dot representing life is moving in a strange way on the map, sometimes up and sometimes down. It goes on, never stopping. The AI inside Chinmo's armor directly sorted out the movement tracks of these people, and then this movement track was like a strange picture. Even Chinemo and Piccolo couldn't figure out what those people were depicting with their footprints. How can your armor detect the vital signs of those wanderers? Gilliman knocked on the helmet of the Destiny armor. This thing called built for me can't even detect our own vital signs in this environment. As soon as he asked this question, Gilliman instantly realized what the answer was. He remembered what Chinemo had said to him. Spiritual power, it's very powerful. Piccolo said, this armor is like the chainsaw sword and the scepter. They are entrusted with too many positive emotions, and carry too much hope and gratitude from mankind. But there is also an auspicious instrument in the armor of fate. Only I can detect it, maybe there is another reason. When Gilliman, Piccolo and Thrall all thought that the armor was enchanted to detect those wanderers, Chinemo put forward the opposite view. Gilliman also thought of this possibility, but he did not think it was correct, because any equipment may work sometimes, and sometimes not in the subspace. I suggest that we should not look for those wanderers out of curiosity, although curiosity and desire for exploration are the characteristics of our two races. Thrall and the Titan interrupted the discussion about equipment. I suggest that we go around it. The suggestion is effective. Chinemo turned off the projection. Those wanderers don't look simple. Let's not make trouble for no reason. Chapter 9-10. The group advanced for a long time in the webway, exploring and trying to find a way out of this large webway. Chinemo wanted to reach Longland Star directly. He not only watched it himself, but also asked Piccolo and Sal to sense any possible webway forks as much as possible. After advancing for a while, the group stopped and could no longer move forward. It was not because they encountered an enemy who was hiding somewhere in the webway, nor was it because they encountered another crazy person, but because they encountered the Wanderers. The Wanderers mentioned by the Mad Inquisitor were walking along the path of the group. Just like what we saw on the map, they were also following certain rules and walking around. If we looked down at them, we would find that they seemed to be carving some strange symbols. The Mad Inquisitor said that there was more than one team of Wanderers in the webway, and it was not surprising to encounter a team of Wanderers. But the problem was that the number of people in the team of Wanderers in front of us was 81. The Wanderers we saw on the map before? Gilliman subconsciously drew out the Emperor's sword. We obviously deliberately bypassed them. Chinemo was also confused, very confused, layered doubts. Who helped Vashtor obtain the 3 artifacts? Why is there no garrison in this webway? Was everything that has happened so far deliberately arranged by Vashtor? And what is its purpose? Before entering the webway opened by the dissonant engine, Chinemo had anticipated everything that might happen next, but he expected that he would have a fierce battle and fight his way through Vashtor's lackeys to destroy the dissonant engine, instead of walking in the large webway that seemed to have been forgotten by Vashtor, and then encountering one incomprehensible strange thing after another. However, Chinemo had another feeling, that is, all this was not planned by Vashtor. The number 9 is the holy number of Sinch. Chin Mo guessed that there might be trade and cooperation between Vashtor and the Dark Gods, which he, Gilliman and Lion all thought was possible. After all, even the Iron Ring of the Iron Warriors bound 7 planets, which is the holy number of Nurgle. In the real universe, Chin Mo would not feel that his planet was invaded by the evil god just because he saw the evil god's holy number on the sign hanging on the street, but this was not the real universe. Being in the Eye of Terror, Chin Mo didn't believe there were any coincidences or unintentional actions here. This is definitely a ritual. Chin Mo turned around and looked at Titan. Sar, ask your prophet. No need for him to ask. This is a ritual. Piccolo slapped the living rocket launcher in his hand, and the living weapon immediately changed into a form similar to a handheld detector. Then Piccolo took the living detector and investigated those wanderers. Afterwards, the tool in its hand changed several forms. The purpose and effect of those strange-shaped devices were beyond Chin Mo's ability to identify and perceive. It was obviously an investigation based on psychic power. Finally, the tool in Piccolo's hand turned back into a weapon and looked at Chin Mo. The effect of this ritual is not to summon a more powerful subspace entity, nor is it for sacrifice, nor for curse. It acts like a switch waiting to be turned on, and it also has a monitoring function. 2. General. Can you tell me what the meaning of this inexplicable ritual is? Chin Mo said. Piccolo shook his head. Sorry, if there were other people like me who are good at investigation, maybe it would be possible. Chin Mo looked at the Eldar Titan behind him. It is more detailed than what the prophet said. Thrall said. Who arranged it? Gilliman asked. It's not Vashtor. Piccolo replied, if it was Vashtor, we would see a technological device that integrates demons, not a ritual that functions almost like a device, because as I said, the purpose of this ritual is a switch plus monitoring, but I have no idea what it monitors. Something is covering up its essence. Hearing this, Chin Mo lowered his head and thought carefully. He habitually took out a crystal from his pocket, tore off the protective paper with the demon with a thumbs-up sign printed on it, and then put the crystal into his mouth to taste it carefully. At this time, he felt that his desire was satisfied and gradually calmed down. Vashtor is definitely cooperating with Cinch. Chin Mo suddenly said to others. Everything we experienced after entering the webway made us guess everything involuntarily. If this strange ritual was not done by Vashtor, then it is obvious that it came from someone who is good at and accustomed to performing rituals. It's a confusing guess, plus the number 9 times 9. It's hard for me not to think of Cinch. After listening to Chin Mo's words, Gilliman recalled that he had passed through the Great Whirlpool and was captured by the Blackheart King Huron. At that time, 9 times 9 Cinch demons appeared in the battleship. Gilliman also agreed with Chin Mo's guess, but it was hard for him not to have a question. Cooperation, this doesn't seem like something that creatures of different subspaces would do. Will Vashtor cooperate with Cinch? I think they are more likely to be in a mutually hostile relationship. Besides, as a secondary god, it is probably not qualified to make one of the 4 gods join forces with it. That's right. Chin Mo tilted his head and stuffed another crystal into his mouth, but after thinking about it, he objected. Its power is related to technology. Soulless scholars in the star region believe that it may have some profit-seeking and pragmatic characteristics, so it is not surprising that it cooperates with other subspace creatures. After saying that, Chin Mo thought about it again and continued to speak. As for whether Cinch would like it, we shouldn't think about Cinch logically. What if he just wants to have some fun and trick us when he is beaten by the other 3 gods? Gilliman nodded after listening, thinking it made sense. Anyway, since the function of this ritual is monitoring, we are circling around this ghost ritual in the webway of Vashtor like we are stuck in a wall. These people in the investigation team must be experiencing terrible torture, and they don't look like they can be rescued, so I think we should not try to activate the ritual or gamble on their chances of being rescued, so as to prevent us from stepping into Cinch's trap. Even if we are not sure that this ritual is the work of Cinch or its Lord of Change, we should be careful. As he said this, Chin Mo threw the chainsaw sword up, grabbed it with his backhand as it fell, and looked at Gilliman. I think we should destroy this ritual directly. Gilliman thought about it, and took 2 steps back. Chin Mo stabbed the sword into the ground, and the gushing flames instantly engulfed the 81 people in front of him. Picker picked up the rocket launcher, and fired 2 more shots, turning the ritual site into a completely empty area. Thrall and Titan heard the prophet's mumbling. The ritual was destroyed. Everything around changed, the terrain began to change, and the road ahead was no longer dark and difficult to distinguish. I don't know if it was an illusion. Although I always knew that I was in Vashtor's webway, Chin Mo still felt that the place had changed when he saw the changing path. The group set out on the road to search for the webway again. As they thought, they did not encounter the 81 people again, nor did they encounter the ritual that seemed to have no other purpose except to make people wonder.